You are undeniably a mediocre talent with merely a second-rate aptitude. Yet he took as his wife a goddess endowed with a ninth-grade talent, only due to the formidable influence of your family's background. Your father is the foremost warrior of the Great Zhou, revered as the youngest semi-holy level powerhouse. Grandfather is the revered leader of the Great Zhou Fourth Sacred, acclaimed as the supreme sage. Even my second uncle is quite extraordinary. He appears to be merely a scholar. This singular individual, wielding a sword, has arrived in the northern region, where none dare to claim superiority. However, it was unexpected that despite possessing an overwhelming background, you turned out to be a waste with merely a second-rate talent. Just when you found yourself enveloped in despair, the system awakened. The sign-in system has successfully loaded. We are now announcing the first task: to marry the divine maiden of the Su family, endowed with a ninth-grade talent, and be rewarded with the ancient dual pupils. You see, the system's rewards instantly ignited a surge of excitement. It is essential to understand that the dual pupils signify an invincible path. Subsequently, proceed to the hall and elucidate the situation to your father. Upon hearing your words, he gazed at you with a look of disbelief. You stated that you were to marry none other than Su Li, the divine maiden of the Su family. Do you not realize that she is a celestial beauty endowed with the exceptional talent of the ninth rank? Have you lost your senses or gone mad? With your mere second-rank aptitude, do you truly believe she would ever take notice of you? I stated flatly, is it not permissible? Nangong Chen gazed intently at you, as if attempting to see through your very soul. He then regarded you with a serious expression, inquiring earnestly, "Are you truly serious?" Upon witnessing this, I too displayed a countenance filled with profound affection. It is indeed true that day I caught a glimpse of him on the street and was irresistibly captivated by love. Thus, in this life, I cannot imagine marrying anyone but him. Although my talent is merely of the second rank, the other party possesses a ninth rank. If I were to marry him, it could enhance the bloodline of the Nangong family and ultimately benefit our descendants. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Since you harbor feelings for her, it is indeed fitting that you, no longer a youth, should consider marriage. Therefore, I shall summon your second uncle tomorrow to accompany you in proposing a union. The following morning, outside the gates of the Su residence, I gazed upon the grand archway adorning the entrance and marveled at its magnificence, truly befitting the residence of the esteemed Prime Minister Su. However, the two servants stationed beside the Su family's grand entrance trembled upon seeing you, as if they had encountered a devil. An elderly servant whispered softly to the person beside him, urging them to swiftly inform the master. Upon hearing this, the man swiftly made his way to the Su family hall. Before long, the news of your arrival spread throughout the entire Su household. In an instant, the entire Su family was thrown into a state of panic and disarray. Upon witnessing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Am I truly so fearsome as the young master? The remaining servant respectfully spoke, "Please, my lord, this way." Upon entering the Su residence, I beheld Su Li. At that moment, she was adorned in an ethereal gown of delicate hues. Her features were exquisitely refined, as if meticulously sculpted by the hands of the divine. Her figure is nothing short of perfection, with exquisite curves that set my heart racing. Although I have encountered numerous stunning beauties, few possess the exquisite perfection exemplified by Su Li. In a fleeting moment of distraction, I swiftly regained my composure. At Su Ming's gesture, I took my seat beside the head of the Su family, while my second uncle, Nangong Chen, promptly followed suit. The members of the Su family, upon witnessing the scene, were filled with astonishment. The head of the family placed such immense importance on this young disciple. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen was inadvertently overlooked by them, as he appeared exceedingly ordinary. With an air of scholarly elegance, he held a classic text in his hands, resembling more a servant accompanying fellow scholars. Su Ming tentatively inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today, esteemed sir?" I spoke leisurely, saying, "As a humble descendant, I have but one request of my father." Upon uttering these words, the entire Su family was struck with astonishment. Instantly, the hall fell into an utter silence. It was indeed the Tianyuan manor that had a request, and it was at the behest of his father. His father is a name that resonates profoundly among all present. He is the master of the Tianyuan Mansion, one of the most formidable figures of our time, and the youngest legendary being on the path to sanctity. Su Ming trembled all over, immediately rising to his feet with utmost respect. "My lord," he said, "speak swiftly whatever task lies within the capabilities of the Su family. We shall spare no effort, even if it requires the full might of our clan." I continue to leisurely tap my fingers upon the wooden table. Beside him, Nangong Chen instantly comprehended the situation and spoke, "We have come to propose to your daughter." Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The Tianyuan Manor is actually seeking to propose a union with our Su family. Could it be that they are intending to court that particular individual? Once they came to their senses, the Su family erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone began to speculate fervently. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. He understood that the only person worthy of such a personal proposal was Su Li. Nevertheless, Su Ming, with a hint of hopeful curiosity, inquired, "There are many remarkable women in the Su family. I wonder which one has captured your esteemed attention. I shall promptly summon her, so that you may find a delightful match." Upon hearing this, I exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I have taken a fancy to your daughter. Your discerning eye is truly remarkable for having set its sights on my daughter. However, my little sister is still quite young, and I fear she may not meet your expectations in many aspects." I once again interrupted Su Ming. It was not his younger sister Su Yao, but rather her elder sister, the divine maiden Su Li. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family fell into silence. Observing this, I seized the moment to strike further. "Su family head, you may summon Su Li at this very moment." Though their voices were softly spoken, in such a serene environment, the individuals nearby could still hear them with perfect clarity. Soon, the elder of the Su family became unsettled. He whispered to Su Ming beside him, "The clan leader cannot acquiesce to his request. The divine maiden is of utmost importance to our Su family and must not be married off." The reactions of the crowd below were marked by vehement protests, and Su Ming's expression was equally grim. At that moment, a resolute young man below clenched his fists tightly upon hearing your words, his gaze laden with a fierce intent. "Gundam, capture the attention of my woman. It appears you have chosen the path of demise." This individual is none other than the male protagonist, Su Outyin. Originally, Su Outyin was merely a side disciple of the Su family, possessing mediocre talent. However, one day, as if experiencing a profound awakening, his cultivation soared dramatically, propelling him to the status of a prodigious disciple. What others remain oblivious to is that within the ring he adorns lies a formidable soul, which constitutes his greatest secret. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within Su Outyin's mind. "Su Li's Ice Phoenix divine body would be of immense assistance to you, should you manage to engage in dual cultivation with him. The blazing battle body within you shall be awakened with greater swiftness. This is an extraordinary opportunity." Upon hearing this, Su Outyin nodded with excitement and replied, "Master, rest assured, Su Li is my beloved. I shall never allow this frivolous disciple to tarnish her." Subsequently, he cast a glance at your heart and devised a plan. He intended to seek assistance from others. Before long, Su Outyin's figure vanished amidst the crowd. At that moment, the head of the Su family, Su Ming, who had been silent in his seat, slowly spoke, "Since the young master has taken a liking to our divine maiden, it is indeed a fortune accumulated by the Su family over countless generations. However, the matter of marriage, though of utmost significance, is perhaps best approached after you have taken the time to become acquainted with one another. Engaging in heartfelt communication prior to discussing the institution of marriage is certainly not a matter to be rushed." With these words, they gazed at you with an expression of eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, I too comprehend Su Ming's intentions. It appears that I am to retreat upon encountering Su Li. Very well, let us completely sever your aspirations. Just as he was about to speak, a melodious voice resonated from above, urging his father to bring him over. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that his daughter had been listening intently to the conversation. Subsequently, he silently prayed, "My dear daughter, Whether you can discern the situation and withdraw now rests in your hands. If you cannot, I fear that even I, as your father, may be unable to protect you." Su Ming regained his composure and respectfully approached the young master. I rose to my feet and followed Su Ming as we departed this place. Noticing that my second uncle still intended to accompany us, I firmly declined his presence. I certainly did not wish for an unwelcome observer to linger nearby. Seeing this, Nangong Chen coldly admonished the people behind him, "You would do well to refrain from any foolishness. Should Chen suffer even the slightest harm, the wrath of the Tianyuan Mansion will be a burden you, Su family, cannot bear." Then an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and their bodies trembled slightly, their pupils filled with terror. Unassailable, absolutely beyond their capabilities, this was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse. They never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary attendant possessed such terrifying prowess. "Is this the Tianyuan Mansion?" Meanwhile, as Su Ming led the way, his shirt had become thoroughly drenched. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and a wave of trepidation surged within her. "The Tianyuan Manor is indeed a place of hidden talents. No wonder you brought someone with you on this occasion." It turns out there was such a formidable challenge awaiting. However, trailing behind Su Ming, I remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The imposing aura emanating from Nangong Chen did not extend towards me. I merely pondered whether the weather was indeed this sweltering, as even a simple stroll left me drenched in perspiration. Perhaps it was simply that my future in-laws' residence felt too ethereal. On the pavilion, Su Li's exquisite visage bore a hint of complexity. She had not anticipated that the young master of Tianyuan Mansion would personally come to propose. The events that had transpired below were vividly clear to her. Since childhood, upon the revelation of her innate gifts, numerous noble families came forth to propose marriage. However, out of respect for the court and her father's reputation, she was able to decline their advances. However, the one who has come to propose is from the Tianyuan Manor. Meanwhile, a question lingers in his heart. Why would you desire to wed him when neither of you has ever met? Before he could ponder further, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Outside the door, Su Ming cautiously remarked, "Young Master Bier has arrived." Immediately after, a voice, both clear and melodious, resonated. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Su Ming offered a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, then glanced at you and said with a tinge of bitterness, "Young master, please do enter." I find myself in a state of bemusement. Subsequently, I pushed the door open and entered. On my way here, I encountered a young woman who bore a slight resemblance to Su Li, albeit with a more youthful appearance, seemingly no older than 14 or 15. As I passed by, she regarded me with curious eyes. Surely, that must be Su Li's younger sister, Su Yao. Although she is still quite young, one can already discern that she possesses the makings of a true beauty. Upon entering, I curiously surveyed the surroundings of the room. This is indeed my first time entering a young lady's boudoir. Su Li's room is remarkably minimalist. On the table, there rests only a wooden mirror and a few cosmetic items, with nothing else in sight. I nodded slightly. This arrangement feels quite ample. Soon, as I traversed a lengthy corridor, the silhouette of a young girl gradually came into view. Her delicate feet, enveloped in silk, appeared both fair and exquisite. Based on my years of experience, these legs are undoubtedly the epitome of perfection. The white silk, glistening and smooth, is evidently crafted from exquisite material, promising a delightful tactile experience. A chilling yet melodious voice resonated, inquiring, "Have you had your fill?" I lifted my gaze to behold Zhang Meidi, her striking visage fixed upon me with an icy intensity. Su Li stood with her arms crossed, her silvery hair cascading beautifully behind her, adorned in an ethereal glass-like gown. She emanated an otherworldly grace. Her noble and aloof demeanor captivated all, resembling a lotus blooming amid icy mountains and snow. If one were to mention a singular flaw, it would be that he emanates an unbearable chill. Due to his constitution, he radiates an icy aura that becomes increasingly palpable the closer one draws. Witnessing this scene, I did not beat around the bush but spoke candidly. I expressed my yearning for another glimpse. Su Li was taken aback by such an unexpected request, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You say you wish to marry me." I replied with unwavering conviction, "Indeed." However, the expressionless face of Su Li across from me revealed no hint of emotion in response to my resolute answer. He spoke slowly. "My lord, I have resolved to forsake the desires of this life, in pursuit of the greater path. As for matters of love and affection, I have never contemplated them. It would be wise for you to retract your words and seek another abode." After he spoke, he cast a nervous glance in your direction, as if fearing your wrath. I, however, did not respond with indignation. I merely replied in a measured tone, "Indeed, everyone has their own aspirations. I can comprehend your reasoning, which appears to be flawlessly constructed." Seeing that you not only remained unperturbed but also uttered such words, Su Li's eyes inevitably reflected a hint of gratitude. Simultaneously, she regarded you with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated that you possessed such understanding and reason. It seems the rumors circulating in the imperial capital might be somewhat exaggerated. Upon this reflection, he scrutinized you anew, and a faint smile graced his exquisite visage. Such a fad is indeed appealing. Had the talents not been so wanting, perhaps he might have pursued you ardently. The former version of himself might have been swayed by such allure. However, I have long since matured. Moreover, with his exceptional talent, he is destined to transcend the confines of the Great Zhou and would never entrust his lifelong endeavors to this place. Nevertheless, it matters little. Should the other party compel me, I fear that the court would likely come to my aid. Observing the exhilaration on Su Li's face, I interjected, "Miss Su, my understanding does not equate to agreement. Are you, therefore, rejecting the Tianyuan Mansion?" Upon hearing my words, the smile that graced Su Li's lips froze, as if she could scarcely believe what she had just heard. "What did you say?" I said, "I comprehend your words, yet it does not signify my acquiescence." I stepped forward, grasping her delicate chin. With each word, I articulated my disdain. Su Li observed a flicker of indignation in my icy blue eyes. She swiftly wrenched my hand away and promptly brandished a jade sword, aiming it at my throat. "Do you dare to offend me? Are you not afraid I might take your life?" Upon witnessing the scene, I smiled with an air of indifference. "Miss Su, do you dare to kill me? If you were to take my life, the entire Su family would accompany me to the grave. At that moment, you would become the sinner of the Su family. Alternatively, you might seek refuge with the court. However, would they truly offend my esteemed Tianyuan manor for the sake of an unrefined prodigy? Furthermore, your surname is Su, not Zhou." Upon hearing this, Su Li's face was filled with astonishment. She never anticipated that you could discern such depth of intellect and cunning. He truly is a simplistic dandy, it seems. Alas, the world has likely been deceived. At this moment, a flicker of apprehension flashed in Su Li's eyes, and an unexpected sense of fear arose within him. He realized that he could not fathom you at all. I then proceeded to threaten him, stating, "Isn't your family's greatest reliance your father, Su Ming? Is your esteemed Su family not merely a shadow of Su Ming? Should he lose his position as prime minister, it is likely that your family would face irreparable ruin. Though my Tianyuan mansion may not be grand, handling such matters is merely a matter of words for my father. Therefore, you would not wish for your father to lose his position as a minister because of this." Upon hearing this, Su Li's face instantly turned pale. Her beautiful eyes lost their luster, and her eyelids appeared slightly reddened. Witnessing such a pitiful sight, I could not help but reveal a knowing smile. Continuing on, when I arrived earlier, I encountered a lady who bore a slight resemblance to you, though she's a tad younger, more suited to be a child bride. That must be your sister, Su Yao. If you wish not to clarify matters with me, then it would not be impossible to consider her instead." As her words fell, Su Li's cultivation surged forth, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. She raised her sword, pressing it against her throat, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Should you tarnish him, I shall undoubtedly take your life." I was forcefully pushed aside by this surge of power. A trickle of blood involuntarily surged up my throat. "So, this is his Achilles heel," I thought with a wry smile, swallowing the blood that threatened to escape. To obtain this information, I nearly sacrificed my own life. Yet, fortunately, Everything unfolded as I had anticipated. Observing the still rampaging Su Li, I offer my words of comfort. Naturally, this assertion stands only under the condition of your refusal. Should you choose to clarify matters with me, I would never dream of causing any harm to your sister. Upon hearing this, the chilling aura in Su Li's eyes diminished significantly, yet she continued to regard you with an expression of vigilance. Very well, I promise to clarify with you. Should you harbor even the slightest intention towards my sister, I would rather perish than allow you to live. Rest assured, I, Nangong Chen, have always been a man of my word. What I say, I shall fulfill. Let us depart. Go down and inform your kin. Observing your retreating figure, a complex expression graced the exquisite visage of Selina. However, after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately decided to follow. Look, it is Nangong Chen who has descended alone. Could it be that he has been rejected? I have my suspicions. How could a divine maiden possibly be enamored with such a frivolous scion? Truly, it is a farce. If this were spread, the entire imperial capital would surely have a good laugh by tomorrow. The members of the Su family whispered among themselves as they observed your descent, their eyes brimming with derision. Su Ming discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude evident in his gaze. Nangong Chen nodded thoughtfully, as if anticipating this outcome. It appears that a display of strength is still necessary. In the next moment, they beheld the enchanting figure emerge, and a flurry of discussions ensued. How could this be? It must be an illusion. Even if she descended, what of it? Surely, the goddess would never consent to marry him. After a brief moment of silence, the disciples of the Su family displayed expressions of astonishment, some seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, and then, as if recalling something, a look of guilt washed over him, making him unable to meet Su Li's gaze. Nangong Chen's lips curled into a smile, a hint of surprise gracing his features. It appears that his nephew possesses some merit after all. Su Li spoke directly, her voice, both cold and melodious, resonating throughout the entire hall. I have already promised to clarify matters with him. Upon discerning the situation, the expressions of the Su family disciples stiffened. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Su residence. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside, proclaiming, "I do not consent." It was then that Su Outyin, accompanied by a contingent, hurriedly arrived. Su Outyin wore an anxious expression, yet upon realizing he had not arrived too late, he let out a sigh of relief. The members of the Su family, upon witnessing Su Outyin's arrival, began to murmur among themselves. How could it be him? Is he really going to oppose Nangong Chen? Truly worthy of being our Su family's second prodigy. This is the kind of imposing presence our family ought to possess. Upon witnessing the event, the crowd was utterly astonished. Su Li, upon hearing the news, displayed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. It was indeed him. Unexpectedly, a trace of fondness blossomed within her heart. She held a certain understanding of Su Ao Tian, having been born into a collateral branch. Originally of modest talent, he has recently emerged remarkably, vanquishing numerous prodigies. Su Outyin often seeks to engage him in discourse, hoping to explore matters of cultivation. However, due to his rigorous training schedule, he finds himself devoid of time to indulge in such discussions, thus declining each invitation. Relying solely on his words, there remains little hope in confronting the colossal entity of the Tianyuan Mansion. Contemplating this, Su Li's gaze once again descended into despondency. I maintain a serene demeanor, clad in pristine white attire, exuding an ethereal grace. Seated upon a chair of purple and gold, I lower my gaze, sipping tea with subtle composure, as if nothing has transpired at all. Su Outyin turns to the elder beside him and speaks, "Old Wang, I shall rely on you shortly." The elderly man beside me, clad in a resplendent golden robe, despite his visage adorned with white hair, exuded an undeniable vigor. Clearly, he was a formidable figure, a true paragon of strength. "Fear not, young friend, this matter shall rest upon my shoulders." A graceful young lady beside me spoke. "It is Brother Outyin. My grandfather holds a certain degree of influence in the imperial city and will undoubtedly advocate for you. Yuxuan, I trust in your integrity." Su Outyin let out a sigh of relief within his heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan displayed a hint of shyness on her face. Su Aoyan then turned his gaze towards Su Li, his eyes brimming with admiration. Conversely, when he glanced at Yuhu, his expression was devoid of warmth, filled instead with an icy demeanor. Today I, Su Aotian, stand here. You, a mere disciple, shall not even think of taking Su Li away. A year ago, by chance, he rescued an elderly man within a secret realm. Little did he expect that this elder was, in fact, the venerable patriarch of the Wang family in the imperial city. Subsequently, he was honored as a distinguished guest by the Wang family. At this moment, people gradually began to recognize those beside him. Do you not think he resembles the esteemed member of the Wang family? It is said that the elder of the Wang family has been missing for quite some time, and he is a formidable veteran at the Purple Mansion realm. Isn't the woman beside Su Aoyan the little princess of the Wang family, Wang Yuxuan, who possesses a naturally gifted spiritual physique? It seems that Su Aoyan has made the acquaintance of such remarkable individuals. The fate of the goddess today may indeed be uncertain. Indeed, this Nangong city does not deserve to claim our goddess as his own. If one were to seek a bride, it ought to be someone of remarkable caliber, akin to Su Aotian. Soon, the crowd began to rally in support of Su Aotian. After a prolonged silence, Su Ming, after careful consideration, was born anew. You, a mere collateral disciple, dare to defy the family? He exclaimed, rising to his feet in a fit of rage. This fool truly is dim-witted. How could the trifling first-rate Wang family possibly contend with the illustrious Tianyuan manor? His actions are tantamount to inviting hatred upon the Su family. The marriage of the divine maiden is not only a decision made by the Su family, but also a choice made by the divine maiden herself. Do you truly believe that bringing a few individuals here will deter the elderly? He continued, his voice laced with fury, his gaze fixed upon Su Aoyan, hoping to dissuade him from wading into these turbulent waters. After all, the matters at hand cannot be determined by merely a few individuals. Su Aoyan was momentarily taken aback by these furious shouts, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, I observed this scene with great intrigue. Upon hearing this, Su Aoyan bellowed, head of the family, that Nangong Chen is but a debauched scion of the capital's elite. How could we possibly bestow such a remarkable goddess in marriage to him? Would that not be a grievous ruin of her future? To his astonishment, this old fool was so oblivious to the situation. If he were to obtain Su Li in the future, he would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Upon reflecting on this, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in his gaze. Su Ming gazed at the utterly audacious Su Aoyan, his fury boiling over. You, a mere young brat, dare to instruct me? He roared. Consumed by rage, Su Ming unleashed his formidable power, sending a tempestuous gale that hurled Su Aoyan away. What a disheartening situation. How could such a person be considered the pride of the Su family? They lack any sense of the bigger picture. Their cultivation seems to have erupted even more intensely. My gaze is tinged with disappointment. At this moment, Master Wang took action. With a subtle furrow of his brow, he dispersed this surge of power with a mere flick of his hand. Lao Su, I never anticipated that you have become so weak, unable to even protect your own daughter. You truly do not deserve the title of father. Subsequently, he turned to Su Aoyan and comforted him. Young friend Aoyan, allow me to assist you in resolving this matter. I assure you, I shall not let you feel disheartened. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a profound bitterness within. However, he maintained an outward appearance of fury. You are correct, I am indeed unworthy of being a father. Yet, when confronted with an entity as formidable as the Tianyuan Mansion, I believe anyone would find it impossible to resist your authority. As a member of an esteemed family in the capital, you must surely understand the consequences of meddling in the affairs of the Su family. Subsequently, the aura emanating from him stood in stark contrast, showing no sign of yielding, despite being a formidable Purple Mansion realm expert. Naturally, he harbored no fear of Elder Wang. However, Elder Wang's arrival suggested that he possessed other forms of confidence. In a moment of jest, Wang Lao mocked, I fear no consequences. Today, my young friend Aoyan, I shall take charge of this matter. Let us see who dares to impede my path. Suddenly, a more formidable aura erupted from his being, overshadowing Su Ming, causing even the courtyard to tremble. Su Ming's expression changed dramatically, revealing a sense of astonishment. You have truly ascended to the level of a formidable being? Upon utterance of these words, the eyes of those present widened in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Indeed, he had become a powerful entity. It is important to note that within the vast realm, one could establish a sect and become a local overlord simply by possessing the Purple Mansion. The truly formidable beings can be regarded as revered sages, and they are exceedingly rare. In the absence of war, they represent an invincible presence. This is largely thanks to my esteemed friend, Yin. Were it not for him, I fear I would have little hope of transcending my limitations at this moment. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin could not refrain from mocking. How about that, old fool? Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Beside him, Wang Yuxuan's eyes glimmered with amusement at his words. Su Ming, however, frowned upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet here he was, reveling in his own petty triumph. At that moment, Su Li suddenly spoke. Enough. Do not create a commotion in the Su family any longer. I have already promised to marry Nangong Chen. This is my own decision, unrelated to my family or my father. This farce must come to an end. Upon hearing this, Su Yin glared at Su Li and bellowed. I refuse to believe it. Surely, he must have threatened you. At this moment, Su Li's fondness for him plummeted to an icy abyss. How could this individual be so utterly oblivious? Not only did he fail to comprehend his father's subtle hints, but he also dared to insult him. Moreover, his gaze was filled with lewdness, far inferior to that of Nangong Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Yin also turned his attention towards me. Are you still not a man? Do you dare to act, but not to take responsibility? At this moment, all eyes were upon me. At that moment, I regarded Su Yin with a gaze reserved for observing ants and coldly remarked, and what of it? Just moments ago, the system had alerted me that this individual was the chosen one. Su Yin, in a fit of rage, pointed at me and declared, You, a mere second-grade talent, dare to challenge me to a duel? After Su Yin spoke, he unleashed the aura of the coastal realm from his body. Wang Yuxuan echoed in agreement. Indeed, you tyrant, do you dare to engage in battle with my brother Yin? Her eyes glimmered with a fierce disdain for evil. Upon witnessing the two individuals bickering, I smiled a smile reminiscent of the one I had previously directed at Su Li, laced with an air of intimidation. The others present were left in a state of perplexity, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, Su Li alone, upon observing this, displayed a glimmer of fear in her eyes. Only one thought traversed her mind. These two were destined for misfortune. Then I turned to my second uncle and spoke. Uncle, eliminate him. As soon as the words left my lips, an overwhelming aura was unleashed, transforming the very sky. A terrifying murderous intent filled the air, suffusing the entire hall, as if all present were gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Suddenly, Nangong Chen's figure flickered, appearing before Su Yin like a fledgling chick. With a swift motion, he seized Su Yin by the throat. At that moment, the ethereal visage within the ring appeared grave, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was a formidable being of the Divine King realm, and it was unexpected that such depth of concealment could be overlooked. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan's face was tense. She turned to Wang Lao and implored, quickly call for Brother Yin. Meanwhile, Wang Lao was on his knees, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had encountered some unspeakable horror. He could not have been mistaken. Such a figure, such a murderous intent. He is undoubtedly the god of death from the northern region, Nangong Chen. Chapter 11. The Grand Wedding. A rewarding duality at this moment. The entrance of the Tianyuan Manor was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy and festivity. Nobility and dignitaries arrived in a continuous stream, for today marked the momentous occasion of the young master of Tianyuan Manor's wedding. Among the attendees were the leaders of various sects, clan patriarchs, and esteemed elders from sacred grounds, as well as numerous royals from the court. In essence, almost every prominent figure of the Great Zhou Dynasty was present. Such was the influence of the Tianyuan Manor. I, Nangong Chen, am profoundly grateful to all of you for gracing my son's wedding with your esteemed presence. Should you require anything from the Tianyuan Manor in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Nangong Chen proclaimed from the stage. his voice resonating like thunder throughout the manor. Not at all. It is our fortune to attend the young master's wedding, a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes, came the chorus of praises from the crowd. Indeed. The divine maiden is stunningly beautiful and possesses unparalleled talent, a perfect match for the young master. Yes. We hope the manor lord does not take offense at our humble gifts, they continued, showering compliments in a harmonious symphony. In a dim corner, however, a slender man brooded silently, his demeanor darkening. A match made in heaven? Huh, that waste of a man, deserving of the divine maiden? He seethed inwardly, too timid to voice his disdain openly. Your Highness, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from causing a scene today. After all, we are on the grounds of the Tianyuan Manor, a nearby servant cautioned softly, glancing around. Upon hearing this, the third prince furrowed his brow. What harm is there in causing a ruckus? Do they dare to kill me in public? Absurd. Today, I shall ensure that this fool loses face. A cold smirk crept across his lips, clearly plotting how to humiliate his rival. The servant beside him, sensing the brewing storm, chose to remain silent, inwardly lamenting the impending chaos. Before long, Nangong Chen and Su Li made their grand entrance. Clad in white garments, Nangong Chen exuded an unparalleled elegance, his striking features and noble demeanor capturing the attention of many present. Su Li, equally resplendent in her wedding gown, with cascading silvery locks and delicate makeup enhancing her breathtaking beauty, left the onlookers breathless, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. As they stood together, an inexplicable harmony radiated from their presence. Nangong Chen burst into laughter, clapping heartily, his eyes glistening with unshed tears at the sight of his stunning daughter-in-law. Ruqian, do you see? Our son is about to wed. How I wish you could be here. As he thought of the tenderness that could stir even the heart of such a formidable man, the ceremonial rites commenced. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestors. The couple bows to each other. With the elder officiant's final words, Nangong Chen and Su Li exchanged gazes. Su Li, captivated by the handsome visage before her, felt a rush of warmth flush her cheeks. Indeed, this face bore a certain charm. In her heart, Su Li could not help but reflect that she had encountered many remarkable men, yet none possessed the extraordinary beauty and charm of Nangong Chen. If only his talents were a touch more refined, and if he could shed his arrogance to quietly exist as a mere ornament at home. The thought of becoming his wife, sharing the same fate, would not be so far-fetched. A smile graced Su Li's lips, a beauty that could astonish the heavens. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen, oblivious to it all, wore a vacant expression. Ding. Upon marrying Su Li, reward of the dual pupils is available for collection. Below, the crowd erupted in admiration. The handsome young master and the divine maiden were indeed a perfect match. They were like a pair of celestial beings, seemingly emerged from a realm of poetry and painting. Truly harmonious. Their praises flowed abundantly, extolling the couple's virtues. Let us proceed to the bridal chamber. At that moment, the host, sensing the atmosphere had reached a suitable peak, hastily announced. Upon hearing this, Su Li felt a rush of crimson color flood her cheeks at the thought of what was to come. Unfamiliar with such spectacles, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Wait, she pondered, having heard tales of the talents emerging from Tianyuan Manor, brimming with heroes. The young master of Tianyuan, surely, must possess great strength. Today, I wish to challenge him and hope that he will graciously impart his wisdom upon me. Just then, a voice rang out, and the crowd turned in unison to find the speaker was none other than the third prince, Zhou Bai. Floating above, he clasped his fists and spoke, exuding an overwhelming aura. Should the young master find the disparity in our cultivation too vast, I can suppress my power to match yours, allowing us to spar and present an exhilarating duel for all present. As the husband of the divine maiden, I trust you would not decline. His tone bore a hint of provocation, his gaze haughty, as if bestowing a favor. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What was the third prince implying? Was he attempting to disrupt the occasion? It was evident to all that he was ensnaring Nangong Chen. If he accepted the challenge, he would be pitted against a 6th-grade talent, a natural kingly body, an extraordinary prodigy. How could a mere mortal hope to triumph? Conversely, if he declined, it would imply fear, placing him at a disadvantage. Either choice appeared inescapable. Challenge me, you dare? Nangong Chen responded with an air of indifference, his features strikingly handsome, resembling a celestial being. Throughout, he remained entirely unruffled, regarding Zhou Bai as if he were merely an insect. Just as he prepared to make his move, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Sensing the day of the wedding, would you like to check in? Check in. The dual pupils have been granted. Do you wish to conceal the anomaly? No need to conceal, let it be grand. Nangong Chen replied without hesitation. He was no ordinary protagonist, hiding away. He was invincible. Far from cowardice. Since he had traversed into this realm, why should he tread lightly? If he were to put on a show, let it be the grandest of spectacles. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from Nangong Chen, powerful beyond measure, akin to the awakening of an ancient deity. This occurrence was exceedingly sudden. And as the crowd sensed the overwhelming aura, their expressions shifted dramatically as they looked up. There stood Nangong Chen in the void, his eyes radiating a celestial brilliance that illuminated the entire universe. Astonishingly, his pupils split into two, transforming into boundless black holes, with each opening and closing. The celestial bodies of the cosmos seemed to evolve, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, as if an unfathomable terror were on the verge of awakening. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily sacred phenomenon erupted in the sky, as countless phantoms of ancient sages materialized. Their presence exuded an immense aura, with rules and order entwined around them. Their power so formidable that it left onlookers astounded. Most astonishing of all was the sight of them kneeling, reverently bowing before Nangong Chen. What is this? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to contain their astonishment. This is the worship of all saints. The young master of Tianyuan Mansion is truly extraordinary. He is about to awaken an immensely powerful constitution, one that will send shockwaves throughout the world. An elderly man suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. Yet their eyes still shimmered with awe. It is worth noting that the phenomenon surrounding the divine Maiden Bingfeng's divine body was not nearly as terrifying. Chapter 12. A terrifying vision, disturbing Nangong Yu just when everyone thought it was about to come to an end. A more horrifying vision emerged. With a resounding boom, 10 colossal star apparitions appeared, resembling 10 blazing suns illuminating the entire firmament. The heavens and earth resonated as divine chains of order encircled Nangong Chen. Intricate runes interweaving around him. With his eyes tightly shut, he resembled a youthful deity descended upon the mortal realm. Though the young man had yet to open his eyes, he could faintly perceive a void evolving before him. The resonance of the cosmos echoed, and streams of light danced in the air. The sound of the great Tao lingering in the skies for an eternity. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the crowd's pupils constricted, their faces reflecting disbelief. At long last, Nangong Chen opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a dual gaze, a divine radiance erupting from within, exuding an unparalleled terror as if capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Is this the legendary dual gaze? He murmured, his heart racing with exhilaration, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, particularly around his eyes. His body underwent a tremendous transformation, his cultivation soaring from the late Spirit Sea realm to the initial stage of the Purple Palace realm, a remarkable ascent indeed. Eagerly, he yearned to test the capabilities of his new eyes. At that moment, the crowd held their breath, and upon seeing Nangong Chen's extraordinary eyes, they were utterly astounded. Their entire being shaken. Could this be the fabled dual gaze? Someone recognized, exclaiming in astonishment. It is known that the dual gaze had been revered as invincible for several epochs. When it emerges, who can contend with it? The division of the pupil into two, heralding an awe-inspiring phenomenon, unmistakably signified the dual gaze. The Great Zhou was on the brink of transformation. No, even the entire landscape of the Eastern Divine Continent would shift as a result. The title of the dual gaze sovereign was not mere rhetoric. Heaven blessed the Great Zhou. To think that not only did the Ice Phoenix divine body goddess descend, but now the dual gaze has also appeared. One wonders how the third prince feels about this. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot about this matter. Considering the temperament of the Tianyuan house, this situation is unlikely to conclude peacefully. Someone is destined to play the fool. The assembly buzzed with discussions, awestruck by the revelation. Su Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance, her delicate face reflecting shock. She had never anticipated that Nangong Chen would awaken the legendary dual gaze. Meanwhile, her Ice Phoenix divine body began to exude an aura of trepidation. Could it be that the potential of the dual gaze surpasses even that of the 9th rank? In an instant, her expression became complex. She had once declared that she would marry a man stronger than herself, and now that proclamation had unexpectedly come to fruition. In the void above, a voice resonated with exuberance. Excellent. Truly, he is my son, Nangong Chen. He is indeed remarkable. Nangong Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Below, Nangong Wentian soared upward, extolling. The legendary dual gaze has manifested within our Nangong family. This is indeed a tremendous fortune. Soon, another formidable figure emerged. An aura of terror enveloping the crowd in silence, their faces paling in fear. As they discerned the identity of this individual, their pupils shrank in disbelief. It was none other than Nangong Yu, the pinnacle sage among the four saints of the Great Zhou, and also the grandfather of Nangong Chen. Nangong Yu, clad in a gray robe, exuded an ethereal aura, embodying an unparalleled strength reminiscent of celestial beings. He soared before Nangong Chen, and upon perceiving the chaotic depths of his eyes that seemed capable of engulfing him, he felt an overwhelming joy within. The heart-stirring sensation he experienced could only be attributed to the rare dual pupils. Truly, the heavens have favored the Nangong family, he exclaimed loudly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Having greeted his grandfather, father, and uncle, Nangong Chen reciprocated with nods of acknowledgement, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. Just as Nangong Yu was about to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Nangong Chen, he was met with a refusal. Grandson, there remains a task unfinished. I shall return shortly. He had not forgotten about Zhou Bai, and with that, he vanished from sight. Confounded by his abrupt disappearance, Nangong Yu was momentarily bewildered. Upon hearing the explanations from the two, realization dawned upon him, and anger flickered across his face. What accord it was! Had Chen not awakened his dual pupils? Would he not have faced humiliation on the day of his wedding due to that young boy? Nangong Yu exclaimed furiously, casting his gaze downward. At that moment, Zhou Bai, who had just been filled with fervor, turned pale upon witnessing Nangong Chen's awakening of the dual pupils. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. As Nangong Chen approached him, a faint hesitation crept into his heart. What of it? Even if he has awakened his dual pupils, I am a sixth-grade royal body. What have I to fear? He reassured himself. After all, he had just recently awakened his dual pupils, and his cultivation was merely at the foundational stage. Could a pair of dual pupils truly alter the tides? At the same time, a bold idea blossomed in Zhou Bai's mind. If he could defeat his opponent, would he not gain renown throughout the world? With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Su Li and muttered to himself, "Let us see where the chasm in our abilities truly lies." Just as Zhou Bai prepared himself for battle, he beheld Nangong Chen's dual pupils. In an instant, a potent pressure emanating from the very core of his being struck him, instilling a deep-seated fear that caused his entire body to tremble. And you, lacking even the courage to meet my gaze, dare to challenge me? Nangong Chen, draped in flowing white, his dual pupils radiating an otherworldly light, spoke disdainfully, embodying the grace of a youthful sovereign. With a thud, Zhou Bai unexpectedly knelt, the ground beneath him dampened, releasing a foul odor. The sheer terror of the pressure from the dual pupils was overwhelming, shaking his spirit and threatening to consume his very soul. Frowning, Nangong Chen turned and departed, finding the presence of such a person repulsive. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Merely the pressure from the dual pupils had vanquished a prodigy of the spirit sea realm. Truly, the dual pupils were invincible, rendering them incapable of even meeting his gaze. Indeed, I too felt as though those eyes could devour my very soul. How terrifying. Those gifted with dual pupils are unmatched with Nangong Chen in this world. It seems that all other prodigies will inevitably fade into obscurity. As they witnessed Zhou Bai's humiliation, laughter and derision erupted among the crowd. We thought he possessed great prowess. Yet here he is, reduced to such disgrace. Indeed, he has brought shame upon our royal family. The jester, having been struck in the face, fell to his knees. Zhou Bai, gradually regaining his composure, heard their jeers and felt his eyes redden. Silence, he exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Subsequently, amidst the laughter and merriment of the crowd, he lowered his head and exited the Tianyuan Mansion. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Su Yao remarked, "Is this truly my brother-in-law? How handsome, how impressive." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Beside her, Su Ming and Mother Su remained silent, their expressions filled with astonishment as they exchanged glances. It seemed that the Su family was indeed on the brink of soaring to great heights. P.S. Here is a picture of Sister Su Li and Su Yao. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Lan Feng in the Void. The eyes of Nangong Chen and his companions widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The power of the dual pupils was indeed formidable, merely through its aura. It could suppress other prodigies. Nangong went inside, acknowledging the truth of this. Indeed, I cannot even discern his cultivation level. His spiritual sea resembles a chaotic abyss. Ethereal and elusive. Nangong stroked his beard, his eyes filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen proudly proclaimed, "My son, Nangong Chen, possesses the demeanor of an emperor." At that moment, Nangong Chen below sneezed unexpectedly, his expression one of surprise. Who is it? Who is cursing me? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nangong Chen returned to Su Li's side, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he had merely resolved a trivial matter. He had not forgotten that the most crucial aspect of their marriage, the consummation, still awaited. So, how about it? Am I impressive? He jested, glancing at Su Li. As Su Li drew closer and beheld his dual pupils, she felt an overwhelming pressure, intensely powerful. Her beautiful eyes fluttered, and she replied nonchalantly, "Not bad," realizing her words. She suddenly grasped the implication of husband and felt a rush of embarrassment. There's even more impressive to come, Nangong Chen whispered into Su Li's ear. Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, radiantly beautiful. She understood his meaning all too well. Flushed with embarrassment, she gently pushed him away. Though her strength was minimal, reminiscent of a couple in tender affection, the onlookers below exchanged surprised smiles, teasing them. Look at how well these two get along. They truly complement each other. Indeed, one a dual pupil monarch and the other a 9-grade divine body. Just imagine the perfection of their future offspring. The talent is beyond my imagination. Su Li's face grew even redder at their words. At that moment, the officiant continued, "Now, let us escort the newlyweds to their chamber." Just then, an ill-timed voice rang out once more. Lan Feng of the Qiyun Sword Sect's second rank has come to challenge the young master of Tianyuan Mansion. Outside, several figures appeared, with Lan Feng leading the way. He stood tall and dignified, his robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of righteous authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs. It is he, the direct disciple of the Sword King, a swordsmanship genius who has not appeared for a century. I heard he recently defeated Kai Shikuan, ranked 10th on the Great Zhou's genius list. This is going to be interesting. The previous third prince was merely ranked 50th on the genius list. The comparison was utterly unfounded. On the stage, Nangong Chen's expression turned icy upon hearing yet another challenger disrupt his wedding night. For repeatedly interrupting my consummation, you truly deserve to be punished. Su Li, noticing his reaction, couldn't help but smile, her eyes bright and playful, her arms crossed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. I'll deal with you when I return, Nangong Chen remarked, playfully pinching her cheek. Feeling helpless, as South Palace Chun strode forth with the grace of a tiger, his white garments billowed in the air, and his eyes, imbued with a luminous depth, seemed to reflect the wonders of the cosmos, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a true sovereign. Who are you? Lan Feng inquired, startled by the presence of such a formidable figure. That useless South Palace Chin? Came the curt reply. Your father, South Palace Chin stated bluntly, showing no regard for decorum. What? Your father? Who might you be? Lan Feng was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers below erupted into laughter, casting glances at them as if they were jesters. It was then that Lan Feng's sycophant realized the truth and whispered, Master brother, it seems he is South Palace Chun. I know, Lan Feng retorted, his expression turning icy as he gritted his teeth. I never imagined the young master of Tianyuan Mansion would merely engage in idle banter. You truly disappoint me. It appears you are unworthy of marrying the goddess. Alas, yet another sycophant, South Palace Chin remarked, somewhat bemused. Although Lan Feng did not comprehend the term sycophant, he understood that he was being insulted. Make your move. I shall allow you 3 attempts, South Palace Chin declared lazily, stifling a yawn, displaying his disdain. You will only find yourself begging for mercy soon enough. Infuriated by such derision, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lan Feng's eyes. Though he could not discern South Palace Chin's strength, rumors suggested that the young master was merely a second-rate waste. Just a second-rate? How far can you cultivate? Even if you had trained since birth, you could never surpass me. With that, Lan Feng unleashed his formidable sword intent, brandishing his jade sword as he descended like a soaring dragon. This sword is named Return to One. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The Return to One was one of the 3 swords of the Qiyun Sword Sect and was said to have triumphed over Kai Shikuan in their last confrontation. It was a sword of great lethality, shrouded in high concealment. A slight misstep could lead to a bloodbath. Oh no, will South Palace Chin meet his demise today? Below, Su Li felt a pang of concern in her beautiful eyes, her expression growing complex. What was she thinking? Wouldn't South Palace Chin's death be beneficial to her? Why was she concerned for this shameless individual? Just so, South Palace Chin chuckled lightly, his heavy gaze radiating an eerie glow. With the enhancement of his profound eyes, all movement would slow, turning even the swiftest actions into a mere crawl. He made his move, pinching the sword's tip with 2 fingers, exuding an air of composure and poise. The audience erupted in astonishment. Even the figures hovering above, including South Palace Jean, widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this the power of the profound eyes? They pondered incredulously. Lan Feng, too, was struck with shock. Left momentarily speechless as his 20 years of arduous training were effortlessly intercepted. This is but the first strike, South Palace Chen stated calmly. Lan Feng, regaining his bearings, swiftly distanced himself, his expression tinged with reluctance. Once more, Qiyun's sword technique, 4th style, burning heaven sword. Upon finishing his words, the jade sword he wielded transformed into a magnificent fire dragon, vibrant and alive, exuding an overwhelming majesty as it surged towards Nangong Chen. The onlookers, sensing such formidable power, could not help but change their expressions. This sword technique was the ultimate skill of the Red Sword Divine King, and they were astonished to discover that it had been imparted to him. Now, Nangong Chen faced a daunting challenge. The might of this sword evidently reached the late stage of the spiritual sea. Without additional means, he would likely find it arduous to withstand. They shook their heads, clearly lacking confidence in Nangong Chen's abilities. Too weak. As he confronted the blazing inferno before him, a flicker of disappointment crossed Nangong Chen's eyes. However, he soon unleashed his dual pupils, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. What is this? Some, feeling the intensity, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 14. Did I say you could leave? In that moment, within Nangong Chen's dual-colored pupils, a resplendent purple light emanated, summoning forth a chaotic tempest that devoured the fire dragon whole, leaving not even a shadow in its wake. Lan Feng, witnessing the spectacle, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Boom. In the next instant, a colossal purple fire dragon emerged from the chaos, dwarfing the fire dragon previously conjured by Lan Feng, rendering it insignificant by comparison. This purple dragon exuded an aura of draconic majesty, its presence terrifyingly formidable, as it surged towards Lan Feng with astonishing speed. Caught in sheer astonishment, Lan Feng swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of such an extraordinary power. He stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. Is this truly the dragon I summoned? Regret washed over him. What manner of monstrosity was this before him? The urge to flee surged within him. Should this purple fire dragon touch him, his demise would be inevitable. At that moment, a blade of light descended from the heavens, cleaving the purple fire dragon into oblivion. Smoke billowed forth, the remnants of its explosive power radiating outward. Nangong Chen's gaze pierced through the haze, revealing a live figure amidst the smoke. Another challenger? It appears none of you shall escape today, he mused coldly. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unprepared for the appearance of yet another expert. As the smoke dissipated, a tall silhouette emerged. Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Qiyun sword sect, clad in a flowing azure gown. Wielding a verdant longsword, her figure graceful and her demeanor ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon her arrival, the crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by her presence. She is Lu Ruyan, the saintess. No wonder she was able to counter the young masteress strike. She is a prodigy ranked 3rd on the genius list, possessing the heart of a sword emperor with an 8th grade aptitude. Having heard of Lu Ruyan as one of the 4 beauties of the Great Zhou, those who beheld her today could not help but acknowledge her unparalleled reputation. However, having intervened to save Lan Feng, it seemed likely that she too would find it difficult to exit the Tianyuan Mansion unscathed today. Below, the guests murmured among themselves, shaking their heads in lamentation. Fellow cultivator, it was merely a sparring match. Why resort to lethal force? Lu Ruyan spoke coldly, directing her gaze at Nangong Chen. Lan Feng, still alive thanks to the saintess's intervention, felt a surge of excitement. He rose to his feet, eager to defend himself and cast blame upon Nangong Chen. Thank you, saintess, for saving me. If it weren't for silence. Lu Ruyan interrupted sharply, her icy gaze silencing him instantly. What a fool. It was one thing to indulge in cleverness within the sect. To act so foolishly here was truly a waste of her effort to save him. Faced with her frigid stare, Lan Feng found his words faltering, a tremor of fear coursing through him. He had never before witnessed such disdain from the saintess. Upon hearing her name, Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the truth of her reputation. Indeed, the Empress of Smoke had experienced poverty, cunning, and deceit, yet had never been lacking in beauty. However, regaining his composure, he responded coldly, a spar? From the very beginning, I never referred to this as a sparring match. Since you chose to bestow your teachings upon me prior to my grand wedding, it is clear that you are my arch-nemesis. If you do not perish today, then the existence of the Tianyuan sword sect is rendered unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's expression turned somewhat awkward. She was indeed aware of their culpability and, for a moment, was at a loss for words. Were it not for her regard for her fellow disciples, she would not have come to Lan Feng's aid. What conditions might quell your fury? Lu Ruoyan spoke, her voice melodious and magnetic, embodying the essence of a commanding presence. As for conditions, Nangong Chen's gaze lingered upon her delicate form, his eyes brimming with an aggressive intensity. Witnessing this, the onlookers shook their heads in dismay, realizing that yet another beauty was destined to fall under Nangong Chen's sway. That is out of the question. If you intend to set your sights on me, then you might as well eliminate them right away, Lu Ruoyan retorted, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost, her tone icy. With that, she stepped aside, no longer shielding Lan Feng from harm. However, it would be unbecoming for the esteemed young master of Tianyuan Mansion to engage in a violent confrontation over such a trivial matter. Her voice was frigid, imbued with confidence, as she was certain that he would not dare to take Lan Feng's life, should Nangong Chen truly have the interests of Tianyuan Mansion at heart. Observing the woman's haughty demeanor, Nangong Chen could not help but chuckle. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Option 1. Apologize to Lu Ruoyan and the others, pledging not to trouble them further, rewarding Lu Ruoyan with 5 points of favorability and obtaining her original stockings. Option 2. Apologize to Lan Feng, acknowledging that as the young master of Tianyuan Mansion, he should not exhibit such pettiness, rewarding Lan Feng with a point of favorability and acquiring a drop of true dragon blood. Option 3. Since you have stepped aside, what reason do I have not to kill? Strike down Lan Feng, earning the manifestation of the Chaos Seed's Blue Lotus. Upon seeing these 3 options, Nangong Chen did not hesitate, selecting the third choice immediately. It not only promised exhilaration, but also the prospect of an illustrious manifestation. Why would he refrain? Apologizing to them was an impossibility. Moreover, did he truly need those points of favor? The notion of Lu Ruoyan's original stockings as a bargaining chip was utterly contemptible. Since you have stepped aside, what reason do I have not to kill? Nangong Chen remarked with a smile. Subsequently, with runes intertwining in his dual pupils, a divine light erupted from within, instantly transforming Lan Feng into a mist of crimson. Lu Ruoyan's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over her. He had truly dared to take action. The audience erupted in a clamor, their expressions a mixture of shock. None had anticipated that Lan Feng would ultimately meet his demise. You did not truly believe I would shy away from killing, did you? Nangong Chen's demeanor remained indifferent, as though he had extinguished an insignificant insect, devoid of any emotion. Seeing the reward of the Chaos Seed's Blue Lotus materialize, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Lu Ruoyan gritted her silver teeth, her complexion pale, with Lan Feng's death. She would undoubtedly face the ire of the sect leader upon her return. Contemplating this, she resolved to turn and depart, unwilling to engage further with this madman. Hold on. Did I say you could leave? Nangong Chen's voice interrupted her. To morally bind me and then expect to depart? How absurd. Lu Ruoyan regained her composure, her beautiful eyes glistening with frost as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, I harbor no grievances against you. Why can I not leave? Do you intend to humiliate a woman in front of so many people? You are correct, Nangong Chen replied, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He continued, the members of the Tianyuan Sword sect have intruded upon the Tianyuan Manor, disrupting my wedding. I suspect their intentions are nefarious. Seize them. With his command, a cadre of guards clad in golden armor materialized, their gazes frigid and their presence formidable, swiftly apprehending the intruders. Satisfied, Nangong Chen observed the scene. You truly overestimate yourselves, thinking you can come and go as you please. How laughable. Lu Ruoyan, caught off guard, found herself restrained by several powerful figures before she could react. Her delicate face turned pale, disbelief etched across her features. This Nangong Chen was indeed a master of inverting right and wrong, a being devoid of law or order. Chapter 15. As night falls, the crowd expressed their surprise at the unexpected outcome, witnessing Nangong Chen being thunderously suppressed. They could not help but marvel at the power of the Tianyuan Mansion, which had the audacity to detain even disciples of the sect. It is worth noting that within the Great Zhou Dynasty, the court lacked the authority to subdue these immortal sects, and instead granted them considerable privileges. Thus, Lu Ruoyan was taken away in a state of disarray, her cultivation sealed. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Nangong Chen. Seeing that the farce had come to an end, Nangong Chen spoke up with a clear voice. I apologize for the spectacle today. I shall drink to atone. With that, he drank from his cup with nonchalance. The others, witnessing his demeanor, raised their cups in return, jesting, to subduing scoundrels. Young master displays exceptional courage, earning our admiration. Indeed, that disciple of the immortal sect, emboldened by the authority granted by the court, had acted with utter disregard, causing much trouble. Today was a relief to us all. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Nangong Chen's face. In this realm of cultivation, it is indeed the might of one's fist that dictates reason and rules. The wedding banquet continued as usual. At the dining table, Nangong Yu was overjoyed to discover that his grandson's partner was the divine maiden Su Li. Come, granddaughter-in-law. This is the quasi-saint demon dragon I hunted in the northern domain. It is said to enhance beauty and aid in cultivation, he cheerfully proclaimed, serving it onto her plate amidst her astonished gaze. Su Li, momentarily dazed, could hardly believe that she was not only meeting this legendary sage today, but also being served by him. However, upon realizing his affectionate title, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, grandfather, she finally managed to say after a brief hesitation. Beside her, Su Ming and Su Mu exchanged smiles, their hearts equally astonished. The disparity between the Su and Nangong families was immense, yet in this situation, the Nangong family treated them as equals, as kin. Furthermore, sharing a table with this legendary sage from the Great Zhou was a moment they would cherish and boast about for a long time. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's face, resembling ancient leather, brightened with joy. Ah, my dear granddaughter-in-law, since you have married into the Nangong family, you are one of us now. Should that rascal bully you in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall teach him a lesson. If his father dares not, surely his grandfather will. Nangong Chen chuckled sheepishly, clearly somewhat intimidated by Nangong Yu. Ah, how could I ever bully my dear wife? Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he exchanged a playful glance with Su Li, his eyes pleading. Seeing this, Su Li's lips curled into a charming smile, her beautiful eyes dancing with mischief. She had not anticipated such a side to this seemingly exalted man, which softened her initial reservations about him. After a moment's contemplation, and under Nangong Chen's beseeching gaze, she replied with a light laugh, he treats me well. He has not bullied me at all. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen felt a quiet sigh of relief within his heart. Fortunately, this woman had not revealed anything, yet her previous gaze was quite unexpected. Who would have thought that such a dignified celestial maiden would possess such a side? It seems that tonight, in the bridal chamber, she would receive a proper lesson. Nangong Yu nodded in agreement, expressing satisfaction. If that rascal troubles you in the future, make sure to inform me. Yes, yes. Su Li obediently nodded, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a subtle smile. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Chen felt a stirring within him. In his previous life, he had never experienced such a complete family. Thankfully, fate had brought him to this world. However, a lingering regret remained. It seemed he had never seen his mother since birth, and his father avoided the topic. Where had his mother gone? Was she still alive? What had transpired during his birth? These questions haunted Nangong Chen like a relentless nightmare. Perhaps it was best to focus on enhancing his strength. In due time, all would be revealed. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, he joined them in celebration. As night deepened, within the dimly lit room, a striking figure clad in red sat upon the bed, her cascading silver hair framing a breathtaking visage. Su Li felt a wave of anxiety, her delicate, porcelain-like hands clenched tightly. Her silken strands shimmered, swaying intermittently, stirring a sense of anticipation within her. If that rascal were to enter, should she acquiesce or resist? A faint blush adorned Su Li's cheeks as she pondered. Indeed, the original Nangong Chen had possessed a singular flaw in talent, but now, with the awakening of his dual pupils, his capabilities surpassed hers, rendering him nearly perfect. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, and Su Li recognized that Nangong Chen had arrived. Upon entering, Nangong Chen beheld Su Li seated on the bed, adorned in a red dress. Her exquisite face enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, resembling a vibrant rose that beckoned to be plucked. For a moment, under the warm glow of the dim light, Nangong Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Then, gazing at her soft, ruby lips, he succumbed to temptation and leaned in to kiss her. Su Li, taken aback, was shocked at his boldness. This was her first kiss. Moments later, the candlelight was extinguished by Nangong Chen. Amidst the fervent breaths, faint sounds of Su Li's soft murmurs could be heard. You scoundrel, If you betray me in this life, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Early morning dawned, a pale light emerging at the horizon, casting a gentle glow upon the scattered red plums on the bed, vivid and crimson. Nangong Chen opened his eyes, only to find that the enchanting lady beside him had already departed. He sensed a swirling, icy blue energy within his body, which was decidedly beneficial. Was this Su Li's primaline? In addition, he discovered that his cultivation had dramatically advanced from the initial stage of the Purple Mansion to the mid-stage. Naturally, his combat prowess underwent a tremendous transformation, making him feel capable of vanquishing hundreds of his former selves. Each realm is divided into 4 stages: initial, mid, late, and pinnacle. Thus, it seemed that he was not far from reaching the next realm. Contemplating this, a smile graced his face. Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed, "On your first day of marriage. Would you like to check in?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen promptly responded, "Check in." Chapter 16. Even villains can regret ding. A reward of the secret of action. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's eyes brimmed with astonishment. It was indeed the secret of action. One must understand that the 9-character secret is an unparalleled skill. While the secret of action possesses the ultimate speed in the world, capable of transcending the limits of realms. This is splendid. In terms of speed, he had yet to cultivate a formidable body technique, and the secret of action could certainly remedy this deficiency. Regaining his composure, Nangong Chen proceeded outside. Mindful of the significant task that awaited him today, he arrived at an open area and set up a barrier, subsequently casting the ring previously held by Su Aotian onto the ground. "Senior, will you not come out to meet me?" Nangong Chen called out, his dual pupils emanating a spectral glow, seemingly able to pierce through the very fabric of existence. He had not forgotten that Su Aotian's fortune lay within. With a sweeping glance, he discerned a soul within the ring. However, the shadow hidden within the ring remained unmoved, a mocking smile adorning its face. "Young man, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Do you truly believe you can coax me out with such dreams?" The figure, named Hong Tian, was the remnant soul of a top-tier alchemist from the central divine continent. By a twist of fate, he had found himself trapped within Su Aotian's ring. And after absorbing spiritual energy for several years, he had successfully awakened. Moments passed, yet there was still no reaction from the ring, causing a flicker of anger to cross Nangong Chen's face. "Do you truly think that hiding within this ring makes you invulnerable? Do not force my hand to destroy this ring, leaving you nowhere to hide." Upon hearing this, Hong Tian's lips curled in disdain. He was well aware of the ring's origin. It was forged from celestial meteorite iron, and a mere junior at the Purple Mansion realm could not hope to breach it. Wait, when did he reach the Purple Mansion realm? Had he not been at the Spirit Sea just days prior? As realization dawned, the smile on Hong Tian's face froze. What? He broke through from the Spirit Sea to the mid-Purple Mansion realm in a single day? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Even someone with 9th-grade aptitude would not possess such extraordinary progression. Outside, Nangong Chen revealed a peculiar smile upon witnessing this reaction. "You choose not to emerge, do you? Very well, if you wish to remain cooped up in that shell for eternity." He was aware that within his dual pupils resided a divine fire capable of incinerating all. Known as the 9 Nether Inferno, a formidable entity ranked high on the list of extraordinary flames. "Amaterasu," Nangong Chen declared dramatically. Subsequently, an immensely terrifying black flame ignited, fiercely burning as it enveloped the ring. As the 9 Nether Inferno manifested, the shadow within the ring leaped out, its complexion a ghastly pale. Observing this, Nangong Chen wore a satisfied smile. "At last, you have emerged. Shameless junior, how dare you treat me in such a manner? Do you know who I am?" Hong Tian exclaimed in fury, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. For he could sense that this flame could not only pierce through the ring, but could also incinerate souls. Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, he arrogantly proclaimed, "Since you have gone to such lengths to seek my audience, you must desire my guidance. Therefore, in light of the harm you have inflicted upon my disciple, you shall first cripple yourself by severing your own arms, and then prostrate yourself before me, after which I may consider imparting my wisdom to you." Observing his lofty demeanor, Nangong Chen chuckled, his gaze gradually turning icy. "You wish for me to mutilate myself? To bow before you? You are not worthy." Initially contemplating the possibility of utilizing him and sparing his life, he now resolved that such a fool did not deserve mercy and should perish once more. 9 Nether Inferno, Nangong Chen uttered, and in that moment, his dual pupils erupted with an even more resplendent ethereal glow. A torrent of black flames descended from the heavens, seemingly intent on incinerating the entire world, swiftly encircling Hong Tian. Bold fool, how dare you? Cease this at once and retract these malevolent flames. Hong Tian's pupils constricted, disbelief coursing through him as he realized this youth dared to truly burn him. As he beheld those dual pupils, comprehension dawned upon him. It was indeed the legendary dual sight. Ah, it hurts. Please, no more. I am but an old man. I shall perish. The ethereal form of Hong Tian writhed in agony. The flames far too terrifying to endure. He had not anticipated that Nangong Chen would truly strike with lethal intent. Such a reaction was utterly unfathomable. Shouldn't he be kneeling in gratitude instead? How had the tables turned? Nangong Chen's expression remained impassive as he silently observed the illusory figure being consumed by the nine nether inferno. I was wrong. Please, stop. I shall truly perish. Hong Tian cried out desperately, his spectral form growing increasingly translucent, on the verge of vanishing entirely. Nangong Chen said nothing, continuing to watch. Aware that this was not yet the limit, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Tian's eyes. Had he been discovered? Indeed. Within his soul lay a fragment of soul energy, sufficient for him to employ a forbidden technique to assault Nangong Chen's consciousness and usurp his place. Cursed fate. If this continues, I shall truly die? Nangong Chen sneered. Observing the spectral form that was now regaining some substance, he understood that this old man harbored ill intentions. Soon, fear finally crept into Hong Tian's eyes, for his soul energy was nearly depleted, and at that moment, he would face genuine death. I am afraid. I am terrified. Do not kill me. I am willing to divulge all that I know. With a thud, Hong Tian fell to his knees, pleading. Witnessing this, Nangong Chen withdrew some of the flames, speaking coldly, open your consciousness and allow me to search your soul. If you survive this, I shall spare your life. He was not foolish. Should this old man have any hidden tricks up his sleeve, it would mean his own demise. Thus soul-searching was the safer option. With a mere thread of thought, he could uncover all truths. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian's expression turned awkward. He had never anticipated being soul-searched by a mere youth. Yet now, he was utterly depleted, incapable of resistance. In a desperate bid for survival, he clenched his teeth, hesitating briefly before finally opening his consciousness. Although soul-searching posed significant danger to the subject, he could no longer afford to contemplate the risks. Upon witnessing the scene, Nangong Chen refrained from indulging in further discourse and directly unleashed a surge of divine consciousness. A piercing cry escaped Hong Tian's lips, his visage contorted in agony. As though his very mind were being penetrated by a power drill, the excruciating torment tearing at his soul. Moments later, Nangong Chen withdrew his consciousness. An expression of profound satisfaction illuminating his countenance, for he had evidently gleaned a wealth of significant information. Conversely, Hong Tian gasped for breath, his ethereal form becoming increasingly tenuous. As if on the brink of vanishing entirely. The soul search is complete, young man. You should honor your promise and spare my life, he implored. Nangong Chen, upon hearing this, merely offered a cold smirk. Have you not heard? Villains often renege on their word. Old Bai Deng, your time has come. You deceive me. Hong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze filled with malice as he regarded Nangong Chen. Ignoring him entirely, Nangong Chen unleashed a decisive strike, obliterating the essence of that soul once and for all. Chapter 17. Su Aotian awakens, a new task after absorbing the memories. Nangong Chen wore a satisfied smile on his face. Truly, as a top-tier alchemist, these ancient elixirs had been lost to time. And now the art of alchemy has been handed down to me. Ah, Su Aotian, you are indeed a greenhorn ripe for the picking. It seems I must take my time to reap the benefits. With this thought, a glimmer of deep meaning appeared in his eyes. Within Hong Tian's memories, he learned that Su Aotian's next step would be to venture to Tianyuan Academy to seize the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet, which contained an extraordinary technique. As for Tianyuan Academy, a vague impression lingered in his mind. It was established by the revered Confucius of the Four Saints of the Great Zhou, a gathering place for prodigies that has nurtured many exceptional talents for the Great Zhou. Almost every renowned powerhouse today emerged from Tianyuan Academy, showcasing the formidable prowess of their disciple cultivation. In the past, royal disciples who abused their power within its walls were mercilessly expelled by the Academy's head, Confucius, earning the institution a reputation as a sanctuary for the humble and downtrodden. Ding! A mission has been issued to sign in at Tianyuan Academy. At this moment, a chilling notification sounded. Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile broke across his face. Just as he was planning to head to Tianyuan Academy, the system prompted him to check in. It seemed that this visit was indeed imperative. He couldn't help but wonder how Su Outyin would react upon seeing his expression when that time came. In the imperial capital, Wang family. Inside a chamber, a familiar figure lay unconscious on the bed, his right hand wrapped in white cloth, blood seeping through, indicating that it had been severed. Indeed, this individual was Su Outyin. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, seemingly trapped in a nightmarish vision. Suddenly, he jolted awake, shouting, "Nangong Chen, I will kill you." A servant standing by, witnessing this, had their pupils constrict in shock and hurried away to inform the family head. Upon awakening, Su Outyin, recognizing the familiar surroundings, initially thought it to be a false alarm, but upon seeing the empty space where his right hand once was, he realized it was no mere dream. "Ah, my right hand, you shall pay for this, Nangong Chen, if I do not slay you in this life. I, Su Outyin, vow to never be human again." His eyes glowed crimson as he roared. What he truly cared about was not his hand, but the ring that had adorned it. That ring was his greatest reliance for rising to power. Now that it had been taken by Nangong Chen, how could he possibly grow stronger? The head of the Wang family, upon hearing his agonized scream, couldn't help but furrow his brow, his gaze icy as he confronted Su Outyin. "Do you not know your crimes?" Wang Xiong smashed the door open with a single strike, entering with a cold stare fixed upon Su Outyin. Struggling to contain his fury, members of the Wang family soon arrived, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded him. "What crime have I committed?" Su Outyin was bewildered by the furious shouts, gazing at the crowd with confusion. "You damn fool, you have ruined my daughter, and now you feign amnesia." Wang Xiong, filled with fury, unleashed his formidable aura, a pressure akin to the sea cascading towards him. Upon hearing this, Su Outyin finally grasped that the girl who incessantly called him Brother Outyin had seemingly vanished. Contemplating this, his complexion turned ashen, harboring an immense resentment towards Nangong Chen. "Master, allow me to explain," Su Outyin hastily interjected, eager to defend himself. With his meridians crippled and devoid of any cultivation, he found himself reliant on the Wang family. Otherwise, how could he hope to rise again? "Explain, you wretched beast. Were it not for your foolish desire to show off and take my daughter with you, would Yushuan have been enslaved?" As soon as Su Outyin finished speaking, Wang Xiong unleashed a punch that sent him crashing into the wall. The previously recovering Su Outyin was now in a worse state than before, his organs feeling as though they might shatter. His face turned pale, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to comprehend why he was being subjected to such brutality. It was worth noting that Wang Xiong had previously worn a smile while attempting to unite him with Wang Yushuan. Now, he seemed like a completely different person. Wang Xiong, seething with rage, appeared unsatisfied. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, an ethereal figure intervened. Old Wang halted him, shaking his head, and advised, "Enough. He is already crippled, and Yushuan has been taken by Nangong Chen. Killing him will resolve nothing. Moreover, I bear some responsibility in this matter. If you seek someone to blame, let it be me." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong's fury began to dissipate, though his anger remained unquenched. Su Outyin, observing this, breathed a sigh of relief, but a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Xiong. "You old fool. Is it merely a daughter you've lost? Besides, she is not dead. Should I regain my strength? I shall ensure your demise for daring to lay a hand on me. The pressing matter at hand is to inquire about the developments in the Tianyuan residence and how to retrieve Yushuan," Old Wang continued. "You speak the truth. Yet Su Outyin must still provide me with an explanation," Wang Xiong retorted, still brimming with ire. The gazes of the Wang family members fell upon him, and without a satisfactory account, it would be difficult to quell their unrest. Old Wang hesitated briefly before declaring, "We shall strip Su Outyin of his title as an elder and expel him from the Wang family, never to return." At this pronouncement, Su Outyin felt as though lightning had struck him, his face a mask of disbelief. He had not anticipated such mercilessness from those he once saved. In that moment, a dark thought crossed his mind and urged to annihilate them all. The onlookers nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Su Outyin, gritting his teeth, cast a cold, lingering glare at all present, seemingly intent on memorizing their faces for future retribution. "What are you staring at? Truly foolish, lacking strength, yet striving to put on a facade. This is merely a remedy for your drooling. Have you finally met your match? Weren't you rather arrogant before?" The disciples, witnessing this, offered no mercy in their scornful taunts. Upon hearing the words, Su Outyin's countenance became exceedingly awkward, his face flushed crimson, as if the scars of his heart had been cruelly reopened. The attitude of those around him filled him with a profound sense of disillusionment, igniting a fervent desire to slay them all. "Mark my words, you shall all pay dearly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, Su Outyin declared coldly, quickening his pace. His steps unsteady as he fled the royal residence in a state of disarray. At this moment, his animosity towards Nangong Chen had reached its zenith, wishing fervently to see him suffer the most excruciating torment. If it were not for him, would he have fallen to such depths? It is all because of you, Nangong Chen. At this juncture, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Deep within the Silver Moon mountain range, he had concealed a precious herb, one potent enough to restore him to his former glory. Once his body recuperated, he would make his way to the Tianyuan Academy, where an opportunity awaited him, one that could alter his fate in a most extraordinary manner. When that time comes, neither Nangong Chen nor any of you ungrateful wretches will escape my wrath. Chapter 18. Will the Crimson Sword God King follow? Tianyuan Mansion. Why is it that you, a mere maid, seem reluctant to give this young master a massage? In the courtyard, Nangong Chen lounged in a grand chair, observing Wang Yuxuan, who was clad in a maid's outfit, and teasing her. Wang Yuxuan gritted her teeth, her ebony hair adorned with a pair of cat ears, complemented by her innocent and charming visage, rendering her quite alluring. Particularly, her delicate feet, encased in sheer black stockings, radiated a lustrous sheen, appearing exquisitely smooth. Nangong Chen's voice rang out again, hinting at his dissatisfaction. Upon noticing this, Wang Yuxuan approached slowly, her dainty hands resting on his shoulders as she began to knead gently. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation, yet she dared not voice it, appearing rather sulky. Ever since he had brought Wang Yuxuan back a couple of days ago, he had dispatched someone to instruct her on how to be a competent maid. Now, 2 days later, she had successfully graduated from the maid academy. Naturally, at this moment, she harbored a great deal of resentment towards Nangong Chen. Indeed, it seems you have learned exceptionally well over these past 2 days. Your technique surpasses even that of the courtesans outside, which brings me some delight, Nangong Chen praised, entirely oblivious to her feelings. Hearing this, Wang Yuxuan clenched her teeth tighter, wishing to strike him down. How dare he compare me to courtesans? What a scoundrel! As she thought this, her massage grew firmer. By the way, this outfit suits you splendidly. It was worth the 2 spirit crystals I spent to have it custom made, Nangong Chen mused, inhaling the delightful fragrance of the young girl. Wang Yuxuan was taken aback upon hearing that this attire cost 2 spirit crystals, an equivalent of 20 million spirit stones. Her usual allowance was merely 10,000 spirit stones. If she were to purchase it herself, she would be waiting for ages. Such wealth, Wang Yuxuan muttered under her breath. She had thought herself a wealthy heiress, but in comparison to him, she felt like a mere child in front of a giant. Nangong Chen, however, remained unfazed, believing that money was meant to be spent. Otherwise, what purpose did it serve? Wang Yuxuan was left speechless by his extravagant remarks, her mind clouded with frustration. Strangely enough, since becoming Nangong Chen's maid, her disdain for him seemed to have diminished somewhat. Gazing at the youthful figure before her, possessing both an ethereal grace and striking beauty, she couldn't help but think of Su Outyin. Now that Su Outyin's meridians were crippled, rendering him incapable of cultivation for life, she hoped he could settle into an ordinary existence. Meanwhile, she had descended to become Nangong Chen's maid, destined to lead a life far removed from his world. Ultimately, one must look forward. Yet, she pondered anxiously how her family would react upon learning she had been taken by Nangong Chen. What's wrong? Are you homesick? Nangong Chen, as if sensing her thoughts, spoke up. Wang Yuxuan remained silent, continuing to massage him in silence. I am not unreasonable. Should you perform well in the future, I shall naturally allow you to return. Nangong Chen continued, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes brightened with surprise. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Young master, the Crimson Sword God King seeks an audience. He is currently in the hall. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen rose, elegantly brushing his white garments. Come, let us meet this God King. Wang Yuxuan's pupils slightly contracted at the sight. A God King had come to seek an audience with Nangong Chen. Was this the prowess of the Tianyuan manor? Moreover, it was from the renowned top sect, the Tianyuan Sword sect, within the Great Zhou. In the hall, the Crimson Sword God King appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting in the presence of several individuals. As the figure clad in white arrived, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he has come. This wait has been rather arduous. Clad in white, Nangong Chen exuded an ethereal aura, his eyes resembling a galaxy, akin to a celestial being. At this moment, he had retracted his unique pupils, revealing ordinary eyes. Following closely behind him was the petite figure of Wang Yuxuan. Upon witnessing this, the Crimson Sword God King took a deep breath and spoke. "I have come today to offer my apologies." The words stunned those present. Originally, they had anticipated a confrontation, but to their surprise, he had indeed come to express contrition. "You have annihilated your disciple, and yet you remain unperturbed?" "Oh," Nangong Chen responded, slightly taken aback. "It is my failure in educating my disciples. The other day, the young master's wedding disturbed your peace, and Lan Feng's demise was a consequence of his own actions. He brought it upon himself. As for the others being detained by the young master, that is only to be expected." The Crimson Sword God King spoke earnestly. His lack of emotional turmoil was not out of indifference. Rather, Lan Feng had been nurtured by the previous sect master and was not his direct disciple. So his death would not significantly impact the sect. However, Lu Ruyan was of utmost importance, possessing the heart of a sword emperor with an 8th grade aptitude. A prodigy of unparalleled talent in the entire Great Zhou. Today, I present this token of goodwill, and I hope the young master can show mercy. The Crimson Sword God King placed his offering on the ground. After glancing at the items, Nangong Chen found nothing particularly astonishing, including a volume of the sect's supreme sword technique that the Crimson Sword God King had deemed essential. At this moment, Wang Yuxuan, standing behind him, revealed a hint of desire in her gaze. Among the items was a treasure known as the 3 lotus flowers, particularly suitable for her jade spirit body. Nonetheless, she refrained from speaking, as these items were beyond her reach. Nangong Chen, observing from above, appeared astonished. The offering of a sect's ultimate technique was indeed a display of profound sincerity. One might mistakenly believe it to be a pledge of allegiance, as if seeking to join the Tianyuan manor. Shortly thereafter, the Crimson Sword God King added, "I have one more request. Chaos is imminent, and the entire Great Zhou has entered its twilight. I wonder if the Tianyuan manor is in need of subordinate forces?" "Oh, you mean to say you wish to join the Tianyuan manor?" Nangong Chen's interest was piqued, now that he had revealed his talents. It was time to cultivate his own influence. "Indeed, it is uncertain," the Crimson Sword God King continued. "Very well, I shall permit your entry, but on the condition that you pledge your allegiance to my son." At this moment, Nangong Chen also discerned the implications. A flicker of joy crossed the Crimson Sword God King's visage. To join the formidable Tianyuan Mansion meant liberation from the constraints imposed by the imperial court. This was a monumental boon for them. "Release the spiritual sea, and allow me to inscribe my mark," Nangong Chen stated succinctly and resolutely. He had no desire to be betrayed by his own faction in the future. "Agreed. Yet before we proceed, I wish to witness the young master's dual pupils." The Crimson Sword God King replied after a moment of hesitation, gritting his teeth. He sought to ascertain whether Nangong Chen was worthy of his allegiance. It was evident that, at this juncture, Nangong Chen had yet to reveal his dual pupils. Chapter 19. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. As the words fell, Nangong Chen no longer concealed his aura. His eyes transformed into dual pupils, resembling an expansive galaxy, within which profound truths unfolded. A presence capable of shaking the heavens and the earth erupted forth, with runes intertwining around him, radiating brilliance akin to that of a youthful monarch. The Crimson Sword God King widened his eyes, his pupils constricting. He found himself entranced by the mesmerizing dual pupils, as if he had slipped into a void, his entire being rendered powerless, a wave of trepidation coursing through him, igniting an involuntary urge to kneel. Despite being a formidable God King, he was undeniably affected in the presence of those dual pupils. What a terrifying talent this was! Overwhelmed by his admiration, he found himself kneeling on one knee, surrendering completely. "I am Qi Xiao, willing to follow the young master through fire and water." Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Behind him, Wang Yuxuan appeared somewhat pale, her eyes wide with astonishment. The power of his dual pupils was astonishing indeed. This realization deepened her despondency, as it seemed her brother Outyan's desire for revenge would remain unfulfilled in this lifetime. "To follow me is the most prudent choice you shall ever make. In the future, I will ascend to the pinnacle, ruling over eternity, becoming a being above all." Nangong Chen spoke with an air of indifference, his gaze commanding, imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. At that moment, the sky erupted with a mysterious yellow energy, brilliant 5-colored lights shimmering, resonating with the sound of the Tao. The crowd was left in shock. This was indeed a resonance of the heavenly Tao. Those favored by the Tao were destined for greatness. And it was astonishing how Nangong Chen's words had incited such a profound commotion. Qi Zhao's eyes gleamed with fervent admiration. He had undeniably succumbed to Nangong Chen's charisma. Maintaining his composure, Nangong Chen retracted his dual pupils, for the magnitude of this spectacle was too grand, not conducive to his villainous demeanor, and could lead to unnecessary troubles in his daily life. Although he did not fear such matters, the accumulation of them could become bothersome. Since that is the case, Qi Zhao, you shall go and bring back Lu Ruoyan and the others. Understood. As he observed Qi Zhao's retreating figure, Nangong Chen felt an inexplicable sentiment. He wondered how Lu Ruoyan would react upon learning that the sect had fallen under his command. Once everyone had departed, the grand hall was left with only the father and son of the Nangong family. You say you wish to go to the Tianyuan Academy? Nangong Zhan inquired, seemingly astonished. Just to have some fun and attend to certain matters, Nangong Chen replied, concealing some details casually. He could not disclose the existence of the system within his heart, for it was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhan chuckled and remarked, you two truly share the same disposition. Earlier today, Su Li approached me, expressing her desire to go to the Tianyuan Academy. She must have set off by now. I didn't expect you to be going as well. At this, Nangong Chen felt a twinge of surprise. She was also heading to the Tianyuan Academy? Given her demeanor, it must have been a plan she had long harbored, coinciding with the recent recruitment of new disciples at the academy, which he had permitted her to pursue. Nangong Zhan continued, taking a sip of tea, a grin spreading across his face. By the way, she asked me to convey to you that she intends to grow stronger and catch up to your pace. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a smile graced his lips. He confirmed that the incident between the two of them was not what led to their marital bond. Perhaps this little girl was simply shy and concocted an excuse. Nonetheless, to catch up to her husband's pace would likely prove to be a challenge. Since you wish to go, it just so happens that our Tianyuan house has quotas for Tianyuan Academy each year. You may depart tomorrow. How does that sound? As for matters at the academy, I will make the necessary arrangements in advance. Nangong Zhan contemplated for a moment before speaking. I will defer to my father on all matters. Nangong Chen nodded and replied with a smile. The sense of having connections certainly made everything feel different, as everything could be handled with ease. Time swiftly passed, and soon several days had elapsed. A colossal, jet-black flying vessel soared through the heavens, trailing clouds and radiating divine light, inciting a flurry of discussions among those on the journey. Is it another person from that influential faction making their appearance? This flying vessel is truly astonishing. The esteemed individual aboard is likely someone we can only gaze upon from afar in this lifetime, one exclaimed. Look, the banner above seems to inscribe the words Tianyuan. A collective gasp echoed as realization dawned upon the crowd, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. So it is indeed someone from the Tianyuan house. That explains everything. In today's Great Zhou, only they could undertake such a grand venture. The onlookers gazed with a mix of envy and trepidation. Aboard the flying vessel, Nangong Chen reclined comfortably, savoring the sweet and delectable spiritual grapes presented to him by Wang Yuxuan, who was dressed in a catgirl-maid outfit. As he admired the picturesque scenery, he couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's pure and enchanting visage flickered with a hint of confusion. Aren't grapes supposed to be purple? Just as Nangong Chen prepared to utter more playful banter, a cold notification chimed in. Ding! You have reached the boundary of Great Zhou. Would you like to check in? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nangong Chen's eyes. He hadn't anticipated an unexpected delight from merely riding a flying vessel. Check in, he silently intoned. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine-level martial art, divine elephant suppressing prison technique. As the system's voice faded, an intricate stream of martial art formulas surged into Nangong Chen's consciousness. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique draws upon one's qi to channel the divine, transforming spirit into form. With every movement, the power of the divine elephant converges within oneself, manifesting in 100,000 particles. Each particle is akin to a divine elephant. Should one awaken 100,000 particles, they would be imbued with the strength of 100,000 divine elephants, elevating their physical prowess to an extraordinarily terrifying level. With a single punch, mountains could be cleaved, seas could be parted, the very fabric of the universe could collapse, stars could be obliterated, and the sun and moon could be reversed, all in the blink of an eye. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique is indeed a formidable martial art, rare even within the Tianyuan house. Nangong Chen mused inwardly. For him at present, Although the dual pupils commanded a significant presence, his foundation remained weak. Should he fully comprehend the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, it would bridge this considerable gap, paving the way for him to become a perfect pentagonal warrior. Upon this realization, Nangong Chen seated himself upon the ground, immersed in contemplation. Witnessing this, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She withdrew the platter of fruit in her hands and quietly observed his cultivation. This marked the first instance in recent days that she had seen Nangong Chen so earnestly devoted to his practice. Previously, his carefree demeanor had led her to believe he was neglecting his training. At this moment, Nangong Chen was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Boom. Soon, he sensed the particles within him shatter, as if a colossal elephant had awakened, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and shattered the stars. He continued his practice, as golden vitality surged forth, transforming into a magnificent golden elephant that dominated the realm. Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Chapter 20. Assassination. At that moment, high above in the celestial sphere, a figure of exquisite grace observed Nangong Chen. Adorned with a ghostly mask, her presence was astonishingly formidable, causing even the void to quiver. As her eyes opened and closed, rivers of stars seemed to swirl within them, a terrifying aura that even the mightiest of the Great Zhou, Nangong Yu, did not possess. Yet, within her autumn-like, enchanting gaze, there lingered not a trace of malevolence, but rather an air of indulgence. Truly, he was the offspring of that esteemed one. The fluctuations of his cultivation were overwhelming. She sighed softly, as if recalling something profound. With that, the woman vanished into the void, as if she had never existed. In the midst of the void, not far from the flying vessel, stood 10 figures clad in black robes. Their gazes were cold and ruthless, their faces obscured by masks, seemingly awaiting something. "My lord, why has the vessel from the Tianyuan house not yet arrived?" inquired an elderly man cloaked entirely in black, casting his eyes toward the leader among them. The foremost black-robed man waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "What is the hurry? Whether Nangong Chen dies now or later, he shall meet his end. Indeed, I have calculated the time. They should be arriving shortly," another coldly remarked with a sneer. These individuals were none other than the celestial assassins dispatched by the Great Zhou to eliminate Nangong Chen, each one a formidable force. All at the level of the Purple Mansion. The leader had already reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion stage, standing just a step away from the realm of the Great Power. Such a grand assembly revealed the determination of the Great Zhou to extinguish Nangong Chen's life. If the intelligence from above is correct, it appears that Nangong Chen has ventured forth with only a handful of Purple Mansion guards. For us, these individuals will be but a trivial challenge to overcome, the leader remarked with a gaze as frigid as ice. Indeed, it seems the Tianyuan house holds us in contempt. Sending only a few Purple Mansion cultivators, a shorter figure in black chimed in agreement. It is difficult to say. The Tianyuan house is shrouded in secrecy, and this information may very well be erroneous. We must remain vigilant at all times, the leader continued. Even if there are great powers among them, we can employ our combined formation to besiege him. Nangong Chen's head will be ours with ease. Ha ha ha. The others echoed in agreement. However, I have heard that Nangong Chen seems to have awakened the legendary. It sounds rather extraordinary, does it not? You believe that? If that waste can awaken such eyes, I would drink my own urine while standing on my head. Even if he has awakened them, so what? He is still merely at the chi refinement stage. Can he truly leap to the Purple Mansion overnight? Ha ha ha. The black-robed figures expressed their disdain, muttering amongst themselves. Before long, their conversation resumed. Indeed, it's true that he has accepted a young lady from the Wang family. If we manage to slay Nangong Chen later, I shall have my fun with her. You truly are a lecher, unlike me. I plan to toy with the corpse of Nangong Chen. I have heard he possesses a fair visage. Just thinking about it excites me. After all, he is the son of Nangong Chen. Ha ha ha, old 3, your fondness for men is truly repugnant. Do not cast your eyes upon our esteemed gentleman. Old 4, you jest. Who would ever set their sights on you, with such a visage as that? The crowd exchanged banter, their eyes glinting with mischief. At that moment, the leader interjected. If we succeed in capturing the flying vessel of the Tianyuan Manor, it would be a tremendous gain. Such a treasure is worth its weight in gold, enough to sustain us for a lifetime of endeavors. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes sparkled with avarice. Historically, who has dared to slay those from Tianyuan Manor, especially the son of Nangong Chen, the young master of Tianyuan? Only we. The shadow guards, possess the audacity to undertake such a feat. Should we prevail, we shall be hailed as saviors of the people. A deed that would astonish the entire Great Zhou. The leader continued to inspire them with fervent words. They are coming. They are here. At this moment, someone whispered, and just ahead, a massive black flying vessel approached with a deliberate pace. Upon this revelation, the cloaked warriors vanished into the clouds, lying in wait. On the flying vessel, Nangong Chen opened his eyes, his dual pupils seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart, emanating an ethereal glow. The golden aura coursing through him had reached its zenith. Is this the power of the divine elephant refinement? Indeed, it is formidable, Nangong Chen mused, sensing the transformations within his body. At this juncture, he had activated countless microparticles, attaining a staggering strength equivalent to millions of pounds. In terms of physical prowess alone, he had reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, even nearing the prowess of the mighty. This marked a qualitative leap. He boldly declared that, at his current level, his physical form was utterly invincible. Beside him, Wang Yuxuan, sensing the completion of his training, also opened her eyes. Master, have you finished your cultivation? She inquired naturally. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to addressing him as master, for failure to do so would result in a playful reprimand from this rogue. Nangong Chen nodded gently, feeling the need for a battle to test his newfound strength. He stepped outside, noting the encroaching darkness and the ascent of the full moon. Reflecting on how swiftly time had passed during his training. Young master, the guards outside greeted him respectfully upon seeing him in his pristine white attire. Nangong Chen acknowledged them with a nod. The 10 assassins should be arriving soon, he thought, a smile gracing his lips. Prior to this, the Tianyuan Manor had received word that the court would dispatch 10 assassins of the Purple Mansion realm to eliminate him. Fortunately, his father had deliberately spread the rumor that only 3 Purple Mansion guards accompanied him. In truth, there were indeed only 3 within the vessel. But he had a protector, a quasi-saint guardian, sufficient to allow him to traverse the entirety of the Great Zhou, no, the entire Eastern Divine Continent. Master, they are close now. The 10 heavenly assassins are but 100 miles from the flying vessel and will likely arrive within moments. Do you require my assistance to handle them? In Nangong Chen's mind, a voice echoed, no need for your intervention, Mulao. Merely 10 individuals of the Purple Mansion. I shall suppress them with ease. It also serves as an opportunity for me to assess my own strength. Gazing at the swirling clouds above, Nangong Chen replied. I understand, the elder responded. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen fell silent, his gaze profound, his dual pupils radiating an otherworldly brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the dense mist enveloping the sea of clouds. They have arrived, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips, his demeanor unperturbed. Chapter 21. A lone warrior against 10 assassins. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The airship trembled, evidently under attack. Enemy assault. Protect the young master. A guard quickly reacted, his voice resonating with urgency. 2 figures soared from the rear, swiftly approaching Nangong Chen. Young master, this place is perilous. We must hasten to the back and activate the airship's formation, one elderly guard urged, his expression fraught with concern. They had never anticipated that an assassination attempt on the young master of Tianyuan Mansion was underway. It's too late. A brazen voice echoed from the clouds. Mere moments later, dozens of shadowy figures emerged, cloaked in black robes, exuding a formidable aura that indicated their preparedness. The speaker, their leader, surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze, akin to a venomous serpent, radiating the strongest presence among the 10. A full contingent of 10 Purple Mansion experts had come to eliminate Nangong Chen. The 3 guards exchanged anxious glances, their faces paling as the gravity of the situation sank in. 10 Purple Mansion experts. The elderly guard exclaimed, astonished. In the rear, Wang Yuxuan, having witnessed the scene, felt her pupils constrict. Are they truly here to assassinate that scoundrel? The thought sent an inexplicable wave of anxiety surging through her, as she began to worry for Nangong Chen's safety. I did not expect there to be only 3 Purple Mansion experts aboard the airship. It seems our intelligence was accurate, the leader chuckled, reassured by the sight of the last figure. This time, we shall reap great rewards. At that moment, laughter erupted among the assailants, as if they had already secured victory over Nangong Chen and his companions. The 3 guards grew increasingly pale, realizing that their adversaries were well informed about their situation, leaving them with a sense of foreboding. Who are you to dare assassinate the young master of Tianyuan Mansion? Are you not afraid of retribution? One guard stepped forward, attempting to intimidate the attackers with the name of Tianyuan Mansion. Ha 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 ha. I come to kill you, and naturally, I possess the confidence to do so. Do you truly think the mere name of Tianyuan Mansion can intimidate us? How laughable. The leader retorted, continuing. As for the reason for your demise, it is simply because your young master has provoked those he should not have. Surely, it is the Emperor of the Great Zhou who has commanded you to eliminate me, is it not? At that moment, Nangong Chen spoke, his demeanor calm and his gaze playful, as though the chaos around him was but a gentle breeze. The leader's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he erupted into laughter. Since you have guessed correctly, I might as well confirm it. Yes, it is indeed the Emperor of the Great Zhou who sent us. But what of it? You shall die here today. Upon hearing this revelation, the guards were struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend that the Emperor would sanction an assassination against the young master. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxuan's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something unfathomable. Anxiety flooded her thoughts. Did this mean the assassins were not particularly strong? What would become of that scoundrel? However, it appears that your intelligence may also be flawed. What a pity. Nangong Chen sighed, as if mourning for them. Falsehoods? What falsehoods? You possess merely 3 at the Purple Mansion realm. Can you summon forth another? The leader appeared bewildered, then sneered. Boss, why waste words on them? They are doomed. Let us swiftly strike them down. I am quite displeased with this brat. I want to see his despair. Another figure cloaked in black spoke ominously. Upon hearing this, the leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, second brother, you speak wisely. Let us make our move. With that, all 10 individuals unleashed their cultivation, the aura of the Purple Mansion realm radiating unreservedly before everyone, as they prepared to attack. Today, we vow to protect the young master at all costs. Young master, you must flee, the elderly guardian decisively proclaimed. The other 2 guardians, upon hearing this, also erupted with their cultivation, their eyes reddening as they steeled themselves for a fierce battle. You were right. I can indeed summon forth a Purple Mansion. Nangong Chen chuckled coldly, blocking the guardian's path. His aura no longer concealed, a terrifying dark light erupting from his eyes. You are actually at the Purple Mansion. The black-clad leader gasped in shock, astonished. Nangong Chen remained silent, standing resolutely in the void, his white garments billowing, the runes within his dual pupils entwining, his aura amplifying to an extreme, exuding an overwhelming terror akin to that of a youthful sovereign. I shall face you 10 alone. His voice rang out, his gaze contemptuous, carrying an invincible air. At his proclamation, the faces of the cloaked figures changed drastically, their expressions turning ghastly, as if they had been humiliated. Below, the guardians exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. The young master intends to battle 10 at the Purple Mansion alone? Good heavens, is that truly possible? Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Such an aura of invincibility was indeed rare among the youth of the entire Great Zhou. She could not help but acknowledge that, at this moment, Nangong Chen possessed an undeniable charm. Very well, arrogant child, today shall be your demise. The black-clad leader, now incensed, glared coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, several figures vanished into the void, blending seamlessly with the clouds, as if they had disappeared from existence. That was their shadow guard's secret technique, void escape. Armed with curved daggers, they concealed their auras, faces betraying their lethal intent, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Nangong Chen. This is troublesome. The shadow guard excels at blending into their surroundings, their presence seemingly erased, striking unexpectedly at critical moments. Moreover, this is a combined assault. Even formidable beings are likely to fall prey. The elder guardian spoke, his expression grave. What shall become of the young master? Concern clouded the faces of the guardians as they gazed at the murderously charged cloudscape above. Noticing this, Nangong Chen revealed a cold smile. How laughable to think they could hide before his dual pupils. His eyes burned with intensity as a beam of light tore through the heavens, ascending skyward. In an instant, anguished screams echoed through the air, and billowing clouds of blood manifested. The guardians below widened their eyes, utterly unable to believe their sight. For at the Purple Mansion, instantaneously slain. At this moment, the cloaked leader concealed in the skies, his eyes glowing crimson with fury, emanated an overwhelming aura of malevolence. How dare this insolent wretch? He roared within. Yet he restrained himself, biding his time for the most formidable strike. The other cloaked figures, witnessing this, were drenched in cold sweat. They had not anticipated that Nangong Chen could see through their concealment. At that instant, One of the cloaked figures approached Nangong Chen from above, wielding a curved blade, poised to deliver a thunderous blow to his back. As the distance closed, he emerged from the clouds, the blade radiating a chilling aura, aimed directly at Nangong Chen. A flicker of delight crossed his gaze. The young master of Tianyuan Manor was nothing extraordinary after all. Below, the onlookers' pupils constricted, concern etched upon their faces. Young master, be cautious. Chapter 22. Flirting under the moonlight, Wang Yuxuan felt a wave of anxiety as she nervously sweated for Nangong Chen. In the next moment, a surge of golden vitality erupted from Nangong Chen, vast and overwhelming like a boundless ocean. Behind him, an incredibly fearsome phantom materialized, resembling a dragon or an elephant, letting out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The man with the curved blade was immediately forced back by this immense power, spitting blood in his eyes wide with shock. What kind of technique is this? Before he could regain his composure, a beam of golden fist light appeared, striking him down in a single blow. The remaining assassins concealed in the shadows were overwhelmed by cold sweat at this sight, their resolve wavering. What manner of beast is this? Not only could he see through their disguises, but his physical prowess was also invincible. With just one punch, he could slay a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, who claimed he was merely the useless young master of the Tianyuan Mansion. Even the elder Mu, who was poised to intervene from above, couldn't help but feel astonished. The young master is truly unfathomable. A physical body capable of manifesting such phenomena is unprecedented. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, he had never encountered such an extraordinary genius. With an ability as fearsome as this, coupled with his unparalleled physique, he would undoubtedly ascend to heights beyond reach in the future. The leader of the black-robed figures, noticing the hesitation of his companions, rebuked them fiercely. Are you all so cowardly that a mere young lad has instilled such fear in you? Do you have the audacity to flee? 5 of our brothers have already perished. Our only duty now is to ensure this boy accompanies them to the grave. Otherwise, neither the court nor the Tianyuan Mansion will spare us. Upon hearing this, the other black-robed figures dispelled their retreating thoughts. Indeed, we must kill him, so he can accompany our brothers in death. Their eyes reddened with fury. They unleashed an even greater surge of power, evidently igniting their own vitality, and charged towards Nangong Chen with weapons drawn. Seeing this, Nangong Chen let out a cold laugh. You are quite loyal, delivering yourselves to be reunited in death. His gaze blazed with intensity. His terrifying dual pupils possessed the power to shape the heavens and annihilate all. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light erupted from his eyes, incinerating 2 of the attackers in a resounding explosion, reducing them to a mist of blood. It's his eyes. The remaining 2 exclaimed in panic. As the battle progressed, they realized the peculiarity of Nangong Chen's gaze. Turning to flee, they found the disparity in strength insurmountable. In the next moment, a black flame ignited upon their bodies, roaring fiercely, consuming them entirely. This was the second ability of the dual pupils, the 9 Nether Hades fire. At this moment, the entire arena erupted in chaos. Only you remain, Nangong Chen addressed the last man, their leader. The black-robed leader's eyes brimmed with terror, as if he were gazing upon a demon. It was then that he comprehended why Nangong Chen had claimed the intelligence was false. Not only was it false, but it was utterly fabricated. The 3 individuals mentioned in the intelligence had not intervened. Instead, it was Nangong Chen, the one they sought to protect, who single-handedly annihilated 9 cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Now, only he remained. Was it possible that the king of the Great Zhou intended to deliberately lead them to their demise? At this moment, a certain possibility dawned upon him. Upon contemplating this, a dark expression crossed his face, filled with profound embarrassment. Below, several guards were equally agitated, swelling with pride for their young master. Who would dare label the young master of the Tianyuan Manor as a waste? They would surely deliver a resounding slap to such detractors. Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were also filled with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Nangong Chen could possess such formidable strength. It was beyond mere genius, verging on the extraordinary. Even the divine maiden Su Li could not be this terrifying. An 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. This revelation would surely strike fear into many hearts, especially considering his unparalleled combat prowess. It seemed that aligning herself with this rogue was not a miscalculation after all, a notion subtly blossoming in her mind. Noticing his silence, Nangong Chen grew disinterested and resolved to dispatch the final adversary. In the next instant, The leader in the black robe unleashed his power, burning his life force as he soared downward with astonishing speed, his hair whitening visibly. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon igniting his life force, he had ascended to the early stage of the Great Ability realm. If I cannot kill you, then I shall take this woman hostage and see how you respond. Indeed, his target was Wang Yuxuan, intending to wield her life as leverage against Nangong Chen. As she saw him charging toward her, Wang Yuxuan's delicate face turned pale, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in terror. The guards beside her attempted to intervene, but against the might of the Great Ability realm leader, they felt utterly powerless. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Chen let out a cold laugh. In terms of speed, do you dare to compare with my Xingzi secret? In the following moment, Nangong Chen flew downward, his speed amplifying to an extreme, swift enough to rend the very fabric of space. Just as the black-robed leader was about to seize Wang Yuxuan, a gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, she vanished from her original position. The leader's smile froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief. What? Before the moonlight, Nangong Chen appeared tranquil, clad in immaculate white, cradling Wang Yuxuan in his arms. The moonlight illuminated his figure, rendering him akin to a true celestial being. When Wang Yuxuan opened her eyes, she beheld his extraordinarily handsome visage, momentarily captivated. Did he save me? No wonder she had not felt discomfort earlier. Instead, she felt warmth and comfort. As this thought crossed her mind, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks. You are out of options. Prepare to meet your end, Nangong Chen declared coldly, gazing at the black-robed leader below. Subsequently, a piercing gaze descended, imbued with unparalleled might, as if it could rend heaven and earth, directly penetrating the black-robed leader. How can your speed be so astonishing? The black-robed leader's eyes brimmed with confusion before he succumbed to his fate, filled with resentment. After unleashing the power of a hint of weakness flickered across Nangong Chen's face. Clearly, the intense use of the exacted a toll. Soon, the two returned to their flying vessel. In the sky, Elder Mu's eyes widened in shock. The was indeed formidable, capable of slaying an opponent across realms. No wonder it was said that the emergence of the heralded the onset of invincibility. It seems that the Nangong family has truly produced a remarkable dragon. The enchanting woman concealed within the void is now astonished by the formidable power of the dual-eyed warrior. Indeed, it is a legendary power, likely surpassing even the most talented members of the family. Truly extraordinary, she mused inwardly. Subsequently, a smile graced her lips, casting a shadow over the entire realm. Her prowess in captivating hearts is unparalleled. Chapter 23, renowned across the divine land, surpassing the 9th grade, the Tianyuan Mansion. Ha! My son truly embodies the essence of a sage. Nangong Chen exclaimed with laughter as he perused the information relayed by his subordinates. To single-handedly battle 10 from the Purple Mansion and do so with such overwhelming prowess. He himself had not displayed such valor at the age of 18. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu and Nangong Wentian, who stood nearby, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the news. Observing their expressions, Nangong Chen promptly handed over the intelligence. Upon reading it, astonishment washed over their faces. What on earth? Nangong Wentian exclaimed, his refined visage betraying disbelief. Nangong Yu stroked his beard, his eyes wide with shock. To take on 10 from the Purple Mansion alone, especially when one of them had undergone a life-risking breakthrough to the Great Ability realm, this implies that Qin'er's true combat strength is on par with the early stages of the Great Ability realm. The talent of the dual pupil is indeed formidable, likely surpassing any 9th grade qualifications throughout history. Even the goddess Su Li cannot boast such remarkable achievements. It seems our Nangong family has truly born a dragon. Nangong Yu marveled repeatedly. Indeed, however, we cannot overlook the assassination attempt on Qin'er orchestrated by the shadow guards of the Great Zhou King. Nangong Zhan's tone shifted, a cold glint in his eyes. Let us eradicate the shadow guards and disseminate this incident widely, so that all may know that the Great Zhou King sent 10 Purple Mansion assassins to slay my grandson. Only to fall to his retaliation, let the world mock them. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Yu replied solemnly. Very well, should we eliminate the shadow guards? The court will surely be met with public outrage. Nangong Wentian agreed, chuckling. Ha! This strategy is ruthless. The Great Zhou King will surely turn pale, having shot himself in the foot. Now, my son has been vindicated. Nangong Chen concurred. Amidst their joyous laughter, the most elite assassins of the Great Zhou, the shadow guards, had already been sentenced to death. In the court of the Great Zhou, the king's face turned ashen upon receiving the news. How is this possible? 10 Purple Mansion experts, and a mere chi refining boy could not handle them? What are they doing? He glared at the black-robed elder before him, seething. The elder, equally incensed, retorted, "What are you accusing us of? What information did you provide? You claim these Purple Mansion experts are mere chi refiners. It seems your mind has dulled." The Great Zhou king, taken aback, stammered, "What do you mean? Wasn't he at the others from Tianyuan Mansion who dealt with these 10 assassins?" The black-robed elder laughed in incredulity. "How amusing. You are unaware that Nangong Chen awakened the dual pupil and advanced to the Purple Mansion? You truly are a rare talent, unworthy of competing with Nangong Chen." Stunned, the Great Zhou king found himself lost in thought. That waste had awakened the dual pupil and reached the Purple Mansion? Impossible. Fool. The black-robed elder chuckled, then shook his head in disappointment before vanishing from sight. In the Divine Land. This is the most prosperous state within the realm of Xiantian, situated at the very heart of the domain. This place, rich in talent and resources, has given rise to numerous ancient powers. Simultaneously, it is the state that harbors the greatest number of prodigies, a place that countless cultivators of Xiantian yearn to reach. Today, one can observe the leaderboard suspended above the Tianyuan Pavilion, which is now shimmering with a flowing light. This phenomenon signifies a change in the rankings, heralding the emergence of yet another exceptional talent. Alas, another prodigy has surfaced. Who could it possibly be? I suspect it must be a genius from another state entering the earthly rankings. After all, the earthly rankings witness new entrants daily. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might even breach the top 100 of the heavenly rankings. How could that be? The top 100 of the heavenly rankings are composed of renowned prodigies. Such a shift is unlikely. If a marvel were to emerge, it would have done so long ago. As they exchanged words, their hearts brimmed with curiosity. Suddenly, a flash of golden light swept across the leaderboard, and the identity of the 100th ranked individual transformed before their eyes. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The heavenly rankings represent the pinnacle of excellence within the entire Xiantian realm, with the stipulation that entrants must be under 1,000 years of age. Those who breach the top 100 are all of formidable mastery, possessing innate talents that start at the 8th grade. If one's talent and power are lacking, gaining entry to the heavenly rankings becomes a daunting challenge, a harsh reality indeed. To their amazement, the original 100th ranked individual, Chu Xing, was replaced by Nangong Chen. My goodness, who exactly is this Nangong Chen, hailing from the Eastern Divine State? Look at his cultivation level. He is merely in the mid-phase of the Purple House realm. How did he ascend the rankings? Indeed, the prodigies of the heavenly rankings typically possess mastery at the level of great power. Yet here comes one from the Purple House realm. Unprecedented. As the golden light on Nangong Chen's information panel continued to shimmer, characters gradually materialized. This indicated that the name just revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg, and it would take a moment for the full details to be unveiled. After a few breaths, as the information on Nangong Chen's panel finally completed, the crowd fell into silence. Heavenly ranking 100th, Eastern Divine State. Nangong Chen, talent grade, Super 9, physique, heavy eye, cultivation, mid-phase of Purple House realm. Record, defeated 9 mid-phase Purple House cultivators and 1 early-stage great power in a crushing manner. What a monstrous being. His talent is rated as Super 9. What? Super 9. Does that mean it surpasses the 9th grade? Heavy eye? Could it possibly be the legendary heavy eye? My goodness, look at this record, truly outrageous. The crowd, upon comprehending the details, shrank their pupils in astonishment. Quickly, the extraordinary talent of Super 9 attracted an increasing number of onlookers, including prodigies from both the heavenly and earthly rankings. Super 9? Surely the Tianyuan Pavilion must have made an error. How could anyone possess a talent that transcends the 9th grade, even with this so-called heavy eye? In the scene before us, a man clad in battle armor spoke, his countenance resolute and his physique as formidable as Mount Tai, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a golden war spear slung across his back, some recognized him and gasped in astonishment. My heavens, is that not you Russian, ranked 61st on the celestial leaderboard? He questioned. Under you Russian's lead, an increasing number of voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, how could anyone possess a talent surpassing the 9th grade? Throughout the annals of the Xiantian domain, no one has ever exhibited a gift exceeding the 9th grade. Could the Tianyuan Pavilion have erred? At that moment, an ethereal elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, emerged from the Tiangong Pavilion, standing amidst the void. His gaze was profound, and the aura he radiated was overwhelmingly potent, pressing upon the crowd with an almost suffocating intensity. Upon the emergence of the pavilion's master, silence enveloped the assembly. Are you questioning me? Or are you casting doubt upon the Tiangong Pavilion? Or perhaps you question the celestial artifact, the Tiangong Mirror? Bai Wudao inquired, his voice laced with ire. The crowd, sensing the gravity of his tone, refrained from answering, recognizing that Bai Wudao seldom exhibited such anger. Yu Rushan fell silent. These three inquiries posed a dilemma for one of his youth. Nangong Chen's talent is beyond reproach. His dual pupils signify an existence that transcends the 9th grade. If you, the esteemed ranks of the celestial and terrestrial leaders, harbor any dissent, you are welcome to engage him in a duel in the Eastern Divine Continent. However, let me clarify that this is not an invitation for the present, unless any among you wishes to exploit the advantage of size over the small. He is but a mere cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, hardly revealing any depth. Bai Wudao continued, his eyes narrowing, seemingly issuing a warning. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded promptly, affirming, "We understand." Even the previously proud Yu Rushan acquiesced. Chapter 24, The Dual Cultivation of Yin and Yang Silver Moon Mountain Range. This mountain range, being one of the 36 ranges of the Great Zhou, is situated in a remote area, sparsely populated, and teeming with ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, it is renowned as a rare sanctuary for cultivation. It has garnered a modest reputation locally, attracting nearby prodigies who often come to hunt demonic beasts or seek fortuitous encounters. Crimson Flame Dragon Claw. A voice rang out in a commanding tone as a figure emerged, transforming his palms into claws that struck at a colossal azure serpent before him. In an instant, crimson flames erupted, morphing into a massive dragon's claw, searing hot and effortlessly tearing the peak demonic beast of the spirit sea realm asunder. In a brief moment, the beast was reduced to fragments, its blood and flesh scattering, accompanied by the scent of charred meat. The crimson figure soon revealed itself to be a handsome youth, none other than Su Outyen. Nearly a month had passed since his arrival at the Silver Moon Mountain Range, during which he had consumed a long-buried precious herb, not only restoring his meridians, but also fortuitously acquiring an exotic flame. This fortuitous event elevated his aptitude from the 6th grade to the 7th. Indeed, the cultivation technique he practiced was known as the burning technique, which allowed him to enhance his physical qualities by absorbing exotic flames. Truly a remarkable and unfathomable skill. Nangong Chen, you had better refrain from doing anything to my master in Yushuan. Otherwise, when I come to your door, I shall slay your entire family, subjecting you to a torment of 1,000 flames, forcing you to beg for death, yet find no escape. The thought of his master and beloved being captured by Nangong Chen ignited fury within Su Outyen, who longed to rush to Tianyuan Mansion and take his revenge. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. And as for your Wang family, you dare treat me as a mere jest? Wait until I resolve matters with Nangong Chen, then I shall turn my attention to you. Su Outyen's eyes blazed with wrath as he contemplated. The immediate priority was to journey to Tianyuan Academy, for it was there that the latter part of the burning technique resided, and should he acquire it, breaking through to the 9th grade aptitude would render him fearless against all prodigies in the world. At that point, Nangong Chen, let us see if I can seize Su Li from you, allowing you to experience the feeling of having your wife taken from you. Ha ha ha. As for you, Su Li, I aided you so generously that day, yet you proved most ungrateful. Should I obtain you in the future, I shall humiliate you thoroughly, treating you as my plaything. Su Outyen mused, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha, Tianyuan Academy, I am coming. Meanwhile, aboard a flying vessel, Nangong Chen sneezed, a look of surprise crossing his ethereal, handsome face. Who is it that misses me? Could it be my dear pawn, Su Outyen? With this thought, a glimmer of amusement danced in Nangong Chen's eyes. Surely, Su Outyen had regained his cultivation and acquired new opportunities by now. Perhaps he was even en route to Tianyuan Academy at this very moment. He was well aware of Su Outyen's intentions to obtain the latter part of the burning technique. However, would he allow him to succeed so easily? Moreover, it seemed that his master had concealed something from him as well. The purpose of Nangong Chen's visit to the Tianyuan Academy is far from simple. He has learned that within the Tongtian Tower lies a remarkable creation. There resides not only the latter half of the burning decision, but also an entity known as the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. This artifact has a significant origin. While many believe that the Tianyuan Academy was founded by Confucius, the truth is that it existed long before the ancient times, thriving as a superpower in the Eastern Divine Continent. However, it seems to have suffered a catastrophic event, after which it vanished without a trace. It was during this period that the Eastern Divine Continent began to decline. In the present era, very few are aware of these historical truths, and it is through Hong Tian's memories that he has come to know them. Legend has it that after the disappearance of the Tianyuan Academy, two legacies were left behind. The core inheritance consists of the teachings inscribed upon the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet, while the other, of lesser importance, has likely been acquired by Confucius. The current Confucius, having reached such heights in cultivation, must owe much to the techniques from this inheritance. Thus, it is only natural for him to take on the responsibility of reviving the Tianyuan Academy while simultaneously searching for the core inheritance, the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. That artifact was indeed the key to the Academy's past strength and prosperity. Yet he would never guess that the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet lies within the 80th level of the Tongtian Tower. Upon this realization, a smile graced the corners of Nangong Chen's mouth. Confucius had once proclaimed that whoever obtains the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet would command the respect of the entire Tianyuan Academy, which would heed their every command. Would that not be akin to acquiring a force of saintly stature? Fortunately, all of this was known to him in advance. Whereas Hong Tian had only mentioned to Su Outyin that the latter half of the burning decision was in the Tongtian Tower, omitting any mention of the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. It seems Hong Tian harbored some selfish motives. Ding. Arrival at the Cloud Heights. Would you like to check in? Soon, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Nangong Chen gazed out the window into the inky darkness, shrouded in thick fog and swirling nebulae. This place is the final stop of the flying vessel, the Cloud Heights. Crossing this point would lead him to the Tianyuan Academy. With this thought, he silently uttered, check in. Ding. Reward, divine level technique, Yin-Yang dual cultivation method. Almost immediately, a profound and enigmatic memory surged into Nangong Chen's mind. Upon receiving it, an indescribable expression flickered in his eyes. This was no ordinary dual cultivation technique. While typical methods merely nourish one aspect at the expense of the other, the Yin-Yang dual cultivation method allows both sides to grow stronger simultaneously, creating a harmonious balance. At this moment, as he beheld the images in his mind, a sense of fervor ignited within him. He could calm himself, yet felt no need to do so. After all, desires of such nature are best embraced from the heart. Knock, knock. A sound came from outside the door. Enter. My lord, are you all right? Wang Yuxuan inquired with evident concern upon entering. After all, she had witnessed Nangong Chen's pale visage after he had slain in her defense, leaving her deeply worried yet profoundly moved. Had it been another, they might not have rescued an inconsequential servant. I have matters to attend to. Nangong Chen feigned a pallid expression, reclining on the bed. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yuxuan hastened over, her face tinged with remorse. What shall we do, my lord? It is all my fault. Clad in a striking black and white maid outfit, adorned with cat ears, her short hair framed her innocent and charming visage. Beneath her skirt, she wore delicate black stockings that gleamed softly. The stark contrast of her attire elicited exclamations of admiration, for she was indeed a beauty among mortals. Nangong Chen beckoned her closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Upon hearing them, Wang Yuxuan's face flushed crimson, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Is it truly necessary for you to do that to recover? Indeed, without it, I may never regain my health. Nangong Chen sighed in resignation. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yuxuan reflected upon the fact that he had been injured because of her. Denying his request would seem heartless. Very well, I shall comply, she murmured, her cheeks as red as a ripened apple. This will also benefit you. Perhaps thereafter, you shall advance from the initial stage of the Spirit Sea to the intermediate stage. Nangong Chen stated earnestly, subsequently transmitting the techniques within his mind. Wang Yuxuan, moved by the memories that flooded her consciousness, felt her face grow even warmer. As the candlelight flickered and extinguished, a fierce battle was about to commence. Chapter 25, Tianyuan Academy. The following day, Nangong Chen awoke early, only to find the graceful figure beside him had long since vanished. Without lingering on the thought, he attentively sensed the changes within his body, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Truly, the divine level cultivation technique was extraordinary. The benefits were manifesting, as his cultivation had surged from the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion to the late stage, with the pinnacle now within reach. Furthermore, he had acquired Wang Yuxuan's primordial yin, which, as a natural spiritual body, was immensely beneficial for cultivation, enhancing comprehension and accelerating progress. Among other advantages. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. "Master, you are awake?" Wang Yuxuan exclaimed, her face a picture of innocence yet hinting at a newfound maturity. As she held a bowl of lotus porridge. Clearly, the girl had transitioned beyond her youthful innocence. Nangong Chen's gaze softened, and upon sensing Wang Yuxuan's aura, he silently acknowledged her progress. "Indeed, you have reached the mid-stage of the spiritual sea." Upon hearing this, a blush graced Wang Yuxuan's fair cheeks, as if recalling something significant. "That is largely thanks to Master." Nangong Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she had misunderstood the context. Wang Yuxuan hesitated, seemingly wanting to express something to him. Noticing her demeanor, Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to say?" Master, has your ailment improved? If not, will you need further treatment?" Wang Yuxuan asked with a hint of concern, her heart secretly filled with anticipation, though she kept it hidden. Nangong Chen was taken aback, surprised that she genuinely believed him. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat. "It appears to have improved significantly. Should it continue this way, I will inform you." "All right, Master, if you experience any symptoms, you must tell me." Wang Yuxuan replied earnestly, a sense of inexplicable joy blossoming within her. "Oh, by the way, this tricolor lotus flower will greatly benefit your constitution. Take it." Nangong Chen suddenly remembered something and spoke. A lotus flower radiating a mystical glow floated before Wang Yuxuan. Upon witnessing this, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She quietly accepted it, vowing in her heart to serve her master diligently in the future. Seeing the adoring gaze in Wang Yuxuan's eyes, Nangong Chen instinctively touched his lower back. At this moment, before Tianyuan Academy, the entrance bustled with activity, a throng of young prodigies gathered in droves. Some donned resplendent robes, hailing from royal lineage, while others wore humble garments, emerging from common backgrounds. Yet, without exception, they were the most gifted individuals in the entire Dezhou. Is this truly the foremost academy of Dezhou, Tianyuan Academy? It is indeed magnificent. The spiritual energy here feels significantly denser compared to other locales. Should one cultivate here in the future, their progress would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Indeed, we owe much to the esteemed Confucius, who established this academy, granting students from humble backgrounds the opportunity to rise. One cannot help but wonder when the assessments will commence. The young men and women expressed their aspirations for the Tianyuan Academy with each word they uttered. Soon, the grand gates of the academy swung open, and a figure soared forth. It was an elder from the institution, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal aura. His formidable presence causing the onlookers to change their expressions. Such overwhelming pressure could only be wielded by an adept of extraordinary prowess. "My name is Yi Qingfeng, and you may refer to me as Elder Yi. I am the presiding elder for your assessments," he announced, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the expanse. The sight of such a powerful elder only intensified the yearning within the hearts of the gathered crowd. With the host elder possessing such remarkable strength, it was no wonder that this was the foremost academy of the Great Zhou. The assessments would be divided into two parts. The first would test your innate talents. You are to place your hands upon this stone tablet, which will reveal your potential. Only those who attain a grade of 4 or above will qualify to partake in the second assessment. Should one fail, Tianyuan Academy will regretfully inform you of your incompatibility, and there will be no need for future participation in the assessments, as it would be futile. Yi Qingfeng continued, gesturing towards a monumental stone tablet within the academy. The crowd nodded in understanding, evidently having familiarized themselves with the process prior to their arrival. However, despite this knowledge, some individuals felt a twinge of anxiety. Within the Xintian realm, the majority possess a potential below the 3rd grade. Only those exceeding this level are deemed prodigies, and the disparities between the grades above are vast, leading to the elimination of many. This is the harsh reality of this world. The second assessment involves defending the arenas. There are 100 platforms, and within the span of 3 hours, you 5,000 will contend for these 100 arenas. Those who successfully defend their platform will be considered to have passed the assessment. Yi Qingfeng elaborated, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. The longer one can maintain their defense, the higher their score will be. Those with higher scores are more likely to catch the attention of the elders within the academy, and may even have the opportunity to study under the dean. As this declaration resonated, the crowd erupted with fervor, their eyes alight with excitement. The prospect of becoming a disciple of the sage was akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. ensuring a future devoid of resource concerns, coupled with the guidance of a venerable sage. Nevertheless, some skeptics deemed this a mere impossibility, considering the sage had never been known to accept disciples. It might simply be a ruse. Has Elder Yi truly deceived us? A voice of doubt emerged. Yi Qingfeng, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Would I stoop to deceive you youngsters? Just recently, the divine maiden of the Su family joined our academy as a disciple of the dean. And do not question why the Su family's divine maiden could come directly to us. If you possess a 9th grade potential, you too may gain entry. As the words fell, the atmosphere became profoundly silent. The legendary goddess of the Su family was indeed present within this academy. Contemplating this revelation, the crowd's gaze ignited with fervor. The name of the goddess was widely known throughout the vast Zhou, with her being regarded as a figure of divine stature. As for the recent rumors regarding her supposed union with the young master of the Tianyuan Manor, they dismissed it with scorn, utterly disbelieving. It was unfathomable to them that these two could ever come together. Surely, such tales were the result of deliberate fabrications. Most of the distinguished individuals gathered here were not from the imperial capital, making such conjectures all the more reasonable. Chapter 26. The Arrival of Su Outyin soon. A cacophony erupted among the crowd. Did this mean that if one could become a disciple of the sage Confucius, they would have the chance to meet the divine maiden? The mere thought of training alongside her filled my heart with uncontainable joy. I shall exert my utmost effort in this assessment, not for any other reason, but for the sake of the divine maiden. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with fervor, their spirits ignited as if a flame had been kindled within them. However, amidst the throng, there were those who regarded the excitement with disdain. You worthless beings think you can train alongside the divine maiden? It is akin to a toad dreaming of devouring swan meat. Utter delusion, scoffed Zhou Duan, casting a cold glance at them. Meanwhile, in the skies, Yi Qingfeng wore a smile as he stroked his beard, a glimmer of meaning flickering in his eyes. This speech was merely intended to invigorate you, and yet, you truly believed you could be worthy of the divine maiden. Allow me to share another delightful piece of news. This assessment will be observed by all disciples and elders of the academy. Not only the dean, but even the divine maiden will be present to witness the event. Yi Qingfeng continued, unveiling yet another momentous revelation. Instantly, silence enveloped the entire square. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils constricted, some trembling with excitement, a manifestation of their elation reaching its zenith. In the brief silence, a more fervent cheer erupted. Good heavens, did I hear correctly? The dean and the divine maiden are coming to watch our assessment. This visit is truly invaluable. Even if I do not join the academy later, I shall have no regrets, for I will have glimpsed the divine maiden. Splendid. This time, I shall unleash all my energy to showcase my prowess before her. Yi Qingfeng's gaze flickered. How long had it been since he witnessed such youthful exuberance? He hoped this assessment would yield a few promising talents. Very well, the time has come. All participants are to enter the academy square within the duration of an incense stick. Exceeding this time will result in the forfeiture of qualification, Yi Qingfeng announced, glancing at the sky and then gradually shifting his gaze, speaking in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, the crowd suppressed their inner excitement and followed Yi Qingfeng into the Tianyuan Academy. Above the academy square, the spectator platform was already filled with figures. Upon seeing this, the participants were taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. They could sense that the individuals seated there were not much older than themselves, yet their strength was vastly superior. The disciples participating in the assessment below were primarily in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while those above were mostly in the early stage of Spirit C, with some exceptional prodigies having reached the late stage, and even a few at the pinnacle of Spirit C. On the spectator platform, a man clad in a black python robe spoke, his eyes crackling with electricity, his aura immensely powerful, a great Zhou jade pendant hanging from his waist. Clearly a member of the royal family. Isn't that my younger brother? Why have you come to observe the newcomers instead of cultivating today? A crimson figure appeared beside him. You two have arrived, haven to you? The man who approached was clad in opulence, with flowing red hair and eyes that shimmered with the ephemeral shadow of a dragon. His aura, while slightly less potent than that of the man in the black python robe, was nonetheless formidable. The two exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of their purpose for being there today, to behold the divine maiden. Yet, to their surprise, the fifth brother was also present below. The man in the black robe glanced at a figure below, pondering thoughtfully. Hearing this, the red-haired man turned his gaze as well, questioning why their third brother was absent. Ordinarily, he should have accompanied the fifth brother. The man in the black robe shook his head, equally perplexed, deciding to inquire with Zhou Duan later. Upon seeing the two, other disciples from Tianyuan Academy began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't that the crown prince Zhou Wanjie and the second prince Zhou Yanlong? What brings them here? Indeed, they are usually so powerful and proud. It's unusual for them to attend such events for newcomers. Could it be they are also here for the divine maiden? The crowd below gasped upon witnessing Zhou Wanjie and his brother. Goodness, the crown prince and the second prince have come to see us. Zhou Duan looked upwards and felt an overwhelming surge of confidence upon spotting them. With his elder brothers present, he mused. He could reign supreme among the new disciples at Tianyuan Academy, and none would dare to challenge him. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the sky, soaring towards the chief position on the observation platform. The onlookers held their breath, knowing that something significant was about to unfold. The headmaster and the divine maiden were arriving. As the light dissipated, an elderly man with flowing white hair materialized, radiating an aura of immense power. His eyes were imbued with a profound, celestial wisdom, reminiscent of ancient sages, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Beside him stood an ethereal woman, exuding an icy beauty, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. With brows like ink and eyes resembling starry rivers, she emanated a serene yet chilling presence. The crowd was momentarily entranced by her breathtaking beauty, their pupils dilating in awe, rendered speechless by such perfection. She seemed too exquisite to belong to this mortal realm. Today, I have come with the divine maiden to observe the trials. I hope the aspiring disciples will perform with utmost sincerity and effort, the elder, Kong Daoyun, proclaimed, his voice resonating across the expanse and breaking the reverie of the audience. Rest assured, we will give our all. The young men and women participating in the trials exclaimed, their spirits ignited with fervor. On the spectator platform, Zhou Wanjie cast a gaze filled with admiration and possessiveness towards Su Li. Brother, you would do well to keep your thoughts pure regarding the divine maiden. Otherwise, I shall ensure your experience is most unpleasant. Zhou Wanjie menaced softly, clearly regarding Su Li as his own possession. Zhou Yanlong, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, recognizing that with his elder brother's words, no one in the entire Zhou dynasty would dare to rival him. Meanwhile, below, the time for the incense stick to burn down was nearing completion. Surely, no one else will enter, right? Yi Qingfeng inquired, glancing toward the entrance. Seeing it empty, he prepared to close the door. As the assessment preparation commenced, just as he was about to utter the word begin, a sudden voice interrupted him. Yi Qingfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Wait a moment. At that instant, Su Outyin hurriedly arrived, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 27. What a bustling scene. How fortunate I am to arrive just in time, Su Outyin thought to himself, panting heavily. His eyes sparkled as he surveyed his surroundings, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Indeed, this is the Tianyuan Academy. Here, I shall rise to prominence and forge my path to enlightenment. Just wait, Nangong Chen. The disciples from the Tianyuan sacred land above frowned upon witnessing him. Even the elders were not exempt from this sentiment. Surely, he cannot think himself handsome. He appears utterly repulsive. Indeed, his entire being is as grimy as a mud ball. How many days has it been since he last bathed? Ugh, how disgusting. Look, there are flies buzzing around him. Upon observing this, Su Li furrowed her brows, finding the individual somewhat familiar, yet unable to place him. Upon hearing their remarks, Su Outyin's smile faltered, his expression stiffening. He was taken aback. Logically, he should have been receiving compliments. The young ladies should have been blushing and squealing, yet the reality was starkly different. With a chilling gaze, he thought, you shallow-minded individuals, you are courting death. Just wait until I establish my standing. I shall remember all of you. It was merely a matter of urgency that led to him being unkempt after days without a bath. Truly, a bunch of superficial people. Now that everyone has gathered, the assessment shall officially commence. Yi Qingfeng stated, his brow slightly furrowed. Assessment? What assessment? Su Outyin was bewildered, having just arrived and knowing nothing. He sought to inquire with those nearby, only to find that no one would engage with him, all avoiding him like the plague. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he heard Yi Qingfeng's voice. Zhang San, third-tier aptitude, disqualified. Li Si, second-tier aptitude, disqualified. On the square, Yi Qingfeng announced. His gaze tinged with disappointment. He had expected higher quality among the newly recruited disciples, only to find the reality woefully lacking. Su Outyan's eyes darted around, and it became evident that he comprehended the nature of the assessment. It was merely a test of talent, far too simple. With his 7th-tier aptitude, dazzling the crowd would be effortless. His gaze wandered until it fell upon an exquisite figure above, momentarily causing him to lose his train of thought. Wait, how could Su Li be here? Startled, Su Outyan snapped back to reality, his expression one of shock. Surely, Nangong Chen is not present here, right? He quickly scanned his surroundings, his dark eyes sweeping over the area. After a while, seeing no sign of Nangong Chen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was absent. The thought of him had cast a shadow over Su Outyan's heart. Suddenly, a wicked idea took root in his mind. Since Nangong Chen is not here, I shall steal your wife away, leaving you with a green hat atop your head. Ha ha ha. He believed that given his prior charm, winning over Su Li would be effortless. With this thought, he gazed at Su Li, a peculiar smile creeping upon his face. Consider this my advance on the interest owed. Above, Su Li remained oblivious to Su Outyan's gaze, maintaining her cold and haughty demeanor. On the observation platform, Zhou Wanjie had detected a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. How dare a mere savage entertain nefarious thoughts towards the goddess? Boy, do you wish to court death? Very well, should you be so fortunate as to enter the academy. It shall mark the beginning of your nightmares. If you are eliminated, prepare to meet your demise. With his royal prowess, it would be child's play for him to dispose of any wildling at will. Zhou Duan was instructed to deal with this barbarian. Zhou Wanjie spoke with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Zhou Yanlong, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to inquire further, transmitting the message down. Meanwhile, Zhou Duan, poised to assess their talents below, cracked a smile upon receiving the transmission. He truly meant it. That wildling had just repulsed him. Hey, you there, wildling at the back. How many days has it been since you last bathed? Your odor is quite overwhelming. Zhou Duan declared loudly, his brow furrowing. Indeed. As the crowd glanced down, they detected an unusual smell, prompting them to frown at Su Outyan, lost in his own musings. Su Outyan was taken aback by the interruption and felt a surge of anger. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? The crowd gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Su Outyan daring to publicly insult the 5th prince, Zhou Duan. Zhou Duan was momentarily stunned, but his expression swiftly darkened, a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. Ah, so you are the first in many years to speak to me thus. Pray, what gives you such audacity? Su Outyan chuckled in response. Fool, what are you? My strength is my confidence. With that, he unleashed the full extent of his late-stage spirit sea cultivation without reservation. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. What? He is actually late-stage spirit sea? Where did this monster come from? It seems we have underestimated him, the elders murmured among themselves. The dean, Kong Daoyan, continued to gaze intently at the scene below, seemingly unfazed. Zhou Duan's complexion turned pale. He had not expected to encounter such formidable resistance. Late-stage spirit sea. He was merely a novice at the spirit sea stage himself. Zhou Wanjie's expression shifted drastically, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could this wildling possibly be late-stage spirit sea? He recalled his own entry into the academy, barely having reached the spirit sea stage. Did this not imply that this individual's talent surpassed his own? What is the matter? Keck out your tongue? Su Outyan challenged Zhou Duan, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his superiority. Simultaneously, he secretly reveled in the attention he garnered from the crowd. Glancing at Su Li, he sought to discern if she bore any sign of shock. Yet, her exquisite features remained unperturbed, her ice-blue eyes calm as still waters, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Upon witnessing this, Su Outyan's heart twisted with resentment. Very well, you dare to ignore me? Just wait. He thought to himself. You've merely trained a few years longer than I have to achieve this. Your aptitude must be utterly inferior. Zhou Duan gritted his teeth, unable to believe that this wild man's talent could surpass his own. Upon hearing this, Su Outyan revealed a confident smile, thinking to himself that if you refuse to submit, I shall compel your acquiescence. Indeed, it was just as he remembered. Everything felt familiar once more, and it was time for him to flaunt his prowess and deliver a resounding rebuke. It seemed that Nangong Chen's earlier performance was merely a fluke. Just as he was about to approach the stone tablet to showcase his abilities, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Oh, it seems quite lively here. Su Outyan's expression shifted dramatically, his features contorting as his eyes turned crimson. He recognized that voice all too well. Nangong Chen, it's you again. Chapter 28. The cursed dog magnate in the heavens, a colossal flying vessel descended, its radiant aura bursting forth, with interwoven runes emanating a powerful vibration. Upon this magnificent craft stood a figure clad in white, exuding an unparalleled elegance, accompanied by a pure yet slightly alluring young maiden. The speaker was none other than Nangong Chen. As the crowd discerned the identity of the newcomer, their pupils constricted in astonishment. Was that truly Nangong Chen, the young master of Tianyuan Mansion? What brought him here? Was he truly worthy of attending Tianyuan Academy, given his mere second-rate talent? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. At this moment, Su Li, seated at the foremost viewing platform, gazed upon the scene with a complex expression, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. What was he doing here? Could it be for my sake? The mere sight of Nangong Chen evoked memories of that fateful night, a soft blush gracing her exquisite features. Beside her, Kong Daoyuan was not surprised by Nangong Chen's appearance, having received prior notice from Tianyuan Mansion. He held a disdain for those who secured their positions through backdoor means. Yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, aware that Tianyuan Mansion annually sponsored resources for the academy. His gaze lingered on Nangong Chen, and to his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern the latter's strength, veiled in an enigmatic gray mist. Were the rumors true that Nangong Chen had awakened his dual pupils after marrying the goddess? Or was it merely a reflection of his own inadequate judgment? Within Kong Daoyuan's profound gaze, curiosity flickered as he regarded Nangong Chen. Zhou Wanjie was equally taken aback by the presence of this extravagant youth. Despite his curiosity, he felt indifferent, as long as the fellow did not provoke him. Although his father had previously warned him against antagonizing Nangong Chen, he dismissed the caution with a scoff, deeming the young master an inconsequential fool with connections unworthy of fear. Yet, the most stunned of all was Su Aotian. Upon catching Nangong Chen's gaze, he hastily lowered his head to mask his emotions, forcibly suppressing the hatred swelling within him. He could not afford to be recognized. That would spell trouble. Who knew if that divine realm protector of his was still present? He had no desire to experience the agony of severed meridians once more. Soon, he would bide his time, and then it would be Nangong Chen's turn to meet his demise. A flicker of darkness crossed Su Aotian's eyes as he fervently resolved that acquiring the latter half of the burning scripture would mark the dawn of his ascent. Observing the unfolding scene, a playful smile crept onto Nangong Chen's lips as he turned his gaze towards Su Aotian. "Shinner, do you recognize this individual? He seems somewhat familiar." Wang Yuxuan, puzzled by his inquiry, glanced at Su Aotian, her delicate brows knitting together as a hint of disdain surfaced in her beautiful eyes. "Master, how could I possibly recognize this person?" "Surely you must be mistaken," she replied, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Aotian was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by electricity. He could not help but glance up at Wang Yuxuan. "It truly is you. How could you not recognize me?" Su Aotian sensed that Wang Yuxuan had changed in some subtle way compared to before, though he could not quite articulate it. The ease with which she referred to Nangong Chen as master left him pondering. Had something transpired between them during this time? No, it must be the wicked Nangong Chen's coercion. Su Aotian refrained from dwelling on negative thoughts, opting instead to console himself. "Oh, perhaps I have made a mistake," Nangong Chen remarked, displaying an air of nonchalance as he affectionately ruffled Wang Yuxuan's hair. Upon feeling his touch, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Master, really now, with so many people watching? Such flirtation should be saved for the bedroom." The onlookers gazed at the scene with envy, astonished that the little princess of the Wang family had indeed become Nangong Chen's maid. Her beauty was undeniable, a testament to her status as one of the 4 beauties of the Great Zhou. Jealousy brewed among them. How could Nangong Chen have trained her so? Whispers circulated about a man named Su Aotian who was rumored to be quite close to Wang Yuxuan, leaving many to wonder about the truth of it. "Oh, does that imply that Su Aotian's head is now adorned with a green crown?" Came the laughter from the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Su Li's exquisite visage grew colder. Her gaze directed icily at Nangong Chen, emanating an aura that seemed to freeze the very ground beneath her. "So, while I am away, you indulge in frivolities, do you?" Su Li was perplexed by her own emotional turmoil. Merely seeing Nangong Chen laughing with another woman caused her heart to ache. Meanwhile, Kong Daoyuan, seated nearby, felt a sudden chill sweep through the air, as though the weather had turned decidedly cooler. Is winter approaching? Kong Daoyuan pondered with curiosity. Upon hearing the derisive remarks from the crowd, Su Aotian clenched his fists, silently vowing to remember their faces. "Those who dare mock me shall soon learn the consequences of their words," he thought bitterly. At that moment, Yu Qifeng spoke coldly. "Meddlesome onlookers, Please refrain from disrupting our academy's assessment. If it were not for his status as the young master of Tianyuan Manor, he would have long been expelled. As the examiner finally addressed the crowd, anticipation filled the air as they turned their gaze toward Nangong Chen, curious about his response. Wang Yuxuan, with a smile, produced 2 tokens. Behold, she declared, and with a resounding clang, the tokens were revealed. The inner disciples' tokens of Tianyuan Academy shimmered with light. The characters Tianyuan elegantly inscribed by the hand of the Academy's headmaster, impossible to forge. As these tokens were unveiled, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. Since when has Nangong Chen been an inner disciple of our academy? Murmured the crowd. Could these tokens be counterfeit? No, the aura they emit matches ours perfectly. Gasps of realization spread through the assembly. Could it be that the academy has deliberately granted Nangong Chen special privileges? A flurry of whispers ensued. Yi Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. He had not anticipated that the opposing side would produce inner disciple tokens so effortlessly. His years of experience allowed him to discern at a glance that this token was undoubtedly authentic, impossible to be counterfeit. Where did you obtain this token? Yi Qingfeng inquired in a grave tone. At that moment, Kong Daoyan suddenly appeared before the crowd and stated, "These two, like the divine maiden, have been specially invited. The tokens were personally bestowed by me. Enough of this inquiry. Let the examination continue." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Special invitation? It was one thing for Wang Yuxuan to be specially invited, given her innate spiritual physique and 8th grade aptitude. But what of Nangong Chen? Was it merely due to his financial prowess? Hiss. Truly, the audacity of the affluent is infuriating. These disciples could only harbor their indignation in silence. Chapter 29. Beyond the 9th rank today, I, Nangong Chen, have come for one purpose alone, to challenge the Tower of Heaven. His voice, calm yet imbued with an air of confidence that looked down upon all, resonated throughout the square. The crowd, upon hearing this declaration, found their pupils constricting in disbelief, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. They had not anticipated that the young master of the Tianyuan Mansion would arrive solely to confront the Tower of Heaven. Is it merely to challenge the Tower of Heaven that you have joined our academy? Kong Daoyan inquired, his brows furrowing in skepticism. What madness is this? The Tower of Heaven is but a venue for practical training, and the rewards it offers are negligible, having been claimed by those who came before. Of course, if you manage to ascend to higher levels, you might encounter some fortuitous opportunities, but is that truly feasible? Of course not. I have also come today to see my destined companion, Nangong Chen replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards Su Li. The crowd gasped in astonishment. When had the divine maiden become his companion? Zhou Wanjie felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition creeping over him. All eyes turned to Su Li, eager to witness her reaction. They hoped fervently that she would dismiss Nangong Chen or berate him, allowing them to breathe easy and mock him without restraint. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. The impeccably aloof Su Li, upon hearing this, blushed slightly, her exquisite features tinged with a hint of color as she coldly retorted, "You are aware that I am your companion." Ha ha. Nangong Chen chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of what Su Li meant. The crowd watched in dismay as their hopes shattered. The male disciples lamented as if they had suffered a heartbreak, filled with sorrowful despair. "My goddess, how could it be that this wayward son is indeed your companion? What do I lack in comparison? Is it merely that he possesses a slightly handsomer visage and a more prominent background?" Nangong Chen, it seemed, was blessed with an extraordinary fate. Not only did he have a powerful background, but even the divine maiden had fallen under his spell. This meant that the two beauties of the Great Zhou were now in his grasp. They cast envious and resentful glances at Nangong Chen. Among them, Zhou Wanjie felt the most devastated. His face darkened as if he had consumed something foul, disbelief filling his eyes. "The one I have secretly adored, my moonlight, has become someone else's wife. Nangong Chen, you shall pay for this." He seethed inwardly, casting a venomous glare at Nangong Chen. "You, a mere second-rank talent, dare to be worthy of the divine maiden? Just you wait, I will make you regret this." A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Zhou Wanjie's gaze as he muttered to himself. Beside him, Zhou Yanlong wore a similarly grim expression. As Nangong Chen faced the wrath of the crowd, Su Aotian amongst them revealed a grin, secretly reveling in the moment. "Nangong Chen, your day has come. Ha 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 ha." "Silence!" Kong Daoyan commanded, his words carrying an authoritative weight that rendered the square instantly hushed. Subsequently, Kong Daoyan turned to Nangong Chen and remarked, If you wish to challenge the Tianyuan Tower, you may, but you must first obtain the qualification. Otherwise, even as the young master of the Tianyuan Mansion, you will possess no privileges. Nangong Chen nodded in acknowledgement. There are two ways to acquire qualification for the Tianyuan Tower. One is to secure first place in the entrance examination, and the other is to remain at the Tianyuan Academy for 2 years. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen did not hesitate for a moment, declaring, "I choose the first option." What a joke. To remain here for 2 years would be akin to binding his own hands and feet. As for the entrance examination, it merely tests one's talent and then requires maintaining the position in the arena, which would be exceedingly effortless for him. Witnessing his decisive response, those around him were somewhat bewildered, questioning the source of his confidence. "Very well. You possess courage. Now go and complete the assessment," Kong Daoyan said. A glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, though he was also curious about the origin of Nangong Chen's audacity. Prior to this, he had never heard of the young master of the Tianyuan Mansion possessing any cultivation talent. Nangong Chen swiftly moved to the center of the plaza. Standing before a colossal stone tablet, the crowd displayed expressions of derision, murmuring that a person with second-grade talent would soon be humiliated. "Open, double pupils." Nangong Chen silently instructed himself, then placed his hand upon the stone. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Nangong Chen. As his cultivation level at the Purple Mansion stage was directly unleashed, a mysterious light radiated from his eyes, revealing chaotic visions of creation and the destruction of mountains and rivers, instilling profound terror. What is this?" Kong Daoyan exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. 18 years old and at the Purple Mansion stage. Not just him, but the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Nangong Chen was, in fact, a formidable presence at the Purple Mansion stage? Su Li's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing that he had become even stronger than before. Wang Yuxuan's bright eyes were now filled with stars, gazing at Nangong Chen as if she were an enamored fan. "Master, so handsome." Meanwhile, within the crowd, Su Outyan's smile froze in place. This waste, unexpectedly at the Purple Mansion stage? Impossible. It must be that the Tianyuan Mansion had merely piled resources upon him. Should we engage in battle, he would undoubtedly be no match for me. At this moment, despair began to creep into his heart. As Nangong Chen's aura continued to rise, the stone tablet began to emit a radiant glow. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted in the sky above him, transforming the bright day into darkness as if the heavens had been torn apart, with a continuous flow of chaotic energy permeating the entire sky. Vivid green lotuses, bursting with vitality, began to blossom amid the dimming world, where the sun and moon lost their brilliance, and only a divine lotus shone with unparalleled radiance, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth as profound truths unraveled amid chaos. "What is this?" was the singular thought racing through everyone's minds at that moment. On the stone tablet testing talent, 9 beams of light surged forth, radiating the most resplendent divine glow. As the crowd beheld this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Could it be that he possessed a 9th-grade talent? Yet, this is still not the limit, as 9 beams of light simultaneously illuminated the surroundings. A divine radiance began to flow, subtly suggesting signs of unity and even the potential for surpassing the 9th rank. No, this is undoubtedly not merely the 9th rank. It is something far more formidable, possessing a talent that defies the heavens. Kong Daoyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he fixated on Nangong Chen, his heart trembling with astonishment. Could it be the legendary Super 9th rank? At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, one he had encountered in ancient texts. Moreover, the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky emitted an aura of danger that even he could perceive. It is said that ancient prodigies were accompanied by such anomalies, emerging invincible and effortlessly paving their way to enlightenment and emperorship. Now, the scene before him resembled a vivid reenactment of the words from the scriptures, allowing him to witness the emergence of a youthful emperor. Chapter 30. Let us go together, Ding. Would you like to check in? At this moment, a voice resonated in Nangong Chen's mind. It dawned on him that upon entering the Tianyuan Academy, he would have the opportunity to check in. Check in, he declared resolutely in his heart. Check in successful. Reward, divine level martial art, the Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Suddenly, a profound stream of memories flowed into his consciousness. The Heavenly Emperor's Fist, crafted by the Supreme Being known as the Heavenly Emperor, integrates the principles of the celestial path into its technique. One punch brings forth creation, another obliterates the universe, and yet another opens the realms of yin and yang. Boom. Within his mind, an immensely powerful figure unleashed a punch. Although he could not discern the figure's face, he was certain that this unparalleled powerhouse was surrounded by magnificent stars residing at the heart of the cosmos, treading upon countless worlds. With each strike, stars shattered, chaos unfolded, and it seemed as if the universe itself might collapse. This punch was overwhelmingly formidable, so much so that the entirety of the heavens could scarcely contain its might. Nangong Chen was profoundly shaken. Could this be the heavenly emperor? What a spectacular and resplendent sight it was. Human strength could ascend to such heights. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Nangong Chen had entered a state of enlightenment. Celestial clouds of 7 colors descended from the sky, and extraordinary phenomena were manifesting around him. Clearly, he had achieved a state of unity with the cosmos. Should he succeed in this enlightenment, he would likely soar to unimaginable heights, beyond the confines of the small Great Zhou Dynasty, which could hardly accommodate such an extraordinary prodigy. In the distance, Kong Daoyan stroked his beard, astonishment evident in his eyes as he contemplated the scene unfolding before him. After a few moments, the extraordinary manifestations surrounding Nangong Chen subsided, and as he opened his eyes, a terrifying aura radiated from him, transforming into a wave of energy that rippled outward, causing the ground to tremble and the air to quiver. At this moment, the faces of those present turned pale. It was clear that this overwhelming presence was beyond their capacity to withstand. The elders of Tianyuan Academy were particularly struck, their mouths agape as if they could hold a chicken egg. Such an aura evoked a sense of trepidation within them, and a thought lingered in their minds. If they were to engage Nangong Chen in battle, they would likely falter within mere moments. Their astonishment was palpable as they swallowed hard. This young man was utterly terrifying. Zhou Wanjie's previously arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. His instincts warned him that this individual was not to be trifled with. He had not expected that Nangong Chen could ascend from being a mere waste to an unparalleled prodigy, overpowering all the talents of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The disparity was almost unbearable. Would he have to live his life shadowed by Nangong Chen? Nearby, Zhou Yanlong was equally astounded. Nangong Chen felt so unfamiliar, almost unrecognizable from the person he remembered. However, the most shocked of all was Su Outyin. He had not anticipated that Nangong Chen possessed such extraordinary talent. Was it those eyes? When Su Outyin locked gazes with him, he felt as though his very soul might be consumed by the terror within those eyes. His body trembled, and a bizarre urge to kneel before him arose within him. Why? How could it be that a mere playboy disciple had transformed so dramatically in just a month? When did he awaken such a terrifying and astonishing talent? Su Outyin was filled with questions, and not only he, but everyone in the square was engulfed in profound confusion. The stark contrast was indeed unbearable. Would he ever have the chance for revenge? Su Outyin couldn't help but ponder, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his former confidence returned to his visage. I still have a chance. After obtaining the second half of the burning formula, I shall elevate my aptitude beyond the 9th rank. At that time, even Nangong Chen would have to bow before me. Despite his own 9th rank talent, what of it? He firmly believed that such a wastrel, regardless of his gifts, would not endure for long, while he himself, blessed by fortune, would ultimately emerge as the victor. Nangong Chen, 9th rank talent. It was only when Nangong Chen cast a glance at Yi Qingfeng that Yi Qingfeng, trembling, finally reacted and exclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a revelation, their eyes fervently fixed on Nangong Chen. It is worth noting that this was the second 9th rank talent in the Great Zhou, destined to be remembered for eons. Yet, Nangong Chen's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The dual pupils were a talent that surpassed the 9th rank. A mere testing stone could not reveal his true potential, for 9th rank was merely the limit of ordinary measurements. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would demonstrate that even among 9th rank talents, there were distinctions. Beside him, Wang Yuxuan gazed at Nangong Chen with fervent admiration, her eyes brimming with affection. Master is truly remarkable. Now, can we commence the second assessment? Nangong Chen inquired nonchalantly, his dual pupils directed at Kong Daoyun, exuding an air of superiority. Upon seeing this, Kong Daoyun, though somewhat startled, replied, "The other candidates have not yet completed their tests. It will require some time before we can proceed. However, if you do not wish to wait, there is another option. You may challenge a true disciple of the Academy, and if victorious, you shall also gain qualification." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of shock. The true disciples of the Academy were none other than figures like Zhou Wanjie. It was well known that although they did not possess talents as prodigious as Nangong Chen's, they had long since entered the academy and surpassed the Purple Mansion realm. Such a significant gap of decades seemed rather unfair. What choice would Nangong Chen ultimately make? Anticipation flickered across the faces of the crowd. Should he choose not to challenge, it would be understandable, but if he opted to confront the true disciples, a spectacle would surely ensue. With a confident gaze and an unperturbed demeanor, Nangong Chen declared, "Let all the true disciples of Tianyuan Academy come forth. I do not wish to squander time." As his words fell, the crowd's expressions became rigid, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. He intends to challenge all the true disciples? Surely, we did not mishear. And the candidates present for the assessment now looked at Nangong Chen with fervent admiration. What a true exemplar of our generation. On his very first day in the academy, he performed such a remarkable feat regardless of the outcome. The name Nangong Chen would undoubtedly be etched in their hearts. Seated in the stands, Zhou Wanjie's expression darkened upon hearing the news. How outrageous. Zhou Yanlong's gaze was equally frigid. If that is the case, then I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. The three other true disciples beside him nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Yanlong was the last to ascend to the ranks of the true disciples, he possessed the Azure Dragon King body and a 6th grade aptitude, and having now entered the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion, he was more than capable of teaching this young man a lesson. Chapter 31. A single finger sends him flying. Zhou Wanjie takes the stage soon. A figure descended upon the arena, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was none other than the second prince, Zhou Yanlong. Rumor had it that he had recently achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion. It appeared that Nangong Chen was in peril. Indeed, given the historical discord between the court and the Tianyuan Mansion, the second prince's decision to enter the fray undoubtedly carried the intention to suppress the latter. I harbor little faith in Nangong Chen. He is simply too youthful. The second prince, burdened with the Crimson Flood dragon physique and possessing far greater combat experience, is likely to conclude this battle swiftly. Amidst the crowd, Su Li, seated in the spectators' area, revealed a faint smile upon her stunningly beautiful visage. She was aware that someone was destined for misfortune, though she refrained from disclosing who. Meanwhile, Su Outyin, amidst the throng, wore a frosty expression, inwardly hoping for the other party to vanquish Nangong Chen. He yearned to witness the latter's downfall. Zhou Yanlong, the 5th true disciple of the Tianyuan Academy, has come to challenge the young master of the Tianyuan Mansion, Zhou Yanlong declared coldly, his eyes brimming with animosity. "You are not yet worthy," Nangong Chen retorted. Clad in resplendent white, his dual pupils exhibited a chaotic manifestation, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of a youthful sovereign. Many female disciples below could not help but shriek upon seeing such a striking figure. "Our young master is truly handsome." "Ah, I wish to be the young master's loyal dog. Though I am a disciple of the academy, I still hope our young master prevails." The fervor among the female disciples was palpable. The male disciples of the academy, upon witnessing this, were filled with envy and jealousy towards Nangong Chen. Humph. So what if he is a tad more handsome, possesses slightly better talent, and boasts a stronger background? What else does Nangong Chen have over me? A rather ordinary-looking young man declared with confidence, flipping his hair dismissively. The surrounding female disciples, however, distanced themselves from him, whispering, "What a loser, truly mediocre. How could he dare compare himself to our brother?" Soon, the crowd's gaze returned to the arena. Such arrogance. "Today, I shall show you the true prowess of the academy's true disciples." Nangong Chen's words utterly enraged Zhou Yanlong. As the second prince, who dared to speak to him in such a manner across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou. In an instant, Zhou Yanlong unleashed his cultivation. His garments tore apart, engulfed in an inferno-like aura, radiating immense power. Before the spectators, his bare upper body sprouted crimson scales, as if he were about to transform into a dragon. Moments later, he morphed into a half-human, half-dragon state, a trace of draconic majesty gleaming in his eyes. The crowd was left in utter shock. Zhou Yanlong's Crimson Flood dragon physique had evidently grown stronger. It seemed Nangong Chen was in for a challenge. Indeed, only Nangong Chen could provoke Zhou Yanlong to unleash his true form so readily. Someone remarked, "I am eager to see how Nangong Chen will withstand Zhou Yanlong's might." Above, Zhou Wanjie chuckled, his eyes brimming with confidence. After the eruption of his physique, Zhou Yanlong experienced an unprecedented surge in both strength and speed. It can be said that the current Zhou Yanlong is scarcely distinguishable in combat prowess from an average practitioner at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Even in a confrontation, it would not be guaranteed that he could triumph over Zhou Yanlong in this formidable state. Was he rendered speechless by fear? Zhou Yanlong's eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood. Upon seeing Nangong Chen remain motionless, he launched himself forward like a missile, moving with astonishing speed. Behold my strike, the flame-transforming dragon fist. With a single powerful punch, Zhou Yanlong unleashed a torrent of flames, resembling a dragon of fire. Such a blow would likely spell doom for any ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion practitioner. The onlookers were left in awe, just as the fist was about to descend. Nangong Chen made his move. His entire body erupted with golden vitality, activating the myriad particles of dragon and elephant within him. He extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Zhou Yanlong's fierce punch. The smile on Zhou Yanlong's face froze, replaced by a look of sheer terror as he sensed the complete nullification of his strength by that single finger. Boom! An immense force erupted from Nangong Chen's fingertip, sending Zhou Yanlong flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Hiss! The arena fell into an eerie silence. The crowd, eyes widened in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. With just a light flick of his finger, he had sent the mightily renowned Zhou Yanlong hurtling through the air. The audience had scarcely witnessed Nangong Chen unleash his power before it all concluded. Nangong Chen shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Although this speed appeared remarkable, to his heavy pupil, it seemed as sluggish as a snail. Is this truly the caliber of the foremost academy in the Great Zhou? How disappointing, he remarked, his white robes billowing, his gaze embodying the power of celestial phenomena. Terrifying in its intensity. He had not even employed his or the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus phenomenon, yet with mere physical prowess, he had subdued Zhou Yanlong. The disciples' expressions turned grim. As a true successor, Zhou Yanlong was no match for a single strike from Nangong Chen, a rather humiliating sight indeed. Meanwhile, the female disciples gazed at Nangong Chen with growing fervor, their legs instinctively tightening at the sight of such unparalleled elegance. Within the crowd, Su Outyan's eyes widened in shock, his complexion paling as he unconsciously clenched his fists. How could this frivolous disciple, Nangong Chen, possess such strength? Did he still stand a chance against him? Kong Daoyun felt a shiver of astonishment. Truly, he was the legendary wielder of the. Only a few prodigies from Central Continent could hope to contend with him. Su Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, ripples of thought stirring within her. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Had it only been a few days since he had become so powerful? Recalling that day in her chamber when Nangong Chen had been repelled by her aura, she had thought him entirely unremarkable, only to realize that she had severely underestimated him. Reflecting on it now, had he wished to take her life that day, it would have taken but a moment. Contemplating this, her gaze grew complex. Did that mean she ought to feel grateful to him? At this moment, the few true disciples in the audience tightened their fists, their gazes icy, yet they dared not utter a word. Nangong Chen was simply too formidable. It was known that Zhou Yanlong was not far from their level of strength, yet he fell victim to a single strike from Nangong Chen. Were they to take the stage, they would likely meet the same fate. Do not be so arrogant, Nangong Chen. I shall challenge you. At that moment, Zhou Wanji spoke, his voice like a bolt of lightning striking the arena. The elders, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. At last, a disciple had stepped forward to accept the challenge. Zhou Wanjie possessed a 7th grade talent with a Thunder Tribulation battle body and had long since entered the late stage of the Purple Mansion. Defeating Nangong Chen should pose no insurmountable challenge. Indeed, one could hardly believe that a 9th grade talent could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 32. The Mayfly Shakes the Tree. Zhou Wanjie descended from the sky, landing steadily upon the arena. His eyes flickered with electric intensity, and his countenance was as frigid as ice as he gazed at Nangong Chen. This battle was not merely to elevate the reputation of the true disciples. It was also a testament to the honor of the imperial family, as the most distinguished progeny of the Great Zhou Dynasty. His defeat would undoubtedly carry significant repercussions for the court. The mayfly may shake the tree, but what of your royal lineage? I shall dismantle your final vestige of confidence. Nangong Chen declared coldly, his demeanor calm, yet exuding an aura of invincibility. The air was thick with tension before the combat even commenced. It is worth noting that the Crown Prince had never tasted defeat since entering the Tianyuan Academy. Could today mark the shattering of this invincible myth? However, the prowess Nangong Chen displayed thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. None could ascertain the limits of his capabilities. It seemed likely that the crown prince's legend might soon be eclipsed. Ha ha ha, Nangong Chen is but a petty jester. How could he possibly triumph over the crown prince? Recall that last month, the crown prince vanquished a formidable thunder elemental tiger, securing the essence of Thunder Dao and propelling his power to astonishing heights. The crowd murmured, their words echoing with disbelief until a disciple clad in black robes spoke, rendering them utterly astonished. This disciple, named Hu Fei, was a confidant of the crown prince, and his assertions carried a weight of credibility. What? The crown prince managed to slay a formidable thunder elemental tiger? Nangong Chen is in grave peril. It was common knowledge that the crown prince possessed the thunder calamity body. If he were to absorb the essence of Thunder Dao, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have long harbored disdain for this pretentious Nangong Chen. Why should he be so adored by so many female disciples? At this moment, Zhou Wanji's followers sprang forth, exuding arrogance. Hu Fei's eyes gleamed with pride. The crown prince was destined to prevail. Their chatter was loud, and many in the crowd caught wind of their remarks. Suao Yan, upon hearing this, was filled with an overwhelming excitement, akin to a petty individual reveling in triumph. His gaze sparkled with delight. Nangong Chen, are you not invincible? Today, you have encountered a formidable challenge. I shall relish mocking you later. His heart was clouded by hatred, with every fiber of his being resonating with the name Nangong Chen. Wang Yuxuan, overhearing the gossip, looked up at the proud figure in white with concern. How could my master possibly lose? That is utterly inconceivable. I shall ensure that I deliver a resounding slap to the faces of these naysayers. She muttered to herself, her thoughts racing. It was well known that Nangong Chen had effortlessly slain 10 formidable Purple Mansion realm warriors before. Meanwhile, Su Li, seated in the audience, remained ethereal and composed, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion. She had certainly heard the whispers, yet she dismissed them completely. Only those familiar with Nangong Chen understood the depths of his strength. With that thought, she refocused her attention on the arena. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage, Zhou Wanjie proclaimed coldly, his eyes radiating with 3 inches of thunderous light as he struck forth with a powerful hand. A terrifying tempest of lightning cascaded forth, transforming into myriad arcs of electric brilliance, sending shivers through the very soul. This was an extraordinarily formidable technique of thunder-based martial arts, known as the Nine Heavens Thunderclap. Moreover, it was harnessed by the formidable Zhou Wanjie, who was imbued with the Thunder Tribulation battle body. With a single strike, any prodigy at the Purple Mansion realm would face certain death or grievous injury. Nangong Chen's striking eyes glimmered with an eerie light as he clenched his fist, delivering a seemingly effortless punch devoid of any flamboyant flames. Yet, this unadorned blow resonated with the sound of an explosive shockwave. Behind him, the silhouette of an unparalleled powerhouse emerged, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror, a being not of this era. At that moment, this figure joined Nangong Chen in unleashing a punch, evoking a sensation as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of annihilation, a cataclysmic upheaval. This was the divine technique, the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Simultaneously, countless particles of dragon and elephant essence erupted within Nangong Chen, channeling nearly 100 million pounds of divine strength. Surging forth with this punch, the dual forces combined reached a level of sheer terror, the aura radiating and the vibrations threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. With a resounding roar, this punch unleashed a cataclysmic wave of magical energy that rippled outward, akin to a missile detonating upon impact, causing the entire square to tremble. Under the astonished gaze of all, a figure was propelled from the epicenter of the explosion, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood splattering across the azure sky. It was none other than Zhou Wanjie. He was sent hurtling backward, his right hand grotesquely exposed, revealing stark white bones, twisted in an unnatural manner, clearly broken. Zhou Wanjie's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on Nangong Chen, filled with an unprecedented shock. Many experiences cannot be truly comprehended without personal encounter. And now Zhou Wanjie understood the despair felt by Zhou Yanlong. It felt as if he were not facing a mere individual but a youthful sovereign. Zhou Wanjie halted his retreat, his expression a canvas of disbelief. How could your power be so immense? Not only was he astonished, but the entire crowd in the square stood frozen in shock. The previously vocal Huang Fei, who had extolled Zhou Wanjie's invincibility, was now wide-eyed with disbelief. This was impossible. Wang Yuxuan displayed admiration, recognizing her master's unparalleled prowess. Even Su Li, who had been observing from the stands, couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes sparkle with awe. internally lamenting that if she did not intensify her training, she might soon be left far behind by this prodigy. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjie, lying on the ground, revealed an indomitable spirit in his eyes. This represented the dignity of the royal lineage, and he could not simply succumb. Once more, Zhou Wanjie bellowed, as a surge of thunderous essence enveloped his right hand. In an instant, that hand, previously marred by exposed bone, was restored, along with his other injuries. I knew the crown prince would not fall so easily. Hope rekindled in Huang Fei's gaze. This was the Thunder Tribulation battle body, one of the most esteemed physiques. Were it not for the emergence of a monster like Nangong Chen, Zhou Wanjie would have long since subdued the younger generation of the Great Dynasty. What does it matter if it has been restored? It will merely be obliterated by the master once more. Wang Yuxuan scoffed, her disdain evident in her tone. The supporters of Zhou Wanjie, upon hearing her words, were filled with indignation. You, what are you doing? Do you truly believe that you feeble beings can challenge me? Wang Yuxuan rolled her eyes, exasperated. Chapter 33, Ascending the Tower of Heaven, the Great Cataclysm of the Eight Desolations. Today, in the name of the eternal calamity, I shall enact divine retribution. Let the thunder descend. Zhou Wanjie roared as myriad bolts of lightning erupted from his form, intertwining in the void to create an expansive sea of thunder. The gray thunderclouds rolled ominously, electric sparks flickering like a deity of thunder descending upon the realm, a sight that was truly earth-shattering. Is it you who dares to execute heavenly punishment? Nangong Chen scoffed, golden vitality erupting from his being. Behind him, the vague silhouette of a dragon elephant began to coalesce, exuding an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. His raven hair danced wildly, his white robes fluttered like banners, and within his dual pupils, the primal chaos of creation stirred, woven with arcane symbols. The terrifying gaze could rend the very fabric of existence. A beam of light emanated from Nangong Chen's eyes, soaring towards the thunderous sea above, embodying a cataclysmic force that seemed poised to annihilate all in its path. This was not even the ultimate profundity of his dual pupils, the opening of the heavens, but merely a single gaze powerful enough to make the entire void tremble. The onlookers gasped, their pupils constricting in astonishment. This power bore no resemblance to that of a mere purple mansion realm. It was more akin to that of a divine monarch. Zhou Wanjie's complexion turned pale as he felt the weight of that gaze lock onto him, sensing that escape was futile. Boom! The thunderous sea above was shattered by that gaze, sending Zhou Wanjie hurtling through the air, plummeting from the void. His eyes filled with despair. He loathed the emergence of such a monster as Nangong Chen. Crumpling to the ground, his body showed signs of impending rupture, clearly having fought to the limits of his endurance. Nangong Chen, clad in flowing white, remained unruffled, exuding an aura of invincibility akin to a youthful sovereign. The spectators exchanged glances, astonished by this unexpected outcome. If only I had a century, you would not stand a chance against me. Zhou Wanjie gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment. Blood seeped from his body, yet he still refused to yield. Nangong Chen, hearing this, merely chuckled disdainfully. Those who fall before me are never regarded as rivals. I grant you time to chase after me, until you are but a distant silhouette. Zhou Wanjie, already on the brink of collapse, fainted upon hearing Nangong Chen's words. Hu Fei and the others gazed at Nangong Chen with palpable fear. To have forced the crown prince into such a state, surely there was no one else in the entire Dezhou who could match him. It seemed that from this day forth, they had acquired yet another formidable adversary. Regret began to seep into their hearts for their earlier bravado. Meanwhile, the other true disciples wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Thankfully, these two fools had paved the way for them. They had no desire to confront such a monster. Wang Yuxuan, witnessing Nangong Chen's spirited demeanor, exclaimed in admiration, "My lord truly possesses an invincible bearing." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with myriad thoughts, and in that moment, a desire to grow stronger blossomed within her. She could not allow the gap between them to widen, lest her master abandon her in the future. On the other side, on the spectator platform, Su Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, making it hard to fathom that the current Nangong Chen was the same person as before. Within the realm of ninth grade aptitude, there exists a discernible disparity. She couldn't help but marvel at this. However, it was fortunate that during these days, she had been dreaming of a particular scene, as if something profound was on the verge of awakening. A woman of unparalleled grace, adorned with a bronze mask, exuded boundless strength as she battled against 10 equally formidable beings. This confrontation shook the heavens and earth, causing celestial laws to falter, the void to shatter, and the ancient battlefield to run red with blood, littered with corpses, inciting tremors among countless souls. The The woman seemed to be uttering something. Otherworldly? Celestial king? Although Su Li harbored some confusion, she could find no answers and resolved to ponder it later. Amidst the crowd, Su Ao Tian's face turned pale, his expression a mask of astonishment. He had not anticipated Nangong Chen to be so immensely powerful, to the point of engendering a sense of helplessness. If he were to attain 9th grade aptitude, could he truly overcome him? He felt a sense of disorientation and trepidation. Yet, soon Su Ao Tian regained his confidence. Certainly, it was possible. He was the child of destiny, and Nangong Chen would undoubtedly be his stumbling block, even if it meant exhausting all his resources. Even if it led into madness, he would ensure Nangong Chen's demise. With this thought, he cast his gaze upon the towering edifice within the academy. Within the celestial tower, he sought the opportunities he desired. This was his final chance for ascendance. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Nangong Chen also intended to enter the celestial tower. Could it be that he shared the same goal? Su Ao Tian quickly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This matter was known only to him and his master. Unless his master divulged this information to Nangong Chen, which was evidently unlikely, his master would never harm him. He had promised to reclaim his master from Nangong Chen's grasp in the future. Director Kong, may I now have the qualification to challenge the celestial tower? Nangong Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards Kong Daoyan. I am not one to make empty promises. Since you have achieved this, you naturally possess the qualification to enter, Kong Daoyan replied, stroking his beard, his white brows raised in astonishment. Although he was quite willing to allow Nangong Chen to enter after he had triumphed over the academy's prodigies, he felt powerless should he break his word. It would likely invite trouble from the Tianyuan Prefecture. Open, Kong Daoyan commanded, gazing at the ancient tower in the square. The once dreary celestial tower erupted with a brilliant divine light, as if something within was awakening. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The last time the celestial tower had been opened was several years ago, and it was known that each time it did, the director would fall into a state of weakness. This was why one needed to earn the right to enter. Soon, a portal to the celestial tower opened. Kong Daoyan, somewhat weakened, urged, enter. Thank you, senior. Nangong Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and strode boldly through the entrance. As the crowd witnessed Nangong Chen's entrance, expressions of anticipation adorned their faces. It is noteworthy that none of the exceptional talents who previously entered the Tower of Heavenly Passage managed to surpass the 60th level. The question lingered in the air. Could Nangong Chen transcend this threshold? The origins of the Tower of Heavenly Passage piqued the curiosity of many. Some claimed it was crafted by an otherworldly supreme being, where the adversaries encountered were mere manifestations of foes once faced, while others suggested it was an ancient legacy promising unforeseen opportunities for those who could scale to the 100th level. Despite the multitude of opinions, there was a shared conviction that breaching 100 levels would undoubtedly herald a transformation. The young master possesses such formidable talent, surpassing a record should be a mere formality. A voice rang out. Indeed, I even believe the young master can conquer 100 levels, enthused the fervent female disciples of the Tianyuan Academy. However, while acknowledging Nangong Chen's immense prowess, many speculated that he might only reach around 60 levels, dismissing the notion of him achieving 100 as mere folly. For even the legendary prodigies of antiquity had never accomplished such a feat. The male disciples, overhearing this, exchanged knowing smirks, clearly unconvinced that Nangong Chen could attain such heights. Others in the vicinity echoed their sentiments, believing the fervor of the female disciples to be excessive, asserting that even with a 9th grade talent, Nangong Chen could hardly rival the extraordinary beings of the past. Upon hearing their remarks, Wang Yuxuan's pure and fair visage betrayed a hint of disdain. Just wait. I shall relish the moment when I slap the smugness from your faces. At that moment, Su Aoyan was drenched in sweat, harboring an unsettling premonition that Nangong Chen was destined to seize the opportunities meant for him. Surely not, he reassured himself, this time. He is merely attempting to conquer the Tower of Heavenly Passage. Chapter 34, Seizing Fortune, Transforming the World, the Tower of Heaven. Inside the tower, darkness enveloped the space, reminiscent of an ancient Roman battlefield. The moment Nangong Chen stepped inside, a bonfire ignited, illuminating a towering figure that emerged from the wall. Nangong Chen's eyes sparkled as his unique vision pierced through the illusion, allowing him to discern the presence before him. Is this a giant from the Kuei mountain tribe? He mused. The giant before him loomed impressively, standing several meters tall, with hands as thick as tree trunks, exuding an aura of death that indicated a lack of self-awareness. Suddenly, as the giant's gaze fell upon Nangong Chen, he seemed to be triggered, emanating a chilling energy before charging at him. Nangong Chen responded by striking out with his palm, gathering immense spiritual power that coalesced into a golden giant hand, which bore down on the colossal figure with overwhelming force. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist erupted. A giant at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm was effortlessly slain by Nangong Chen. Is that all? Nangong Chen's gaze flickered as he stepped forward to the second challenge. With another powerful strike, the creature before him was similarly reduced to a mist of blood. Nangong Chen moved with astonishing speed, reaching the 56th floor in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Outside, spectators watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. I seem to recall that a true disciple took at least an hour to reach the 50th floor. Indeed, it feels as though he encountered no obstacles at all and ascended effortlessly. Could it be that the Tower of Heaven has malfunctioned due to disuse? The crowd murmured in doubt, clearly skeptical. Kong Daoyan, witnessing this scene, scoffed. The Tower of Heaven malfunctioning? Are you questioning my expertise? The disciples who had voiced their doubts quickly lowered their heads, their faces tinged with embarrassment. It became evident that the tower was functioning flawlessly. It was merely that Nangong Chen's extraordinary prowess led them to misjudge the situation. Short-sightedness clearly stemmed from the overwhelming strength of the master, revealing their lack of experience. Wang Yuxuan, observing the unfolding events, whispered a comment before refocusing on the tower. Su Li remained silent, her ethereal beauty fixated on the tower, her expression imbued with curiosity. Could there be an opportunity within the tower that warranted his long journey? She, possessing keen intellect, surmised many things. Nangong Chen certainly could not have come solely for her. Among the crowd, Su Outyin clenched his fists, increasingly agitated by the rapid progression. Damn it! How can he advance so quickly? No, once he emerges, I must also challenge the tower. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Nangong Chen delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing a foreign celestial demon, and ascended to the 80th floor. There, a figure emerged from the wall once more. Oh, another humanoid being? Nangong Chen thought, but upon lifting his gaze to discern the individual, he was taken aback. His expression revealing shock. This individual is none other than Hong Tian, whom he had previously slain. At this moment, Hong Tian appears to be in his prime. Donned in a flowing azure robe, surrounded by a hazy aura of spiritual energy, as if he were truly alive. Upon encountering Nangong Chen, Hong Tian momentarily freezes, then, as though possessed, his eyes turn crimson as he advances menacingly towards Nangong Chen. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Nangong Chen steps forward to confront him. No wonder Hong Tian summoned Su Outyin to the Tower of Ascension. It seems the latter part of the burning technique lies within this trial. Had he not encountered Hong Tian, it is likely that Su Outyin, relying on the power of the ring containing Hong Tian, would have found the technique effortlessly attainable. Hong Tian, Nangong Chen attempts to call out, hoping for an unexpected response. The Hong Tian, who had just exhibited murderous intent, regains clarity upon hearing his name and asks, "Who are you?" However, in an instant, his eyes revert to blood red, and he launches an attack towards Nangong Chen. "Kill me, quickly." Witnessing this, Nangong Chen hesitates not a moment and delivers a forceful blow with the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Since communication is rendered impossible in this state, it is better to extinguish him and uncover the truth. Although he harbors doubts about why Hong Tian is present in the Tower of Ascension and who its true master is, Hong Tian conjures a turtle shield with his technique, blocking the impending strike. Realizing that his punch did not obliterate the foe, Nangong Chen cannot help but glance in surprise. So, it is a being of great power. No wonder he was not vanquished in a single strike. Nangong Chen ponders, aware that his Heavenly Emperor Fist could easily dispatch lesser opponents. Yet, against a being of such caliber, he wonders if it can withstand his full might. Golden vitality surges through Nangong Chen. As the dragon elephant apparition behind him coalesces into a formidable mountain, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens. Countless particles of dragon and elephant energy erupt from within him, indicating that he has activated the dragon elephant suppression technique. Alarmingly, the foes he had previously defeated were effortlessly vanquished by mere physical might in any era. Such prowess would mark one as a true prodigy. Regaining his focus, the colossal force of the dragon elephant descends, imbued with the might of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Hong Tian, caught off guard, stands there, unresponsive, and is thus annihilated in a single blow. In his final moments, Hong Tian's lips twitch, gazing at Nangong Chen, silently uttering a message, his eyes shining with clarity and a sense of solace. Nangong Chen comprehends the meaning behind those words. The latter part of the burning technique lies beneath the pillar, and moreover, there are great opportunities on the 100th floor. Reflecting on Hong Tian's last glance, Nangong Chen is momentarily bewildered. Could he have mistaken him for Su Outyin? A smile graces Nangong Chen's lips. If Hong Tian were to learn that not only had he been slain, but that the opportunities he left for Su Outyin were also seized, would he not be tormented in the afterlife? According to the conventional narrative, Su Outyin would likely retrieve the latter part of the burning technique and subsequently depart with the celestial origin spirit tablet, taking time to cultivate before seeking vengeance. However, now, all your fortunes lie within my grasp. Will the remnants of your fate suffice to sustain your life? Ah ha ha! Nangong Chen felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart. He approached a pillar and lightly pressed his foot against the ground. To his astonishment, a tile unexpectedly soared into the air, revealing an ancient tome buried beneath. Could it truly be here? A glint of brilliance flashed in Nangong Chen's eyes as he waved his hand, summoning a gentle breeze that swept away the dust from the ancient book. The words "burning decision," lower form, emerged prominently. With a focused thought, he confirmed its authenticity and stowed it away in his storage ring. After completing this task, Nangong Chen appeared to recall something, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he retrieved a volume of the Sunflower Scripture. He deftly erased the original title and replaced it with "burning decision," lower form, then concealed it beneath the stone pillar, covering it with the tiles once more, leaving no trace of his actions. Without lingering any longer, Nangong Chen strode forward with the confidence of a dragon and tiger, continuing his ascent. Chapter 35. The sacred armor of the twin pupils. At this moment, outside the celestial tower, a tremendous uproar had ensued. The crowd gazed wide-eyed at the luminous point atop the tower, unable to regain their composure. 80 levels. This evidently shattered the record set since the establishment of the Tianyuan Academy. Moreover, the speed at which this challenge was undertaken was unparalleled both in history and in the future. Never had they witnessed such an extraordinary ascent. Nearly 2/4 of an hour had sufficed to reach the 80th level. In contrast, the previous challenger, Zhou Wanjie, had taken an entire hour to reach the 60th level. By this comparison, it was indeed justifiable that Zhou Wanjie fell short against Nangong Chen. Kong Daoyan stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Though there had been prodigies in ancient times who had conquered the 80th level, few had done so with such remarkable speed. Yet, whether this young man could ascend beyond the 100th level remained uncertain, a feat that even the most exceptional beings of antiquity had not attained. Contemplating this, he shook his head. The endeavor was exceedingly arduous. It was not that he underestimated Nangong Chen. Quite the contrary, he held him in high regard. However, at present, Nangong Chen's cultivation level posed a significant obstacle. Should he falter at the 90th level, it would be entirely reasonable. Observing the momentum of the young master, I suspect he might even strive to surpass the 90th level. Indeed, his speed is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to that of a monster. It seems that after today, the title of the foremost prodigy of the Great Zhou will require a change, the male disciples lamented. Previously, they had harbored some grievances against Nangong Chen. Yet now they found themselves compelled to concede. Meanwhile, the female disciples were increasingly fervent, their legs tightly pressed together as they passionately chanted the name of their young master. It is essential to note that these were the female disciples of Tianyuan Academy, individuals of considerable standing within the Great Zhou, akin to royal princesses or esteemed young ladies from noble families. This fervor served to reflect the astonishing popularity of Nangong Chen. Wang Yuxuan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twinge of jealousy. Humph, I was clearly the first to arrive. Subsequently, she joined the throng of female disciples, raising her voice even louder and with greater fervor. Su Li, observing from the spectator's stand, couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly the Wang family young lady she knew? Nevertheless, her husband's popularity was undeniably remarkable. A glint of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes, as if a hint of displeasure had taken root within her. As the crowd regained their focus, they noticed that Nangong Chen appeared to be somewhat stalled at the 80th level. While not excessively prolonged, it was noticeably slower compared to his previous pace. This prompted some individuals to seize the opportunity to voice their opinions. It seemed that Nangong Chen had expended all his energy during the earlier challenges, which explained his prolonged stay at the 80 levels. He would likely descend shortly. Indeed, it was unclear what they were boasting about, claiming he would surpass the 100th level. If he were to reach the 90th level, I would eat my words upside down. These individuals were evidently supporters of Zhou Wanjie, their expressions now cold and contemptuous. Su Outyin, seeing that others shared his desire for Nangong Chen's downfall, could not suppress a smile. Ha ha ha, Nangong Chen has exhausted his oil lamp. It seems that despite his rapid progress through the challenges, he is nothing more than a jester. What a fool. Were I in his position, I would never have committed such folly. Now he feels at ease, confident that Nangong Chen remains oblivious to the opportunities within the Tower of Heaven. I remember all of you, including that one who tried to deceive for food and drink. Wang Yuxuan's small face was filled with indignation as she clenched her teeth. Before long, the crowd was rendered speechless, their pupils constricting as though witnessing something utterly astonishing. On the tower, a light point on the 80th level began to move, ascending with astonishing speed, reaching the 90th level in mere moments. The entire plaza fell into a hushed silence. It wasn't long before the crowd began to murmur, "Goodness, is this a monster? How does it seem like he is conquering the Tower of Heaven as easily as drinking water? And what of that one who claimed to deceive for food? I shall now go to the restroom and deliver something fresh." The crowd gasped in shock and awe, their gazes darting around to locate the disciple who had boasted so brazenly. Unfortunately, that disciple had already fled in a panic upon witnessing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Kong Daoyun felt increasingly astonished. Others may have been unaware, but he knew that the levels beyond the 80th were not easily traversed. The differences between each layer were immense. The ease with which Nangong Chen passed through proved his terrifying true strength. Within the Tower of Heaven, upon stepping into the 90th level, Nangong Chen felt a wave of oppressive energy wash over him, as if some ancient being were stirring from slumber. Suddenly, a fiery figure burst forth from the walls. Recognizing the aura emanating from it, Nangong Chen grew cautious. The Xian bird, one of the most prominent ancient breeds, was rumored to possess a trace of true phoenix blood, rendering it exceedingly powerful. Its cultivation had already reached the mid-level of the great ability realm. The emergence of such an ancient species heightened Nangong Chen's curiosity regarding the creator of the Tower of Heaven. With a fierce cry, the enormous Xian bird, engulfed in flames, fixed its blood-red gaze upon Nangong Chen and launched an attack. Nangong Chen's heavy pupil radiated a ghostly light. Intertwining runes enveloped him, and a surge of golden blood energy erupted as he struck the Xian bird with a powerful punch. The white punch light pierced the heavens, and a white figure appeared behind Nangong Chen, mirroring his motion. Boom! Despite the Xian bird's incredible speed, it was rendered ineffective before the heavy pupil, being sent crashing against the wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hiss! The Xian bird, racked with pain, grew more furious, its fiery feathers burning even more vividly. Resembling blood, it began to gather its energy for a counterattack, its aura fluctuating wildly. Realizing the impending danger, Nangong Chen's heavy pupil radiated a different brilliance, and a suit of platinum armor materialized around him. This was the third function of the heavy pupil, the holy armor of the heavy pupil, capable of summoning an exceedingly suitable armor for battle. Even the ethereal shadow behind him could be adorned with such armor. At this moment, the celestial figure of the heavenly emperor, which loomed behind Nangong Chen, was clad in armor akin to that of Nangong Chen himself. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, reaching a level of unfathomable terror. Even within Xuanyun's eyes, a hint of trepidation lingered. Boom! Tianyuan made his move, invoking the 9 suns, which manifested with an earth-shattering force, hurtling towards Nangong Chen with destructive intent. Any ordinary being at the great power level would either perish or be grievously injured upon receiving such a blow. Even those of the Divine King realm would pay a steep price for enduring it. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Nangong Chen unleashed his strike, his fist radiating divine light. While the celestial figure behind him mirrored the action, the very void trembled under the sheer weight of their combined might, exuding an unparalleled pressure that eclipsed even the 9 blazing suns conjured by Tianyuan. This was not merely a simple punch. It was an amalgamation of the divine elephant suppression technique, the heavy eye helm, and the heavenly emperor fist, an extraordinary divine skill. Boom! Under the force of this punch, the 9 blazing suns were utterly extinguished, and Tianyuan was swept away, both dissolving into a cascade of luminous rain. Chapter 36, the 100th Layer. Meeting Gunan after vanquishing the Xianfeng, Nangong Chen, imbued with the spirit of a warrior, surged forth, directly reaching the final layer, the 100th. The 100th layer of the Tongtian Tower lay shrouded in void and chaos. Unlike the preceding 99 layers that were engulfed in battle, this realm resembled the outer cosmos. At the very edge of the universe, Nangong Chen focused his mind, exercising utmost caution, for he sensed the peril that lay ahead. Akin to a formidable world forged by powerful beings. Soon, the very essence of this realm seemed to resonate. Dazzling lights intertwined, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura appeared to awaken. After countless years, someone had finally set foot in this domain. A sigh echoed through the river of time. Nangong Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to see a middle-aged man standing behind him. Clad in a gray robe, the man's countenance was resolute, radiating an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of an erudite scholar. Within Nangong Chen's profound gaze, he discerned an energy within this man that transcended the mortal realm, leaving him utterly shocked. In that moment, Nangong Chen was certain that this individual was an absolute powerhouse. The legendary Heavy Eye indeed proved to be extraordinary. It seemed that the Tianyuan Academy was indeed a cradle of exceptional talents. The man spoke, his gaze towards Nangong Chen brimming with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen promptly replied with utmost respect, "I am Nangong Chen, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior." He harbored a suspicion. Could this unparalleled strongman be the founding principal of the Tianyuan Academy? Upon hearing his name, the middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, as if lost in reminiscence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "So you are of the Nangong lineage. No wonder such a prodigy has emerged. Moreover, your intuition is correct. I am indeed the inaugural principal of the Tianyuan Academy. My name is Gu Nan, and you may address me as Principal Gu." Nangong Chen nodded, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. It dawned on him that this formidable being could read his thoughts. Indeed, such a power was fearsome. "Do you know why I founded the Tianyuan Academy?" Gu Nan inquired. Nangong Chen shook his head, uncertain of the answer. "Once, I resided in the lower echelons of the Xiantian domain. Despite possessing a measure of talent, my humble origins hindered me from competing with the powerful clans for cultivation opportunities. At that time, I pondered whether, should I achieve strength in the future, I could establish an academy accessible to all, regardless of their backgrounds." He continued. "After enduring countless hardships, I stumbled upon the Tianyuan Spirit Monument, which granted me its blessings, allowing me to cultivate its legacy. After a millennium of arduous training, I emerged and founded the Tianyuan Academy." Gu Nan sighed softly, his voice resonating with profound emotion. Nangong Chen's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that such a mighty figure would hail from humble beginnings. He recalled the memories of Hong Tian, which suggested that several epochs prior, the Tianyuan Academy had experienced a calamity and vanished from the entirety of the Eastern Divine Continent. "Are you curious as to why the Tianyuan Academy suddenly disappeared?" Gu Nan's gaze was deep and penetrating, as if he could peer into Nangong Chen's very thoughts. Nangong Chen nodded in affirmation. "Within the Xiantian domain, resources are like a glass of water. The more one possesses, the more the water tilts in their favor. The Tianyuan Academy at that time had grown immensely, producing numerous formidable talents from humble origins. Even from other states within the Xuanyandu, many prodigies came to seek their fortunes. While this could be deemed a positive development, it inevitably stirred a vast number of individuals' ambitions. If someone were to encroach upon your resources, how would you feel?" As Gu Nan spoke, he cast a glance at Nangong Chen. "Kill," Nangong Chen declared without hesitation. Gu Nan, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was a matter of vengeance. Those so-called righteous forces had falsely accused us, subsequently launching a massacre upon our academy. Of course, we were not defenseless. If one desires to take my life, I shall respond in kind. On that fateful day, I slew 5 saints, instilling fear in their hearts, causing blood rains to fall upon the Eastern Divine Continent. Had it not been for the emergence of certain ancient figures from the Central Divine Continent, Gu Nan's voice grew colder as he recounted this, revealing a glimmer of frost in his eyes. Nangong Chen, taken aback, was astonished to learn of such events from years past. Given a few more years, those ancient figures would not have been my rivals. Unfortunately, my lamp of life had dimmed, forcing me to exchange my life for theirs. My disciples also faced horrific slaughter. Although I had dispersed some core disciples throughout the Xuanyandu before the conflict, I remain unaware of their fates to this day. Alas, Gu Nan sighed heavily. Lapsing into silence, Nangong Chen mirrored his silence, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, deep down, he had come to a conclusion, beneath a fallen nest. How could there be intact eggs? Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters, Gu Nan continued. Young man, pray tell, how fares the Tianyuan Academy today? After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Chen replied with measured respect, it stands as the foremost academy under the dynasty. Gu Nan's expression became complex upon hearing this. The foremost academy under the dynasty, what a splendid title. It was worth noting that, back then, Tianyuan Academy was not affiliated with any faction. How had it reached such heights? Alas, the times have indeed changed. Merely surviving is commendable in this era. Reflecting on this, a sense of relief washed over his face. In those days, I had left behind 2 legacies. The other legacy, I presume, has been claimed by your current academy's leader, while the remaining one, the core legacy, has remained within the Tongtian Tower until this day. The essence of the core legacy lies within the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. The mysteries contained within have eluded my grasp throughout my life. I have barely scratched the surface. Upon hearing this, though Nangong Chen remained composed, ripples stirred within his heart. If merely a fraction of this core legacy could forge an almost invincible saint, then the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet must be an extraordinary boon. Observing Nangong Chen's intrigue, Gunan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Should you agree to one condition, not only may you take the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet with you, but you can also bring the Tianyuan Academy under your command. I have established a crucial stipulation within the other legacy, to heed the commands of the one who possesses the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. You must understand that although the Tianyuan Academy has significantly declined in stature, it still possesses a certain ability to nurture exceptional talents. Should you choose to align yourself with me, you could discreetly cultivate your trusted subordinates and influence within the academy. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen remained remarkably composed, his expression serene. While the proposition was indeed enticing, it was reasonable to assume that the conditions attached would be rather stringent. Thus, he chose to regard it with a sense of rationality. Ultimately, whether or not he acquired the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet, he believed he could still ascend to the pinnacle of power, rendering himself invincible in this world. Therefore, the outcome seemed inconsequential. Gunan, witnessing this, felt a quiet admiration swell within him. This young man's temperament was truly remarkable. He exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience, and he lacked the haughty demeanor often found in other prodigies. Chapter 37. Subduing the Tianyuan Academy. Certainly, this request is rather simple. I have a daughter, whom I sealed within an ice coffin before the Great War commenced. Now, after several epochs have passed, she should awaken. Should you encounter her in the future, I would be grateful if you could look after her. At this moment, a hint of tenderness emerged in Gunan's deep-set eyes, his expression remarkably gentle. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well. If I come across your esteemed daughter in the future, I shall certainly extend my care towards her. This request seemed reasonable, merely to watch over his daughter. If fate allows their meeting, he would offer her assistance. If not, then it would be of no consequence. Indeed, with your promise, I find solace. Gunan nodded, his gaze towards Nangong Chen growing increasingly satisfied, akin to that of a father selecting a son-in-law. Nangong Chen felt somewhat uneasy under such scrutiny, yet he sensed no malice from Gunan, a rather peculiar sensation. My daughter is named Gu Mingling, and she bears a birthmark on her left hip. As for other details, I have nearly forgotten them. If you happen to meet her, please convey this message. Death cannot be reversed. Cherish the present. Your father and mother love you dearly. Do not seek revenge for us. Our greatest wish is for you to live a peaceful and carefree life. Moreover, if she has forgotten the past, there is no need to remind her. Gunan spoke slowly, resembling any other father in the world. Nangong Chen listened intently, and the sight of Gunan prompted him to reflect on his own father. Should he find himself in a similar situation in the future, would his father behave in the same manner? As Gunan finished speaking, his spirit grew increasingly ethereal, as if on the verge of dissipating. Senior, you. Nangong Chen expressed his concern. Fear not, life and death are but cycles. Besides, I have already died once and have come to terms with it. Once my spirit disperses, the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet will naturally appear. You may take it directly. Ha ha ha, did I deceive you, young lad? Even if you regret it now, it's too late. You, who appear small yet cunning, have ultimately fallen into my trap. Ha ha ha, in the end, I have triumphed. I, Gunan the Sage, have prevailed. Gunan laughed heartily, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief and nonchalance as his figure gradually faded, transforming into a cascade of starlit rain. Subsequently, a milky white spirit tablet materialized before Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen fell silent, his emotions exceedingly complex and beyond words. After a long pause, he murmured, Senior Gunan, rest assured, I shall not forget my promise. He then stowed away the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet, offering a slight bow before turning to depart. In truth, he had been led astray twice. Outside, upon witnessing Nangong Chen's emergence, the crowd was rendered speechless by astonishment. Their faces radiated fervor, and their eyes brimmed with admiration, as though gazing upon a legend. At this moment, both elders and disciples alike had come to wholeheartedly revere Nangong Chen. 100 floors. This is the 100th floor of the Celestial Tower. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever succeeded in surpassing the trials of the Tower of Heaven. However, today, they witnessed a remarkable individual who audaciously ascended from the first level to the 100th, shattering the record of the tower. Wang Yuxuan waved her little fists in excitement upon seeing Nangong Chen emerge, while Su Li nodded quietly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Only Su Aotian appeared somewhat pale, unable to comprehend how Nangong Chen, a mere prodigal disciple, could possibly reach the 100th level. Why? Why could such an insignificant individual achieve this incredible feat? He found himself utterly perplexed. It seemed that the chasm between him and Nangong Chen had only widened. Kong Daoyan swiftly approached Nangong Chen, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he inquired, "What did you acquire within?" There were rumors that great opportunities awaited at the 100th level of the Tower of Heaven, particularly pertaining to the Tianyuan Academy. His curiosity was piqued. Yet it was tempered by a sense of trepidation. If Nangong Chen had truly obtained that legacy, then Nangong Chen slightly parted his lips, slowly uttering the words, "Tianyuan Spirit Tablet." He refrained from revealing the tablet, as it might attract unwanted attention, and moreover, he was uncertain whether the previous contract was still valid. Upon hearing this, Kong Daoyan's pupils constricted slightly, and he sighed, somewhat helplessly, "This place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Let us converse elsewhere." With a wave of his hand, a beam of white light appeared, and their figures vanished from the square. The onlookers in the square, witnessing this, were not surprised, their gazes filled with envy. It was likely that Nangong Chen would be taken in as a disciple by the dean. Indeed, his performance today had been nothing short of extraordinary. He had decisively defeated the Academy's most esteemed disciples and shattered the limits of the Tower of Heaven. Each of these accomplishments was profoundly shocking in its own right. On a mountain enveloped in ethereal mist, Kong Daoyan spoke with fervor, "Young master, may I behold the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet?" Nangong Chen, harboring some reservations, hesitated to reveal it. Sensing his apprehension, Kong Daoyan smiled reassuringly, "You may not be aware, but once the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet recognizes its master, it cannot be taken by anyone else unless the original owner perishes." Reflecting on this, Nangong Chen considered the gravity of the moment and, with a thought, summoned a milky white spirit tablet into his hand, the legendary Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. Upon seeing it, Kong Daoyan was overwhelmed with excitement. Kneeling before Nangong Chen, "I am Kong Daoyan. I pay my respects to the dean." If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely be struck with disbelief. A venerable sage kneeling before Nangong Chen? Nangong Chen shook his head, as he had no desire to assume the role of the dean, despite possessing the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. "No. I have no interest in the position of dean. You may continue in your role, but you must heed my commands." Kong Daoyan was taken aback, not expecting Nangong Chen to decline such a coveted position. After all, this was the Tianyuan Academy. Even though the academy had seen better days, it had once been the foremost institution in the Xiantian domain several epochs ago. Moved by this thought, he felt a surge of emotion, surprised that Nangong Chen had not immediately stripped him of his position. After all, he had invested considerable effort in establishing the academy. As for obeying Nangong Chen, that was a given. Ever since he accepted the inheritance, he had anticipated such consequences. It was inevitable. Even if the young master were to reclaim the title of dean from him, he would still remain at his service, Kong Daoyan respectfully declared. Nangong Chen nodded, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. How many offspring of the current imperial family are there within the academy? After a long pause, Nangong Chen finally inquired. Kong Daoyan, taken aback by the question, pondered briefly before responding with deference. "Young master, they account for roughly 30% of the academy's disciples, totaling over 5,000. Nangong Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a significant number. A smile crept across his lips. If all these individuals were to be swayed, surely the countenance of the Great Zhou King would be quite favorable. Nangong Chen was never one to exhibit kindness. Anyone who wished him harm would find themselves as his sworn enemy and must be prepared for retaliation. And what of the disciples from humble backgrounds? Nangong Chen continued his inquiry. As for the humble disciples, there are over 6 layers, approximately 10,000, Kong Daoyan elaborated, though a sense of curiosity lingered in his mind regarding Nangong Chen's intentions. So many. Nangong Chen was astonished, truly. The academy deserved its reputation as a sanctuary for the humble. If these humble disciples were to be funneled into Tianyuan Prefecture upon graduation, it could ensure a continuous supply of talent. What typically becomes of these humble disciples after graduation? Well, some return to serve their families, while others are assigned to various locations to serve the court. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, appearing somewhat displeased. Kong Daoyun quickly offered an explanation. Young master, this is a rigid rule imposed by the court. When the academies were established within the Great Zhou territory, they were bound by such restrictions, and other academies face similar circumstances. In the future, we shall reduce the quota sent to the court by 90%. The entirety of that quota will be directed to Tianyuan Prefecture. If the court has any objections, let them approach Tianyuan Prefecture. I doubt they possess the audacity to do so, Nangong Chen stated coldly. Kong Daoyun, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Chapter 38. The Nine Heavens Secret Realm. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, a shadowy figure stealthily entered the Tower of Heaven. Indeed, this individual was none other than our destined child. Su Outyin. Haha, you fools never anticipated that I would sneak in here, still caught up in your pursuits of Nangong Chen. Su Outyin laughed heartily, revealing a set of yellowed teeth with a fragment of vegetable clinging to them, which was quite repulsive. The mere thought of Nangong Chen ignited a spark of jealousy within him. If it were not for Nangong Chen consistently interrupting his plans, he would have long ago ascended to the revered status of a celebrated figure, rather than wallowing in his current misery. Nevertheless, fortune favored the diligent, and fortunately, he had infiltrated the Tower of Heaven without detection. Nangong Chen, just wait until I acquire the second half of the burning decision, then you shall await your demise. Su Outyin vowed silently. As for this Tower of Heaven, if Nangong Chen could conquer 100 levels, surely he could at least breach 99. With a resolute gaze, Su Outyin stepped into the first level. Several hours later, within the 80th level, Su Outyan's garments had become increasingly tattered, and his complexion appeared pallid. He had not anticipated that the Tower of Heaven would be so formidable. Were it not for his immense strength and the hidden cards he had previously played, he would have perished long ago. However, in a stroke of fortune, he had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm at the brink of death, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha, in the end, I successfully obtained the second half of the burning decision, Su Outyin exclaimed, raising his hands to the heavens in triumph. Yet, he found it baffling that Nangong Chen emerged unscathed, his white attire pristine and undamaged. It was evident that the dog Dean had provided him some form of assistance. At that moment, he realized that the higher one ascended within the tower, the greater the dangers encountered, far from the ease he had initially envisioned. Regaining his composure, Su Outyin gazed down at the stone pillar. The second half of the burning decision must be here, he thought, a wicked smile creeping across his face. That fool Nangong Chen surely had no inkling that the trial within the 80th level was set by my master. Nor would he suspect that a supreme technique lay hidden here. With a forceful hand, Su Outyin struck downwards, shattering a section of bricks and revealing the hidden technique beneath. Upon seeing it, his expression brightened as he cradled the ancient tome. Is this the second half of the burning decision? It exudes an aura of antiquity. A glint of excitement shone in Su Outyin's eyes as he eagerly opened the book, nearly drooling in anticipation. The first page read, to practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. Upon reading these words, Su Outyin was momentarily struck dumb. To practice the second half of the burning decision, one must indeed undergo such a drastic sacrifice. Was this not a violation of his manhood's dignity? Yet, the burning decision was an unparalleled technique. If it bore certain peculiar requirements, it was likely to be expected. He had encountered ancient powerful techniques with similarly bizarre stipulations. Contemplating this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Outyin's face. Did he truly have to resort to such measures? Amidst his uncertainty, a sudden recollection of Nangong Chen's detestable visage ignited a fierce anger within him. It is you, Nangong Chen. I shall exact my vengeance. He resolved that for the sake of retribution, sacrificing a few things would be inconsequential. Su Ao Tian brandished a broad blade, his countenance pale. With a firm closing of his eyes and a clenched jaw, he swung the weapon downward with fervor. A blood-curdling scream resonated through the air, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Nangong Chen, if I do not slay you in this life, I vow I shall never be human again. In the Tianyuan manner, Nangong Yu expressed his astonishment. What did you say? There have been celestial phenomena in the northern domain battlefield, with divine light soaring and purple chi emanating from the east? Nangong Zhan nodded in affirmation. Indeed. This unusual occurrence has coincided with a notable reduction in friction with the Great Dynasty, suggesting they may be contemplating a truce. I am unsure of their intent. I had heard tales in my youth that the northern domain was once a land of blessings, home to a supreme powerhouse, Nangong Yu reminisced, his aged face reflecting nostalgia. That is inconceivable. The northern domain is so desolate that it cannot sustain life. let alone beasts. Nangong Chen countered, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. You know nothing. When I roamed the northern domain, you were not yet born, you little brat. I am well aware of what it was like. If I am not mistaken, the Nine Heavens secret realm is about to be unveiled. Nangong Yu retorted with a disdainful huff. The Nine Heavens secret realm? Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen halted, his astonishment evident. So it is indeed the Nine Heavens secret realm. No wonder such phenomena abound, he murmured softly. It is essential to understand that the Nine Heavens secret realm was established by a supreme being, representing an extraordinary domain replete with boundless opportunities and treasures of immense value. If it truly is the Nine Heavens secret realm, we must inform Chen, Nangong Chen declared, his eyes glinting with excitement. Nangong Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen should soon reach the great ability realm. This venture will be immensely beneficial for him. Thus, in their discourse, the destination for Nangong Chen was determined. In a matter of days, news of the Nine Heavens secret realm's opening in the Eastern Divine Prefecture spread throughout the entire Xiantian domain. The Nine Heavens secret realm, a treasure left by a supreme being, held significant allure for the top-tier sects within the Xiantian domain, not to mention the first-rate factions. In an instant, the entire Xiantian domain, encompassing over 30 divine prefectures, buzzed with excitement. Clearly, this would be a grand assembly of prodigies. A splendid opportunity for various sects to showcase their descendants. At the Tianyuan Academy, upon receiving the transmission from Elder Mu, Nangong Chen's eyes widened in realization. The Northern Domain's secret realm was about to convene, and his family intended for him to attend. Ding. Proceed to sign in at the core of the Nine Heavens secret realm. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. The Nine Heavens secret realm, you say? In the memories of Nangong Chen, there lingered a vague impression of Hongtian, having heard whispers of a treasured artifact within that held immense significance for him, capable of forging an unparalleled foundation within the realm of Zifu. Given such circumstances, how could he possibly find a reason to refrain from embarking on this journey? Furthermore, it was rumored that a multitude of prodigies from various states had gathered for this occasion. He wondered if any new talents had emerged. A glimmer danced in Nangong Chen's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 39, Empress Chiao at Tianyuan Academy. In a refined and elegant courtyard, Su Li felt increasingly uncomfortable in the audience area and thus retreated to her own quarters. On the icy bed, her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her exquisite visage remarkably pale, with cold sweat beading on her fair forehead, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Why does this dream plague me in daylight? Su Li felt an overwhelming discomfort, her spirit tormented as if sliced by blades. She dreamt once more of the woman in red. Recently, every time she closed her eyes at night, a memory foreign to her would forcibly invade her mind. Initially, she believed it to be mere dreams, until the details within became vividly real, and the insights gained in her dreams echoed in reality. Empress Chiao, who are you truly? In those indistinct fragments, the woman named Chiao wielded power that could shatter the sun and stars, shaking the heavens and earth, her might almost unfathomable. The beings she battled against were equally formidable, their skills transcending the ordinary. Confusion filled Su Li's heart, her head throbbed painfully, her delicate frame trembled, evoking sympathy in anyone who witnessed her plight. Soon, as the pain intensified, she fainted. If Nangong Chen were to arrive at that moment, he would clearly perceive a spirit within Su Li, poised to merge with her. After a considerable time, a sultry, enchanting voice whispered near her ear, has my existence in this world awakened? Su Li hazily opened her eyes, startled. Who is it? Once she regained her senses, she swiftly turned her gaze. There, reclining on her bed, was a woman clad in red, adorned in a phoenix gown. Her skin was like smooth cream, her figure reminiscent of fresh snow, her bosom partially exposed, and her long legs exquisitely shaped, a stunning embodiment of allure. Beneath her dark tresses lay a breathtakingly beautiful face, eyes like autumn waters, lips alluringly crimson, exuding an intoxicating charm. She was a veritable enchantress. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Who are you? Why are you in my bed? Su Li demanded coldly. Who am I? I am you. Chiao replied with a playful smile, her voice irresistibly seductive. Confusion flickered in Su Li's eyes, her delicate brows furrowing as she instinctively took a step back. This person's aura eluded her comprehension. She was perilous. Chiao found the scene amusing, her smile radiant, her eyes curving delightfully. Is my current existence truly this intriguing? After a moment, she continued her explanation. After a while, an expression of realization graced Su Li's lovely face. It turned out that after Qiyao's previous life ended due to certain circumstances, she had used a supreme treasure to attach herself to Su Li, recently awakening. "So you are my previous incarnation, the one I have been dreaming of?" Su Li asked coolly. "Indeed," Qiyao languidly stretched, responding. Upon hearing this, Su Li's gaze turned icy as she swiftly wielded her sword. If it were not for this person, how could she have suffered so lately? Before her, the sword did not strike Qiyao. Instead, it passed through her form as if cleaving a mere shadow. Qiyao appeared to anticipate this, her eyes still curving with mirth as a smile graced her lips. "How tempestuous this lifetime has been. I am but a fragment of the soul. You cannot sever me." "Oh," Su Li replied coolly. Regardless, after the strike, she felt considerably more at ease. "Are you pleased? Henceforth, you shall have such a formidable presence to guide you," Qiyao remarked, devoid of any imperial demeanor, resembling more an elder sister. Had her subordinates from a past life witnessed this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless in astonishment. Is this truly the unyielding Empress Qiyao? Su Li's gaze was tinged with skepticism. Could this be the same entity from her previous existence? Indeed, a true empress? Had she not glimpsed the fragments of memories, she might have found it hard to believe. Moreover, why was her past self so flamboyant? Su Li felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she yielded back into the recesses of her mind. Someone approaches, she left as a final note. In the next moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "My lady, it is I," came a voice, rich and smooth, belonging to Nangong Chen. Upon hearing it, Su Li's face flushed crimson. How could he be so familiar in front of others? "Do not make a sound," Su Li cautioned the presence within her mind. Following this, she did not respond immediately but hurried to the vanity, ensuring her appearance was unblemished before clearing her throat and softly uttering, "Come in." Upon witnessing this, Qiyao's expression abruptly turned frosty. She had sensed that Su Li's primordial essence had waned, but she had not anticipated that in this lifetime she would indeed have a partner. It is worth noting that in her previous life, countless celestial kings had pursued her, yet she found them all wanting. Her standards impossibly high. Not only had she never relinquished her purity, but she had also never taken a companion. Now, she was eager to discern which young man possessed such audacity to claim her in this life. Nangong Chen entered after receiving her invitation, clad in flowing white garments. His visage akin to that of an ethereal being, exuding an air of extraordinary grace and vitality. Anyone who beheld him could not help but exclaim, truly unparalleled among gentlemen. "Do you require something of me?" Su Li glanced at Nangong Chen, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, which inevitably brought to mind that fateful night when their souls intertwined and their union was consummated. Nangong Chen did not respond but stood momentarily in a daze. What was it that he beheld? Su Li's fortune radiated even more brilliantly than before. It was an aura surpassing that of a destined protagonist. Had he not awakened his dual pupils, he might not have perceived it. Could it be that Su Li had encountered some fortuitous opportunity recently? At this moment, astonishment flickered in Qiyao's beautiful eyes. This is indeed the legendary dual pupils. Furthermore, there was a bloodline within Nangong Chen that rivaled her own, indicating that at least one of his parents possessed a cultivation level comparable to her previous life. Is this truly a prodigy from the lower realms? In a moment, she found herself unable to discern any flaws in Nangong Chen. Qiyao fell into a contemplative silence. "Oh, recently my father informed me that a secret realm in the Northern Territory is set to open, known as the Nine Heaven Secret Realm. I shall be departing tomorrow. I wish to inquire if you would care to accompany me," Nangong Chen remarked, regaining his focus. "The Nine Heaven Secret Realm?" Su Li mused, momentarily at a loss regarding her decision to join. However, upon hearing this, Qiyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, you must go. The Nine Heaven Secret Realm is the evolved lair of an invincible powerhouse, containing a treasure known as the Phoenix Stone, which would greatly benefit you and could transform your constitution entirely." She was astonished that a secret realm, long sought after in the higher realms, had manifested in the lower realm. Nangong Chen continued, "According to my father, the secret realm is filled with numerous treasures and opportunities, should we manage to discover them. The rewards for us would be immeasurable, although it does pose significant dangers." "I shall go," Su Li declared resolutely. She was determined not to fall behind Nangong Chen. She yearned for strength. Nangong Chen was somewhat taken aback, as he had intended to elaborate further. "Very well, in that case. Let us rest today and embark on our journey tomorrow," he replied, his gaze clear and sincere. Chapter 40. The Grand Tao Celestial Scripture. The astonishment of Qiyao the following day, a magnificent flying vessel, adorned with interwoven runes and radiant brilliance, traversed the skies above the Great Zhou Dynasty. Behind it, streams of dazzling light erupted, captivating the onlookers on the streets. On board the vessel, a notification resonated, announcing the arrival at the Great Zhou Dynasty. "Would you like to check in?" Nangong Chen, having cultivated through the night, was stirred by the system's prompt. "Check in." He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes igniting with brilliance. To his surprise, merely traveling on a flying vessel had triggered a location check-in. Reward: Divine Level Technique. The Grand Tao Celestial Scripture. As the announcement faded, a mysterious and profound memory surged into Nangong Chen's mind. It was yet another divine level technique. His gaze flickered, astonishment stirring within him. Within the Tianyuan domain, the levels of techniques are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. The pinnacle of heaven-grade techniques can only ascend to the saint realm. To transcend further, one must possess techniques exceeding the heaven grade. Through Hong Tian's memories, he learned that above the heaven grade lie the saint, immortal, emperor, and divine grades. These embody the most formidable techniques across the vast 3,000 worlds. It is estimated that within the entire Tianyuan domain, there are scarcely a few saint-grade techniques, let alone divine-grade ones, which are virtually unheard of in the upper realms. Should one appear, it would undoubtedly attract the greed of ancient beings yet to emerge. Now, Nangong Chen possessed 4 divine-level techniques: the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, the Heavenly Emperor's Fist, the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Method, and now, the Grand Tao Celestial Scripture. Each of these techniques is unfathomably powerful. If mastered, even an ordinary person could wield invincible combat prowess. What then of Nangong Chen, endowed with dual pupils? He would achieve an unparalleled state, dominating the ages and rendering himself invincible. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Nangong Chen ceased his distractions and earnestly began to comprehend the Grand Tao Celestial Scripture. The cosmic Tao, the cycle of life and death, chaos enveloping the heavens, and the purple aura rising from the east. Upon absorbing these 16 words, he found himself plunged into a state of enlightenment, perceiving a faint celestial phenomenon in the void, adorned with 5-colored divine light, illuminating the surroundings. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Yao Qi was imparting her teachings. "Do you know the level of this technique?" she inquired, holding an ancient tome with a smile directed at Su Li. "Heaven grade?" Su Li speculated, her beautiful eyes reflecting uncertainty. After all, in her understanding, the finest techniques in the Tianyuan domain were heaven grade, and the techniques she had learned since childhood were merely earth grade. Yao Qi shook her head, her smile radiant. "This is not a heaven grade technique. In our upper realm, heaven grade techniques are meant for common practitioners. Above heaven grade, there are the saint, immortal, emperor, and divine grades. The tome I possess, the Ice Phoenix technique, is a technique that perfectly suits your constitution, a legendary emperor grade technique. It seems that in your realm, even a single volume of a sacred technique would be fervently coveted, illustrating the disparity in resources. Once you attain strength, it would be wise to ascend to the 9 heavens of the upper realm as soon as possible, for that is where your true stage lies." Subsequently, Qi extended the technique she held to her. Initially, one might expect Su Li to feel inferior upon hearing this, yet she calmly remarked, "Oh, as a dignified empress, how is it that you cannot even produce a divine technique? It seems you are not as remarkable as one might think." Upon hearing this, the smile on Qi Yao's lips froze, her fair fists clenching tightly, her bosom quivering slightly, with an anger bubbling just beneath the surface. She never anticipated her tongue would be so sharp in this lifetime. Ah, what a mere child. What could she possibly understand? I shan't hold it against her. Do you think divine techniques are easily obtained? In my previous life, I could only cultivate an imperial level technique, which is already a rarity among the 9 heavens of the upper realm, let alone a divine one. Such a technique would incite a cataclysmic war across the entire upper realm. Qi Yao rolled her eyes and spoke with irritation. Nonetheless, I do possess some knowledge about divine techniques, such as the extraordinary phenomena they invoke during cultivation, the blessings bestowed by the heavenly path. If by chance you were to acquire a divine technique in the future, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. But that can only be discussed when you ascend to the upper realm. It is impossible for a divine technique to manifest in the lower realm, Qi Yao asserted decisively. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Nangong Chen, the descendant of an imperial bloodline. Yet he finds himself in the lower realm. How peculiar. However, his bloodline is sealed, for the rules of the lower realm cannot accommodate such a defiant lineage. He will likely have to wait until he ascends to the upper realm to unbind his bloodline. At that time, his strength will surge dramatically, placing him among the most formidable prodigies of the upper realm. Boom. At that moment, a sound erupted from the room ahead. Su Li and Qi Yao exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. The main chamber ahead belonged to Nangong Chen. Su Li hurried to investigate. But Qi Yao was quicker, her figure flashing forward, a glimmer of divine light dancing in her beautiful eyes. When they beheld the scene, they stood transfixed. Nangong Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by ethereal celestial energy. Ancient and mysterious runes intertwined around him, emanating a brilliant radiance. As though a primordial sage were in the throes of cultivation. Above, the heavenly path bestowed blessings, streams of light cascading down like stars in motion, transforming into intertwining phantoms of dragons and phoenixes. This was undoubtedly the highest form of divine grace, the auspicious appearance of dragons and phoenixes. How could this be? Qi Yao covered her crimson lips, her phoenix-like eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly a phenomenon of cultivation? Could it be that this young man practices a divine technique? Su Li fell silent, casting a deep glance at Qi Yao. Did you not just claim that divine techniques could not manifest in the lower realm? Then what is this? Seeing that Nangong Chen was unharmed, the two retreated back into the room. Ah. I must say, this lad is indeed fortunate to possess even a divine technique. Qi Yao entered, a sheepish smile adorning her face. Even she had to concede that ever since descending to the mortal realm, she had been continually astonished by that young man. She even harbored doubts, pondering whether Nangong Chen had merely come to the lower realm for a vacation, concealing his true identity all along. An emperor indeed. He lacks even divine-level techniques, while my husband possesses them effortlessly, Su Li remarked with a hint of disdain, though her eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon hearing such derision directed at her, Qi Yao found herself momentarily at a loss for words to counter. She couldn't help but question if she had truly arrived in the lower realm. Chapter 41. The Mystique of the Celestial Spirit Tablet after a considerable time. Nangong Chen opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the evolution of starry rivers, his aura steadily rising. Truly, the divine-grade cultivation technique surpasses the celestial-grade methods he previously practiced by leaps and bounds. It is akin to comparing heaven and earth. In just a single night, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, consciously restraining his cultivation. With but a thought, he could easily break through to the realm of the mighty. However, he refrained from doing so. Historically, the Purple Mansion realm serves as a foundational stage. Some prodigies hastily progress through this phase in pursuit of rapid advancement, destined to falter in their later endeavors. Conversely, certain geniuses establish an unparalleled foundation within the Purple Mansion realm, laying the groundwork for future invincibility among peers. Such prodigies typically achieve great heights. Many of the renowned powerhouses in the Xiantian domain embody this principle. Thus, Nangong Chen too aims to forge an exceptional and robust foundation within the Purple Mansion realm. In the future, when complemented by his, he shall find no rival among any prodigy in the world. Within the Nine Heaven secret realm, he is aware of a treasure known as the Primordial Dao Fruit, an extraordinarily formidable item born from the primordial tree, which requires several epochs to mature. Consuming this fruit not only purifies one's marrow but also elevates one's comprehension to an astonishing level. Legends speak of individuals who, upon consuming it, surge forth, attaining a profoundly terrifying realm, even embarking upon the fabled path of emperors. Some say that consuming this fruit grants eternal life, thus drawing many formidable and ancient beings to compete fiercely for it. Fortunately, the primordial Dao fruit resides within the Nine Heaven secret realm, which imposes restrictions that generally allow only prodigious youths to enter, providing Nangong Chen with a splendid opportunity. He is determined to acquire the primordial Dao fruit. No one shall impede him. With this thought, his gaze deepened, his ebony hair billowed, exuding unshakable confidence. Mu Lao, Nangong Chen called softly. In an instant, a figure emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura knelt before him. It was his protector, Mushana. How fares Su Outyin? The individuals below are vigilant, and in accordance with the young master's will, I have learned that Su Outyin has already set forth, having been informed of the imminent assembly in the Nine Heaven secret realm, and is expected to arrive in 2 days. Mu Lao responded respectfully. He sensed that the present Nangong Chen was increasingly powerful and imposing compared to before, radiating the aura of a lord that made it difficult to meet his gaze. Nangong Chen nodded, his eyes glinting with determination. With a wave of his hand, Mu Lao's figure vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there. Indeed, my pawn has finally set forth. The reason he spared Su Aotian was that, through his, he perceived a final glimmer of brilliance within Su Aotian's destiny. Even more radiant than before, perhaps a final stroke of fortune from the heavens. Thus, he orchestrated events to entice Su Aotian into the Nine-Heaven secret realm, intending for him to serve as a treasure-seeking mouse. Although the Nine-Heaven secret realm is filled with abundant opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Having Su Aotian as a treasure-seeking mouse could alleviate some of the ensuing troubles. Nangong Chen ceased his ponderings and subsequently produced the Tianyuan Spirit Monument. In his palm appeared a small, milky white stone tablet, seemingly diminutive, yet one could only wonder what extraordinary fortuity it harbored within. He murmured to himself, contemplating the mysteries it contained. With a swift motion of his finger, a drop of crimson blood fell upon it. Instantly, the Tianyuan Spirit Monument erupted in a radiant white glow, and a profound memory surged into Nangong Chen's consciousness. After a considerable time, having absorbed the memory, a look of revelation graced his eyes. It turned out that the Tianyuan Spirit Monument was an artifact designed to assist in cultivation, encasing within it a miniature world capable of drawing an external spiritual energy and condensing it into an elixir of celestial essence. This elixir possessed astonishing capabilities. When used by a cultivator, it could significantly accelerate their training. Even the most inept individual, with the aid of this elixir, could transform into an unparalleled prodigy. What astounded Nangong Chen the most was the revelation that within the tiny world of the Tianyuan Spirit Monument, cultivating spiritual flora would hasten their growth, enabling the mass production of countless precious herbs, and even some ancient divine medicines and imperial elixirs could be replicated. Remarkable. Two words echoed in Nangong Chen's mind. The ability to enhance one's strength while also profiting from the sale of spiritual medicines suggested that if some underdog protagonist were to acquire this, a tale of dramatic fortunes could unfold. As a thought occurred to him, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that his visit to the Tianyuan Academy had indeed bestowed upon him considerable fortune, and he was thoroughly pleased. Not only had he secured a force of saintly caliber, but he had also acquired the Tianyuan Spirit Monument, a treasure of immense value. He owed this stroke of luck to Su Aotian, and he wondered what other surprises awaited him within the Nine-Heaven secret realm. His gaze became profound as he looked into the distance. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, within the royal palace. Do you know why I summoned you here today? The Emperor of Great Zhou spoke coldly, his gaze fixed upon the young girl kneeling before him. His expression was one of indifference, his tone condescending, as if he were commanding a servant. The girl, maintaining a stoic visage, lifted her head and replied calmly, "I do not know, Your Majesty." Clad in a flowing black gown, her exquisite features and enchanting beauty exuded an air of aloofness, her eyes as dark as the abyss, devoid of any glimmer of light. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the girl in the black gown was none other than the seventh princess of the Great Zhou, Zhou Waner, and one of the four beauties of the realm. Now that you have entered the service of the Blood Demon Matriarch, your assassination skills have become increasingly refined, impressive. Indeed, you surpass even your deceased, inept mother. The Emperor of Great Zhou fixed his gaze upon her, unexpectedly offering praise, a smile spreading across his bark-like visage, rendering the atmosphere quite peculiar. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed beneath Zhou Waner's dark eyes, though she skillfully concealed it. "Thank you for your commendation, Father," she replied, her tone remaining icy. Were it not for her being ensnared by the poison's control, she would have relished the opportunity to sever the head of this so-called father before her, dismembering him piece by piece. It is likely that none could have anticipated that the illustrious seventh princess conceals the identity of a killer, secretly nurtured by the king of Dezhou to handle unspeakable tasks. Do you comprehend what this is? The king of Dezhou retracted his smile, gesturing with his hand as a poison needle materialized in the air, emanating a sinister green glow. Upon witnessing it, Zhou Waner's pupils contracted, as if she had encountered a horrifying entity. As an assassin, she was well aware that this was the infamous soul-crushing needle. A single prick would obliterate the soul of anyone, leaving them utterly unaware, and its concealment was extraordinarily potent. I command you to venture into the Nine-Heaven secret realm and eliminate Nangong Chen. Employ any means necessary, be it seduction or assassination, so long as you succeed in his demise. I shall grant you your freedom and enter the coffin of your worthless mother within the ancestral grounds of Dezhou. Otherwise, I shall cast her corpse into a mass grave, condemning her to wander as a restless spirit, forever denied rebirth. The king of Dezhou's gaze was frigid as he issued his threat. Very well. Joanna replied calmly, her fair hands stained with flowing blood. Chapter 42. The mobilization of all sides in the Solar Divine Palace, the pinnacle of the Central Divine Continent as supreme teachings. An elderly man with red eyebrows gazed at the young man before him and declared, Ling Tian, the Holy Sun has yet to emerge from his seclusion. For this expedition to the Nine Heavens secret realm, you shall lead the disciples. It is imperative that you seize the opportunities within the realm. Indeed, the young man responded, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of stars, radiating an unmistakable aura of sharp sword intent, and exuding a profoundly deep energy. Ah, you are a true disciple of our palace, endowed with exceptional strength and talent. I hold great faith in you. Should you perform well this time, you may even capture the attention of the palace master, the elder remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of admiration. With that, the elder vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes burned with fervor as he murmured to himself, a mere Nine Heavens secret realm? I shall see who dares to obstruct me. Furthermore, he had heard that the Nine Heavens secret realm lay within the Eastern Divine Continent, which meant he could visit Fenger and discover how he had been faring lately. Indeed, he was the elder brother of Lan Feng from the Qiyun Sword sect, Ling Tian, a true disciple of the Solar Divine Palace, a prodigy with an 8th grade aptitude. Currently ranked 50 on the heavenly rankings. Recently, an unsettling feeling had lingered in his heart, as though he had lost something precious. I sincerely hope nothing happens to Fenger. Otherwise, my wrath shall be unbearable for you all, Ling Tian murmured, gazing at the somewhat dim jade pendant in his hand. In the Howren Pavilion, a top-tier force in the Central Divine Continent, a remarkably burly man with a buzz cut expressed surprise upon hearing about the emergence of the Nine Heavens secret realm. If one recognized him, they would identify him as Yu Russian, who had previously questioned Nangong Chen's dual pupil aptitude before the Tianyuan Pavilion. Still in the Eastern Divine Continent? This means I shall have the chance to meet this so-called dual pupil practitioner, Yu Russian mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It is said that those with dual pupils have never faced defeat. I am eager to see if he truly possesses such extraordinary prowess. As a fellow prodigy on the heavenly rankings, he harbored a sense of pride. It was one thing to be overshadowed by those so-called geniuses. But now another prodigy of superlative 9th grade aptitude had emerged from the Eastern Divine Continent. If he were to be outshone, it would be a matter of great disgrace. As a leading figure of the younger generation in Howren Pavilion, known for his legendary Vajra body, he felt compelled to uphold the honor of the heavenly rankings prodigies. Within the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of the Central Divine Continent, a young man of striking demeanor laughed heartily upon hearing the news of the Nine Heavens secret realm. Ah, legendary divine pills and treasures within? Is that not tailor-made for me? Unfilial son, you cannot even defend the 100th position on the heavenly rankings, yet you wish to compete for opportunities with others. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, glared at him from the seat of honor, raising his hand as if to strike. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing exhibited a fearful smile and sidestepped slightly, then defended himself by saying, who would have known that in the desolate land of the Eastern Divine Continent, a prodigious talent like a super 9th rank dual pupil user could emerge and push me down the rankings? It's utterly infuriating. The middle-aged man, taken aback, inquired, what did you say? A super 9th rank. Chu Xing responded, indeed, a super 9th rank. The other day, out of sheer boredom, I wandered near the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, only to find that my ranking on the celestial list had been usurped by a lad named Nangong Chen. The mere recollection filled Chu Xing with indignation. He continued, seemingly still aggrieved, tell me, could it be that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has made an error? Is there truly a talent in this world that exceeds the 9th rank? That would be more terrifying than even the most monstrous geniuses. Are you suggesting that this individual is even more formidable than my sister? A flicker of fear crossed his eyes at the mention of his sister. If it were a dual pupil user, that would be somewhat plausible, considering that in ancient times, there was indeed a dual pupil user who dominated an entire era with unparalleled strength. Alas, there were no steel to assess talent back then, so their rank remains unknown. However, since the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has classified this individual as a super 9th rank, it must hold some truth. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Wow, there truly exists someone more fearsome than my sister. That would imply a supreme demon lord. My sister has 3 heads and 6 arms, while this individual would possess at least 10 heads and 10 arms. Dead. I hope this dual pupil user does not seek trouble with me. Upon hearing his father's affirmation, Chu Xing's expression turned desolate. Just then, he sensed a chilling presence approaching from behind. To think that in the eyes of my younger brother, I appear so terrifying and hideous, it is truly disheartening. Suddenly, An ethereal beauty materialized, her presence ghostly. Dressed in a pale yellow gown, her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, and her skin resembled flawless jade. Yet, her complexion was somewhat pallid, rendering her an image of delicate sorrow. Cough, cough. It is indeed too heart-wrenching, she murmured, covering her mouth with a white handkerchief. Her voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Cold sweat drenched Chu Xing's back as his complexion swiftly paled, his teeth chattering. When did she arrive? Observing her. The onlookers grasped the situation and, as if on cue, feigned departures. Oh, your child is about to be born? Very well, I shall take my leave to see. One remarked. It seems the bedding at home has not been put away. Perhaps it will rain. I shall be off, said another. Ah, I just remembered. My alchemy furnace is still lit. I must go, added a third. The leading middle-aged man, witnessing the dispersal of the crowd, shook his head at Chu Xing. His expression laced with sympathy before locking the door and departing. Soon, the hall of the Chu family echoed with anguished wails. The servants outside remained unfazed, as if such cries were a commonplace occurrence. Eastern Divine Continent, Great Zhou Dynasty. Within a concealed chamber, a young man clad in a black robe sat in meditation, his eyes firmly shut. At this moment, the vitality coursing through him surged with immense power, akin to a vast ocean, emanating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a respectful voice echoed from outside. My lord, have you completed your training? The black-robed figure opened his eyes, and a celestial phenomenon resembling an azure dragon emerged with the flicker of his gaze, a formidable wave of energy radiating from him. Enter, he spoke languidly. His eyes filled with an air of superiority. A young man adorned in golden robes stepped inside, his gaze ablaze with fervor upon seeing the black-robed figure. Father Emperor has foreseen that the heavenly Yuan secret realm will convene tomorrow. We may set forth today. Should the subjects of the Great Zhou Dynasty witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It was unexpected that the esteemed crown prince would exhibit such reverence toward the individual before him. Jun Wushuang cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked slowly, I have now perfected the Azure Dragon transformation technique. It is indeed time to embark on our journey. My lord, you truly possess the caliber of a ninth-grade talent. Your innate gifts are remarkable. In the upcoming Nine Heavens secret realm, who could possibly rival you? The crown prince's admiration was evident, his excitement palpable. The reason for this was simple. The man before him was the most formidable prodigy of the Great Zhou, Jun Wushuang, a divine body of ninth-grade aptitude. With his presence, the Nine Heavens secret realm would surely succumb to their influence. I am determined to seize victory in the Nine Heavens secret realm. No one can impede my path, not even the prodigies of the Central Divine Continent. Jun Wushuang declared with unwavering confidence. Now at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, if I can obtain an item within the Nine Heavens secret realm to establish my foundation, I shall thereafter forge ahead unchallenged, invincible in the world. Jun Wushuang radiated an indomitable spirit, imbued with an aura of invincibility. My lord, with your presence, the younger generation of the Great Zhou will no longer overshadow us, the crown prince exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Humph, your perspectives are exceedingly narrow, merely a Great Zhou. I have never regarded them as adversaries. They lack the qualification. My true rivals have always been the prodigies within the top 10 of the heavenly rankings. Well, since you have implored me, I shall exert myself slightly to suppress the younger generation of the Great Zhou. You may return and shame them thoroughly. Jun Wushuang asserted with pride, dismissively. Chapter 43. Intent to Kill. Curiosity. The northern region, a desolate expanse situated at the border between two dynasties in eastern Shenzhou, marked by its unclaimed land and frequent skirmishes between the two realms. Recently, numerous elite sects and prestigious factions have been making their way to this area. Various flying vessels adorned with different banners, along with mystical beasts and an array of palanquins, traverse the void, creating a bustling spectacle. Though they are acutely aware that only the foremost sects will partake in the bounties of the Nine Heavens secret realm, their purpose for coming is merely to hone their own prodigies and perhaps salvage some scraps along the way. Today marks a significant occasion as many anticipate the grand opening of the Nine Heavens secret realm. Consequently, several prominent factions have begun to make their appearances, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. For instance, a golden war chariot sped by, and upon glimpsing the figure within, a wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd. It was none other than Lan Lingtian, the direct disciple of the Sun God Palace, ranked 50 on the celestial list. Had he truly arrived? Others spotted a colossal gourd soaring through the air, radiating brilliant rays of light and moving with incredible swiftness. This was the Haoran Pavilion from central Xinzhou, renowned for its disciples who excel in physical cultivation, each a battle-hardened warrior. Moreover, a massive Tianyuan eagle soared overhead, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance, a testament to the presence of a top-tier family. It belonged to the Chu family of central Xinzhou, and the figure atop it was none other than the Chu family saintess, Chu Yin, a monstrous talent ranked 6th on the celestial list. Gasps of awe filled the air. In summary, the upcoming Nine Heavens Secret Realm promises to be a grand showdown among the finest prodigies from various factions. Shortly thereafter, with the arrival of these prestigious forces, discussions erupted among the spectators. Indeed, Lanling Tian is leading the Sun God Palace. It seems they are almost certain to succeed this time. However, Lanling Tian appears somewhat enraged. Has something transpired? Some observers noted the shift in his demeanor. At that moment, within the Sun God Palace, Lanling Tian's face was ashen, quickly transforming into a mask of fury, radiating a palpable intent to kill. He had just learned of the death of his younger brother, Lan Feng, at the hands of a man named Nangong Chen. The revelation that Nangong Chen was a native of eastern Xinzhou only intensified his rage, his eyes blazing with fury as his earlier composure evaporated. How could an unheard-of individual claim his brother's life? What had transpired? An elder accompanying the Sun God Palace inquired upon noticing Lan Lingtian's turmoil. Upon hearing the elder's question, Lan Lingtian's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple. He understood that he could not allow his personal grievances to impede the Sun God Palace's mission. Otherwise, he would face severe repercussions later. Thus, he resolved to suppress his wrath for the time being, intending to seek vengeance at a more opportune moment. My disciple is unharmed. I appreciate Elder Lin's concern. Lan Lingtian replied, taking a deep breath before speaking solemnly. Elder Lin Yinho, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. The imminent opening of the secret realm was paramount, and all must prioritize it above all else. Lan Lingtian gradually calmed down, nodding slightly. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chu family observed this scene with great curiosity. Chu Xing chuckled. Sister, do you think he has been jilted? His excitement and shifting expressions are truly amusing. Upon hearing this, the figure inside the carriage drew back the pearl curtain and stepped out. Little brother, did I not tell you? Do not mock others in public, Chu Yin said earnestly. Though internally she was overjoyed, struggling to suppress a smile. Her appearance attracted considerable attention. Chu Xinzi was undeniably breathtaking, and many mused that they would willingly forfeit a decade of their lifespan for a mere glimpse of her grace. I am here to awaken you, one voice remarked. Let us not speak of this. In my view, the opportunities within this gathering belong solely to Chu Xinzi, for she holds the illustrious title of 6th on the heavenly list. Meanwhile, at Haoran Pavilion, Yu Rushan appeared to be searching for something, scrutinizing the surrounding individuals. Senior brother, are you looking for someone? A disciple inquired. The one with dual pupils, Nangong Chen, Yu Rushan replied nonchalantly. A significant part of his reason for being here was indeed to see this Nangong Chen, who was said to possess extraordinary talents. Soon, it became apparent that the attendance from the top factions of the Eastern Divine Continent was rather sparse. Could it be that the Eastern Divine Continent is in a decline, with no prodigies emerging? Someone laughed. That is indeed possible. However, it is perhaps for the best that they do not come, for they would only face humiliation here. Indeed, with Chu family as Xianzi and 3 other prodigies present, who could possibly rival them? The crowd scoffed. At that moment, a cold voice interjected. Have you forgotten about Nangong Chen, who entered the top 100 of the heavenly list last month with extraordinary talents? Hearing this, the smiles on many faces froze. Oh, they indeed overlooked that detail. The conversation among the prodigies swiftly shifted to Nangong Chen. What? Nangong Chen? Upon hearing the discussions, Lan Lingtian quickly registered the name. After inquiring further, he discovered that the dual pupil genius who had recently entered the top 100 was named Nangong Chen, and he was indeed from the Eastern Divine Continent. Could it truly be him? Lan Lingtian's expression wavered as a sense of certainty began to form within him. His younger brother was a distinguished talent within their sect. If he were to be defeated, it was highly likely that it would be at the hands of this Nangong Chen. However, when he learned that Nangong Chen was merely at the Purple Mansion stage, his mood brightened. The earlier discussions about his extraordinary talents had startled him, leaving him uncertain about seeking revenge. A shadow flickered in Lan Lingtian's eyes, filled with deep resentment. Nangong Chen, blood for blood. Should you come to the Nine Heavens Secret Realm, I shall ensure you experience profound suffering. On the Chu family's side, the mention of Nangong Chen momentarily stumped everyone. But soon, Someone recalled. Oh, isn't he the one who pushed Chu Xing out of the heavenly list? Indeed, it is he. The memory brings forth a hearty laugh. Chu Xing truly deserves the title of the gatekeeper of the celestial rankings. Ha! In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. With a slightly flushed face, Chu Xing, despite his embarrassment, stubbornly proclaimed it was merely luck. If he dares to show up later, I shall make him kneel and beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin did not miss the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort. Indeed, being pushed off the rankings by someone of the Purple Mansion realm is quite the luck indeed. Chu Xing's face turned crimson, and he chose silence instead. A smile blossomed on Chu Yan's lips, breathtakingly beautiful. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of curiosity about this extraordinary dual-eyed individual of surpassing 9th grade. It is noteworthy that those even more talented than she possess only the 9th grade aptitude. Thus, this surpassing 9th grade implies that he is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial rankings in due course. How intriguing. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the reactions of others when that time arrives. Soon, in the void, a colossal flying vessel emerged, radiating resplendent hues and interwoven runes, exuding an aura of grandeur and magnificence. The banner emblazoned with the words Heaven-S Abyss was undeniably imposing. The crowd's expressions were filled with astonishment. Which force could possibly be so lavish and majestic? Chapter 44. You are not worthy to witness this scene. Some young disciples hidden in the Eastern Divine Continent began to voice their opinions. You may not recognize the Tianyuan Mansion, which is laughable. Yet you dare to mock our Great Zhou for lacking heroes? Indeed, are you aware that the master of Tianyuan Mansion is the very dual-eyed individual you speak of? And his partner possesses the legendary 9th-rank divine physique? How many individuals of such caliber exist within the entire Xiantian domain? Our Great Zhou alone boasts two. So who truly remains a frog at the bottom of the well? The young disciples from the Eastern Divine Continent spoke with an air of disdain. Having recently faced ridicule from others, they were pushed to their limits and now finally had an opportunity to vent. Although Nangong Chen's reputation in Great Zhou was less than stellar, his strength was undeniable. Every young prodigy from Great Zhou present was well aware of the events that transpired at Tianyuan Academy. One individual swept through the entire academy, leaving the younger generation unable to lift their heads, exuding an unparalleled aura, reminiscent of a demon king descending upon the earth. As a result, Nangong Chen's reputation underwent a transformation in the minds of these onlookers. They believed that he would surely suppress these individuals as well. Among the crowd stood a tall and graceful figure, her eyes like water moons, her skin as immaculate as fresh snow, and her face veiled, exuding an air of elegance. Upon hearing of Nangong Chen's exploits, her expression became somewhat complex. She had not anticipated that after Nangong Chen had taken over the sect, he would achieve such remarkable feats. Each revelation was more astonishing than the last. Indeed, this person was Lu Ruyan of the Qiyin Sword sect. On the other side, a figure cloaked in black gritted his teeth, his voice ambiguous in tone. Nangong Chen, during this 9 Heaven Secret Realm event, I shall surely kill you to avenge my personal grievances. Beneath the black hood was Su Outyin. Since his self-castration, although his voice had taken on a more delicate tone and the resoluteness in his face had diminished, he had grown significantly stronger. Having made a leap to the initial stage of the Great Power Realm, a remarkable advancement. As the saying goes, though I have lost my bird, I have become stronger. The disciples from other continents, upon hearing such praises, were also taken aback. They had not anticipated the dual-eyed individual to possess such immense popularity, and that his partner was also a 9th-rank divine physique. At this point, they dared not speak ill of the prodigies from the Eastern Divine Continent. One must understand that with a 9th-rank qualification, future growth would undoubtedly place them atop the heavenly rankings, without a shadow of a doubt. Such beings were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, everyone gazed with increasing curiosity at the descending flying vessel. As it landed, the radiant light it emitted gradually dimmed. 2 figures stepped down, one male and one female. As they emerged, it seemed as though the entire world had lost its brilliance. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her visage captivating enough to take one's breath away, while the man strode with the grace of a dragon and tiger, his countenance reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Surrounded by an ethereal aura, these two were Su Li and Nangong Chen. Upon seeing them, the crowd was left in shock, unable to believe that such divine and extraordinary individuals could exist in this world, appearing as if they were destined to be together. The men looked upon Nangong Chen with an overwhelming sense of envy, marveling at his extraordinarily beautiful companion. The women, on the other hand, were utterly captivated. Upon gazing at Nangong Chen's visage, They instinctively tightened their legs, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. It was evident that his legion of female admirers was destined to grow significantly. A testament to the breathtaking allure of his features, Nangong Chen maintained a calm demeanor, as though accustomed to such attention. A mere glance around revealed several unexpected discoveries. Within his dual pupils, he discerned 3 individuals of considerable fortune. One was a familiar face, Su Outyen, whose aura emitted a faint glow, clearly nearing the point of being completely consumed by Nangong Chen. The second was another acquaintance, Lu Ruyan, whose presence elicited no surprise. The last was a woman from the Chu family. Although Nangong Chen could not identify her, he sensed her remarkable fortune. Should he manage to win her over, it would be advantageous. Beside him, Su Li, under the scrutiny of so many gazes, appeared composed, yet felt a twinge of discomfort within. Upon noticing this, Chi Yao could not help but chuckle in Su Li's mind, teasing, "Oh dear, your husband's popularity is quite overwhelming. I find myself feeling envious." Su Li, accustomed to her incessant chatter, chose not to respond. On the Chu family's side, Chu Yin exchanged a glance with Nangong Chen, both profoundly astonished. Their astonishment was not derived from his unparalleled beauty, but rather from the enigma of his strength, which eluded her comprehension. It was noteworthy that she was a prodigy ranked 6th on the heavenly rankings, having reached the pinnacle of the great power realm, yet could not fathom the depths of a mere purple mansion realm cultivator. Chu Yan's intrigue in Nangong Chen deepened as she yearned to unravel the secrets surrounding him. Meanwhile, Chu Xing, witnessing this scene, could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen his sister display such emotions. Could it be that she harbored feelings for this man? Contemplating this, Chu Xing's eyes sparkled, and he blurted out, "Sister, he is already betrothed. You wouldn't dare to covet another's partner, would you? However, with your domineering nature, you might not be outmatched. Alas, it seems I shall soon have a brother-in-law." Chu Yin was taken aback by her brother's words, feeling a surge of indignation and embarrassment. "You insolent fool!" she exclaimed, delivering a swift punch to Chu Xing's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. Over at the Sun God Palace, Lan Lingtian regarded Nangong Chen with a frigid glare, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Even if you were the so-called wielder of the dual pupils, once inside, I shall slay you." At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. A man soared through the air, his gaze ablaze with intensity, fixated on Nangong Chen. "I am Russian, ranked 61st on the heavenly rankings. I have long heard of the invincible reputation of the dual pupil wielder and have come to seek your guidance." This individual was none other than Russian of the Howren Pavilion, a practitioner of the 8th grade diamond body. Upon his declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions reflecting a mix of schadenfreude. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing the true prowess of this so-called dual pupil wielder, fully aware that he was the only individual with a talent surpassing the 9th grade. Amidst the crowd, Su Outyen's heart blossomed with joy upon witnessing Nangong Chen's predicament. He had long heard of the celestial rankings, the most prestigious list of prodigies within the Xiantian domain. This individual ranked 61st, and teaching a lesson to Nangong Chen would be a mere trifling task. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xing, nursing a swollen bump on his head, contemplated challenging Nangong Chen as well, but was halted by Chu Yan. "Do you wish to seek your own demise?" Chu Yan remarked coldly. Such behavior, if it provoked displeasure in the opponent, could lead to an unpredictable response, and should misfortune strike, there would be no recourse for grievance. Chu Xing felt a twinge of confusion. After all, was it truly necessary to fear a mere cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm? Yet, upon meeting Chu Yan's terrifying gaze, he dared not voice his thoughts further, wearing a sullen expression as he gazed toward the unfolding scene. "This old woman is surely afraid that I might inadvertently harm my brother-in-law." "You are not worthy," Nangong Chen replied nonchalantly, exuding an ethereal grace, his white robes rustling in the breeze, imbued with a sense of unwavering confidence. At his words, the entire arena fell into silence, for they had not anticipated such audacity from Nangong Chen. Chapter 45. The battle with Russian's face suddenly flushed crimson, resembling that of a pig's liver. As a distinguished figure on the heavenly rankings and the esteemed senior brother of the Howren Pavilion, he had never endured such humiliation. To think that a prominent wielder of the dual pupils would resort to mere verbal sparring. "I had previously held you in much higher regard," Russian lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Oh, if you wish to fight, that is certainly feasible, but it must come with certain stakes," Nangong Chen replied, unfazed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Russian gritted his teeth, as if making a momentous decision. Very well, if you desire stakes. Then I shall wager 30 million spirit stones, provided you match it with an equivalent item of value. At this declaration, the crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment, as they had not anticipated a wager of 30 million spirit stones for a mere duel. Nangong Chen shook his head. That sum was far too trivial. Hardly sufficient even to serve as a mere snack for his Tianyuan spirit tablet. It is worth noting that a single celestial crystal could be transformed into a drop of celestial liquid, with each crystal valued at 100 million spirit stones. Russian was momentarily taken aback. 30 million spirit stones were insufficient. 30 million spirit crystals? Are you jesting? Nangong Chen scoffed. The crowd was further astounded. 30 million spirit crystals were deemed inadequate? The dual pupil wielder, merely a young lord of a dynastic power, spoke with such audacity. And how much do you propose? Russian's expression turned frosty. He had not intended for the stakes to escalate to such heights. I demand 10 celestial crystals, Nangong Chen declared astonishingly. Russian felt as though he had been played for a fool. 10 celestial crystals equated to 1 billion spirit stones, approximately the total assets of a first-rate power. Yet, he possessed but 2 spirit crystals, rendering him incapable of meeting this demand. If you do not wish to fight, feel free to refuse. But there is no need for such bravado. Russian retorted coldly, then added, of course, if you can present 10 celestial crystals, I shall acquiesce. He was supremely confident, convinced that Nangong Chen could not possibly possess 10 celestial crystals. After all, he was merely a young lord of a small dynasty. Upon hearing this, some individuals wore knowing smirks, anticipating the awkwardness that would ensue when Nangong Chen inevitably failed to produce them. Meanwhile, on the Chu family's side, Chu Yin watched the scene unfold, feeling an inexplicable sense of concern for Nangong Chen. A thought even crossed her mind. Should Nangong Chen fail to present the crystals, she would procure 10 celestial crystals herself and have Chu Xing deliver them. Once she regained her composure, she was momentarily stunned by the audacity of her own thoughts. Beside her, Chu Xing observed the spectacle with keen interest, utterly oblivious to Chu Yan's unusual demeanor. Nangong Chen smiled, truly believing he was merely an inconsequential figure. Soon, a dazzling array of white light materialized, and 10 luminous celestial crystals floated in the air like exquisite glass. Upon witnessing this, Russian was inwardly astonished. This young man was unexpectedly affluent. The crowd, upon seeing the celestial crystals, could hardly contain their awe, their eyes widening in disbelief as they nearly drooled at the sight. Such a wealth of spirit stones. This was 1 billion spirit stones, enough to establish a first-rate power. Those who previously claimed that Nangong Chen was lacking now found themselves engulfed in a sense of shame, rendered speechless. The other female prodigies present, with their enchanting gazes, were captivated by his charm and wealth. Was he not the epitome of the perfect partner in their eyes? A mere 10 celestial crystals. Surely one could produce such a modest offering? Nangong Chen chuckled, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Master brother, you must not agree. If we lose, those 10 celestial crystals will be lost, and the sect leader will surely blame us, urged a disciple from Howren Pavilion, ignoring the concerns of his fellow disciples. Russian clenched his fists, spurred on by Nangong Chen's taunt. How absurd, he could never suffer defeat. If victorious, he would secure 10 celestial crystals for Howren Pavilion. The thought ignited a fervor in his eyes. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us commence. Nangong Chen maintained an air of tranquility, his gaze reminiscent of the stars, radiating a divine brilliance as if a sage had descended among them. In the next moment, Russian made the first move, thrusting off the ground with great force, sending a cloud of dust soaring towards Nangong Chen like a nuclear explosion. Simultaneously, his aura surged, a dazzling golden light erupting from his robust physique, concealing boundless strength within. Vajra body, someone recognized, exclaiming in awe. Russian moved with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance to Nangong Chen, and unleashed a powerful punch infused with golden radiance, emanating an immense force that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. Yet, Nangong Chen remained unfazed, meeting the onslaught with a single, unembellished punch, devoid of any flamboyance. Remarkably, he did not even employ his formidable divine elephant suppression technique. Witnessing this, Russian felt a surge of elation. He had yet to encounter anyone with greater physical prowess. This blow, he believed, could bring even a late-stage mighty being to their knees. How much more so Nangong Chen? The onlookers shook their heads, deeming it foolish to engage in a direct confrontation with someone whose primary focus was physical strength. Su Outyin and Lan Lingtian exchanged cold smirks, eager to witness Nangong Chen's downfall. Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing an overwhelming force that radiated outward, instantly enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust and debris. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The power was too immense, reminiscent of two ferocious beasts locked in combat. Amidst the swirling smoke, a figure was hurled backward, blood streaming, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Gasp. As the dust settled, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. The bloodied figure was none other than Russian. His right hand hung at an unnatural angle, clearly rendered useless, with bone grotesquely exposed, a sight both tragic and horrifying. How could this be? Russian's pupils constricted, as if he had encountered a specter, unable to regain his composure. His physical form could not withstand Nangong Chen's might. He felt as though he were facing a true dragon scion, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness swelling within him. Meanwhile, as the smoke cleared, Nangong Chen stood serene, clad in pristine white, untouched by the chaos, resembling a celestial king in white garments. The onlookers were left in utter shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. They initially believed that the outcome would result in mutual destruction, yet they could hardly fathom the astonishing conclusion. Nangong Chen not only appeared unscathed, but seemed as though he had not even exerted himself. Su Outyin and Lan Lingtian were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Truly, the master is extraordinary. Behind Nangong Chen, Wang Yuxuan silently cheered in her heart. Had it not been for her master's warning to maintain a respectful distance in Su Li's presence, she would have rushed forward to embrace him. Being unable to share joyful moments with her master during this time has been quite suffocating. This young man's physical prowess is truly remarkable. It is hard to imagine that such a prodigious individual could emerge from your realm. Qi Yao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Upon hearing this, Su Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She had anticipated that Nangong Chen would emerge victorious, but she had not expected such ease in his triumph. Meanwhile, at the Chu family estate, Chu Yin was equally astonished, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Beside her, Chu Xing's face turned pale as he stammered, "Goodness! Thank heavens you held me back, or I would have been the one lying there. Sister, I shall never again refer to you as a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus." It seems my brother-in-law truly embodies that title. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes darkened, and she retaliated with a punch, leaving a mark on his left side. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Jun Wushuang. The opening of the 9 Heaven Secret Realm. I wager my 10 celestial crystals. Let us abide by the terms. South Palestine declared. Russian's lips twitched. Even in such dire straits, he still coveted his celestial crystals. However, South Palestine's power was indeed fearsome. Even without utilizing his dual pupils, he exhibited such formidable combat prowess. It was difficult to fathom the scene had he unleashed his full potential. One could only surmise that he had shown restraint. I possess only 2 celestial crystals. After the 9 Heavens Secret Realm event, I shall dispatch the remaining 8 to you. Russian replied slowly, his bodily wounds having ceased to bleed. Shortly thereafter, 2 exquisite wooden boxes floated before South Palestine. After inspecting them, he nodded in satisfaction and stowed them away in his storage ring. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. I trust you will not deceive me. For the consequences would be dire, South Palestine stated earnestly. Intriguingly, he hoped Russian would attempt to deceive him, as it would present an opportunity to eliminate their backing forces and seize the remaining celestial crystals. Russian's expression reflected a bittersweet realization with so many witnesses present. It would be foolhardy to renege on his promise. Should news of such treachery spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Howren Pavilion. That will not happen. Should another wager arise, you may seek me out, he assured. With 10 celestial crystals now within his grasp, South Palestine regarded him with newfound favor, a smile gracing his lips. Russian, however, could only grimace. He would not seek out South Palestine again. As the event concluded, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. None had anticipated such an outcome. A single punch had dispatched the 61st ranked contender on the celestial leaderboard, a feat that might very well establish South Palestine as the most formidable of the top 100. Indeed, even without the dual pupils, it appears the celestial leaderboard is destined for upheaval, one onlooker remarked, admiration gleaming in their eyes. The previously proud disciples of the Eastern Divine Continent were elated, feeling a sense of vindication. In their eyes, South Palestine had ascended to the status of a deity, invincible against any foe. Yet, among the crowd, some wore sardonic smiles, their eyes filled with derision. It's merely a victory over the 61st ranked. What is there to be excited about? Remember, Lan Zhenchuan could also dispatch you Russian with ease. The secret realm will reveal the truth. Naturally, these naysayers were predominantly disciples of the Sun God Palace. Unbeknownst to the gathered crowd, two factions stealthily approached, the imperial families of the Great Zhou and Great Qian. Upon their arrival, the members of the Great Zhou imperial family immediately spotted the ethereal South Palace Chen. Zhou Wanjie and his companions felt a flicker of anger. Yet they dared not express it openly. It is him again, they thought, fear gripping them as they regarded South Palace Chen as if he were a demon lord. Beside them, Zhou Wano appeared exquisite, clad in a black ceremonial gown, her beautiful eyes as dark as the Dead Sea, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Upon catching sight of South Palace Chen, a ripple of complexity stirred within her depths. South Palace Chen has changed so remarkably. It is worth noting that at the previous royal banquet, she had encountered Nangong Chen on several occasions. However, at that time, Nangong Chen exuded an air of debauchery and was exceedingly lecherous, teasing anyone he found attractive, including her. Yet, those dark days of training brought her considerable joy. How wonderful it would be if the target of this assassination were not him. The so-called prodigies of the Great Zhou seem rather unimpressive. Just as the crowd awaited the commencement of the Nine Heavens' secret realm in silence, a boisterous and arrogant voice broke the tranquility. The speaker was Qian Hao, the eldest prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who had descended from a small flying vessel. The onlookers turned their gazes toward him, astonishment flickering in their eyes. At this moment, who would dare to claim that the Great Zhou's prodigies were inept, fearing a punch from Nangong Chen, when they beheld Qian Hao clad in ornate robes? Their confusion deepened, wondering who this individual was. Soon, someone in the crowd elucidated. He is the eldest prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty from the Eastern Divine Continent. Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped the situation. Yet another force from the Eastern Divine Continent had arrived. At this juncture, a glimmer of trepidation appeared in their eyes, fearing the emergence of another monster akin to Nangong Chen. Indeed, the members of the Great Zhou royal family were equally infuriated upon hearing this. Qian Hao, your tongue remains as sharp as ever, Zhou Yanlong remarked coldly. Hearing that familiar voice, Nangong Chen, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to survey the two factions, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze. He had not anticipated their arrival. Naturally, he recognized the individuals from both sides, having dealt with them previously. However, it was peculiar that the Great Qian had brought along a certain individual. This person must be the hidden ace of the Great Qian Jun Wushuang, the 9th grade celestial tyrant body. As a core secret of the Great Qian, he had heard his father mention him long ago, yet it seemed that the Great Zhou had not penetrated this intelligence, remaining blissfully unaware. Regardless of his 9th grade aptitude, should he provoke Nangong Chen, he would be subdued all the same. With this thought, Nangong Chen closed his eyes once more, resuming his meditation. The Nine Heavens secret realm should be opening soon. Indeed, they are lacking, Jun Wushuang remarked disdainfully after merely casting a glance. Zhou Yanlong, witnessing this, inquired, "And who might you be?" Upon hearing this, Qian Hao's expression brightened as he proclaimed, "This is our Great Qian's strongest genius, the 9th grade divine body, Jun Wushuang." The other prodigies from the Great Qian regarded Jun Wushuang with fervent admiration, seeing him as the embodiment of an invincible myth, unmatched by any. At this declaration, the crowd's expressions shifted to shock, not expecting yet another 9th grade divine body to appear. It now seemed that the Eastern Divine Continent boasted 3 prodigies of 9th grade or above, a truly terrifying prospect. Zhou Wanjie and the others were left astounded, realizing that the Great Qian also harbored prodigies of such caliber. "Where is your goddess? Why does she not emerge to fight?" Jun Wushuang said coolly. Adorned in a dark yellow battle robe, his eyes emanating a formidable aura, exuding an air of invincibility. "You are still unworthy to contend with the divine maiden," said Zhou Wanjie coldly. He then brandished his spear, crackling with lightning, and leaped down, embodying the spirit of one prepared to battle Jun Wushuang. He could not believe that he, Nangong Chen, could not triumph. If he could conquer a formidable figure from the Great Qian, surely he could prevail here as well. In that tense moment, a resplendent divine light pierced through the heavens from the valley ahead, emanating an ancient aura. The crowd looked up, their faces etched with astonishment. At that moment, a singular thought filled their minds. The Nine Heavens secret realm was about to unfold. Nangong Chen also opened his eyes and communicated with Wang Yuxuan, instructing her, "Once we enter, keep a close watch on that man in the black robe. Your innate spiritual body allows you to conceal yourself undetected. He is of great importance to me." He cast his gaze towards Su Aotian, hidden beneath the black robe. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan marked Su Outyin with a thread of divine consciousness and nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, my master, I will fulfill this task." Soon, as the mist began to swirl and the radiant light illuminated the world, the crowd swiftly moved, slipping into the crevices of the valley. Chapter 47. The Demon Mouse on the outskirts of the Nine Heavens secret realm. A dense and shadowy forest lay shrouded in mist, teeming with ferocious beasts that exuded an air of chilling malevolence. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a ghastly crimson light that illuminated the entire forest, instilling a sense of dread and eeriness. Upon entering this foreboding place, the assembled crowd sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy was sparse, and an unusual gas lingered in the atmosphere above. At the forefront of the group stood the distinguished prodigies from the top-tier factions, followed closely by disciples of first-rate powers. In the middle and towards the rear were various other sects and independent cultivators. Suddenly, an enormous demon mouse appeared before them, its body covered in sharp quills resembling those of a hedgehog, with blood-red eyes radiating a ferocious aura. The crowd instinctively recoiled, their expressions tinged with trepidation. The demon mouse emanated the aura of an early-stage formidable being. In a blink, it leaped forward, decapitating several disciples of the Purple Mansion realm, devouring them whole. Despair began to grip the onlookers, for it became evident that this was not a solitary demon mouse. At least 5 or 6 others lurked in various directions, encircling them ominously. Just then, a powerful gaze erupted, obliterating the foremost demon mouse into a shower of flesh. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was revealed that Nangong Chen's eyes had transformed into a pair of chaotic twin pupils, exuding an aura of destruction and cosmic upheaval, terrifying in its intensity. He appeared unfazed, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect, continuing to stride alongside Su Li with an air of vitality. Truly, as a wielder of twin pupils, his power was formidable. With a casual strike, he had annihilated the demon mouse of significant prowess. Meanwhile, another top-tier prodigy unleashed their might. Chu Xing wielded a scythe, his eyes igniting with a crimson hue as he seemingly entered a heightened state, his aura surging as he cleaved the demon mouse in two with a single blow. Afterward, he appeared somewhat drained, panting heavily. Chu Yan, observing nearby, nodded in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise at Nangong Chen's display of strength. Others around her murmured in agreement, recognizing Chu Xing's formidable Azura battle body. Were it not for the emergence of an anomaly like Nangong Chen, his position on the celestial ranking would likely remain unchallenged. Lanling Tian also made his move, unleashing a stellar sword intent that severed the demon mouse's head in one swift stroke. The disciples of the Sun God Palace erupted in fervent cheers, proudly proclaiming his prowess. Lanling Tian cast a disdainful glance toward Nangong Chen, his expression darkening as he noted the latter's distance, feeling his pride slightly bruised. "Just you wait," he seethed. Meanwhile, Jun Wushuang had directly darted in front of the demon mouse, tearing it apart with his bare hands, leaving the onlookers' eyes wide with disbelief. The terror was palpable. The towering figure before them resembled a monstrous beast in human form. A voice among the crowd could not help but exclaim in awe. Behind him, Russian felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this individual's formidable physical prowess, recognizing it to be on par with that of Nangong Chen, the otherworldly being. Jun Wushuang shook his head, noticing that some had already finished their battles, and turned his gaze towards the breathtaking figure clad in white at the forefront. Intriguing. This individual is even swifter than I am. A worthy opponent. His eyes sparkled with intensity. In the end, a man cloaked in black unleashed a frigid inferno, incinerating the demon rat, which screeched in agony. This man was Su Outyin. It seemed that even among the rogue cultivators, there existed prodigies not to be underestimated. Someone remarked in admiration. Su Outyin's gaze was filled with venomous intent as he looked towards the figure ahead, yearning to end his life. Nangong Chen, this Nine Heavens secret realm shall be your grave. He felt a faint sensation in his heart, as if some opportunity was beckoning him, interconnected with his otherworldly flames. He surmised that this was undoubtedly a grand chance. With this thought, excitement surged in Su Outyin's eyes, just as the crowd had dispatched the demon rats. Danger had not yet passed. From the shadows of the underbrush emerged swarms of rats, all progeny of the demon rats, now frenziedly attacking the crowd. Though these minor demon rats were of low cultivation, barely at the initial stage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they bore venomous fangs. Should one be bitten, even a formidable being could meet their demise here. In an instant, cries of despair erupted from the throng, with countless casualties ensuing. Even Lan Lingtian and the others, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of caution, refusing to underestimate the threat. Seeing this, Nangong Chen intended to incinerate the horde of demon rats with his nether fire, but was halted by Su Li. "Allow me," she said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Always he took the lead, leaving her feeling like a mere ornament. Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, his gaze affectionate as he replied, "Very well, you may proceed." Upon hearing this, Su Li formed a series of intricate hand seals, and immediately, a wave of extreme cold erupted from the ground, freezing countless demon rats within several miles into statues of ice. Impressive, Nangong Chen genuinely praised. This wide-area damage was far more efficient than his slow-burning nether fire. Su Li, though her stunning visage remained composed, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of sweetness in her beautiful eyes. After vanquishing the rat horde, the two continued onward. Meanwhile, in other areas, the crowd remained troubled by the rat swarm, only to be astounded upon seeing Nangong Chen and Su Li having resolved the issue with such swiftness. These two are truly formidable. No wonder they have come together. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Yan observed, her lovely eyes flickering. The woman beside her is equally formidable. Lan Lingtian, taken aback, realized the strength of the woman beside him. She is indeed formidable. I cannot allow you to remain, he thought bitterly. Su Outyan shared similar sentiments, harboring thoughts of resentment. Upon witnessing Su Li's prowess, Jun Wushuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is she truly the divine maiden of the Great Zhou? Indeed, Qianhao replied respectfully. Splendid. At last, someone has piqued my interest, Jun Wushuang declared. His singular pastime was seizing others' partners, having dabbled in the affairs of princesses and even the harem of the great Qian emperor. Although the emperor was aware, he could only turn a blind eye, for the allure of their own prodigies far outweighed that of any woman. Jun Wushuang relished the sight of others helplessly watching as their partners were whisked away. My lord, do you perhaps harbor intentions towards her? Qianhao's eyes brightened, his mind brimming with schemes. Jun Wushuang gave a slight nod. I have a plan, Qianhao stated slowly. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Jun Wushuang's gaze. Little did they know, the formidable challenge they had encountered might exact the ultimate price. Chapter 48. The Thunderlord's treasure technique. Accompanied by his follower, Nangong Chen continued to advance, resembling celestial beings with an ethereal grace that evoked admiration from all who beheld them. Shortly, they reached the edge of the forest, drawing ever closer to the heart of the Nine Heavens secret realm. A thunderous roar echoed ahead, reverberating through the very fabric of the earth and sky. Emerging from the depths was a colossal inferno bear, its eyes ablaze with a fiery hue, flames dancing across its massive form like a sovereign of fire. The aura it exuded was formidable, indicative of its mid-level prowess among the mighty. Upon sighting Nangong Chen and his companion, the inferno bear unleashed a devastating paw strike. Imbued with overwhelming force, capable of obliterating any ordinary mid-tier powerhouses into mere mist. In an instant, a radiant fist beam erupted, dazzling in its brilliance, and hurtled towards the bear. The inferno bear stiffened and collapsed, its expression one of shock and confusion. Why was this human so terrifyingly powerful? At that moment, the young prodigies trailing behind arrived, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as they beheld the sight of a mid-tier inferno bear defeated so effortlessly. Even their strongest member, Chu Yan, would require time to vanquish such a beast, yet Nangong Chen had dispatched it with a single, brutal blow. Their expressions turned grave. Chu Xing swallowed hard, relieved that his sister had restrained him earlier. Otherwise, he might have met a similar fate. He glanced at Chu Yan, who momentarily appeared dazed, but quickly regained her composure. This man was exceedingly powerful. How could such a prodigy exist in the Eastern Divine Continent? Lan Lingtian could hardly fathom Nangong Chen's strength. The disciples trailing him fell silent, recognizing that this was no mere human but rather a veritable dragon in disguise. Could he still seek vengeance under such circumstances? Su Outyan pondered, surprised by the rapid advancements both he and Nangong Chen had made. Yu Russian was drenched in cold sweat, grateful that Nangong Chen had shown restraint. He couldn't fathom enduring such a blow. Had he known this was merely a simple punch devoid of the divine elephant confinement technique or the heavenly emperor fist, he might have succumbed to terror. This man's physical prowess rivals my own, Jun Wushuang mumbled. However, had Nangong Chen relied solely on his physical strength, he would not have been able to best him. The most astonished were the members of the Great Zhou royal family, who now abandoned any thoughts of retribution. Only Zhou Wanner bore a complex expression, lost in contemplation. If she were to assassinate him, she too might meet her demise. After resolving the matter, Nangong Chen disregarded the opinions of others and continued onward with Su Li. It was only when they beheld the scene before them that they came to a halt. At that moment, they finally laid eyes upon the core of the Nine Heavens' secret realm, a vast underground palace of immense proportions. Within this palace, an overwhelming aura of decay and darkness permeated the air. Even the crumbling walls were propped up by skeletal remains, clearly marking this as a place of demise. The underground palace was so expansive that its boundaries seemed elusive, lost in an endless expanse. As the crowd entered, their gazes ignited with fervor. For the sight of the palace was akin to encountering a grand opportunity. This was a realm where danger and fortune coexisted. Upon witnessing this, Qi Yao's mind flooded with memories, prompting her to speak. Soon, you will part ways with this lad. I know the whereabouts of the Phoenix Stone. Oh. And by the way, inform him that traveling along this main path should pose no problems. Su Li nodded. She understood that she could not always rely on Nangong Chen and needed to seek her own fortune. With this thought, she bid farewell to him, also mentioning that the main path was relatively safe. Nangong Chen understood her reasoning. After all, staying by his side would not provide her with the necessary trials. As for her assertion regarding the safety of the main path, how could she possess such knowledge? It was well known that the Nine Heavens' secret realm was beyond the comprehension of those from the Xiantian domain, let alone the opportunities within. Nevertheless, it seemed this girl had her own fortune, having made remarkable progress recently, almost catching up to him. Thus, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Without further contemplation, Nangong Chen proceeded directly along the main path. Meanwhile, several gazes were fixed upon their retreating figures. Jun Wushuang coldly observed Nangong Chen's disappearance before making her way toward the path Su Li had departed from, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Similarly, Zhou Waner, upon seeing Nangong Chen enter the main path, discreetly followed suit. Ding! You have reached the core of the Nine Heavens' secret realm. Would you like to check in? At that moment, a chilling notification echoed. Check in. Nangong Chen had not forgotten that entering the core of the Nine Heavens' secret realm would trigger the check-in process. Ding! You have received one of the 10 great treasures, the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. As the words fell, a profound memory surged into Nangong Chen's mind. The Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was a legacy left behind by one of the 10 fiends, the Thunder Emperor. According to legend, these 10 fiends had all traversed the supreme realm, revered by heaven and earth, embodying unparalleled strength. The Thunder Emperor's treasure technique emphasized offensive attacks through thunderous methods. If perfected, one could summon celestial thunder, capable of shattering the heavens, causing stars to explode, and defying the natural order. Most importantly, celestial thunder naturally countered malevolent cultivators and evil spirits, presenting a fortuitous advantage within the Nine Heavens' secret realm. With this in mind, Nangong Chen's figure flickered, moving with a pace that was not hurried, as if he were waiting for someone. Before long, he arrived at an uninhabited area and sat down to meditate. At that moment, a pair of obsidian eyes watched Nangong Chen from the shadows behind him. Zhou Waner, clad in dark attire and grasping the soul-extinguishing needle, regarded the silhouette of Nangong Chen with a hint of hesitation. It was time for you to reveal yourself, having shadowed me for so long. Nangong Chen, seemingly aware of her presence, spoke. Zhou Waner felt a wave of dread wash over her, prompting her to turn away. In the next instant, Nangong Chen activated the secret of movement and appeared directly before her, blocking her escape. A woman? The ethereal light emanating from Nangong Chen's unique eyes allowed him to discern every detail, even in the depths of night. Upon beholding her graceful form, he was momentarily taken aback. With a swift motion, he tore away Zhou Waner's veil, unveiling an exquisitely beautiful face, striking in its cold elegance, devoid of any earthly warmth. In that moment, a flicker of despair glimmered in her dark eyes. Is it you? Upon recognizing her visage, Nangong Chen was startled. He had not anticipated that the one trailing him would be none other than the 7th princess of the Great Zhou, Zhou Waner. Chapter 49. I shall command you to slay. The King of Dezhou. In the recesses of Nangong Chen's mind, memories surged forth. Many years prior, at a royal banquet attended by numerous princes and princesses, as well as young masters from powerful factions, Nangong Chen was among them. As the esteemed heir of the Tianyuan Manor, he was surrounded by many seeking his favor. Yet, amidst the revelry, a solitary maiden lingered in the shadows. She was exquisite, yet her beautiful eyes were clouded with sorrow, fixating silently on the banquet table, lost in profound contemplation. clad in a black evening gown. She resembled a beautiful yet frail black butterfly, evoking a sense of pity. Nangong Chen, naturally, took note of this porcelain-like girl and inquired about her. The responses he received were laced with disdain, referring to her as the cursed princess. Intrigued, he dismissed his companions and stealthily approached the girl in the black dress. Upon gazing into her deep, dark eyes, he discerned an overwhelming sadness and helplessness that stirred compassion within him, even in his reborn existence. It was later that he learned her name, Zhou Waner. On that fateful day, her mother had taken her own life. Returning to the present, Nangong Chen observed the despair in Zhou Waner's gaze and began to surmise the truth. "It is the king of Dezhou who has sent you to kill me, is it not?" His eyes turned frigid as he questioned her. Although the king had concealed the identity of the seventh princess adeptly, it ultimately could not elude the scrutiny of Tianyuan Manor, which had long recognized Zhou Waner as a trained assassin under the king's command. Zhou Waner was momentarily taken aback, feeling unmoored as the soul destroyer needle in her hand lost its luster. It was imperative to understand that the needle was only effective for a brief moment, akin to the burning of incense. If the opportunity was squandered, it would become an ordinary silver needle devoid of power. Having been an assassin for over a decade, she was acutely aware of this principle. Yet, inexplicably, at that pivotal moment when he approached, she found herself unable to strike. "Yes, go ahead and kill me. After all, I shall perish outside regardless," Zhou Waner confessed coldly, her voice laced with despair as her dark eyes reflected her hopelessness. She bore a curse of poison, and upon failure of her mission, the king of Dezhou would ensure her demise. Thus, succumbing to Nangong Chen's hand seemed a preferable fate. However, a twinge of unwillingness surged within her. Her mother's vengeance remained unfulfilled, and her mother's remains had yet to cool. "Since you are prepared to kill me, do not expect to die so easily. I can assist you in resolving the heavenly demon curse afflicting you, but," Nangong Chen retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing this, Zhou Waner was taken aback, a flicker of hope igniting in her dark eyes. "What? He does not intend to kill me. He even plans to alleviate the heavenly demon curse within me? However, from this moment forth, you shall heed my command." Nangong Chen assessed her with a smirk playing on his lips. Zhou Waner, upon hearing his words, felt a chill run down her spine, her earlier admiration for Nangong Chen dissipating entirely. In that moment, she regretted not having slain him when she had the chance, lamenting her previous fondness for him. Indeed, in this world, aside from a mother, no one would offer kindness without reason. In other words, she had merely exchanged one demon for another. Contemplating this, the last flicker of hope within her extinguished. "Well, you may now shed your garments," Nangong Chen stated. "You." Upon hearing this, Zhou Waner, with her enchanting visage, let a single tear escape. She had never anticipated being subjected to such degradation by this scoundrel today. It was truly abhorrent. Rising to her feet, she prepared to unfasten her attire. Nangong Chen, taken aback by her response, clarified slowly. "What I meant was to remove your clothing and turn your back. The parasitic insect is on your back. Otherwise, how could I assist in removing it?" A slight frown appeared on his forehead, astonished that Zhou Waner had misinterpreted his words. Did he truly seem like the kind of person who would act in such a manner? Realizing her mistake, Zhou Waner quickly dried her tears, a rosy hue creeping across her delicate face. "Had I known earlier, I would have thought it was something else," she hurriedly explained. Nangong Chen, observing her flustered demeanor, inquired playfully, "What exactly did you think it was?" Zhou Waner fell silent. The more she tried to clarify, the more convoluted it became. With a swift motion, she lifted her clothing, revealing her flawless back while ensuring her front remained covered. For a moment, Nangong Chen was momentarily entranced by the exquisite sight, but he soon regained his composure, focusing intently as he sought the location of the insect. His intentions were not of impropriety. He simply lacked knowledge on how to compel the creature out with the Thunder Emperor's technique and was merely exploring. Zhou Waner felt an unusual sensation as his hands roamed her back, a mix of discomfort and unexpected pleasure, which made her want to cry out. Yet she was too embarrassed to utter a sound. "Found it," Nangong Chen announced shortly thereafter. With a series of hand gestures, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from him, transforming into a small dragon that surged into Zhou Waner's jade-like back. Gagging, she felt something emerge and instantly expelled it. A black parasitic insect was vomited forth, promptly annihilated by the lightning dragon, reduced to a cloud of ash. Zhou Waner gazed at the scene with a complex expression, silently donning her clothing once more. "Consume this," Nangong Chen instructed, producing a pill. "I have placed another insect upon you. If you wish to survive, you must take this monthly, he explained with a grin. Truly inhumane. Joanna muttered under her breath before swallowing the pill. Almost immediately, a wave of soothing warmth surged from her dantian, catching her by surprise. It appeared her cultivation had indeed improved slightly. It felt akin to the heavenly grade elixir she had previously ingested, the Xianhuang Dan, which was extraordinarily rare and highly beneficial for female cultivators. Such pills were scarcely found in the market, and even she could not afford the heavenly grade elixirs. Do not overthink. This is not the Xianhuang Dan, merely possessing a somewhat similar flavor, designed to obscure the true antidote and thus deceive your senses, Nangong Chen spoke coldly. Oh, Joanna replied, her fleeting anticipation dissipating. By the way, whom do you wish for me to eliminate? Suddenly, Joanna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Was it conceivable that the esteemed young master of Tianyuan Mansion, Nangong Chen, had someone he could not handle? I want you to kill. The King of the Great Zhou. Chapter 50. Do you think you are capable? What? Upon hearing this, Joanna was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. As if she had misheard. The prospect of her single-handedly slaying the King of Dazhou seemed almost insurmountable. However, if it were the Tianyuan Mansion, the scenario would be vastly different. This could indeed serve as a means of avenging her. At that moment, Joanna's gaze towards Nangong Chen shimmered with a hint of intrigue. He appeared, perhaps, not as malevolent as she had believed. How is it impossible? I, Nangong Chen, have always returned the favor for grievances. Since the King of Dazhou seeks my life, I must retaliate in kind. He spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet, a shadow loomed over Zhou Wanner's heart. But my mother's coffin remains in his possession. If I go out, he will surely sense something amiss. Her eyes reflected her concern. Fear not. Once we are outside, I shall send someone to retrieve your mother's coffin, Nangong Chen replied casually. To others, the imperial court was a forbidden realm, yet for the Tianyuan Mansion, it was akin to traversing an unguarded expanse. Obtaining an item was a mere formality. Is that truly so? Zhou Wanner's dark eyes finally sparkled with hope as she gazed blankly at Nangong Chen. The thought of reclaiming her mother's coffin, a constant thorn in her heart, filled her with a sense of liberation. With her mother's remains returned, she would no longer be encumbered, and the King of Dazhou would no longer hold power over her. Nangong Chen continued, undeterred, we shall discuss this matter later. Once we are outside, you must not act alone unless I command it. Your father will inevitably seek to kill you. At this juncture, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Repeatedly attempting to take my life, old Bai, do you truly believe I am so easygoing? I shall be certain to dispatch you once we are out. Joanna studied his remarkably handsome visage, her dark eyes betraying an unexpected complexity of emotions. If he could indeed avenge her, what would it matter if she were to heed his commands? Moreover, he was the first man to have seen her in her entirety. This thought brought an almost imperceptible blush to her cheeks. Let us proceed. It is time for you to take a life, Nangong Chen declared, turning away with an air of indifference. Moments ago, he had received word from Wang Yuxuan that Su Aotian had indeed uncovered a great opportunity. And now he was prepared to reap the rewards. Ah, my fine chives, finally ripe for harvesting. Before Zhou Wanner could fully grasp the situation, she found herself following Nangong Chen. Elsewhere, within an immense cavern, Su Aotian gazed upon the treasures before him, inhaling deeply, his eyes aflame with fervor. The crimson flame dragon bone and the Qilin treasure technique are now mine, he exclaimed, laughter laced with an eerie softness that sounded peculiar. Beside the remains lay a piece of lustrous white bone and an ancient scripture. Nangong Chen, with these two artifacts, what will you wield against me in the future? Su Aotian whispered, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. He envisioned Nangong Chen beneath his heel, pleading for mercy. The thought of this brought him immense satisfaction. As he was on the verge of claiming his prize, a dazzling small sword surged towards him. Su Aotian swiftly evaded by sidestepping. Witnessing the sword's remarkable speed akin to flowing light, its blade exceptionally sharp, firmly embedded into the stone wall, piercing deeply. His gaze sharpened as he turned to look behind him, a surge of anger swelling within him as he demanded, who dares? Had that sword struck him, it could have spelled danger, revealing the malice of its wielder. A graceful and agile figure emerged. Wang Yuxuan regarded him coldly. I did not expect you to evade. This belongs to my master. You cannot take it. Upon seeing Wang Yuxuan, Su Aotian was momentarily taken aback, never expecting it to be her. His eyes reddened with fury as he tore off his black robe, revealing his true visage. You vile harlot, I have long known you were in cahoots with Nangong Chen. Wang Yuxuan's heart jolted upon recognizing that familiar face. It was indeed Su Aotian, Yet his features now bore a certain softness, lacking the resolve he once had. Her expression turned icy at his insult. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? She had once sacrificed her most cherished possessions for him, and now, instead of gratitude, he harbored such animosity. This left Wang Yuxuan utterly perplexed. Their relationship lay in ruins, irretrievable to the past. Disappointment washed over Wang Yuxuan. She never anticipated that she had saved a scoundrel, having been so infatuated with him before. Thankfully, Su Outyin had never laid a finger on her, or she would have been utterly repulsed. Su Outyin, I do not know what dark sorcery you have employed to regain your strength, but abandon your delusions and relinquish these treasures to their rightful owner. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences today, Wang Yuxuan declared coldly, her cultivation at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm surging forth. I foresee that it shall be you who meets your end today. Su Outyin retorted with a chilling smirk, his aura of the initial stage of the great ability realm laid bare without concealment. Wang Yuxuan remained unfazed, though a flicker of shock danced in her beautiful eyes. This was troubling. Su Outyin had indeed reached the great ability realm. A predicament had arisen. She hoped her master would arrive swiftly, for she could not endure much longer. If not for Nangong Chen's constant interference, I would not have fallen to this plight. And you filthy harlot, I bet you've been thoroughly toyed with by Nangong Chen during this time, calling him master. Su Outyan's eyes burned with rage as he charged at Wang Yuxuan. Wang Yuxuan's gaze was devoid of warmth as she formed a hand seal, summoning nearby rocks to coalesce into an immensely thick stone shield. At that moment, an aura of affinity with all things enveloped her, a manifestation of her innate spiritual body, allowing her to harness the elements in battle. Boom. Alas, the disparity was overwhelming. The stone shield was shattered by Su Outyan's punch, sending Wang Yuxuan flying alongside it. She coughed up blood, her once pure and spirited visage now pale, her delicate form imbued with a sense of shattered fragility. As she beheld Su Outyan advancing, she waved her hand. At this moment, the nearby spring seemed to come alive, transforming into a square water prison that encircled Su Outyan. The surface of the water shimmered with a unique spiritual aura, making it difficult for an ordinary person to escape. Upon witnessing this, Su Outyan revealed a cold smile, mockingly thinking, do you truly believe this can hinder me? Such a wretched trickster, how full of schemes you are. With a single punch, he shattered the water prison, the liquid cascading down to the ground. Subsequently, Su Outyan slowly approached Wang Yuxuan, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Are you still waiting for Nangong Chen to arrive? Ha! He is but a petty man, probably unaware of your plight, lost in revelry with Su Li, forgetting all about you. A mere servant, Su Outyan sneered, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Wang Yuxuan silently regarded him, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of fear. Have you grown stronger in just a few days? At that moment, a voice echoed from beyond the cave entrance, not loud, yet resonating throughout the entire underground chamber. Chapter 51, The Revelation of Truth. Su Outyan spits blood at the entrance of the cave. Nangong Chen, clad in white, approached slowly. His dual pupils shimmered with interwoven runes, accompanied by the ominous phenomenon of stars collapsing into oblivion. A divine radiance enveloped him, emanating an aura so fearsome it was as if he were a youthful sovereign. Beside him walked a stunning woman in a black dress, Shouwaner. Master. Upon seeing Nangong Chen, Wang Yuxuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart swelling with excitement. Yuxuan, you have worked hard. Nangong Chen observed Wang Yuxuan's pallid complexion and surmised the gravity of the situation, speaking softly. In an instant, with a flicker of his consciousness, a precious herb emanating ethereal divine light soared before Wang Yuxuan. Shouwaner, watching from the side, was utterly astonished by this spectacle. She discerned that Wang Yuxuan was merely suffering from overexertion of her spiritual energy, and there was no serious harm done. However, Nangong Chen's lavish gesture of producing a rare herb for her treatment seemed excessively extravagant. Wang Yuxuan, witnessing this, gazed at Nangong Chen with profound gratitude, her eyes sparkling with affection. Does my master truly care for me so deeply? I shall repay this kindness tenfold in the future. Soon. Nangong Chen's demeanor turned impassive as he cast a cold gaze upon Su Outyan before him. Although his feelings for Wang Yuxuan were confined to those of a master and servant, he regarded her merely as a vessel. Nonetheless, Su Outyan's actions had undeniably provoked her ire. Nangong Chen, you have finally arrived. Today, I shall avenge all past grievances. Su Outyan's eyes burned a fierce crimson as he ground his teeth in fury, to seize his opportunities to take away his woman. To force him into self-mutilation, each of these offenses warranted 1,000 cuts for Nangong Chen. Today was the moment for his retribution. Master, be careful. He has broken through to the great ability realm, Wang Yuxuan promptly warned, concern flickering in her gaze. Despite knowing her master to be an invincible being, Su Aoyan's ascent to the great ability realm posed a formidable challenge. Zhou Waner, nearby, was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated that Nangong Chen's opponent would possess such formidable power. Could this arrogant fool truly triumph over him? Nevertheless, she resolved to assist if the situation turned dire, contemplating a backup plan in her heart while quietly observing the two. Is this the capital you rely upon? Nangong Chen remarked with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation, as if he were merely confronting a larger insect. In truth, no matter the strength he unleashed, he remained an invincible force among his contemporaries. Presently, and in the times to come, this would hold true. Su Aoyan radiated a tempestuous aura, veins bulging, blood boiling, as three ethereal flames materialized around him, his power surging uncontrollably. How dare this man maintain such an arrogant demeanor? He longed to shatter that insolent visage. Buddha's wrath lotus fire. Su Aoyan intoned, his spiritual energy surging as he concentrated the three flames into his hand, transforming them into a crimson divine lotus imbued with boundless might, hurtling towards Nangong Chen. This is the renowned ultimate skill of Su Aoyan, a technique that no peer had been able to withstand prior to this moment. Moreover, with the convergence of three extraordinary flames, the ensuing power was formidable enough to leave even a peak expert in a state of ruin. Observing that Nangong Chen remained motionless, Su Aoyan smirked with a hint of derision, believing him to be paralyzed by fear. It appeared that his hopes of brutally desecrating Nangong Chen's corpse after his demise were futile, as it seemed even the remnants of his body would be incinerated. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner stared wide-eyed, sensing the aura emanating from the fire lotus, which seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth, truly terrifying. Just as the fire lotus was on the verge of detonating, Nangong Chen sprang into action. Golden vitality surged from his body, reaching unprecedented heights, coalescing in the void to transform into a colossal golden dragon elephant, its might overwhelming enough to shatter the cosmos. This was the manifestation of the divine elephant suppression technique in operation, as a billion dragon elephant particles within him erupted, unleashing an immense force. Simultaneously, with his right hand, he struck forth, radiant divine light illuminating the world, as a fearsome figure clad in white emerged behind him, exuding an aura that suppressed all. This was the most formidable fist technique in existence, the Emperor's Fist. Su Aoyan's complexion turned pale as he gazed upon the white-clad apparition, an involuntary urge to submit and kneel creeping into his heart. The dual terrifying forces converged, golden divine radiance illuminating the surroundings, causing the entire void to tremble. The divine light was blinding, and with that singular punch, he shattered the fire lotus, sending it hurtling towards Su Aoyan. Faced with this punch, Su Aoyan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He hastily summoned a magical artifact, conjuring a white barrier to envelop himself. This was the celestial shield, capable of withstanding a strike from a divine king, yet he was now compelled to use it against Nangong Chen's fist. The thought made his heart bleed. It was one of his few remaining trump cards. Boom. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. The radiance of his fist enveloped the entire barrier, and a fissure began to spread from its center, ultimately shattering it. Su Aoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he was propelled backward by the sheer force of that divine power. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Was this still a human? Wang Yuxuan had faith in her master's victory, but she never anticipated it would be achieved with such ease. For Zhou Waner, this was her first direct experience of Nangong Chen's unfathomable power, as vast and terrifying as an endless sea of stars. Furthermore, he hadn't even resorted to using his dual pupils. A wave of relief washed over her as she realized that had she entertained the thought of intervening, she might have found herself on the ground. Su Aoyan was sent crashing for over 10 meters by the residual force, his legs buckling as he managed to come to a halt. Every inch of his body was battered, blood streaming forth, bones exposed, and his face smeared with dust, presenting a woeful sight. He had never anticipated that Nangong Chen could be so powerful, akin to facing a true scion of the dragon lineage, rendering even his celestial shield ineffective. Truly, he seemed more than human. On the other side, Nangong Chen remained radiant, clad in immaculate white attire, his gaze cold and aloof as he looked down upon him. Su Aoyan, you truly are a competent treasure seeker. The first time you brought me a woman, along with the opportunities from the celestial tower, and the second time, you retrieved the Qilin treasure technique and the crimson flame dragon bone. Nangong Chen remarked with a hint of admiration. His sentiment was genuine. Had it not been for Su Outyen, his progress would not have been so swift. Su Outyen lay in a pool of blood, his complexion turning an ashen green upon hearing these words, his face trembling with rage. You despicable scoundrel. Return my master. Return my opportunities. Su Outyen retorted defiantly. Nangong Chen chuckled. Your master has long been waiting below for you. After today, you shall be reunited with him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the burning decision technique you possess is merely a false method I reserved for you. The genuine one has long been taken by me. When I entered the 80th level of the Celestial Tower, your master mistakenly believed I was his disciple and divulged everything to me. Did you expect that? With that, Nangong Chen produced the authentic burning decision technique. Su Outyen coughed up blood, each revelation striking him like a thunderbolt, rendering him unable to accept the reality. It dawned on him that everything had been a facade. Had he truly castrated himself or not? Chapter 52. The Demise of Su Outyen, the Peril of Lu Ruoyan. You are not human. Su Outyen roared, his blood surging to his head, nearly driving him to madness. He never anticipated that everything he had acquired was merely a scheme orchestrated by Nangong Chen. Simultaneously, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within him, a deep-seated despair. Su Outyen had not expected that despite his comparable age to Nangong Chen, the latter possessed such profound cunning. Enough. You have lingered long enough. Revealing this to you now will not grant you peace in death. You may as well rest easy and accompany your master. Nangong Chen remarked indifferently, paying no heed to Su Outyen's emotional turmoil. Subsequently, a spectral glow emanated from his, and a gaze capable of rending the very fabric of existence erupted towards Su Outyen. In this manner, Su Outyen, with a gaze filled with resentment, transformed into a mist of blood, forever dissipating into the world. Observing the significant increase in his fortune, Nangong Chen could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction, a contented expression gracing his features. If only I could encounter more children of destiny like this. Upon witnessing Su Outyen's demise, Wang Yuxuan's eyes were filled with indifference. She had severed all ties with him the moment she discerned his true nature. Conversely, Zhou Wana exhibited a flicker of trepidation in her beautiful eyes. Vowing never to oppose her master lest she be met with a fate she could not comprehend, Nangong Chen picked up the Qilin treasure technique and the crimson flame dragon bone from the ground, studying them intently, his radiating brilliance. To his astonishment, after having received a tome of the 10 Fiends treasure techniques, the system had now bestowed upon him another. Was this an indication that he was to gather all 10? As for the crimson flame dragon bone, it could be fused with his or utilized for weapon forging, thus proving to be of great utility. Regrettably, however, he had not acquired the burning technique from Su Outyen, nor the 3 that had vanished alongside him. Contemplating this, a hint of regret flickered in Nangong Chen's eyes. Had he known, he would have prolonged the deception before delivering the fatal blow. Should anyone become aware of Nangong Chen's thoughts, they would likely be rendered speechless in shock. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the treasure, Wang Yuxuan respectfully proclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Wana, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she shyly echoed, Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the treasure. A rosy hue spread across her exquisite visage, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Nangong Chen's lips, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, casting a glance at Zhou Wana. Indeed, the way you address me is quite melodious. Wang Yuxuan, astonished, turned her gaze towards Zhou Wana. Something was amiss. This voice sounded rather familiar. Curiosity piqued. She scrutinized Zhou Wana, though the latter's veil obscured her true appearance. Zhou Wana felt uncomfortable under Wang Yuxuan's intense gaze, secretly wondering if her identity had been uncovered. Nangong Chen, however, did not intervene, watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. Are you the 7th princess? Wang Yuxuan suddenly inquired, her tone abrupt and penetrating. A pair of expressive, large eyes scrutinized Zhou Wana, seemingly confirming something, nodding occasionally. Startled by this, Zhou Wana feigned composure and spoke, I am not. I am merely an unremarkable wanderer, certainly not the 7th princess. After all, she was keen to keep her subservience to Nangong Chen a secret. Oh, I comprehend now. You are truly remarkable, Master. Wang Yuxuan remarked with a cryptic tone, then gazed at Nangong Chen with admiration. Since her master had found her a sister, it was her duty to properly train her. For without the tutelage of a professional maid, one could not become an exceptional servant. As the first maid to receive her master's attention, She naturally had to set an example. Perhaps, in due course, they could engage in delightful endeavors together. After all, her master possessed formidable combat prowess, and sharing the burden would certainly be advantageous. Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen immediately grasped the implications, a hint of annoyance crossing his features as he lightly tapped Wang Yuxuan on the head. What peculiar thoughts are you entertaining now? Just delightful matters, Wang Yuxuan instinctively replied. Intrigued, Zhou Wanu inquired with her dark, expressive eyes, what delightful matters? Since shedding her assassin's identity, she had become significantly more vivacious. Life under Nangong Chen's command was relatively easy. He neither struck nor scolded her, and the seemingly simple-minded young lady from the Wang family provided her with considerable reassurance. Will you join us in our activities henceforth? Wang Yuxuan's eyes brightened with anticipation. At this moment, Zhou Waner had yet to sense anything amiss and thought it would be rather awkward not to integrate herself into these delightful pursuits. Sure, she replied decisively, considering the prospect. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled even more, just as she was about to say something further when Nangong Chen covered her mouth. There are no delightful matters. Do not heed her nonsense, he explained with an indifferent expression. If he were to divulge the particulars, he would surely lose face, for those days had been rather wild. Wang Yuxuan appeared somewhat aggrieved, puzzled as to why Nangong Chen had interrupted her. Observing this scene, Zhou Waner felt a flicker of suspicion. She sensed there was something amiss between the two, a woman's intuition. Since we have exhausted the opportunities here, let us venture elsewhere. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Nangong Chen stated, releasing Wang Yuxuan and turning to leave. He sensed a disturbance nearby, as if some precious medicinal herb was about to emerge. The two women followed suit. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground palace, a gripping drama unfolded. Surrender the primordial ginseng, and I shall spare your life, Lan Lingtian said coldly, his gaze fixed on the surrounded woman before him. The encircled woman, adorned in a flowing azure gown, possessed long, elegant legs and a graceful figure, exuding an air of aloofness. In her left hand, she wielded a verdant longsword, while her right grasped a mystical herb that emitted a swirling mist. At this moment, she cast a cold gaze upon her adversaries. If Nangong Chen were to behold her now, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Lu Ruyan. Why should I relinquish what I obtained first to you? Lu Ruyan spoke with icy indifference. Just moments prior, by sheer happenstance, she had acquired the primordial herb, Tai Chu Xian Shun, only to be observed by Lan Lingtian and his companions, leading to the current standoff. Why should we? Just because we hail from the central divine continent, you disciples of the eastern divine continent must surrender such fortune to us. Lan Lingtian laughed boisterously, showing no regard for reason. The other disciples of the Sun God Palace, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. However, I must say, your beauty is quite striking. If you would be willing to spend a night with me, I might consider sharing a portion of the Tai Chu Xianshan. Lan Lingtian leered, his gaze insidiously roaming over Lu Ruyan. You. Lu Ruyan's eyes blazed with icy fury upon hearing these words, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Were it not for the numbers stacked against her, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this lecher, who was even more despicable than Nangong Chen. Chapter 53. No one shall take it away today. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyan's furious demeanor, the disciples of the Sun God Palace grew increasingly audacious, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Were they truly intent on seizing the Tai Chu Xianshan? A flicker of hesitation appeared in Lu Ruyan's gaze. She had been trapped at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm for several months. If she could absorb it, she would leap into the realm of the mighty. This was of paramount importance to her. Moreover, the lecherous ones before her were not particularly formidable, with the sole exception of Lan Lingtian posing a genuine threat. Very well. I shall break through. After much deliberation, Lu Ruyan resolved not to relinquish what she had painstakingly sought. Why should she surrender the opportunity she had labored to obtain to the Sun God Palace? So, have you made your choice? Will you hand over the Tai Chu Xianshan, and we shall let you go, or will you choose to stand against us? At that moment, Lan Lingtian interjected, a mocking smile gracing his features. Even if Lu Ruyan surrendered the Tai Chu Xianshan, they would still choose to strike, for her beauty was unparalleled, a rarity even in the central divine continent. To encounter such a woman was a privilege he intended to relish. I am the holy maiden of the Qian sword sect. Do you truly wish to act so recklessly? Lu Ruyan warned in a final plea. At her words, laughter erupted among the group. What a farcical sect, one they had never even heard of. Only Lan Lingtian's grin faltered, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. The Qiyun sword sect? Was that not the sect of his brother? You are the holy maiden of the Qiyun sword sect? Do you know how my brother, Lan Feng, met his demise? Lan Lingtian's voice dropped to a serious tone, his expression darkening. He was filled with doubt, pondering how Lan Feng had crossed paths with Nangong Chen. There must be a story behind it. The laughter of the other disciples ceased abruptly at this revelation. Though they were unaware of the details, they exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Lan Zhenchuan's younger brother had perished in the Eastern Divine Continent? It seemed he had been affiliated with this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned icy. Just moments ago, they had been assessing her figure. Now they sought to extract information from her? A pipe dream. Why should I divulge anything to you? Lu Ruyan retorted coldly. Lan Lingtian's expression hardened, the last vestige of his patience evaporating, replaced by a glimmer of murderous intent. Since you refuse to speak, we shall resort to torment until you do. With that command, a dozen disciples surged forward, intent on attacking Lu Ruyan. Yet their expressions were relaxed, dismissing her as merely an obscure prodigy lacking real power. Otherwise, she would have been known. In the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the heads of 4 disciples tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Gasped. The slain 4 wore expressions of shock, bewildered as to how she possessed such strength. Lu Ruyan stood poised, wielding a jade sword, her beautiful eyes radiating an icy coldness, her aura erupting without restraint, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Reminiscent of a legendary female, sword immortal. Evidently, the beam of sword light just now was unleashed by Lu Ruyan. The other disciples, upon witnessing this scene, quickly distanced themselves, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at Lu Ruyan. Lan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly, but he swiftly regained his composure, his expression turning somewhat grim. He had underestimated this woman. With her cultivation at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, coupled with a sword intent that rivaled his own, he sensed that Lu Ruyan possessed a swordsmanship aptitude even superior to his. Everyone, retreat. I shall take action, Lan Lingtian declared in a deep voice. Following this, he unleashed his cultivation, his eyes shimmering with starlight, as if concealing a divine sword within. His aura surged in layers, reaching an apex. This is troublesome, Lu Ruyan thought to herself, though her demeanor remained icy. She could perceive that his aura was undoubtedly that of an elite among powerful beings, and she feared she might be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, she was determined to carve a bloody path to escape. The fact that your physique resonates with my starry sword body is truly regrettable. Had your cultivation matched mine, the outcome today would be unpredictable, Lan Lingtian lamented, shaking his head as he unleashed his mid-stage powerful being cultivation. Lu Ruyan remained silent, directly launching a strike with her sword. The heart of the sword emperor within her pulsed, infusing her with boundless sword intent. Star Slash. This is a celestial grade martial art. The sword light flickered, its edge incredibly sharp. Any ordinary early-stage powerful being struck by this blow would likely face severe injury or even death. However, her opponent was the renowned prodigy on the heavenly ranking, Lan Lingtian. Behind him, celestial bodies swirled in an extraordinary phenomenon, and an even more mysterious sword intent erupted forth, the sword's momentum akin to a dragon, effortlessly neutralizing her attack and surging towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan raised her sword in defense, feeling an overwhelming force that sent her reeling backward until she could finally halt her retreat. Her complexion turned pale. That strike had drained a significant portion of her spiritual energy, only to be easily dispelled by Lan Lingtian. To make matters worse, he hadn't even drawn a sword, which was a tremendous humiliation for her. What she failed to notice was the faint trace of blood appearing on Lan Lingtian's face. Upon realizing this, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. A mere woman at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion had managed to wound him, a mid-stage powerful being. His countenance darkened, as he resolved to humiliate Lu Ruyan thoroughly, ensuring she would find no escape from her predicament. I ask you once more, will you surrender the Taichu Xianshan? If you do, I shall spare your life, Lan Lingtian inquired, his brow furrowing. He feared that Lu Ruyan might resort to destroying the Taichu Xianshan in a fit of desperation, which would be a grievous waste. Lu Ruyan remained silent, her azure dress tattered and revealing patches of snow-white skin, her black hair cascading down, evoking a sense of fragility that elicited pity. She had long since discerned Lan Lingtian's intentions. If she surrendered, it was certain she would meet a dire fate that day. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Lan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous intent. Just as he prepared to strike, a melodious voice resonated from an unknown source. Today, none of you shall claim the Taichu Xianshan, for it belongs to the master. Outside, a captivating figure emerged, her enchanting eyes sparkling with life, and her charming face exuding an innate aura of grace. It was none other than Wang Yuxuan. Trailing behind her were Nangong Chen and Zhou Waner, who approached with a measured elegance. Dressed in resplendent white, Nangong Chen appeared as if he had stepped out of a celestial realm, his handsome features reminiscent of a deity. Enveloped in an ethereal glow, he radiated an air of quiet confidence, his eyes reflecting a regal authority akin to that of a youthful monarch. In contrast, Zhou Waner, though possessing exquisite beauty and a striking demeanor, seemed somewhat overshadowed by Nangong Chen's presence. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned in unison, their faces painted with astonishment. Could it truly be him? Chapter 54. The Emergence of the Chaotic Seed of the Azure Lotus. Upon the arrival of Nangong Chen, Lanling Tian's eyes turned blood red, as if he were confronting an arch-nemesis. Moreover, Nangong Chen's audacious demeanor, attempting to seize the Taichu Xianshan that Lanling Tian had meticulously prepared, suggested he believed this place to be his own domain. Lu Ruyan's expression grew complex. She had not anticipated that it would be Nangong Chen. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the Taichu Xianshan would find its way into her hands today. It was evident that the Qi Yin sword sect had now fallen under Nangong Chen's command, making it reasonable for the Taichu Xianshan to end up in his possession. This realization left a bittersweet taste at the corners of Lu Ruyan's lips. Do you remember the identity of the one you killed, Lanfeng? Lanling Tian seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. What? Do you wish to join him? Nangong Chen replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the confrontation. You. Lanfeng was my younger brother. Lanling Tian exclaimed, his rage boiling to the surface, wishing to rend Nangong Chen to pieces. At this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. They now understood why Lanling Tian had previously inquired about Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in realization, so this was the truth. So, Nangong Chen had casually slain a prodigious figure from the heavenly rankings kin? A tinge of schadenfreude crept into her demeanor, for it seemed that Nangong Chen was in for a tumultuous day. And? What of it? I killed him, so what? Nangong Chen responded with a languid indifference, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, the fabric of his white robe fluttering softly. The disciples of the Sun God Palace, upon hearing this, could not help but admire him. He was indeed the first to speak so boldly before Lan Jinchuan. Yet, their gazes toward Nangong Chen were tinged with sympathy, for it appeared that misfortune awaited him. Beside them, Wang Yuxian gazed at Nangong Chen with admiration. Wow. Master is so handsome. Zhou Waner shot her a glance, shaking her head inwardly. This woman was beyond redemption. Lanling Tian, witnessing Nangong Chen's demeanor, felt a surge of indignation, blood rushing to his face. Very well. You are indeed the first to speak to me in such a manner. Since you acknowledge it, I shall seek vengeance for my brother today. You have brought this upon yourself by provoking someone you ought not to have harmed. Lanling Tian's eyes turned frigid as he gritted his teeth. You and your brother share a certain resemblance, Nangong Chen remarked, having grasped the situation. In what way do we resemble each other? Lanling Tian instinctively retorted. Both lacking in wisdom, Nangong Chen replied slowly. To seek revenge without understanding the opponent's strength, what else could it be but folly? Such an endeavor, even if successful, would merely yield a pitiable outcome. Fortunately, he possesses a kind heart, and today he shall send your family to reunite. The women, upon hearing this, exchanged glances filled with mirth, their eyes sparkling with amusement. Had they not been striving to maintain their ladylike composure, they would have burst into laughter. Lanling Tian was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his senses, his expression turned a shade darker. He could not fathom what audacity this impudent youth possessed to insult him so brazenly. Such a silver-tongued brat. We shall see how you speak once this is over, Lanling Tian declared coldly. As Lanling Tian's formidable cultivation erupted, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from his being. Simultaneously, he drew the celestial sword from his waist, causing the heavens to instantly change hue. The stars in the sky, shimmering with a resplendent glow, formed a pentagram sword array unbeknownst to him. This was the resonance between Lanling Tian's celestial sword body and the stars above. Ha! Nangong Chen is doomed. This is the manifestation of the celestial battle body of the blue true tradition, which can only be revealed beneath the night sky. At this moment, the combat prowess of the blue true tradition will multiply several times. No one can rival it, laughed a disciple of the solar divine palace, confident of victory. Indeed, as he predicted, Lanling Tian's aura surged uncontrollably, reaching the late stage of the great power realm. With each blink of his eyes, sword chi surged forth, making him resemble a divine sword in preparation. He awaited the convergence of the stars and the formation of the sword array. at which point his celestial sword body would attain unprecedented strength. Lanling Tian could not help but glance downward at Nangong Chen, curious about his expression. Was it one of fear? Or shock? Or perhaps he had already knelt in surrender, pleading for mercy. With this thought, anticipation flickered in Lanling Tian's eyes. An omen? Murmured Nangong Chen upon witnessing the scene. It seems he has one too. Observing Nangong Chen's unwavering demeanor, Lanling Tian felt a surge of indignation. This fellow must surely be petrified by his own omen. In the next moment, an immensely terrifying aura erupted from the void. The crowd looked up to see that the vast expanse of stars had become obscured by a hazy chaos. The omen ascended skyward, runes intertwining in the void. Divine radiance dazzling forth. A blue lotus, adorned with 3 leaves, emerged, entwined in the great Tao, birthing myriad beings from the nebulous chaos. When the blue lotus manifested, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The spectators widened their eyes, as if witnessing a divine miracle. The emergence of this blue lotus radiated a light that seemed capable of obliterating the heavens while simultaneously reviving all life, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. This was the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus, a force that could suppress any omen before it. Nangong Chen stood amidst the void, hands clasped behind his back. His white robes billowing dramatically. His gaze, imperious and disdainful, exuded an aura of invincibility, akin to a sovereign in white. Under the influence of this omen, no one dared to entertain thoughts of challenging him. Lanling Tian's complexion turned pale. He could no longer sense his connection with the myriad stars, and his aura plummeted, reverting to its original state. He glanced at Nangong Chen, jealousy igniting within his gaze. Why was it that he possessed such an overwhelming omen? Nangong Chen's aura continued to swell, reaching the pinnacle of the great power realm, a terrifying amplification, unmatched by any omen throughout history. Is this the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus? Nangong Chen mused, a mysterious light emanating from his dual-colored pupils. He could feel that beneath the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus, his strength would surge dramatically, and his injuries would heal instantaneously, with spiritual energy flowing abundantly. Each layer of this effect was indeed extraordinary, defying the natural order. Since you wish to meet your brother, I shall accompany you for a while, Nangong Chen said quietly, as if sensing Lanling Tian's desire to flee. Boom. In the next moment, a divine thunder descended, transforming into an exceedingly terrifying thunder dragon that charged directly towards Lanling Tian. No. A look of horror washed over Lanling Tian's face as he gazed at Nangong Chen, fear evident in his eyes. In the midst of such a phenomenon, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. At that moment, the last thought that lingered in his mind was, why did he provoke someone as monstrous as Nangong Chen? Yet, no amount of regret could alter his fate. Boom. The thunder dragon opened its massive jaws and devoured Lanling Tian whole, a brilliant flash of lightning erupting, illuminating the entire void. From that day forth, the ranks of the celestial prodigies were diminished by one. Chapter 55. The True Phoenix Statue. The peeping observer, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Silence enveloped the scene. The disciples of the Sun God Palace, at that moment, were pale-faced, their backs drenched in cold sweat, unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. Had their precious blue true transmission been lost in a mere instant? Did you witness that? Nangong Chen smiled at them from the void. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Sun God Palace hurriedly shook their heads, resembling a chorus of rattling gongs. Their eyes were filled with terror, as if they had encountered a devil. Relying on your status in the Central Divine Continent to oppress the cultivators of the Eastern Divine Continent and seize opportunities from other regions, do you dare to claim righteousness? Sun God Palace? Nangong Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, myriad bolts of lightning descended, illuminating the entire void. As if a thunder deity were commanding the heavens and the earth. The disciples, upon witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes and fled in panic. The thunderbolts seemed to possess a will of their own, accurately tracking them down, and soon, clouds of blood mist erupted in the air. Below, Wang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she waved her small, delicate fist, filled with excitement, her bosom heaving slightly. The master is right. Well done. The other two women also exhibited a glimmer of interest in their eyes. Being cultivators from the Eastern Divine Continent, they were deeply moved by Nangong Chen's words. It seemed that this man was not as wicked as he appeared. As the celestial phenomenon faded, Nangong Chen slowly descended. Now, hand over the protection fee, he said, extending his hand toward Lu Ruyan with a nonchalant expression. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of annoyance crossing her brow. Regret washed over her for her earlier thoughts. Reluctantly, she handed over the Taichu Xianxin to Nangong Chen. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he accepted it with satisfaction. The Taichu Xianshun was a rare medicinal herb that took millennia to cultivate, brimming with vitality. Consuming it not only enhanced cultivation, but could also heal various hidden ailments. Truly a miraculous treasure. In fact, if administered to elderly individuals with white hair, it could extend their lifespan by more than 5 years. Coincidentally, his Tianyuan spirit tablet lacked some precious herbs for cultivation. If he could replicate a few, or even mass-produce them, it would yield tremendous profits. At that time, he could become a wholesale merchant of treasures. Reluctant, are we? Nangong Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan with a hint of amusement. He recalled how she had previously enabled him to obtain the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus, wondering if she could still yield some gold coins now. Lu Ruyan shook her head, wary of the repercussions. If she dared to utter a word of dissent, a bolt of lightning would swiftly remind her of her place. Rest assured, serving this young master will naturally involve such treasures, Nangong Chen remarked confidently. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance, her expression imbued with allure. This man had many admirable qualities, yet he was overly fond of grandiose promises. Such a millennium-old medicinal herb was a rarity even among the top factions. How could it be so easily given away? This kind of talk might fool other naive girls, but not her. Beside them, Zhou Wanner appeared somewhat skeptical, yet soon found herself at ease. Recalling how generously Nangong Chen had acted earlier, she felt there must be some truth to it. Wang Yuxuan, however, was consumed by jealousy. Casting a hostile glance at Lu Ruyan, "You wretched woman, do not attempt to claim the precious elixir for yourself." Nangong Chen, observing the scene, maintained his calm demeanor. Showing no inclination to offer any explanation, he turned and walked away. There was no need to justify himself to a woman of such ample figure, yet shallow intellect. Engaging further would only diminish his own intelligence. With the opportunities within the underground palace nearly exhausted and the secret realm nearing its conclusion, it was time to seek the final chance. I wonder how Su Li is faring on the other side. Yet, she possesses fortunes even she cannot perceive. Surely, she would encounter no grave troubles. Nangong Chen's gaze flickered, each step resonating with purpose. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wanner followed closely behind him, leaving Lu Ruyan alone in their wake. After a moment of contemplation and hesitation, Lu Ruyan too chose to pursue them. Elsewhere, within an ancient cathedral. The cathedral was exceedingly old, exuding an aura of antiquity. Its walls were riddled with cracks, and remnants of bloodstains adorned the altar, faded by time. Soon, a breathtaking figure emerged, her beauty captivating. With eyebrows like ink strokes and lips as soft as cherry blossoms, her silvery tresses shining brilliantly. She radiated an icy aura, her presence ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. This was Su Li, gazing at the true phoenix statue before her. Su Li could not help but inquire, "Qi Yao, is the phoenix stone truly here?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yao's eyes sparkled with clarity as she replied, "Indeed. If my memory serves me right, it is here." She added, "The phoenix stone lies within this true phoenix structure, but you must activate this statue." Activate? Su Li's eyes reflected confusion. "Yes, perhaps you could strike it once to test," Qi Yao suggested uncertainly, as she too struggled to recall the activation process. A hint of worry crossed her mind. She hoped no taboos would be triggered. Without hesitation, Su Li swung her sword. A billow of white smoke erupted, and as it cleared, she was astonished to find the statue utterly unscathed, not a single crack marring its surface. Su Li's pupils constricted in surprise. She had unleashed her full power at the pinnacle of her abilities, yet had failed to leave even a mark. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and from the statue's eyes erupted two beams of crimson light. A powerful aura emanated from the figure, as if some terrifying entity were on the verge of awakening. Su Li swiftly retreated, her expression alert as she regarded the statue warily. A chilling breeze swept through. To her astonishment, the statue began to crumble, revealing scarlet feathers that radiated beams of divine red light. Witnessing this, Qi Yao silently cursed her misfortune. Indeed, what is spoken becomes reality. With each stone that cascaded down, the true phoenix appeared to awaken, its gaze piercing the heavens and the earth, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Upon sensing this presence, Qi Yao furrowed her brow. Is it revived? Or merely a puppet? Although this aura pales in comparison to the true phoenix she once vanquished in its weakest form, it must be regarded as the offspring of the true phoenix, still merely in its juvenile phase. Nevertheless, it remains overwhelmingly formidable for Su Li. As the wind blew, the true phoenix's eyes shifted, locking onto Su Li with an explosion of lethal intent, its flames capable of incinerating the heavens, charging towards her. Simultaneously, outside the church, An immensely powerful figure descended. His gaze was icy, yet upon catching sight of Su Li within, it ignited with fervor. At last, I have found you. Chapter 56. How would you like to strike? Quickly take cover. Upon witnessing the impending danger, Qi Yao hastily offered her warning. In a flash, Su Li unleashed her formidable prowess, moving with extraordinary speed, akin to a white meteor, evading the imminent strike. Boom! The spot where Su Li had just stood was instantly transformed into a deep crater, while surrounding structures crumbled to dust, engulfed in fierce flames. These were no ordinary flames. They were the phoenix fire, capable of incinerating all that exists. Su Li, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Should a peak expert face this attack, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. The true phoenix, seeing Su Li evade its assault, revealed a fierce countenance, its entire being ablaze with fire. With a mere flutter of its wings, an endless sea of flames manifested in the void. Subsequently, the true phoenix surged towards Su Li, transforming into a resplendent fiery bridge, emanating an overwhelming aura. Feeling the intensity of the flames, Su Li frowned slightly. She found this sensation most displeasing. Lacking any discernible intellect, it solely attacked intruders. It appeared that this true phoenix offspring had been refined into such a form by someone, a truly grand endeavor, Qi Yao mused inwardly. The phoenix stone must lie within its grasp. Once subdued, it would be hers. Su Li nodded in agreement. The phoenix stone held immense significance for her. And even this true phoenix puppet could not deter her from obtaining it. Soon after, the ice phoenix divine body within her erupted forth, her eyes transforming into an icy blue, radiating boundless chill, as the entire cathedral began to freeze. Behind her, the ethereal image of an ice phoenix emerged. With a frigid gaze, her skin shimmered brilliantly, intricate patterns swirling upon her form. With a graceful motion of her hand, her magical energy surged, summoning countless ice spikes that glimmered with a cold brilliance, targeting the true phoenix. At that moment, Su Li's aura was astonishingly powerful, her presence terrifying. And under the radiance of divine light, she appeared as a goddess of unparalleled beauty in this realm. The true phoenix, undeterred, flapped its wings, conjuring a colossal sea of flames to intercept the ice spikes. However, to its surprise, amidst the searing heat, the ice spikes did not melt. Instead, they pierced through and impaled the true phoenix entirely. With a piercing cry, the true phoenix let out a heart-wrenching wail, blood pouring from its wounds, sizzling as it hit the ground, which began to dissolve beneath it. Su Li's expression was one of pride. This was no ordinary ice. Nevertheless, the true phoenix, seemingly impervious to pain, bore a fierce glint in its enormous eyes, soaring towards Su Li with wings that shook the very air. This was the lethal technique of the true phoenix clan. Should it ensnare her, even the famously defensive Russian would find their defenses shattered in an instant. A testament to the peril she faced, Su Li extended her delicate hand, her power surging forth as layers of ice shields rose to block the impending strike. Simultaneously, she formed a seal with her right hand, her magical energy swirling as countless spiritual essences poured forth. She was preparing a lethal blow that made the very air tremble. Just as the true phoenix shattered one ice shield after another and was about to grasp Su Li, she uttered softly, "Ice phoenix breaks the heavens." Her lips parted, her complexion slightly pale. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth from her, manifesting as a lifelike ice phoenix, imbued with boundless majesty. Charging towards the true phoenix. Boom! The true phoenix was unable to withstand the onslaught of the ice phoenix conjured by Su Li, retreating step by step. Its flames flickering perilously, akin to a kite severed from its strings, as it was sent flying backward, utterly devoid of combat capability. Just as Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, the anxious voice of Qi Yao suddenly rang out. "Be careful," unbeknownst to her. A figure with astonishing speed had stealthily circled behind Su Li. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Li instinctively summoned an ice shield to envelop herself. Boom! The brilliance of a fist manifested, shattering the ice shield into fragments that scattered across the ground. Su Li felt a tremendous force erupting towards her, propelling her backward into the wall, her exquisite visage turning ghastly pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Who is it?" Su Li's beautiful eyes glinted with frost. Emanating a murderous intent, her silver teeth clenched tightly. "Ha ha. It appears that today, both the beauty and the opportunity belong to me." At some point, Jun Wushuang's figure had appeared in the void, his laughter resonating with a self-satisfied grin upon his face. He then descended slowly, delivering a fatal blow to the ailing true phoenix. Upon its demise, the true phoenix transformed into sparkling stardust, coalescing into a blood-red stone. This object was none other than the fabled phoenix stone. The possessor of this treasure could comprehend the divine arts of the phoenix, rendering them invincible in the world. Upon witnessing this, Jun Wushuang's eyes shone with fervor as he secured the phoenix stone. At this moment, Qi Yao's face reflected deep remorse. Had she not expended so much effort earlier in probing the path, she would have certainly noticed the lurking threat behind them. "It's all my fault," Qi Yao lamented. Her gaze filled with guilt. Su Li shook her head upon hearing this, indicating she bore no resentment towards her, had she not let her guard down. This petty villain would not have succeeded. Though the force of the punch had caused some internal damage, with a bit of rest, she would still possess some combat capability. After Jun Wushuang claimed the Phoenix Stone, he turned his gaze towards Su Li, his eyes burning with intensity. "I recognize you. You are the goddess of the Great Zhou Dynasty, are you not? The Tao companion of that young man in white. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jun Wushuang of the Great Qin Dynasty, also a 9th grade divine body." Meanwhile, Qi Yao, in a state of frantic agitation akin to an ant on a hot stove, could not devise a strategy. This was primarily due to her spirit being too weak. Had she a few days to recuperate, she could have joined forces with Su Li in battle and would have no fear of this petty thief. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. While she could not possess Su Li, someone else could come to her aid. Qi Yao soared through the void, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance as she scanned the entire underground palace, quickly locating the unparalleled figure in white. She parted her crimson lips, engraving a few words onto her consciousness, which transformed into a beam of white light. Upon seeing Nangong Chen approaching, she finally exhaled in relief. At last, this trouble can be resolved. However, my identity may be deduced by Nangong Chen. Regardless, let it be as it may. Qi Yao exhibited a certain languor, a wave of drowsiness enveloping her, a consequence of excessive soul power usage. Before succumbing to slumber, she spoke. "Rest assured, I have already informed your man to come. It will not be long now. I shall take a nap." With that, she withdrew into Su Li's consciousness, drifting into sleep. Su Li's enchanting eyes momentarily lost their focus. And then her voice turned frigid. "I care not for who you are. If you wish to avoid demise, depart at once." Upon hearing this, Jun Wushuang felt no anger. After all, the exquisite beauty before him possessed not only exceptional talent but also an icy demeanor that was undeniably challenging to conquer. "Haha, depart early, you say? Do you still believe that white-clad youth will come to your rescue? Allow me to discreetly inform you that I have set up a concealment array outside. No matter how loudly you scream, no one shall come to your aid. Should he manage to find you, I shall kneel and bow before him on the spot." Jun Wushuang declared with pride, relishing in the meticulous preparations he had made. Upon hearing this, Su Li's captivating eyes reflected unease as her stunning visage paled slightly. If he had truly established a concealment array, could Nangong Chen still locate this place? At that moment, a voice, chillingly cold, resonated. "Oh, how would you like to bow? P.S. I kindly request your encouragement for updates and gifts. The author expresses gratitude to all. Should you find any typos, feel free to me, and I will amend them. Additionally, dear readers, I acknowledge the concerns regarding infrequent updates. As a novice author, there are days when I can only produce 2 chapters. I shall endeavor to inspire myself to create more." Chapter 57, The Battle of Spouses. As the words fell, Jun Wushuang's smile froze, his pupils constricting in shock. How could this be possible? Behind him, Nangong Chen emerged from the shadows, clad in ethereal white, his expression indifferent, exuding an aura of regal authority as he strode forth. His eyes radiated a profound light, filled with the ominous signs of celestial destruction and the collapse of cosmic order, rendering him a figure one dared not gaze upon, truly a born monarch. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. In the next moment, a radiant punch illuminated the heavens, as Nangong Chen unleashed a torrent of golden vitality, conjuring an ethereal figure of a white-clad deity, emanating overwhelming pressure directed at Jun Wushuang. The divine elephant's prison-breaking technique and the emperor's fist struck in unison. The sheer force shattered the layers of the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Jun Wushuang's gaze turned vacant, his body feeling as though it were ensnared, utterly immobile. Danger. An overwhelming peril. He sensed that if he were to withstand this blow, death would surely follow. A surge of azure brilliance erupted from his body, intricate runes intertwining as an immense vitality surged skyward. The azure dragon transformation. From his arms sprouted an array of gleaming scales, their cold light dazzling, imbued with the essence of dragon might, a clear manifestation of the azure dragon's evolution. With the enhancement of the celestial body of dominance, Jun Wushuang's physique had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Even the indestructible diamonds of the ninth heaven paled in comparison. This was his most potent defensive technique, once capable of withstanding the full force of a peak powerhouse. Confidence gleamed in his eyes, for he believed he could withstand Nangong Chen's strike. Boom! The colossal punch collided with Jun Wushuang's arms, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that reverberated across 100 miles. Su Li watched with concern in her beautiful eyes, her heart racing at the unfolding scene. She gasped as she witnessed a figure hurtling backward from the blinding light. Scales from his arms scattering like fallen leaves, blood streaming profusely. It was Jun Wushuang. His eyes widened in disbelief, shock coursing through him. He could no longer feel his arms. How could this be possible? He was the celestial body of dominance. How could his physical form be inferior to Nangong Chen's? Meanwhile, Nangong Chen remained pristine in his unblemished white attire, radiating an otherworldly brilliance, his hair flowing like a dark river, exuding an aura of invincibility. I have trained since childhood and have never known defeat. How could a mere unknown like you hope to conquer me? I am the undefeated legend of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Jun Wushuang roared, his eyes bloodshot, vitality surging within him. He could not accept being inferior in physical strength, especially among his peers. Su Li gazed at Nangong Chen's figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She was well aware of Jun Wushuang's formidable physical prowess, renowned as the celestial body of dominance, yet she had not anticipated him being suppressed by this man. Furthermore, Nangong Chen's talent lay in those fearsome eyes. Undefeated legend? How laughable. With your meager strength, you dare to make such claims. Nangong Chen retorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. He then swiftly approached Su Li, producing a pill and offering it to her. Swallow this. His lips curled slightly, his tone gentle. Upon seeing the elixir, Su Li's expression turned to one of astonishment. This was the legendary sacred elixir, the spirit-nourishing pill. It was a treasure beyond measure, nearly impossible to procure, as even the most formidable faction seldom sold it due to its extraordinary effects, said to possess the power to defy life and death, to restore flesh and bone. A pallor washed over Su Li's exquisite features as she contemplated refusing the offering, yet the look of concern in Nangong Chen's eyes stirred something within her, causing ripples of emotion to surge forth. Very well. Lowering her head, she obediently swallowed the pill, a flush creeping across her cheeks, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. What was with this fellow, suddenly appearing so tender? Meanwhile, in the depths of the great pit, Jun Wushuang watched this scene unfold, his eyes ablaze with fury. This young man had completely disregarded him, flaunting his affection, utterly ignoring his presence. How infuriating. He vowed to make him pay dearly. The form of the Kunping. Jun Wushuang roared, a surge of green luminescence erupting from within him. Miraculously, his previously incapacitated arms began to mend, his vitality surging to a full bloom. In the void above, a brilliant azure light shone, illuminating the heavens. This was the Kunping form, one of the 9 divine shapes of the celestial titan. In the next moment, Jun Wushuang transformed into a majestic Kunping, soaring into the skies, his wings unfurling with an unstoppable force. Nangong Chen sensed the shift and turned to observe, his dual pupils radiating a mysterious light. So this is the divine form of the celestial titan? It seems rather underwhelming. He murmured, preparing to engage in battle. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his right hand. Turning to see Su Li, her ethereal visage tinged with a hint of blush. She slowly explained, I have nearly recovered. I am also a 9th-rank divine body, and I wish to fight alongside you. Nangong Chen was taken aback, then smiled, of course. Today we shall skin this great bird together. Hearing this, Su Li's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Excellent. The two of them stood poised in the void, resembling an immortal couple, their auras deep and overwhelmingly powerful. You both shall perish today. Jun Wushuang roared from the void, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, feeling once more overlooked. Now that his first divine form had manifested, no one could stand against him. He would be invincible in this world. With a resounding boom, the Kunping, transformed from Jun Wushuang, took flight, hurtling towards the two with astonishing speed, radiating golden light and an inexhaustible power. This strike would force even a god king to exert their utmost. A moment's negligence could lead to utter ruin. Yet, Nangong Chen and Su Li were no ordinary prodigies. Nangong Chen shimmered with brilliance, channeling the celestial scriptures, runes intertwining around him. His dual pupils blazing fiercely as he unleashed a gaze potent enough to rend the very fabric of reality. Simultaneously, he summoned the Thunder Emperor's divine technique. The sky darkened. Ominous clouds amassed, and thunder roared as bolts of celestial lightning cascaded down, forming dragon-like arcs that surged towards the Kunping. Su Li also made her move, her delicate hands weaving through the air as her mystical powers surged forth. A magnificent ice and snow divine phoenix materialized, resplendent and vivid, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, charging directly at Kunping. Simultaneously, countless snowflakes descended, encasing the ground in ice, infused with a force that could diminish the speed of all things in existence. Boom! A piercing gaze penetrated Kunping's wing, golden blood cascading down incessantly, while the thunderous dragons clamped onto Kunping's corporeal form, unleashing tremendous vibrations. Witnessing the ice and snow divine phoenix hurtling towards him, Jun Wushuang, battered and bruised, desperately sought to escape, yet felt the weight of the celestial ice and snow descending upon his flesh. In the next moment, he sensed a chill seeping into his wounds, spreading throughout his body, slowing every movement he attempted, rendering even his spiritual energy ineffective. Jun Wushuang's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Su Li, filled with rage. It was all her doing. Bang! Just as Jun Wushuang struggled to break free, the ice and snow divine phoenix surged toward him, enveloped in an overwhelming coldness. Chapter 58. Jun Wushuang's self-detonation. The sure field Jun Wushuang felt an unbearable chill enveloping him, as if he had entered the depths of a frigid realm. In an instant, his form shattered, transforming into a human figure that plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen's dual pupils erupted with a dazzling brilliance, more intense than before, clearly intent on eliminating Jun Wushuang. Su Li's beautiful eyes glistened with frost, devoid of any sympathy, had it not been for Nangong Chen's timely arrival. This scoundrel might have succeeded today. However, just as the piercing gaze was about to penetrate Jun Wushuang, the jade pendant around his neck erupted with a radiant divine light, intercepting the blow. Concurrently, a vortex materialized in the void. Observing this, Nangong Chen's eyes ignited once more with fervent brilliance, this time targeting Jun Wushuang's right hand. With a pained howl, Jun Wushuang's right hand was severed, golden blood gushing forth incessantly. I shall remember both of you. When my true self achieves perfection, your lives shall accompany my demise. At that moment, Jun Wushuang adopted an unusual composure, his expression calm, yet his eyes seething with resentment as he coldly addressed them. The true self, you say? Then you shall not escape today. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's realization sparked a never-before-seen divine radiance in his dual pupils. Threads of order and runes intertwined, extending chains of divinity towards Jun Wushuang with astonishing speed. This was one of the secret arts of the dual pupils, capable of ensnaring enemies within a miniature world, albeit at a significant cost to the caster. Jun Wushuang was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he found himself ensnared by these divine chains, even with half a foot in the void. How intriguing, practitioner of the dual pupils. I truly underestimated you. At this juncture, Jun Wushuang seemed to undergo a transformation, the fury in his gaze dissipated, replaced by a tone of admiration. You are the true self of Jun Wushuang? Su Li inquired coldly, her keen intellect deducing much. Nangong Chen's demeanor remained placid as he replied, will you not self-detonate? I have no desire to involve you. After all, expending energy to deal with this avatar seemed rather unworthy. Haha, how amusing. This avatar is expendable. But I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Next time, I shall personally end your life. Jun Wushuang exclaimed, surprise evident in his tone, his laughter echoing with arrogance and confidence. He then began to gather his spiritual energy, preparing for self-detonation. Upon witnessing this, Su Li readied herself to intervene, only to be halted by Nangong Chen. It matters not. The self-detonation of the avatar will significantly impact the true self. Let him perish. We shall deal with him in our next meeting, Nangong Chen stated slowly. Having seen this secret technique within Hong Tian's memories, boom, a brilliant white light erupted, unleashing a fierce wave that swept across the surroundings. Nangong Chen drew Su Li into his embrace, raising a hand to conjure a barrier of divine light, shielding them from any impact. As Su Li felt the warmth of his embrace, her ears flushed with color, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Nangong Chen. Taking a deep breath, her expression became slightly dazed. How fragrant. She was unaware of the reason behind the enchanting aura that emanated from Nangong Chen. A mystical essence that rendered one irresistibly drawn to him, bringing an exquisite sense of comfort, unbeknownst to her. This was the result of Nangong Chen's cultivation of the Taoist celestial scripture, which instilled a serene and refreshing air about him. After a while, the fluctuations in the atmosphere dissipated entirely. Su Li reluctantly extricated herself from Nangong Chen's embrace, her stunning visage tinged with a delicate blush, her skin as smooth as jade, radiating a lustrous glow that made her irresistibly alluring. Nangong Chen, however, remained oblivious to these subtle charms. His thoughts fixated on the body of Jun Wushuang and the storage ring lying on the ground. He pondered for an extended period, contemplating the origins and affiliations of Jun Wushuang. After much deliberation, he shook his head, deciding against further speculation. Let fate take its course, should we cross paths again. I shall not hesitate to confront the matter anew. Nangong Chen retrieved the storage ring belonging to Jun Wushuang, directing a strand of spiritual awareness into it. A moment later, excitement flickered in his eyes as he discovered a substantial trove of celestial crystals within, 86 in total, alongside 7 precious herbs and numerous tomes of heavenly-level techniques. The quantity of celestial crystals was not trivial. It equated to the wealth of a top-tier force, suggesting that these treasures were bestowed upon him by Jun Wushuang's true form, resources that the Great Zhou Dynasty could scarcely provide. Upon reflection, it appeared that these resources were indeed a boon exclusively for him. Nonetheless, Nangong Chen remained in dire need of a continuous supply of celestial crystals to provide celestial liquid for the Tianyuan spirit tablet. He had nearly exhausted all the celestial crystals within the Tianyuan Mansion, not to mention the precious herbs from his family that he had also sacrificed. He cast the 86 celestial crystals into the mix, transforming them into 86 droplets of celestial liquid, which filled the container and elevated its capacity by 2 inches. It was evident that the more celestial liquid stored, the denser the spiritual essence within, which naturally expedited the cultivation process. Moreover, the Tianyuan spirit tablet experienced a transformation, with its cultivation speed doubling from requiring 20 years to yield a single precious herb to merely 10 years. In the eyes of cultivators, 10 years was but a fleeting moment, not an extended period in the grand scheme of this world. Presently, his Tianyuan spirit tablet housed 200 precious herbs, and after a decade, he would yield 400, an extraordinary leap in quality. 400 herbs. It was unlikely that the entire Xintian domain could muster such a quantity, as the growth of these precious herbs required millennia, or even tens of thousands of years. Some divine herbs took millions of years, nearly an entire epoch to manifest. The thought of becoming a wholesale merchant of precious herbs in 10 years filled Nangong Chen with fervor. However, he quickly regained his composure, retrieving the phoenix stone and presenting it to Su Li. Upon witnessing this, she instinctively sought to refuse, feeling it was a trophy rightfully belonging to Nangong Chen, as had it not been for her, he might not have emerged unscathed. Yet, Nangong Chen gently asserted, "This item holds little significance for me. It would be best utilized to enhance your strength. In the future, should you grow stronger, you may repay me with other opportunities." Hearing this, Su Li contemplated his words and finally accepted the gift, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination as she earnestly replied, "Very well, I shall remember this." Nangong Chen could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "Why must we be so meticulous between ourselves?" Su Li shook her head. This was no trivial opportunity. The Phoenix Stone was a treasure of the Phoenix clan, capable of inciting bloodshed and turmoil in the outside world. She would cherish Nangong Chen's kindness in her heart and would certainly repay him in the future. Simultaneously, Su Li felt deeply moved. Such a fortune, even among kin, would not typically be relinquished so generously, yet Nangong Chen had selflessly offered it to her. This was ample proof of her esteemed position in his heart. As she gazed upon Nangong Chen's handsome visage, an indescribable feeling stirred within her, a longing to share her life with him. The icy fortress around her heart began to thaw, gradually revealing the silhouette of a man. Meanwhile, outside, 2 striking figures hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Nangong Chen, Wang Yuxuan's face lit up with excitement. "Master, I have finally found you." Zhou Waner, relieved to see Nangong Chen unharmed, soon realized her concern was misplaced. After all, this rogue had seen her in a vulnerable state. Nangong Chen remained silent, as Su Li had already cast a friendly glance in his direction. He wondered from whence this sister had emerged. Su Li smiled, her exquisite face gracing the air with a hint of warmth. However, her melodious voice now carried an icy chill, her beautiful eyes fixed on the stunning Zhou Waner in her black dress, exuding an aura that suggested if matters were not clarified today, Nangong Chen would face dire consequences. Chapter 59. The 4 travelers. Su Li gazed at Zhou Waner with a hint of suspicion, her features strikingly familiar, reminiscent of someone she could not quite place. Observing the futility of concealment, Nangong Chen let out a sigh, gradually elucidating the circumstances. "Now, you see the situation clearly. don't you? He recapped the events that had transpired, deliberately omitting details regarding Zhou Wan'er's plight with the venomous insects, mindful of their audience. Upon hearing this, Su Li and Wang Yuxuan seemed to awaken from their stupor, realizing the truth of the matter. I knew it. You must be the seventh princess. Wang Yuxuan exclaimed with excitement, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Zhou Wan'er, affirming her earlier hypothesis. Zhou Wan'er nodded gently in acknowledgement, a revelation dawning upon her. I hadn't anticipated that you endured such torment, Su Li remarked. Her heart softened by the gravity of Zhou Wan'er's past. The tragic tale of her mother's murder at the hands of the Great Zhou King and her own transformation into a lethal puppet, cultivated under duress from a tender age, left Zhou Wan'er momentarily speechless, her eyes dimming with despair. Do not worry, the Great Zhou shall soon have a new king, Nangong Chen interjected, his demeanor calm, confidence resonating in his voice. The primary motive behind the repeated assassination attempts on him was not solely for Zhou Wan'er's sake. His charity did not extend that far. The three women were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they had just heard the most extraordinary news. Zhou Wan'er stood frozen, her lips pursed, momentarily at a loss for words, an unusual sparkle flickering in her dark eyes. Perhaps it was only Nangong Chen who could avenge her, should that day come. Serving under him would pose no concern. Su Li and Wang Yuxuan remained silent. Such matters were beyond their influence. The fact that Nangong Chen confided in them was already a testament to his trust. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Now that everything is clarified, there should be no more jealousy, right? Nangong Chen remarked with a smile directed at Su Li. Who is jealous of you? Truly shameless, Su Li retorted. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she playfully struck his chest. Her beautiful eyes had returned to normal, evidently reassured by Nangong Chen's words. He chuckled inwardly, relieved that she hadn't inquired about the insects. Otherwise, the pot of jealousy would surely have boiled over. He had never witnessed her express such jealousy before. Was this the essence of contrast? Wang Yuxuan, observing the scene, felt a pang of envy in her lively eyes. She too young to engage in such open flirtation with her master. Yet, she suddenly recalled their own intimate moments, realizing that they had shared such experiences privately. Was this what it meant to indulge in secret affairs? A faint blush crept across her fair cheeks, warmth radiating from her head. Such matters she had only encountered in tales. She had not anticipated how exhilarating they would be in reality. Truly delightful. Nangong Chen noticed her unusual demeanor and cast her a glance, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Zhou Wan'er gazed at the group with a peculiar expression, gradually realizing that Nangong Chen's explanation was due to the goddess feeling jealous. It was unexpected to discover that even a divine being could experience such emotions, revealing an unfamiliar facet of her character. This encounter had certainly broadened Zhou Wan'er's understanding. However, Nangong Chen's manner of explanation was rather endearing, a stark contrast to his usual fierce demeanor. A smile danced on Zhou Wan'er's lips, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of playful intrigue. The four continued their journey, each lost in their own thoughts. In the extreme southern lands, at the far side of the Heavenly Sea, lay the hidden family of the Jun clan. A young man sat cross-legged in a sacred place, emanating an aura as deep as an abyss, surrounded by intertwining runes that radiated an extraordinary power. In the void, divine forms were evolving, Kuenping, a colossal cauldron, Qilin, and others, each exuding an awe-inspiring presence, with phenomena manifesting in abundance. Suddenly, Jun Wuxuang spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the divine forms in the void to collapse, his aura wavering as if he had suffered a grievous blow. Who dares to annihilate my outer self? Jun Wuxuang's eyes burned with rage as he shouted. He felt immensely weakened, his cultivation rapidly declining. Before long, several powerful elders appeared, hurriedly approaching Jun Wuxuang. Divine Son, what has transpired? In the next moment, the fabric of the void was torn apart, and a lavishly dressed woman stepped forth, her shock evident upon seeing Jun Wuxuang's condition. Wuxuang, what has happened to you? The elders, upon seeing the woman, retreated respectfully, refraining from speaking further. Someone has obliterated my outer self left in the Eastern Divine Continent. I do not know who this audacious individual is. Jun Wuxuang replied coldly. The Eastern Divine Continent? Truly audacious. The woman seethed. Someone, go investigate this matter. Leave no stone unturned. Yes. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with deference, before vanishing from sight. If I discover who dares to disrupt the affairs of the Jun clan, I shall flay them alive and eradicate their entire lineage, the woman declared viciously. Jun Wuxuang nodded. Then calmly stated, with the opening of the Chu family's celestial treasury imminent, it is imperative to merge my other outer self without delay. I sense a foreboding omen. Once I complete the merging, it shall be my time to emerge. I will dominate the younger generation of the Xiantian domain, and none shall rival me. I shall carve a path of invincibility. A wave of formidable battle intent radiated from him, brimming with confidence, akin to a youthful sovereign. The woman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she proclaimed, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the divine son of the Jun clan. Such confidence is commendable." Yet, her expression turned slightly regretful. "However, it is a pity to lose an outer self. I cannot cultivate the heaven-mending technique to perfection." Jun Wuhuang scoffed. "It is merely a single outer self. I need not perfection to subdue them. But has anything noteworthy transpired in the Xiantian domain lately?" The woman, initially inclined to shake her head, suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Indeed. The Nine Heavens secret realm has emerged, nestled within the Eastern Divine Continent. However, the most astonishing revelation is the appearance of an individual possessing a transcendent ninth-grade dual-eyed talent in the Eastern Divine Continent." The Eastern Divine Continent? A dual-eyed talent of transcendent ninth grade. Jun Wuhuang was taken aback. His expression fluctuated between light and shadow. For the Eastern Divine Continent was the very place where his doppelganger had met its demise, and yet this transcendent ninth-grade dual-eyed individual also resides there. Surely, there cannot be a connection between these two occurrences. Transcendent ninth grade? Who have you heard this from? Jun Wuhuang inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. How could there possibly be someone with a talent surpassing his own? The information listed by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, its authenticity remains uncertain. The woman shook her head, her tone laced with doubt. It must be a deliberate fabrication by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. How could there exist someone beyond the ninth grade in this world? Nonetheless, if the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion seeks to create a deity, then once I emerge, I shall first suppress this so-called dual-eyed individual and pave my path to invincibility. Jun Wuhuang's gaze was commanding, filled with unshakable confidence, as he set his sights on Nangong Chen. Chapter 60. Slaying the corpse, everyone gathers at the heart of the crypt. Dense black mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible and exuding a chilling atmosphere. Within this shroud of darkness, a beam of white divine light advanced slowly. Beneath this radiance were Nangong Chen and his three companions. The ethereal glow emanating from Nangong Chen's unique eyes seemed to pierce through the black mist, effortlessly guiding them past numerous obstacles. "Your eyes are quite effective," Suli remarked nonchalantly. Nangong Chen maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "They merely serve their intended purpose. Do some powerful eyes truly have the ability to unveil all that is concealed in the world, including the essence of humanity?" Suli inquired further, her curiosity piqued. If Nangong Chen could see through the darkness, revealing all illusions, did that imply he possessed the power of X-ray vision? The thought caused her ears to flush slightly, for it suggested that he had seen her in her most vulnerable moments on numerous occasions. Upon hearing her question, Nangong Chen turned to glance at Suli. A vision of pristine white met his gaze, stirring a sense of unease within him. "That's not the case," he stated, suppressing his astonishment and striving for composure. "That's a relief." Suli exhaled, feeling a mix of gratitude and disappointment. However, had she been able to discern Nangong Chen's expression at that moment, her thoughts would surely have differed. Is it truly impossible? At that instant, Wang Yuxuan playfully interjected. Nangong Chen instinctively turned to her, and the surprise was evident upon his face. "Red or black?" Wang Yuxuan suddenly posed, her tone laced with mischief. "Red." "No." "What, red or black?" Nangong Chen nearly blurted out, caught off guard. At this moment, both Suli and Zhou Waner cast inquisitive glances in their direction. "It's nothing." Wang Yuxuan hurriedly replied, her cheeks flushed even in the darkness. She had overheard Nangong Chen nearly mention the color red, leading her to wonder if he could indeed see through her attire, realizing that he had noticed her in those revealing garments. A shiver coursed through her, a mix of exhilaration and embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Suli turned her head away, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying signs of confusion. She sensed something amiss but could not quite articulate it. Meanwhile, Zhou Waner regarded Nangong Chen with a teasing glint in her eyes. Who would have thought there was a hidden connection between the two? The poor divine maiden remained oblivious. If she were to discover the truth in the future, her expression would surely be one for the ages. A smirk crept onto Zhou Waner's lips as her mind raced with dark thoughts. As the group pondered their respective thoughts, Nangong Chen suddenly halted. "Something feels wrong," he murmured. The others immediately adopted a wary demeanor, ceasing their speculations. In the next moment, crimson blood began to flow from the ground, a putrid stench rising into the air. Simultaneously, the corpses lying on the ground began to regain their flesh, their eyes glowing crimson and emanating a chilling aura. "Hiss." These corpses appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, advancing menacingly towards Nangong Chen and his companions. "They are all powerful undead," Su Li exclaimed in shock. Bang! Nangong Chen's dual-colored pupils shone brightly, unleashing beams of light that instantly disintegrated several approaching corpses. Su Li and her companions drew their weapons, unleashing their spiritual powers as they advanced to confront the enemy. One corpse crashed against the wall, erupting in a spray of black blood that hissed ominously, corroding the stone surface. "They are poisoned. Do not touch them," Nangong Chen warned. Upon hearing this, the three women quickly retreated, channeling their energy as divine radiance descended, runes intertwining, and magical power surged forth, pressing downwards. Hundreds of corpses were reduced to ashes in an instant, but the next moment, within a 10-mile radius, an ever-increasing number of skeletons transformed into zombies, numbering in the thousands. Just as Su Li and the others prepared to exhale in relief, they were confronted by this overwhelming horde, their pupils constricting in disbelief. How could they have finished one wave only to be faced with so many more? What were they to do? Wang Yuxuan appeared somewhat flustered, her complexion pale. After Nangong Chen dispatched the 100 corpses nearby, he surveyed his surroundings with a chilling gaze. "Let us see how you fare against this." In an instant, he stood suspended in the air, raising his hand as thunder and lightning intertwined in the heavens, dark clouds gathering as if a thunder god had descended, illuminating the entire dungeon. The horde of corpses faltered momentarily, fear flickering in their eyes, a sensation born of instinct. "What is this?" Joanna gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "One of the ancient Tianyuan treasures, the Thunder Emperor's art," Su Li remarked, her gaze sparkling with recognition from her readings in ancient texts. Her words left Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er stunned. The Tianyuan treasures are the pinnacle of divine arts in the world. Acquiring even one would render one invincible. Nangong Chen's ebony hair billowed, clad in resplendent white, as he pushed the Thunder Emperor's art to its zenith. In an instant, countless divine bolts of lightning descended, transforming into serpentine thunder dragons, exuding unparalleled might. The Thunder Emperor's art inherently restrains these malevolent beings. Boom! Within the dungeon, brilliant light shot skyward as countless bolts of lightning erupted. All the corpses within a 10-mile radius were reduced to ashes, not a single one remaining. Soon, as the black mist dissipated, another group arrived, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. There were many, their bodies marred with bloodstains, their faces ashen, clearly. They had been pursued by the corpses on their way here. "Holy cow!" Chu Xing exclaimed, as if witnessing a miracle. "Damn it. A dozen corpses had already tormented us on our way here, and now over 1,000 have been obliterated?" Even Chu Yin was astounded, her beautiful eyes glimmering with awe. Those with dual-colored pupils must not be provoked. Judging by his current strength, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 on the celestial leaderboard. If not the top 5. If possible, the Chu family's quota for the immortal treasure should be offered to him, to forge a favorable bond. Urushian's eyes narrowed as he witnessed this scene, cold sweat trickling down. Truly, those with dual-colored pupils are terrifying. Had he not held back earlier, he too would have likely been reduced to ash. As the Nine Heavens secret realm concludes, he must report back to the elders of his clan, advocating for an increase in celestial crystals. Such a prodigy will undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future. It is wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Among the crowd, Zhou Wanjie is the most astonished, unable to fathom that this extraordinary lightning technique was unleashed by a dual-eyed individual. He even speculates within his heart. Could it be that Nangong Chen possesses a second constitution, a lightning affinity surpassing the 8th rank? His eyes reflect a hint of unwillingness, devoid of jealousy, as the chasm between him and Nangong Chen is insurmountably vast. He never anticipated that the ultimate victor of the Great Zhou would be Nangong Chen, that same extravagant young man who has squandered 18 years. At that moment, another group approached from beyond the core. "Where is our Dakian's unparalleled talent, Jun Wushuang? Have you all conspired against him, Great Zhou?" The crown prince of Dakian, Qian Hao, spoke with fury, directing a fierce glare at Nangong Chen. He was acutely aware that Jun Wushuang had vanished after following Su Li, which implied that their esteemed talent had fallen victim to the machinations of Great Zhou. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, their expressions rife with mockery as they regarded the Dakian contingent. At such a moment, to provoke Nangong Chen is to court disaster. P.S. Gifts appreciated. Eager for updates. Love you all. Oh. Kisses. Chapter 61. Entrapped in a coffin in the vast emptiness, Nangong Chen cast a cold glance at them. As his eyes opened and closed, purple runes flickered, and strands of orderly divine chains intertwined, resembling the dominion of heaven and earth. Faintly, within his, one could perceive the cataclysm of stars in the destruction of the world, as if capable of devouring all existence, shaking the very soul. These eyes were terrifyingly powerful, causing even the mightiest of divine kings to feel their hearts race in trepidation. Cough. Disciples of the Great Zhou Dynasty spat blood in shock. They were the pinnacle of talents in their realm, yet they could not withstand the pressure emanating from those. Other prodigies turned pale and retreated, their expressions reflecting their astonishment at the overwhelming aura radiating from the wielder of the Qian Hao locked eyes with Nangong Chen, and in that instant, he felt as though his very soul was being consumed. With a thud, he fell to his knees, a foul liquid gushing forth from the ground. As the second most gifted individual in the Great Qian, second only to Jun Wushuang, he found himself utterly powerless against a mere glance. At that moment, the members of the Great Qian no longer dared to mention Jun Wushuang, for this man was far too formidable, as if their heads might roll at any moment. Simultaneously, they speculated that if Jun Wushuang were to falter against the wielder of the, it would be understandable, for they had not sensed such an overwhelming pressure from him. Is this truly the legendary? Yu Russian murmured, his face reflecting astonishment and a profound sense of helplessness. It was overwhelmingly strong, instilling a sense of despair. Is this the might of A? Indeed, many present shared this sentiment. Yu Russian was not alone in his thoughts. Chu Xing was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with fear, which soon transformed into excitement. If such a powerful individual were to become his brother-in-law, it would mean that the entire Xiantian domain would be at his mercy. Absolutely. He must be brought in as a brother-in-law. Even if his sister disagreed, he would resort to enchanting her or directly whisking her away to this abode, turning raw rice into cooked. As this idea took form, a spark ignited in his eyes, his expression resolute. Chu Yin was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Truly, they exuded a pressure that even the most prodigious talents had never matched. At the same time, a surge of fighting spirit welled within her, given the opportunity. She yearned to challenge such an extraordinary individual. Suli observed how a mere glance from Nangong Chen had instilled fear in their adversaries, her beautiful eyes gleaming with amusement. Indeed, he was her man. Wang Yushuan gazed adoringly at Nangong Chen's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Wana felt a twinge of astonishment. It was her first time witnessing the prowess of Nangong Chen so directly. She felt a pang of envy, wishing she could possess such strength. Nangong Chen turned his gaze forward, where a colossal ancient tree grew in the void, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Its trunk soared towards the heavens, beneath which lay a sea of spiritual energy, with stars wandering through it, presenting an extraordinarily mystical scene. At the heart of the ancient tree, a golden Dao fruit emerged, emanating a mystical glow, intricately woven with the threads of the great Dao, surrounded by a luminous purple aura, reminiscent of the birth of a sage from antiquity. Is this the legendary Hongming Dao fruit? Nangong Chen marveled, speaking to himself. It is said that the Hongming Dao fruit ripens only once per epoch. Does that imply that if placed within the Tianyuan spirit monument, it could regenerate? At this moment, the crowd gazed eagerly at the Hongming Dao fruit, fully aware that this was the main event. Whoever could seize it would truly soar to unimaginable heights and alter their fate. Nevertheless, none dared to make the first move. They all waited, anticipating a leader to emerge. Nangong Chen, observing this scene, let out a cold snicker. His dual pupils could pierce through the world's illusions. Such a rare treasure as the Hongming Dao fruit would not be easily claimed. Soon, an individual made a move, exuding a powerful aura and moving with remarkable speed. A renowned prodigy of the earth ranking. His expression was fervent, and he murmured, "Since none of you are acting, the Hongming Dao fruit shall be mine." As he took action, the others unleashed their abilities, their eyes ablaze with determination, darting forth like shooting stars. Chu Xing, eager to join the fray, was halted by Chu Yin. "What's the rush? Don't you see others are still waiting?" She glanced towards Nangong Chen. Chu Xing instantly understood. Indeed, if her brother-in-law had not yet moved, why should she? Beneath the divine tree, the spirit sea surged, white radiance converging as if a formidable being were about to emerge. The crowd widened their eyes, an unsettling sensation gripping their hearts. Within the tumultuous spirit sea, an immense coffin materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Crimson light shooting towards the heavens. What sort of being lay within that coffin? In an instant, the spirit sea turned a blood-red murk, seemingly tainted. With a thunderous roar, the coffin lid was cast aside, revealing a dark figure stepping forth, with blood-red, frenzied eyes, a hulking frame, and features grotesque yet unmistakably human, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Ha ha ha. After countless centuries, blood offerings have finally arrived at my door. Not in vain have I slumbered until now. The blood corpse sneered, its aura radiating immense power. The prodigies above the spirit sea, upon witnessing this, swallowed hard, a flicker of fear igniting in their eyes. For the aura emanating from this blood corpse was overwhelmingly terrifying, dwarfing that of the previous blood corpses they had encountered. They were not in the same league. Moreover, and most crucially, it had awakened its intelligence. It is known that blood corpses, such vile entities, are abhorred by the heavens, let alone achieving sentience. Even cultivating is exceedingly challenging. Yet here they stood, facing a blood corpse that had indeed gained awareness. This was ample proof that the age of this blood corpse might surpass even that of their ancestors. Is this your trap? A prodigy questioned coldly. Have the foolish blood offerings only just realized? But it is already too late. The blood corpse spoke with a playful tone, his eyes brimming with mockery. In the next moment, a surge of magical energy manifested as a colossal hand, descending ominously upon the crowd. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers hastily attempted to flee, only to find it was too late. The enormous hand seized them as effortlessly as one might grasp a chick. Those cultivators who had yet to make a move felt their pupils constrict in astonishment. It is worth noting that most of these cultivators were of high rank within the Purple Mansion realm, with several being formidable experts, yet now they found themselves devoid of any power to resist. No. Help! Cried the captured prodigies, casting desperate glances at the others. Nangong Chen observed the unfolding scene with a cold demeanor. Even if he could intervene, he deemed it unnecessary, for he was no savior. Before the eyes of the crowd, the blood corpse opened its cavernous maw and unceremoniously devoured them. A resounding gulp echoed as he swallowed, the scene gruesomely bloody and brutal. After finishing his meal, the blood corpse even burped contentedly, his blood-red gaze lingering hungrily on the remaining spectators. Chapter 62. Unleashing the final card, vanquishing the Blood Demon King. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, their faces paling in terror. Such a formidable blood corpse, who could possibly contend with it? The blood corpse towered with a physique reminiscent of a deep-sea explosive, emanating a terrifying pressure as it charged towards the densely populated Howren Pavilion. This is dire. Yu Russian thought grimly, unleashing a radiant golden light from his flesh, his vital essence surging as he attempted to intercept the blood corpse. Meanwhile, the disciples behind him appeared paralyzed with fear, frozen in place, their expressions blank. Boom. Yu Russian was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as his arms sustained grievous injuries, crashing heavily against the wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Impressive. To think you could withstand my strike. The blood corpse sneered, its malevolent aura intensifying. It then shifted its gaze towards Nangong Chen. Upon seeing Nangong Chen, its expression shifted to one of surprise, soon replaced by an exhilarated gleam in its eyes. To my astonishment, amidst the blood feast, there exists a substantial prize. How fortuitous that I, the Blood Demon King, have awakened. This truly brings me immense joy. At this moment, my strength has yet to reach its zenith. Should I consume you, I could swiftly regain my former peak. Blood Demon King. At the utterance of these words, the crowd's countenance changed dramatically. They had heard tales of a blood corpse that, upon achieving the pinnacle of its cultivation, attained consciousness and commanded other blood corpses, its combat prowess surpassing even that of a sage. Legend has it that the last Blood Demon King was subdued only after the loss of 5 sages. Indeed, it was a suppression, not a slaying. Blood corpses arise from the resentment of the deceased, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate, especially one of the caliber of a Blood Demon King. Although this Blood Demon King had not yet returned to its summit of power, it was clear that it was beyond their ability to confront. Seeing this, Chu Yan's complexion turned pale. However, she forced a smile and remarked, "What bad luck. I never anticipated encountering such a being. I should prepare my will." Her voice trembled, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. The disparity in power was simply too vast. The Blood Demon King's current might, while not at the sage level, was certainly among the elite of the divine kings. Who could stand against it? "Sister, you must be jesting. Look at brother-in-law, he seems quite composed," Chu Xing exclaimed, having grown up in playful ignorance of the Blood Demon King, completely oblivious to its significance. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan paused for a moment, incredulous. "Who is joking with you?" She retorted. "No." Chu Yan suddenly realized, also casting her gaze towards Nangong Chen. There he stood, serene and composed, hands clasped behind his back, his dual pupils radiating an ethereal light, exuding an air of confidence that seemed to look down upon the world. Chu Yan's beautiful eyes filled with confusion. To her, It seemed that even with all his cards laid bare, Nangong Chen was merely on par with her own strength. Where did this confidence stem from? Could it be that he truly possessed the means to confront this foe? With this thought, her curiosity surged within her, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Meanwhile, Yu Russian, upon hearing the exchange, also turned pale, despair flooding his heart. Damn it, where did this blood demon king come from? Was there no one who warned him of such an existence upon entering? The royal families of the Great Zhou and Great Qian are nearly extinct, having been virtually annihilated by the blood demon king and his forces. As the blood demon king shifted his focus to Nangong Chen, Zhou Wanjie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate. Simultaneously, he cast a resentful glance in that direction, inwardly wishing for Nangong Chen's demise. You enjoy pretending, don't you? Let us see how you maintain that pretense now. Blood feast? Do you truly think you are worthy? Nangong Chen spoke astonishingly, his demeanor serene, radiant with an otherworldly light, as if he were a celestial being. You, the blood demon king, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, for it was the first time in many years that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, it was a mere youth. You foolish creature. You have acquired a semblance of humanity. Nangong Chen continued, his tone icy and his words sharp as pearls. At this declaration, those present were left utterly astonished, filled with admiration. To dare insult the blood demon king in such a manner, perhaps only Nangong Chen could achieve this throughout history. You audacious brat, I shall devour you. Enraged by being called a beast, the blood demon king's eyes turned crimson, his entire being radiating a violent bloodlust, clearly infuriated by Nangong Chen as he charged towards him. At that moment, Nangong Chen remained unperturbed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It had worked. In an instant, the entire realm was enveloped in a remarkable phenomenon, as a blue lotus emerged from the chaos, its divine radiance dazzling, illuminating the skies. Accompanied by the laws of the universe, wielding the power to obliterate heaven and earth, the blood demon king's pupils widened for a moment. He could not sense his connection to the spirit sea. It is crucial to note that his immortality, his survival through an entire epoch, hinged upon the spirit sea beneath the Hongming tree. Damn it, it must be the work of that brat. Even if you sever my connection to the spirit sea, do you truly believe you can kill me? The blood demon king sneered cruelly. He had spotted the breathtaking woman beside Nangong Chen and resolved to savor her, one after the other, ensuring that Nangong Chen would experience despair. Today marks your demise, Nangong Chen declared coldly, his dual pupils blazing, as chains of divine order erupted forth from them, interweaving with a terrifying aura. A mere trifle, the blood demon king regarded this with disdain, seizing a chain in an attempt to break it. Yet, unexpectedly, the chains remained immovable, ensnaring him and binding him tightly. The smile on the blood demon king's face faltered, his blood-red eyes reflecting a newfound clarity as he was engulfed in shock. What on earth was this? It could bind the body of a saint. This youth was surely hiding something. Behind him, Suli extended her delicate hand, manifesting an ice phoenix, which coalesced into a chilling form, transforming everything it touched into a frozen wasteland, radiating an endless cold as it surged towards the blood demon king. Let us see how you fare against this. Suli's tone was frigid, her voice melodious. After unleashing this attack, her lovely face paled, breathless from the exertion. Boom. Although this technique did not inflict significant harm upon the blood demon king, it successfully encased him in frost. The blood demon king, taken aback, realized that the flow of his blood had slowed, indicating that his regenerative abilities were severely restricted. You all, with this, I bid you farewell on your journey. Nangong Chen stood in the void, his white garments fluttering in the wind, ebony hair dancing wildly, as a tempest of thunder roiled behind him. The sky was rent with divine lightning, descending like the wrath of a thunder god, subduing the malevolent forces of the world. Countless bolts of divine lightning coalesced, transforming into an immense dragon, its form pulsating with electricity, its icy, unfeeling eyes fixated on the blood demon king as it charged forth. Upon witnessing this thunderous dragon, the blood demon king's visage contorted in fear. He sensed that this creature would assuredly bring about his demise. It dawned upon him now that he had been ensnared by this young man from the very beginning. Regret surged within him, lamenting the decision to leap from the spirit sea and questioning why he had not harvested the primordial Dao fruit sooner. Now, the culmination of an era's worth of efforts had dissolved into mere vapor. With a resounding boom, the entire expanse erupted in blinding white light, and the anguished wails reverberated throughout the grand palace. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld the spectacle before them. Chapter 63, Among the crowd, Chu Xing's contemplation the void trembled, the fabric of space quaked, and an immense wave of power erupted from the Blood Demon King, instilling sheer terror that rendered the onlookers pale and filled with trepidation. The Blood Demon King was a being that could only be subdued by saints. Could Nangong Chen truly annihilate such a formidable entity? Su Li's expression reflected her concern. If anything were to happen to Nangong Chen, she would be at a loss on how to face the Nangong family. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner, too, were ashen faces, their hearts fervently praying for Nangong Chen's safety. On the other side, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance, her skin as smooth as jade, exuding an ethereal grace. Could he truly slay the Blood Demon King? Zhou Wanjia wore a cold smile, his tone dripping with disdain as he thought to himself, the Blood Demon King is invincible. To suggest otherwise is sheer folly. If Nangong Chen could indeed kill him, he would not hesitate to eat his words on the spot. Moments later, the white light faded, and the crowd widened their eyes in anticipation of the outcome. Hiss. The enormous form of the Blood Demon King had vanished, replaced by a pool of blood. The crowd's pupils constricted in disbelief, never expecting such a conclusion. The Blood Demon King had truly been slain by Nangong Chen. This was a being that even ancient saints could not defeat, yet today it was vanquished by a junior with dual pupils. If word of this spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Xintian domain. Nangong Chen remained composed, his expression unflinching, his white garments billowing dramatically, radiating an aura of invincibility akin to that of a youthful monarch. Upon seeing him unharmed, Su Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truly splendid. Wang Yuxuan was filled with elation, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her master had not only emerged unscathed, but had also vanquished the Blood Demon King, an accomplishment beyond what even saints could achieve. Throughout history, it seemed only her master could reach such heights. Zhou Waner's delicate face was etched with astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She knew of Nangong Chen's strength, yet she had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent, bordering on the unbelievable. In her heart, she couldn't help but smirk. If her father were to learn of Nangong Chen's formidable prowess, he would surely be filled with regret. Meanwhile, at the Chu family, Chu Yan's astonishment gave way to a radiant smile that rendered her beauty even more breathtaking. She had known that Nangong Chen possessed confidence and would surely have a way to confront this challenge, yet she had not expected such a swift and decisive victory. This remarkable phenomenon, along with the lightning magic, indicated that Nangong Chen harbored a profound secret. The emergence of such a powerful prodigy from the Eastern Divine Continent promised exciting developments ahead. Chu Xing was exhilarated, exclaiming, "See, I told you my brother-in-law could do it." However, the volume of her voice was unexpected, not only catching the attention of those nearby from the Chu family, but even reaching Nangong Chen's ears. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd converged upon Chu Xing, filled with astonishment. "Wait, where did your sister find a partner? Could it be?" Upon this thought, the disciples of the Chu family cast a glance at Nangong Chen. Chu Yan, witnessing the scene, was incensed to the point of laughter. A delicate blush crept onto her fair ears as she forced a smile and addressed Chu Xing. "What manner of demise do you seek?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xing's countenance turned an ashen white, and confronted with her deathly smile, he could not help but plead for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong." Nangong Chen glanced over with a hint of amusement in his eyes. How chaotic this circle is. From the moment he entered, he had sensed the attention of this faction upon him, though no malice was present. Initially, he felt a twinge of curiosity, but now the matter was elucidated. It turned out this young man desired him to become his brother-in-law. Yet, his sister indeed possessed remarkable qualities. This was not merely a reference to Chu Yan's beauty, but also to the formidable aura of gunmanship that resided within her. One could only describe her as exceptionally strong, perhaps even surpassing that of Jun Wuxuan. This piqued his curiosity. In the Eastern Divine Continent, she must be considered a paragon of excellence. If she were merely of middling rank, one could say the Eastern Divine Continent had some merit. However, if she were among the foremost prodigies, then the standards of the Eastern Divine Continent would indeed be a cause for concern. Nangong Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Seeing someone foolishly referring to Nangong Chen as brother-in-law, Su Li's delicate features turned frosty, and she muttered under her breath, "Insanity." This was her man. What nonsense was this? With evident hostility, Su Li glared at Chu Yan. Upon seeing her pitiful visage, Su Li concluded that she was undoubtedly a schemer. Henceforth, she must ensure that Nangong Chen steered clear of such women. Nangong Chen stepped into the void, soaring toward the Hongming fruit. swiftly arriving before it. The crowd watched in hushed silence, no one daring to intervene. Who would dare to obstruct a person capable of slaying the Blood Demon King? Were they not afraid of losing their heads? At that moment, Yu Rushan observed the unfolding scene, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. It was evident that Nangong Chen held no interest in sparring with him. This was not merely a show of restraint, but a release akin to unleashing an ocean. At this juncture, he felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that Nangong Chen was somewhat avaricious and adhered to certain principles, requiring only the celestial crystal. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Among the crowd, Zhou Wanjie was consumed by jealousy, his expression contorted. He could hardly believe that Nangong Chen had truly slain the Blood Demon King. How could the Blood Demon King be so inept as to be unable to handle even a Purple Mansion realm cultivator? At this moment, he could not help but envy Nangong Chen for the forthcoming acquisition of the Hongmeng fruit, while simultaneously cursing the Blood Demon King for being so feeble. He even began to suspect that the Blood Demon King had intentionally let his guard down. This could not stand. He must devise a plan to prevent Nangong Chen from obtaining it so easily. With this thought, he summoned Zhou Yanlong and whispered some words. Is it truly necessary? Zhou Yanlong asked, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at Nangong Chen's retreating figure. Do you not harbor any hatred for Nangong Chen? Rest assured, just trust me. Zhou Wanjie replied. It turned out that after Nangong Chen left the Tianyuan Academy, both of them were expelled, and together with those arrogant royals. It was this collective enmity that fueled their hatred for Nangong Chen. Zhou Wanjie cast his gaze around the room and soon spotted Qian Hao, who had just regained consciousness. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he promptly approached. At that moment, Nangong Chen pondered thoughtfully, gazing at the magnificent Hongmeng tree before him. This ethereal sea and the Hongmeng tree hold immense value. How could he possibly extract them? Nangong Chen's ambitions soared high. He aimed not only to seize the Hongmeng Dao fruit, but also to take the Hongmeng tree and the spiritual sea beneath it, leaving no treasure unclaimed. If others were to learn of Nangong Chen's intentions, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless in astonishment. Chapter 64. The Essence of Celestial Spirit Within a Mere 3 Breaths. Nangong Chen could distinctly perceive the overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy saturating this space, the majority of which emanated from the Sea of Spirits. What extraordinary entity could provide the nourishment necessary for the Hongmeng ancient tree to flourish? A soft glow radiated from Nangong Chen's dual pupils as he meticulously observed the Sea of Spirits, where celestial bodies danced in evolution and ethereal fish glided gracefully. Reminiscent of a galactic ocean, truly a sight to behold. One could only ponder how much celestial spirit essence could be exchanged from this vast sea. Despite the apparent richness of spiritual energy, it was evident that most had been absorbed by the Hongmeng ancient tree, leaving behind only remnants of what once was. The tree had meticulously transformed this absorbed liquid into the vital essence for the Hongmeng Dao fruit. Nangong Chen severed the root of the Hongmeng Dao fruit and placed it into an ornate box, preserving it intact. He then bent down to scoop some liquid from the Sea of Spirits, holding it in his palm. The sensation was strikingly reminiscent of celestial spirit essence. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could the liquid within this sea truly be celestial spirit essence? To confirm his hypothesis, he retrieved a drop of celestial spirit essence from the Tianyuan spirit tablet and placed it in his palm. The aura emanating from both droplets was remarkably similar. However, the celestial spirit essence was purer and more luminous, while the liquid from the Sea of Spirits appeared dimmer and less refined in energy. Indeed, it was celestial spirit essence. Nangong Chen thought in amazement. The Sea of Spirits had served as fertilizer for the Hongmeng ancient tree for an entire epoch, thus its lackluster appearance, its essence fully absorbed. Nevertheless, at its core, it remained celestial spirit essence. The Nine Heavens secret realm was indeed extravagant, utilizing such an abundance of celestial spirit essence to nurture the Hongmeng Dao fruit. He estimated that this sea contained millions of drops of celestial spirit essence, excluding those areas tainted by the Blood Demon King and those that had already run dry. It was likely that these remnants could be transformed into approximately 10,000 drops of celestial spirit essence. This was a windfall. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Nangong Chen's eyes. It was worth noting that his Tianyuan spirit tablet contained merely 100 drops of celestial spirit essence. Should he acquire these 10,000 drops, it could lead to an extraordinarily formidable advancement. This would significantly accelerate the cultivation speed within the Tianyuan spirit tablet, though the extent of such progress could only be determined once he departed. The immediate priority was to absorb the Sea of Spirits into the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet. However, with so many eyes present, revealing the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet here would be unwise. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Nangong Chen. We also played a part in slaying the Blood Demon King, and among the fallen were our comrades. On what grounds do you claim the Hongming Dao fruit for yourself? Zhou Wanjie demanded, flanked by other prominent figures. Indeed, by what right do you monopolize our shared achievement? Qian Hao echoed, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon hearing their voices, some astute wandering cultivators joined in, affirming their sentiments. Exactly. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Wanjie displayed a satisfied expression, his eyes brimming with confidence. Surely, Nangong Chen would not annihilate them all. Such an act would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Nangong Chen, troubled by how to expel them, was unexpectedly presented with a splendid opportunity. His eyes sparkled. Being morally constrained was something he feared the least, for he possessed no morals whatsoever. Oh, are you suggesting that you all wish to share the Hongmeng Dao fruit with me? Nangong Chen remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed, teach us, and let us partake. After all, we have risked our lives and put forth our efforts. We must receive 90%, with only the remaining 10% belonging to you. Zhou Wanjie proclaimed loudly. His gaze filled with insatiable greed. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression turned icy. Such shamelessness was beyond comprehension. My husband single-handedly vanquished the Blood Demon King. By what right do you claim a share? Her beautiful eyes glimmered with frost, her tone laced with murderous intent. Indeed, had it not been for our master, you would have been devoured by the Blood Demon King long ago. How dare you seek to divide the spoils? This is nothing short of a fantasy, Wang Yuxuan added. Seething with indignation, Zhou Wan'er also furrowed her brows. She had not anticipated that Zhou Wanjie, who was already detestable within the court, would behave so beastly outside of it. Very well, who else desires to share the Hongmeng Dao fruit? You have 3 breaths to step forward. Surprisingly, Nangong Chen, far from being enraged, appeared as if he had been swayed by their words, sneering. Upon this declaration, several rogue cultivators revealed glimmers of excitement, joining in with unbridled greed. Zhou Wanjie felt elated upon hearing this. He did not expect Nangong Chen to acquiesce so swiftly. What a coward! One wonders how the goddess came to choose him. Zhou Wanjie thought disdainfully, shaking his head. Although Su Li and the others were perplexed, they remained silent, aware that Nangong Chen must have his own motives. Soon, the core of the underground palace was divided into 3 factions, one led by Zhou Wanjie, another comprising disciples from the Chu family and a few from Haran Pavilion, who remained unmoved, and the last group consisted of the talented disciples from smaller sects, who pondered their choices without moving forward. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was certain that Nangong Chen's character was not one to easily relinquish anything. What, then, was he planning to do? Sister, do you think brother-in-law will eliminate them all? Chu Xing secretly inquired. Though he was playful, he was not foolish. Nangong Chen was a ruthless individual, capable of slaying even the Blood Demon King. How could he possibly share? Chu Yan did not respond, watching intently. Is everyone gathered? The 3 breaths are almost up. Nangong Chen spoke quietly, his tone somber, reminiscent of the tolling of a death knell. Hurry and bring forth the Hongmeng Dao fruit. Qian Hao urged impatiently, his eyes filled with avarice. He was the most exhilarated, for after being frightened into unconsciousness by Nangong Chen, he unexpectedly awoke to discover that he could seize the greatest opportunity within the 9 heaven secret realm. It truly felt as if he were dreaming. Who would have thought that fortune could fall into our laps one day? It seems I am indeed favored by destiny. Qian Hao silently sighed, his eyes filled with pride. Nangong Chen, with an expression of calmness, nodded with satisfaction upon seeing their gathering and spoke. The time has come. Let us embark, everyone. What? Zhou Wanjie sensed something amiss and exclaimed loudly. In the next moment, Nangong Chen's dual pupils blazed with intensity, and beams of light erupted from them, exuding a formidable power as if to rend the very heavens, directly aimed at Zhou Wanjie and the others. Your only contribution has been to render the Blood Demon King foolish after consuming you. It is somewhat regrettable. Had he devoured you entirely, I would not have needed to intervene. He would have likely succumbed to a self-induced overload of his own stupidity, Nangong Chen remarked with a cold sneer. In an instant, anguish cries echoed around, filling the air with the sounds of despair. Yet, before long, silence descended. Chapter 65. Extracting the Spirit Sea, the Collapse of the Secret Realm. Gazing upon the ghastly bloodstains on the floor, the crowd's pupils constricted, a chilling sensation washing over their hearts. They were all dead. Not a single soul remained alive. How tranquil it has become, Nangong Chen observed with an impassive expression, unperturbed by the massacre. Even after slaying so many, his state of mind remained undisturbed. The lives taken were far less than those he had encountered, and he considered himself a purger of evil. Greed and ignorance are the original sins. Is there anyone willing to share the fruits of the primordial Tao with me? Nangong Chen inquired softly, surveying the remaining individuals in the underground palace. The young prodigies from the lesser factions, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded, "We dare not. The annihilation of the Blood Demon King today is solely due to your esteemed efforts." Fear illuminated their eyes, cold sweat trickling down their backs. As if they were confronted by a true Demon King. This was a genuine ruthless figure, having witnessed such ferocity. They resolved to keep their distance in the future, never to provoke him. Subsequently, these individuals hastily departed the underground palace, not daring to look back. Yu Russian, witnessing this, bowed respectfully to Nangong Chen, expressing gratitude. "I am profoundly thankful for your timely rescue today. This favor shall never be forgotten. Upon our return, I will inform the elders of my clan, and we shall present celestial crystals as a token of our appreciation." Thus, they parted ways swiftly. Nangong Chen nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. These individuals were indeed astute. He then shifted his attention to the Chu family. Upon meeting Nangong Chen's gaze, the disciples trembled, their limbs growing cold. Would the Demon King not spare us? In their hearts, the pressure exerted by Nangong Chen was far more terrifying than that of the prodigious talents from the central divine continent. Chu Yin, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, bore a complexion as pale as paper, devoid of color. With a frail breath, she spoke softly, "We are immensely grateful for your noble intervention today." Cough, cough. Before she could finish her words, she appeared quite wan, taking out a handkerchief as she coughed delicately, looking pitifully fragile, akin to a flower swaying in the frigid wind. "I am naturally weak. I apologize for any amusement cost. Your grace in saving us today leaves me without means to repay you, except for..." Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, not only did Su Li and the others widen their eyes in surprise, but even the members of the Chu family stared at her in shock. Nangong Chen's gaze deepened, intrigue evident as he regarded her. "The only way to repay this unparalleled kindness is to bestow upon you a quota from our Chu family's celestial treasury." Just as Su Li clenched her fists, Chu Yan hesitantly completed her sentence. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. It was merely that. The tension that had knitted Su Li's brows dissipated, though her eyes remained vigilant upon Chu Yan. Speaking so slowly, she truly resembled a cunning vixen. Meanwhile, the members of the Chu family, upon grasping the implications, were equally astonished. "Miss, that is utterly out of the question. The quotas for the Chu family's celestial treasury have historically been reserved for only a select few. Granting even one would likely incite discontent among others. Indeed, the matter of the celestial treasures is of utmost importance, and so too are the quotas. A decision can only be made after deliberation among the elders of the Dao clan. Should the family head and others become aware of this, they would undoubtedly impose punishment upon us." The disciples hastily whispered their advice. "Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" Chu Yan turned around, her gaze suddenly transforming into a chilling frost, reminiscent of an ice cavern high in the heavens. Chu Xing, witnessing this scene, inwardly scolded the disciples for their foolishness. To dare question the decisions of the dragoness, it seemed they were courting danger, and thankfully, they had remained silent. Upon seeing this, the Chu clan disciples dared not speak further and fell into silence. It dawned on them that all matters concerning the secret realm of the nine heavens were determined solely by Chu Yan, rendering them without authority to question. The Chu clan's celestial treasures? Nangong Chen's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. "What is this?" Chu Yan turned back, her expression brightening with a smile, as if she had transformed into a different person. With a sweet demeanor, she began to explain. "The Chu clan's celestial treasures refer to the entrance of a small world governed by our clan since ancient times. According to the elders, it is filled with countless opportunities and is a forbidden ground amongst the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every decade, a gathering is held. At that time, not only will the prodigies of our Xiantian domain participate, but also the prodigies from the other 9 domains will enter this celestial treasure to vie for opportunities. It will be an opportunity to gain renown across all 10 domains." As she spoke, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Nangong Chen. She had a premonition that if Nangong Chen were to participate, he would undoubtedly bring great surprises to many. "Since that is the case, I shall accept this quota." Nangong Chen replied with a nonchalant expression, though his thoughts were elsewhere. His current focus was on incorporating the Spirit Sea into the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet, for he observed that the primordial tree, having lost its Hongming Dao fruit, was now absorbing the remaining remnants, a staggering 1,000 drops of celestial spirit liquid. Very well. Nangong Dao friend and esteemed ladies, farewell from the Chu clan's celestial treasures, Chu Yin said with a radiant smile, bowing gracefully. Subsequently, she led the disciples of the Chu clan away from the scene. Su Li furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that this woman harbored intentions to entice Nangong Chen. No, if he were to attend, she must ensure he kept his distance from her. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wana felt a surge of joy upon hearing Chu Yin refer to them as celestial maidens, their gazes toward her becoming considerably more amiable. Nangong Chen, with his luminous eyes, watched their retreating figures as they gradually disappeared. He then directly cast the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet into the Spirit Sea. The three women observed this action with puzzled expressions, wondering what he was doing. As the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet submerged into the Spirit Sea, it functioned like a massive pump, voraciously consuming the liquid. Su Li and the others were astonished at the spectacle. What extraordinary artifact was this? It could absorb the liquid from the Spirit Sea. Soon, the pool of Spirit Sea was nearly depleted. After Nangong Chen absorbed the last drop, he stored it away, nodding in satisfaction. Although some had been consumed, the majority remained, approximately transforming into 9,000 drops of celestial spirit liquid. This is indeed a considerable amount, sufficient to instigate a transformation within the celestial origin spirit monument. Subsequently, Nangong Chen directed his gaze towards the grand Mongolian tree, pondering how to transport it. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the secret realm, shaking it to its core. Upon sensing this, Nangong Chen's expression shifted dramatically. This is troubling. The secret realm lacks the requisite spiritual energy to sustain itself. It is on the verge of collapse. Zhou Wana spoke up, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. With a lingering glance at the magnificent Mongolian tree, Nangong Chen reluctantly turned away and departed with the three companions. Chapter 66, Waiting in the Northern Domain. As the secret realm draws to a close, the elders and protectors from various factions have made their presence known. One cannot help but wonder what fortuitous opportunities the disciples of the Sun God Palace will encounter this time. An elder clad in white, Lin Yiho, spoke with an air of arrogance, surveying the other forces from a lofty perspective. With Ling Tian leading the charge, is there any cause for concern? Ha. Among the talents present, only the holy maiden of the Chu family can rival Ling Tian. The rest are merely a motley crew of mediocrity. Another elder from the Sun God Palace responded, his aura profound and gaze fervent. Upon hearing these words, many elders from other factions shifted uneasily. From the direction of the Howren Pavilion, a robust elder, upon hearing this, retorted mockingly, such grandiose claims. Be wary of your own tongue. You might find that no one returns. Ouyang Zhong, perhaps you should be more concerned about the disciples of your Howren Pavilion, lest your few esteemed disciples meet their demise. Lin Yiho shot back defiantly. Oh, by the way, it seems that you Russian cannot even triumph over the talents of the Eastern Divine Continent. What a disgrace to our Central Divine Continent. Undeterred, Ouyang Zhong laughed and replied, I concede that you Russian lacks the requisite skill. However, are you certain your Lan Ling Tian can best that dual-eyed individual? What nonsense. Lan Ling Tian, bearing the Star Sword body, has recently advanced to mid-stage grade ability and ranks 50 on the heavenly board. How could he possibly fail against that dual-eyed one? Lin Yiho scoffed. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your so-called talents, lest they fall to our Chunner. Someone aboard the celestial vessel of Tianyuan guffawed. The onlookers were taken aback, their gazes drawn upward. Which faction dares to challenge the Sun God Palace? Even the elders of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty remained silent in this moment. As the crowd beheld the celestial vessel, they soon realized it belonged to the faction of the dual-eyed individual. Who are you? Lin Yiho inquired with a menacing countenance, taken aback that a mere native from the Eastern Divine Continent would dare to speak so boldly. The other elders from the Sun God Palace also cast glances of discontent. Even without their titles, they were seasoned powerhouses of the Divine King realm, who in the Xiantian domain would not grant them a modicum of respect. If you utter another disparaging word about Chunner, I shall be the one to eliminate you, declared Nangong Chen from the vessel, his eyes narrowed, as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. In an instant, Lin Yiho and his companions' expressions turned pale, their pupils constricting. It was indeed a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, and not just any, but one on the brink of transcending to the quasi-saint level. Moreover, this individual was astonishingly young. As everyone sensed this formidable presence, their astonishment was palpable. Another unparalleled powerhouse had emerged. The entity known as the Dualite has affiliations with formidable powers. What is the true nature of the Dualite? That they exhibit such fearlessness even in the presence of the supreme forces of the Sun God Palace? Upon witnessing the two elders from the Sun God Palace, the crowd felt a wave of relief. After so many years, someone has finally dared to challenge their arrogance. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, an elder clad in a crimson robe remained remarkably composed upon encountering Nangong Chen. Although the Tianyuan Mansion is a force within the Great Zhou, the two are not of the same caliber. Should the Tianyuan Mansion choose to overthrow the Great Zhou, it could be achieved with but a thought. In truth, the Tianyuan Mansion stands as one of the true apex powers within the Xiantian domain, comparable to the hidden aristocratic families. The Great Zhou Dynasty serves merely as a fade. The elder in red side, perplexed as to why the Tianyuan Mansion, with such formidable strength, chooses to remain so restrained. However, it seems that everything has changed since the emergence of Nangong Chen. Meanwhile, an elder leading the Chu family furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sun God Palace, the secret realm has not yet concluded. Do you not underestimate us too much? The prodigies of the Eastern Divine Continent are not inferior to your Sun God Palace." Dressed in a yellow robe, his eyes sparkled with a cold light. Radiating a powerful aura, he was the only quasi-saint among them. The appearance of another strong figure advocating for the Eastern Divine Continent left the crowd in astonishment. What transpired today that such a multitude of powerful beings would speak on behalf of the Eastern Divine Continent? Instantly, the cultivators from the Eastern Divine Continent felt a surge of excitement within. The Sun God Palace remained silent, acutely aware that further discourse might incite the wrath of the masses. Soon, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, only to be broken by the emergence of energies from the secret realm, signaling that the Nine Heavens secret realm had reached its conclusion and that their prodigies would soon appear. At that moment, Lin Yinho cast a venomous glare at Nangong Chen, vowing to report back to the palace master and eradicate the influence of the Dualite. Simultaneously, he anticipated with eagerness the arrival of Lan Lingtian, hoping he would deliver a resounding blow to these individuals, or perhaps even eliminate the Dualite within the secret realm, thus obliterating their ambitions. Indeed, moments later, streams of light began to emerge, revealing the prodigies who had only reached the periphery of the underground palace, not yet penetrating its core. The crowd, upon witnessing this, exhibited little reaction, for the true geniuses were yet to come. Then, the prodigies of Howren Pavilion made their entrance. A voice exclaimed in surprise. Just outside the entrance of the secret realm, a robust figure soared through the air, his garments tattered and blood dripping from his arms, clearly bearing grave injuries. Behind him, the disciples of Howren Pavilion were similarly afflicted, their conditions dire. Ouyang Zheng, upon seeing this, widened his eyes in alarm and rushed over to assist. "What has transpired to cause such severe injuries?" he inquired. Russian consumed a medicinal pill, his complexion easing somewhat, before he replied, in the depths of the secret realm. "We encountered the Blood Demon King." His voice was low, audible only to Ouyang Zheng. At the Sun God Palace, Lin Yinhua, upon witnessing the severely injured Russian and others, displayed a contemptuous expression, his gaze rife with mockery. He remarked on the folly of those who dedicated themselves to physical training, noting that they had met with death and injury alike. If it were the Sun God Palace, such a scenario would be utterly inconceivable. "What? You have encountered the Blood Demon King?" Ouyang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. At this revelation, the countenance of the crowd shifted, their eyes widening in disbelief. "The Blood Demon King, surely you jest?" The elders from several other factions were equally taken aback. Lin Yinhua's smile faltered, replaced by an expression of deep unease. The disciples of the Sun God Palace had yet to appear. Could something have befallen them? The elder from the Chu family also wore a worried expression, fixated intently on the entrance to the secret realm. Soon, an exquisite figure emerged, followed by a throng of prodigies. Upon seeing this, the elder from the Chu family felt a wave of relief wash over him, his furrowed brow finally easing. Thank heavens, all is well. Had anything happened to Chu Yin or Chu Xing, he would have been at a loss for how to explain upon returning. As the secret realm neared its closure, the number of emerging figures dwindled. Across the northern region, the expressions of the onlookers were exceedingly complex. Aboard the flying vessel, Nangong Chen fixated on the cave's entrance, silently praying that Nangong Chen would remain unharmed. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of confusion. How could the Blood Demon King have appeared within the secret realm, yet some managed to escape? Was it possible that someone had vanquished the Blood Demon King? He was struck by this thought, only to immediately dismiss it, How could that be conceivable? Just as the entrance was about to seal, a figure clad in white, breathtakingly beautiful, finally made her appearance. Chapter 67. The outburst of the Sun God Palace. As the Sun God Palace erupted in fury, Nangong Chen emerged, his demeanor serene. Clad in immaculate white robes, he radiated an ethereal glow, exuding an air of otherworldly nobility, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Beside him stood several enchanting maidens, their bright eyes and radiant smiles reminiscent of the shimmering stars, each possessing exquisite features that evoked envy from all who beheld them. The trio, each with a distinct charm, captivated the onlookers, drawing forth a chorus of excited gasps from the crowd. These young women were among the most revered in the Xintian domain, hailing from prestigious sects or illustrious families, and even royal bloodlines of minor dynasties. Now, their cheeks flushed and bodies trembling with excitement, they were utterly enthralled by Nangong Chen's celestial visage. Within their hearts, jealousy brewed, wishing fervently that they could be the ones closest to him. Meanwhile, some male cultivators looked on with envy, admiring the throng of exquisite women surrounding Nangong Chen, a pinnacle of aspiration in their hearts. Nangong Chen remained unfazed by the scene, exuding an air of calmness as if he had grown accustomed to such attention. Su Li mirrored this demeanor, her stunning features marked by an icy indifference, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, embodying the proud essence of a snow queen. No matter how fervently the crowd called out, she knew that she alone was destined to be his partner, a truth she held with unwavering confidence. Wang Yuxuan felt a pang of jealousy, her delicate face puffed up adorably as she gritted her teeth, muttering to herself about the throngs of admirers vying for Nangong Chen's attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanner was struck with astonishment but concealed her feelings, stealing a glance at Nangong Chen. This was her first direct encounter with the overwhelming popularity he commanded. Second uncle, Nangong Chen began as he returned aboard the flying vessel. Indeed, judging by your appearance, it seems you have garnered significant gains from the Nine Heavens secret realm, Nangong Wentian remarked with a smile, acknowledging him. Nangong Chen responded with a subtle smile, choosing not to elaborate. Understanding dawned upon Nangong Wentian as he continued, by the way, I heard you encountered the Blood Demon King? Ah, how fortunate you are to have escaped unharmed. Truly, you are blessed by the heavens, being a scion of the Nangong family. He clapped Nangong Chen on the shoulder, praising him. Nangong Chen, not denying the statement, offered a knowing smile, yes, merely fortunate. Behind him, the three maidens shared a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. As the two engaged in reminiscence, other factions erupted in speculation. Is it just me? Or does it feel like many are missing now that the Nine Heavens secret realm has closed? One prodigy in the crowd pondered aloud. Indeed, the Sun God Palace is absent, and even the members of Tianyuan and Dezhou have emerged in scarce numbers. Could they have perished here? Another echoed in agreement. Amidst the throng, a uniquely graceful figure stood, her intricate veil partially concealing her features. Upon hearing the conversation, a flicker of complexity crossed her enchanting eyes. It was Lu Ruyan. Originally, Lu Ruyan intended to follow Nangong Chen and his entourage. However, she soon realized she had lost track of them and halted at the periphery, refraining from venturing into the heart of the underground palace. The disciples of the Sun God Palace had all fallen victim to Nangong Chen. Surely, he must be unharmed. After all, had Nangong Chen not appeared there, she wondered if she would have even made it out alive. A hint of concern flickered in her eyes as these thoughts crossed her mind. Just as she pondered, a voice filled with unbridled fury reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Where are disciples of the Sun God Palace? Not a single one has emerged. You must provide us with an explanation. Lin Yinhua bellowed from the Sun God Palace, his hair bristling with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. The full force of his divine king-level cultivation erupted, carrying with it a murderous aura that left many pale with fear. Upon learning that all the disciples of the Sun God Palace had perished within, a chill gripped his heart, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him at a loss for how to report back. Meanwhile, an elder with crimson hair from the Great Qian Kingdom was equally enraged, his blood boiling as he directed an accusatory gaze towards the Great Zhou. Is this your doing? Why have our princes, including Jun Wushuang, failed to emerge? From the Great Zhou's side, Zhou Yuan wore an expression of helplessness. Brother, what mischief could we be responsible for? Have you not noticed that our princes have also failed to return? We are in the same dire predicament. Why direct your ire at us? He had come merely to fulfill a formality, and were it not for the ancient customs, he would have preferred not to attend, especially since the current state of the Great Zhou had strayed far from its former glory. The demise of several princes from the Great Zhou was of no concern to him. Entering the secret realm was their own affair. Could he possibly enter to rescue them? The crimson-haired elder paused momentarily, realizing that only a few from their side had emerged as well. Then who do you suspect is responsible? He asked solemnly, fixing his gaze on Zhou Yuan. How would I know? Zhou Yuan replied, shrugging his shoulders in a manner that conveyed indifference. You. The elder's anger flared further. He was convinced that this old man knew something but was unwilling to divulge it. Simultaneously, his disdain for the Great Zhou deepened, clearly. They cared little for their own dynasty's prodigies and were destined for ruin. After their exchange concluded, Zhou Yuan's mind began to speculate as he glanced towards the flying vessel of the Tianyuan Mansion, his eyes glinting with intrigue. With so many casualties, it was likely the work of that young master. However, even if he knew, he would remain silent. Who would want to provoke them? Let these foolish birds draw their own conclusions. With that thought, a sense of relief washed over him, for soon he would be able to leave this desolate place. At this moment, Lin Yinhua, seething with rage, surveyed the surroundings before focusing on Howren Pavilion, inquiring, You Russian, what transpired after you entered? He had chosen to approach a faction he deemed most susceptible to interrogation. Upon hearing the question, Yu Russian's mind conjured images of the bizarre occurrences within the secret realm. Something felt amiss. It seemed that he had not encountered the Sun God Palace disciples thereafter. Could it be that they had all met their demise at his hands? Upon this thought, a figure clad in white emerged in his mind. Forget it. This is a formidable individual, one he cannot afford to provoke. Humph. Why do you Sun God Palace disciples not emerge and inquire about us? Ouyang Zheng's face darkened as he coldly scoffed. You cannot bear the wrath of the Sun God Palace. Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Yinho's expression soured, his tone frigid as he threatened. Are you threatening our Howren Pavilion? Ouyang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a powerful aura emanating from him. In an instant, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Both men poised for battle at any moment. It was then that Yu Russian spoke up. After we entered the underground palace, Lan Lingtian and the others took separate paths. We are unaware of what transpired with them. Furthermore, when we gathered with the remaining members at the core of the underground palace, we did not encounter Lan Lingtian and his companions. His words were not false. This was indeed the reality. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinho's expression remained cold as he scrutinized Yu Russian for a moment. Seeing that he was not lying, he left with a darkened countenance. Chapter 68, Reactions from All Sides. Accountability of the Sun God Palace. After Lin Yinhua departed, Ouyang Zheng turned to Yu Russian, raising an eyebrow as he inquired. You did not lie? Not at all, Yu Russian replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The truth was indeed as he said. Then do you possess some knowledge? Ouyang Zheng's gaze deepened, his tone somewhat somber. Yu Russian fell silent, as revealing the truth would be quite astonishing. Ouyang Zheng chose not to press further, instead continuing to speak. Ha ha ha, witnessing the Sun God Palace in distress brings me great joy. With such significant losses among their disciples, that old fool shall undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon his return. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you how you managed to escape the clutches of the Blood Demon King. Ouyang Zheng's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Yu Russian shook his head, responding slowly. We did not escape. The Blood Demon King was slain. Oh, could it be that an ancient power awoke within the secret realm and lent you assistance? Ouyang Zheng speculated, somewhat astonished. Not at all. Yu Russian shook his head once more. Ah? Then by whom was he killed? Ouyang Zheng's expression shifted to one of shock as he pressed on. By the one with twin pupils, Yu Russian uttered those words gravely. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zheng's countenance changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. It dawned on him why the disciples of the Sun God Palace had been utterly vanquished. In the Chu family's domain. Miss, it is a relief to know you are safe, an elder of the Chu family remarked, reflecting on the extraordinary fortune of returning from the Blood Demon King's grasp. It is indeed a stroke of luck. Even if this Blood Demon King had not reached his peak, he would still be beyond the capabilities of these individuals. By the way, I have entrusted one spot in the Chu family's celestial treasury to the one with twin pupils, Chu Yin stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin widened his aged eyes in surprise, a hint of panic in his voice. Miss, the matter of the celestial treasury spot is of great significance. It cannot be so easily given to another. If you reconsider now, there is still time. Chu Yin shook her head gently, saying, Do you know why we remain unscathed? It is because the Blood Demon King was slain by the one with twin pupils, to be precise, by him alone. What? Chu Yin exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. Moreover, the one with twin pupils possesses unparalleled anomalies and seems to have mastered the legendary techniques of the Thunder Emperor. if we could win him over. It would be invaluable for our Chu family in the future. Chu Yin mused, her tone filled with reflection, her beautiful eyes brimming with countless thoughts. Chu Yun remained astounded, his pupils constricting as each revelation struck against his accumulated experiences over the millennia. He had never anticipated such a true dragon to emerge in the Eastern Divine Continent. They had all underestimated the situation. Miss, you have done exceptionally well. Once we return, the family head will surely commend you. After a lengthy pause, Jian finally regained his composure and spoke. In that case, could it be that the disciples of the Sun God Palace are also him? Upon this realization, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in Chu Yun's eyes. It should be so. If the Sun God Palace intervenes shortly, they will protect the wielder of the dual pupils. Chu Yin did not respond, but instead issued a command. Yes, Chu Yin replied respectfully. In this expedition to the Nine Heavens secret realm, it is accurate to say that the leader is Chu Yin. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sun God Palace, Lin Yinho and another elder were not idle. They split into two paths to gather information and soon acquired a wealth of knowledge. It transpired that Lan Ling Tian had a younger brother who was slain by the wielder of the dual pupils, a fact I just learned. After their reunion, Lin Yinho spoke in a somber tone. No wonder Lan Ling Tian was so agitated upon hearing the name of the dual pupil wielder when we first arrived. Song Zhong, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of surprise and then shared what he had learned. I just inquired with the prodigies who entered the core of the underground palace, and they said that the wielder of the dual pupils had slain the legendary Blood Demon King and claimed the final opportunity. Lin Yinho's expression turned to one of shock. As if he had heard something terrifying, his voice filled with disbelief. How could this be? If true, we have gravely underestimated the wielder of the dual pupils. Indeed, it is highly likely that our disciples from the Sun God Palace were annihilated by the dual pupil wielder. Song Zhong's gaze turned icy, his countenance dark as he spoke. In the next moment, the two unleashed their powers and sped towards the flying vessel of Tianyuan Mansion. As these two moved, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. They were heading towards the dual pupil wielder. Could it be that the disciples of the Sun God Palace were vanquished by him? Some expressed disbelief. Upon hearing this, others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Did the dual pupil wielder slay our disciples from the Sun God Palace? Lin Yinho roared from the void, his divine king pressure descending upon the flying vessel. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the entire northern region. Do you dare to act without facing the consequences? Come out. Song Zhong's eyes were frigid as he spoke, suppressing the fury within. For a life taken, a life must be given. If we do not slay this person today, it will be difficult to provide an explanation to the palace master. In an instant, the entire northern region was stirred. Countless gazes directed towards this scene. Heavens, it is indeed the dual pupil wielder who has slain the disciples of the Sun God Palace. They are among the top 50 prodigies on the celestial rankings. I heard from friends who entered the core of the underground palace that the dual pupil wielder acquired the last opportunity. I wonder if it is true? Yes. They even claim that the dual pupil wielder killed the Blood Demon King. It seems a bit far-fetched. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their focus centering on Nangong Chen. In the next moment, two figures emerged from the flying vessel, Nangong Chen and Nangong Wentian. Nangong Chen's expression was indifferent, his black hair billowing, his white garments rustling. With the opening and closing of his dual pupils bringing forth apocalyptic visions, he exuded an aura of invincibility, resembling a born king. Nangong Wentian displayed disdain. Wielding a broad blade, his eyes radiating like lightning, his presence immensely powerful, the intent of his blade soaring into the heavens, emanating a might even greater than theirs. Upon encountering Nangong Chen, Lin Yinhua and Song Zhong were engulfed in a fierce aura of murderous intent, their blood surging as if they had come face to face with sworn enemies. The wielder of the dual pupils, your concealment runs remarkably deep. You even managed to slay the Blood Demon King. Had I not inquired, it seems you would have evaded a calamity today, Lin Yinhua remarked coldly. At his words, the countenances of those present transformed, their pupils constricting as they absorbed the gravity of the revelation. What? The wielder of the dual pupils has actually slain the Blood Demon King. That is a being whom even saints could not vanquish. Chapter 69. Nangong Wentian takes action. Upon hearing the news, the other prodigies were equally astonished. The Blood Demon King had actually been slain by Nangong Chen. Is he truly of the same generation as the rest of us? If that is the case, then the legendary supreme opportunity within the Nine Heavens secret realm has also fallen into Nangong Chen's hands. Everyone initially believed that the prodigies from the Eastern Divine Continent were merely participants in the Nine Heavens secret realm. Yet they did not anticipate the emergence of such an anomaly as Nangong Chen. Who among us dared to claim that the prodigies of the Eastern Divine Continent lacked ambition? Step forward. To have slain the Blood Demon King and surpassed the monstrous talents of the Central Divine Continent. It seems that only Nangong Chen stands alone in the annals of history. Hold on. Consider this. The partner of the one with dual pupils also possesses an unparalleled divine physique. In an instant, the prodigies from the Eastern Divine Continent were filled with fervor, their eyes ablaze with excitement. The other regional talents, upon hearing this, fell silent, their expressions tinged with shame, as many had previously belittled them. Yet now they were struck hard by the reality of Nangong Chen's prowess. However, some among them wore cynical smiles, shaking their heads in disdain. Is it not merely a stroke of luck to have slain the weakened Blood Demon King? Anyone could have done so. Indeed, it seems that now, with the dual-pupiled one having slain a disciple of the Sun God Palace, it will be nearly impossible for him to escape the northern region, after all. No force from the Eastern Divine Continent can contend with the Sun God Palace. What a pity it is. It appears this land is destined to remain devoid of true prodigies. Within the crowd, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically, first in shock and then to deep concern. Indeed, Nangong Chen had slain a disciple of the Sun God Palace. They would surely not let him go unpunished. Furthermore, the power backing Nangong Chen might not be sufficient to protect him. What shall we do now? Lu Ruyan felt a sense of urgency, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. This predicament all originated from her. She wished to avert any misfortune befalling Nangong Chen. In the void, Nangong Chen declared coldly, "Flee? I am not one of the hypocritical villains from your Sun God Palace. My life has been lived with integrity. There is no need for me to act in cowardice." His dual pupils glowed fiercely, his aura rivaling theirs. Are you admitting to having slain our palace's disciples? Lin Yinho retorted, his anger boiling over. Oh, it was merely a casual affair. I initially intended to make a quick heist and leave. But who would have thought that your Lan Lingtian harbored such intense hatred for me and attacked on sight? What could I do? Nangong Chen replied with feigned innocence. At his words, not only were the two elders of the Sun God Palace stunned, but the crowd below was also rendered speechless. Did they just hear correctly? The one with dual pupils actually attempted to rob the Sun God Palace. Such audacity was unprecedented in their experience. Yet, they were left curious as to why. Upon their first encounter, Lan Lingtian harbored such animosity towards the dual-pupiled one and chose to strike first. Lin Yinho's blood surged, his voice shaking with rage as he gritted his teeth. Is it not because you killed his younger brother? Beside him, Song Zhong was equally furious, his whiskers quivering as he glared fiercely at Nangong Chen. Is it the first time someone has dared to rob the Sun God Palace? Are you even speaking human words? As the words fell, the expressions of the crowd transformed into realization, so this was the reason. Their eyes sparkled with mirth, pondering whether the one with the dual pupils was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. However, it was true that Lan Lingtian was unfortunate, having been robbed by his own adversaries. Simultaneously, they felt an immense admiration for the one with the dual pupils, a truly formidable individual. Not only had he slain their brother, but he also facilitated their reunion. Robbery? Ha ha ha, splendidly executed. Nangong Chen laughed heartily, filled with pride. Indeed, he was a true descendant of the Nangong family. What a blatant affront. I have already informed the formidable beings within my divine palace to come, today. Even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape death. Lin Yinhua spoke coldly, deeming this young man far too monstrous to be allowed to flourish. I soar above the heavens. Who can impede me? Nangong Chen chuckled, exuding an air of supreme confidence, shrouded in mystery. As long as he desired, no one could seize him. Yet, he had no intention of fleeing. The Tianyuan house was not without support. At worst, they could engage in a battle. Arrogant youth. Attack. Lin Yinhua's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. As the words left his lips, the two erupted with their formidable powers, their auras immense, akin to a blazing sun igniting in the sea of spirits. This was the unique and ruthless technique of the Sun God Palace. I await your assault. Nangong Chen guffawed, a glint of bloodlust in his eyes, as the broad blade in his hand radiated an endless crimson glow, a murderous intent soaring high, its might earth-shattering. The void quivered. The fluctuations unleashed by the divine King Realm experts rendered the faces of all present pale. Miss, shall we assist now? Chu Yun inquired, observing the unfolding scene. Not yet. The strong companion beside the dual-pupil individual should be able to endure for a while longer. We shall intervene when they are at their most desperate, thus winning their allegiance. Chu Yin replied softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was filled with admiration. The young lady's depth of strategy was beyond their reach. Simultaneously, he regarded Nangong Chen with sorrow. What a fine young man, destined to be ensnared by the young lady's schemes. However, being of service to the Chu family was not without merit. Of course, if Nangong Chen were aware of their thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. As a fierce battle between the mighty was about to erupt, the onlookers were transfixed, fearing the loss of any significant moment. After all, they could glean something valuable from the encounter. The sun was high in the sky. Lin Yinhua shouted, standing in the void, his hands forming intricate seals as a terrifying aura erupted, powerful and overwhelming, coalescing into a fireball resembling the sun, hurling down toward the two. Song Zhong too raised his hand, summoning an ocean of flames that threatened to consume everything in its path, directly descending upon Nangong Chen. Although both were merely at the late stage of the Divine King realm, their techniques mirrored each other so closely that they could combine, unleashing even more terrifying fluctuations. Their might approached the pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Is that all? Nangong Chen scoffed, positioning Nangong Chen behind him, brandishing his blood-red broad blade, and stepping into the void, ready to confront them alone. In an instant, a colossal blood-red blade radiance emerged, its intent strikingly formidable. Soaring towards the heavens and cleaving the sky asunder, descending upon the boundless sea of flames. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelmingly potent wave of energy surged forth, leaving the onlookers pale and profoundly shaken. Is this the nature of combat between divine sovereigns? Upon witnessing the approaching blade light, Lin Yinhua and his companion were visibly unsettled. Their techniques unexpectedly severed, barreling directly towards them. Song Zhong unleashed his prowess, swiftly evading the lethal strike. However, Lin Yinhua was tragically bisected by the blade, blood cascading through the air in a horrifying display. Nangong Chen, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Could his uncle truly possess such formidable strength? Chapter 70. Capturing a divine monarch for your demise. The spectacle was far from over. Two blades, reminiscent of a cross, surged forth with an astonishing ferocity, seemingly intent on rending the very heavens asunder. In a dazzling flash of white light, Lin Yinhua's bisected form swiftly rejoined, as he summoned his spiritual energy and darted to the side. I underestimated you. You are indeed formidable. Lin Yinhua gasped, his pallor unmistakable. Clearly, the recent restoration of his body had exacted a considerable toll on his spiritual reserves. Song Zhong, too, was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Had this been an ordinary peak divine monarch, they might have met their demise moments ago. To his disbelief, this individual wielded a knife intent so extraordinary that even a sea of flames could be cleaved apart. Upon entering the realm of the divine monarch, one's corporeal form became exceedingly difficult to extinguish. It was almost immortal. To truly vanquish such a being, one must sever the flesh and extinguish the soul, achieving a death in the truest sense. Nangong Chen spoke in a low voice, evidently addressing Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen nodded, deeply enlightened by this clash between divine monarchs, especially under the guidance of such a mentor. The expressions of Lin Yinhua and his companion darkened considerably, their discomfort palpable, as if they had consumed something foul. They could hardly believe that this opponent was simultaneously engaging them in combat while imparting knowledge, utterly disregarding their presence. The onlookers, too, were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Who was this dual-eyed individual, and what formidable power did the protector possess? Was that not his second uncle he had just called upon? If so, it implied that the forces backing this dual-eyed figure were equally formidable. At this moment, the crowd was left awestruck by Nangong Chen's prowess, speculating about Nangong Chen's origins. Enough. I fear you may not comprehend. Let me slay an ancient being for your enlightenment, Nangong Chen declared with a jovial laugh, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust as he soared through the void with a resounding sonic boom, aiming his strike at Lin Yinhua. Nangong Chen's forehead instantaneously bore several dark lines. What do you mean I cannot comprehend? It is you who seeks to kill. Oh well. Let my second uncle have his moment of grandeur. As Lin Yinhua beheld Nangong Chen charging towards him, panic washed over his face, and he cried out, Song Zhong, save me. Alone, he could not withstand the onslaught of Nangong Chen's lethal assault. Simultaneously, Lin Yinhua propelled himself towards Song Zhong, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. Song Zhong hesitated for a moment before darting towards Lin Yinhua. Neither had anticipated that Nangong Chen genuinely intended to kill them. Just as they were on the verge of reuniting, Lin Yinhua glanced upward and was met with a blinding white light. The flickering chill emanating from it sent a shiver coursing through him. In the next instant, Lin Yinhua was cleaved once more, his corporeal form severed in twain, crimson blood scattering through the void. His body plummeted, and a soul emerged from within, the diminutive figure paling in fear as it hastily attempted to flee. Yet, Nangong Chen did not relent. With a swift motion, he aimed his blade, the blood-red intent soaring towards the soul resembling a small figure. "You dare!" Song Zhong exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. Boom! Nangong Chen did not relent. Instead, he intensified his assault. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, cascading downward in waves of lethal intent, leading to the complete obliteration of Lin Inawa's soul. A renowned god king had fallen. "Dear nephew, have you grasped the lesson?" Nangong Chen inquired with a refined smile, his demeanor remarkably elegant. Even as blood splattered from each strike, his azure robe remained pristine. "I have indeed learned," Nangong Chen replied earnestly, nodding with conviction. He had truly comprehended the art of slaying a god king, and, should the opportunity arise, he would relish the chance to execute one himself. Onlookers were left in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Their minds were awash with questions. These two uncles and nephews must surely be deranged. One dared to teach, while the other was audacious enough to learn. Silence enveloped the crowd, their pupils constricting in shock. It was unfathomable that a god king had perished under the instruction of this sword-wielding man. Nangong Chen chuckled with satisfaction and declared, "If that is the case, I shall capture a god king for you to slay, so you may experience the thrill of taking a life at that level." He then shifted his gaze toward the remaining Song Zhong, scrutinizing him intently. "Very well." Nangong Chen nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him. The gathered crowd was left in awe of this madcap duo, at a loss for words. Madness, sheer madness. Yet, such feats were not meant for the ordinary. Without strength, one would merely be a subject of ridicule. This also served to reflect Nangong Chen's unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Song Zhong trembled, unnerved by the intensity of Nangong Chen's gaze. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a formidable aura, his face etched with defiance. Just as the spectators anticipated his resistance, he suddenly fled in a panic. Nangong Chen had anticipated this move. The moment Song Zhong made his escape, a swifter and fiercer figure emerged, wielding a broad blade that glimmered with lethal intent. Such a powerful onslaught was enough to terrify Song Zhong into abandoning his corporeal form, his soul fleeing at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen grew even more exhilarated. A soul was far easier to eradicate and posed no danger to Nangong Chen. He hurled the blood-red broad blade directly at Song Zhong's spirit. Enough. At that moment, an ancient figure materialized in the void, exuding an aura so profound that it seemed to shake the very heavens. This was unmistakably a quasi-saint. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned an endless cascade of divine radiance, intent on rescuing Song Zhong. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this development. Another formidable presence had arrived. Could this formidable aura signify reinforcement from the Sun God Palace? It surpassed even that of the broad blade wielder. Was this elder truly a quasi-saint? Some spectators scoffed, sensing that the outcome of the day was already determined. The one with the dual pupils was undoubtedly doomed. The chasm between quasi-saints and god kings was akin to that of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this scene, Chuyin narrowed her beautiful eyes and commanded, "Elder, prepare for rescue." Beside him, Chuyin nodded, preparing to advance when suddenly, a powerful wave surged through the void, its runes flickering as divine light descended, obliterating the radiant glow. Emerging from the sea of clouds was a figure, stooped and frail, with deep-set eyes and an exceptionally aged visage, none other than Mu Lao, the protector of Nangong Chen. "It is you," exclaimed the quasi-saint from the Sun God Palace, astonished. Below, upon witnessing the dispersal of that divine radiance, Song Zhong became frantic, shouting, "Save me!" Alas, in the next moment, a blood-red broad blade pierced through him, leaving his spirit in a state of profound weakness. Chapter 71, The Slaying of the God King and the Conspiracy of the Golden River. "Look where you run," Nangong Chen exclaimed with exuberant laughter, seizing the hilt of his blade as a binding spell enveloped Song Zhong's soul. "Come, nephew, finish him off," he called towards Nangong Chen. "You shall face retribution for your heinous actions." Song Zhong retorted, his gaze shadowed, his voice cold, his spirit waning further. "Retribution? If you have the guts, then kill me." Nangong Chen scoffed, raising an eyebrow in defiance. "You." Song Zhong's complexion turned ashen, his anger palpable. He had never anticipated such humiliation for a dignified god king. Clad in white, Nangong Chen approached with an ethereal grace, stepping lightly upon the void. "Had you chosen not to act today and retreated, I might have spared you. Alas, you have chosen the path of self-destruction," he declared coldly. With these words, his fiery, dual-colored eyes ignited, unleashing an aura of terrifying might. Boom. You dare. The quasi-saint from the Sun God Palace gaped in shock at the unfolding scene, his fury ignited. He struck towards Nangong Chen. Divine light cascading down to manifest as a colossal golden hand, shattering the void, the incantation surging forth, vast and overwhelming. Golden River. Do you dare strike at the young master in my presence? You seek death. Mu Lao's icy gaze bore into him, his tone laced with lethal intent. His knowledge of Golden River's full name indicated a history of past encounters between them. In the next moment, a more brilliant divine light erupted as a landscape painting materialized, radiating formidable power, directly summoned into the void. Countless divine rays erupted from the painting, with towering trunks surging forth, shattering the golden hand, leaving the onlookers speechless. In the wake of this, Golden River's fury escalated, questioning, "Why do you obstruct me? Is such a minor force worth your devoted efforts?" A minor force, indeed. Those who tread divergent paths cannot conspire together. Now that I have withdrawn from the world, my sole mission is to protect the young master. If you stand in my way, I shall see whether you have grown in these many years, Mu Lao replied resolutely, unwavering in his stance. Simultaneously, a scream echoed as Song Zhong's soul was utterly obliterated by that piercing gaze, marking the fall of yet another god king. You are utterly unforgivable, Golden River seethed, his hair standing on end, his eyes ablaze. For the first time in many years, he encountered someone so brazenly opposing the Sun God Palace. The last individual who did so had long since become a mere memory, their grave overgrown. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. A dual-eyed individual had truly slain a god king. Despite being captured by Nangong Chen, the event was nonetheless astonishing. For Nangong Chen, this victory would only bolster his invincible reputation, forging within him the heart of a true warrior. With his innate talent, who could stand against him in the future? Shall we continue the battle? Someone lamented. It must be noted that today, the Sun God Palace had already lost 2 god kings. In that moment, no one dared to underestimate this prodigious being emerging from the eastern divine continent. Within the realm of Xiantian, it is likely that only the most elite forces can dispatch a quasi-saint protector. This revelation has aroused a profound curiosity regarding the lineage of Nangong Chen. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ruyan, witnessing the multitude of formidable beings surrounding Nangong Chen, felt her anxieties dissipate entirely. Thankfully, Nangong Chen was spared from death. At this moment, over at the Chu family, "Miss, it seems I will not need to intervene today," Chu Yin remarked sheepishly. "Need you even state the obvious?" Chu Yin retorted with a roll of her eyes, her tone tinged with irritation. The fact that Nangong Chen possessed a quasi-saint protector was indeed unexpected, revealing the man's lineage to be shrouded in mystery. "Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention." Chu Yin licked her ruby lips, her beautiful eyes gleaming with intrigue. "It appears that it won't be long before we cross paths again. Let us depart for home," she said, turning away nonchalantly. "Yes," Chu Yin responded respectfully. In the void, despite the immense fury boiling within Jin He, his mind remained remarkably calm. He understood that in this predicament, facing Mu Chuan alone would likely spell disaster. His gaze flickered, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a spirited youth not far away, and his eyes sparkled with realization. He discerned that this exceptionally talented young man was the core of the group. Capturing him would undoubtedly simplify his predicament. As an established quasi-saint, he immediately recognized this opportunity. Mu Chuan regarded him with caution, aware that Jin He's techniques were peculiar and varied, necessitating vigilance. Abruptly, Jin He made his move. His presence surged like an abyss, his hands transforming into claws exuding overwhelming power, morphing into a pair of golden dragon claws as he lunged toward Mu Chuan. Countless golden energies surged forth, a terrifying draconic might descending upon them. This was the legendary heavenly-grade martial skill, the Dragon Claw. Below, several powerful figures recognized the technique and murmured in awe. At that moment, the crowd began to grasp the significance of the event. This quasi-saint was Jin, the golden quasi-saint of the Sun God Palace, whose unmatched Dragon Claw had carved out a formidable reputation throughout Central Divine Continent. He ranked among the upper echelon of quasi-saints, his strength immensely formidable. It remained uncertain whether the protector of the dual-eyed would be able to contend with him. Mu Chuan was well aware of the terror this technique possessed, and was compelled to summon the mountain and sea diagram once more to counter it. Mountain Sea Tremor. In the next instant, within the picturesque scroll, patterns of Dao swirled, and magical energy surged forth. An awe-inspiring ancient mountain and an endless ocean manifested in the void. confronting the dragon claw strike. The force unleashed was equally potent, perhaps even superior to Jin He's. Despite this, upon witnessing the spectacle, a cold smile crept across Jin He's lips. He then abruptly turned and sped toward Nangong Chen. Today, I shall annihilate your lineage as prodigy, hoping you will refrain from provoking the Sun God Palace in the future. Jin He proclaimed coldly, as if declaring to the world. This is bad. Mu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Jin He would resort to such despicable tactics. In an instant, he expended his very life force, responding with unparalleled swiftness, descending with unprecedented speed. The young master must not come to harm. On the airship, Su Li and the others were equally taken aback, their delicate faces draining of color, bereft of any trace of blood. My lord, master. The onlookers below, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of palpable tension. Yet, some could not suppress their derision. The wielder of the dual pupils, it seems you are now at a loss, with the guardian absent from your side. Alone. Nangong Chen cannot hope to withstand such a formidable entity as a quasi-saint. Lu Ruyan's countenance was ashen, unable to bear the sight of what was to come. Chapter 72, The Masked Woman and the Return Home. At this moment, the most anxious individuals were undoubtedly Nangong Chen and Nangong Chen. Confronted with such terrifying power, Nangong Chen could not help but feel a surge of fear, his complexion paling. Alone, he could not withstand such might. Yet, he resolved to fight. He could not bear to witness the demise of his nephew. Run quickly, Nangong Chen shouted, forcefully pushing Nangong Chen several kilometers away. Nangong Chen felt helpless, but stealthily returned. He possessed the secret of unparalleled speed and could easily escape. However, he decided to wait until his uncle was on the brink of collapse before rescuing him. In his heart, Nangong Chen silently vowed that he would activate the speed secret and drag Nangong Chen away. Returning to the present, Nangong Chen gripped his broadsword tightly, his body erupting with a crimson aura that surged into the heavens. The intent of his blade coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting a blood-red sword in the void. This was his strongest strike, a celestial-grade martial technique known as Heaven's Devourer. The imposing aura emanating from the colossal blood-red blade instilled dread in all who beheld it. Subtly approaching the threshold of a quasi-saint, everyone was astounded. Upon witnessing this, Jin He was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure with a cold smirk. Very well, today you two shall perish together. Killing you will rid the Sun God Palace of a formidable enemy in the future. Immediately, the golden dragon claw reappeared, the void trembling under its immense pressure, far beyond what a mere quasi-saint could contend with. The condensed blood-red broadsword shattered upon contact with the golden claw, hurtling directly toward Nangong Chen. The disparity between them was insurmountable. For Nangong Chen to reach such a level was already a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Jin He felt immense satisfaction. The thought of eliminating two individuals with boundless potential filled him with delight, for he relished in the torment of those yet to blossom. You dare. At that moment, a melodious and chilling voice rang out, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Everyone looked up to see a breathtaking figure materialize in the void, adorned with a ghostly mask that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. Her eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos, surrounded by intertwining runes in divine radiance, with celestial phenomena manifesting behind her, as if the universe itself were unfolding. The masked woman made her move. As her words fell, the golden dragon claw instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, the formidable Jin He turned pale. His eyes filled with terror, as if his body were imprisoned. Uncontrollably, he came to a halt, only to disintegrate into a mist of blood. At this moment, the entire arena was engulfed in astonishment, silence reigning supreme. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen's eyes were filled with awe. This woman was incredibly powerful, surpassing anyone he had encountered, including his saintly grandfather. With but a thought, she could obliterate a revered saint. What saint could achieve such a feat? However, Nangong Chen was puzzled as to why this woman chose to save him. Su Li and the others, witnessing the turn of events, finally felt their anxious hearts ease. Thankfully, Nangong Chen was unharmed, yet the identity of this mysterious woman remained a question. At this moment, Su Li cast a glance at Nangong Chen and noticed a look of bewilderment upon his face, which only deepened her curiosity. Who could this formidable woman possibly be? In the void, the ghostly-faced woman gazed at Nangong Chen, a hint of affection glimmering in her eyes as she softly remarked, "You must continue to grow stronger. In time, all will be revealed to you." With that, the ghostly woman vanished into the ether. Nangong Chen's pupils constricted, and his expression was tinged with a flicker of excitement. He sensed a connection between his bloodline and this ghostly woman, implying that she was indeed a relative, perhaps even a member of his mother's lineage. The thought ignited an insatiable curiosity within him, compelling him to chase after her to inquire about the whereabouts of his mother. Ever since his birth, his father had refrained from discussing her, leaving him heartbroken, believing he had lost her forever. To his astonishment, this woman's appearance hinted that his mother was still alive. Clenching his fists, he resolved that, as the woman suggested, by growing stronger, he would ultimately uncover the truth. At this moment, his desire for strength reached its zenith. "Let us return to Tianyuan Mansion, uncle," Nangong Chen exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Nangong Chen, having witnessed his recent demeanor, was on the verge of inquiring about what had transpired, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. "Very well, let us proceed. You must be weary from the trials of the Nine Heavens secret realm," he said with a warm smile, choosing not to press further. "Master, I beg your forgiveness for my momentary oversight." Mu Chuan arrived, his expression laden with guilt. Nangong Chen regarded him, noting the few strands of once black hair now turned white, and spoke with a tinge of complexity. "It is of no consequence. I do not hold you at fault. After all, I am still here, alive and well." In the next moment, he retrieved 3 precious herbs from the Tianyuan spirit tablet and offered them to Mu Chuan. The elder's face blanched in alarm as he hastily declined. "No, master. These herbs are far too precious and should not be wasted on an old man like me. I am in no grave condition." Nangong Chen was not taken aback. He replied in a half-jesting tone, "You have worked hard this time. Accept them. After all, they will aid you in better safeguarding my path in the future. But 3 are simply too much." Mu Chuan protested. "Please accept them as a token of my gratitude," Nangong Chen insisted, "for I have always regarded you as a grandfather figure." At this point, Nangong Chen also urged, "Do listen to him." After hearing their words, Mu Chuan fell silent before finally acquiescing. Suddenly, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Master, the greatest fortune of my life has been to protect you." His tone was imbued with genuine emotion. "I truly wish to live to see the day you fully blossom into your potential." "You will. I promise you will," Nangong Chen replied, a confident smile gracing his lips and conviction resonating in his voice. Mu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, softly affirming, "Indeed, we shall see that day." At this moment, the appearance of the ghostly woman sent tremors throughout the entire northern region. To strike down a saint with a mere thought, such power was unparalleled, even among the mightiest of beings. Moreover, this individual appears to have a connection with the enigmatic dual-eyed person. Should this revelation be disseminated, it is likely that no one in the entire Xiantian domain would dare to provoke Nangong Chen. At this moment, the crowd is speculating about the identity of this ghostly-faced woman and the formidable force backing the dual-eyed individual. It seems that the rise of the dual-eyed individual is unstoppable. The true dragon of the Eastern Divine Continent has finally emerged from the depths. With his extraordinary talents, it would be more than sufficient for him to ascend into the top 10 of the heavenly rankings in the future. The spectators exclaim in awe. From this day forth, the reputation of the dual-eyed individual will resonate throughout the Xiantian domain. However, one cannot help but wonder how the Solar Divine Palace will respond upon learning this news. Chuckling, someone suddenly remarked. The crowd shook their heads, realizing that given the nature of the Solar Divine Palace, they would likely not let this matter rest easily. One can only hope that when the time comes, the dual-eyed individual will possess the same fortune as today. Chapter 73. The ancient patterns captivate hearts. A few days later, in the Tianyuan Mansion, a colossal flying vessel descended gracefully from the heavens, radiating a resplendent glow. Beneath it, a throng of figures surrounded the craft, members of the Nangong family, their faces alight with fervor, regardless of age or gender. They had long been informed of Nangong Chen's remarkable feats within the Nine Heavens secret realm, where he had outshone other prodigies and vanquished the legendary Blood Demon King. Each of these accomplishments, when considered individually, was enough to stir exhilaration. It was undeniable that Nangong Chen had brought tremendous honor to the Tianyuan Mansion. Among the welcoming party, even the long-absent Supreme Sage, Nangong Yu, Nangong Chen's grandfather, had come forth to greet them. Nangong Zhan's expression was one of immense pride as he repeatedly proclaimed, "My son, Nangong Chen, possesses the bearing of a sage." Soon, the flying vessel came to a halt, and Nangong Chen emerged, clad in resplendent white robes, enveloped in an ethereal glow. His extraordinary demeanor resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, inciting a chorus of cheers from the gathered clansfolk. By his side, Suli stood, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, captivating all with her exquisite beauty and an aura that shimmered like a fairy from the heavens, earning her equal admiration. Trailing behind them, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner also attracted considerable attention. As for Nangong Chen, the general of the northern region, he remained behind to manage affairs, having stayed back to ensure order after the conclusion of the Nine Heaven secret realm. Behold the majesty of our young master. Let the name of the Nangong family resound. The clan members fervently shouted, their expressions filled with reverence. What a divine maiden! Is she not the young master's consort? They truly are a match made in heaven. A pair of celestial heroes. Some jested, prompting a faint blush to grace Su Li's cheeks, hidden beneath her silvery locks. She retorted, your enthusiasm is overwhelming, dear Nangong family. One must grow accustomed to it. Nangong Chen replied with a tranquil demeanor, having long since become immune to such grand spectacles. Father, grandfather. He called out upon seeing the two, with Su Li extending her courteous greetings as well. Indeed. Nangong Chen nodded in satisfaction, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. Good grandson. Good granddaughter-in-law. I regret that you have faced any hardships. Nangong Yu gently ruffled their hair, a hint of guilt shadowing his features. Then, his expression turned fierce as he declared, of course, this grievance shall not be easily forgotten. Those who dare to bully my grandson will find themselves facing the wrath of my blade, if I do not slay those few sages next time. I shall not bear the name Nangong. Nangong Chen shook his head and replied, there is no grievance. The disciples who came to challenge me were all vanquished by my hand, and I remain unscathed. At this, Su Li stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mirth. The corners of Nangong Yu and Nangong Zhan's mouths twitched, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. It seemed there was truth to his words. Did that mean they were the true villains? Ah, let it be. If we must be the villains, so be it, they concluded. That is well. We would rather inflict pain upon others than suffer ourselves. In light of this, we have specially returned to host a celebratory feast for your sake, and, fortuitously, the time has nearly arrived. Nangong Chen chuckled, his gaze curiously drifting towards the veiled figure of Zhou Waner behind him. I wonder who this young lady is. She seems somewhat familiar. She is the seventh princess, a friend I have made during this journey, Nangong Chen replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Nangong Zhan's smile deepened with meaning. He was well aware of Zhou Waner's background, and seeing her accompanied by Nangong Chen led him to speculate on numerous matters. It appears this young man is even more charming than I was at his age, though, to be fair, I dared not be so audacious in my youth. The thought sparked a sudden twinge of envy in him towards Nangong Chen. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Zhou Waner's previously placid eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety, as if she were standing before a family patriarch. This realization startled her. After all, her relationship with Nangong Chen was not of that nature. Indeed, I must trouble my father with a matter concerning the coffin of the seventh princess's mother, which lies within the royal palace. Nangong Chen spoke slowly, casting a wink at Nangong Chen. Simple. Nangong Chen began to utter, but upon meeting Nangong Chen's gaze, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was rather complicated. After all, the royal family of Dezhou was rife with formidable figures, and they had eyes everywhere. Any hint of unrest could alert them. Nangong Chen hesitated momentarily, his expression tinged with concern. If we wish to retrieve it, it may come at a great cost. Zhou Waner's heart sank at his words, her delicate face paling, her beautiful eyes dimming with despair. Would the Tianyuan house truly be willing to pay such a hefty price for her? It was evidently improbable. Had she been Su Li, perhaps there would have been a chance. Su Li and Wang Yuxuan, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Waner. Yet, they remained silent. After all, this was a decision for the Tianyuan house, and they had no right to intervene. I am willing to pay any price. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Chen declared boldly. At his declaration, Zhou Waner froze, her head trembling as she lifted it, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Nangong Chen. Have you truly thought this through? The cost is considerable, Nangong Chen said, his demeanor turning serious. Yes, I have made up my mind. Whatever the cost. Nangong Chen spoke with unwavering determination. Very well, but do not regret your choice, Nangong Chen exclaimed, shaking his head in apparent frustration before storming away. To any astute observer, it was clear that he did not wish for Nangong Chen to make such a profound sacrifice. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as he departed, Nangong Chen discreetly flashed a thumbs up to Nangong Chen. Zhou Waner felt a rush of emotion, utterly at a loss for words to express her gratitude. Her delicate frame trembled, her beautiful eyes slightly swollen, appearing heart-wrenchingly vulnerable. Suddenly, Nangong Chen's hand found its way to Zhou Waner's fair, delicate hand, enveloping it gently. I am a man of my word. You need not worry. I shall never allow your mother to slumber in that malevolent place. Nangong Chen fixed his gaze upon her dazed eyes and spoke. Such a warm touch, coupled with words that struck directly at the heart, effortlessly dismantled Zhou Wanner's final defenses, leading her to throw herself into Nangong Chen's embrace, weeping profusely. As he felt the softness of her delicate form in his arms, a sense of dread washed over him. He had unwittingly crossed a line. Despite the piercing glare directed at him, he gently patted Zhou Wanner on the shoulder, offering solace. All right, we are friends. Is it not natural to do such things? He placed particular emphasis on the word friends, causing Su Li's icy demeanor to soften slightly. You are truly wonderful. Aside from my mother, you are the kindest person to me. Zhou Wanner sobbed, her vulnerability evident. Her mother had once said that if someone treated her with the same kindness as her mother did, that person would be her true soulmate, destined to be her companion, and she must cherish them dearly. Reflecting on this, Zhou Wanner felt a flicker of affection blossom within her heart. After a prolonged silence, a melodious voice pierced the air, enchanting yet chilling to Nangong Chen's ears. How much longer will you two remain in each other's embrace? Su Li inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded them. Her fists clenched tightly. Beside her, Wang Yuxuan observed them with a playful glint in her eye, a malicious smile curling at her lips, secretly wishing for a quarrel to ensue between the two. He. Fire. Fire. Wang Yuxuan incessantly chanted within her mind. Chapter 74. The Conversational Ginseng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanner blushed and withdrew from Nangong Chen's side, noticing the large wet patch on his clothing, her expression tinged with guilt. Why don't you let me wash your clothes? She suggested, her demeanor towards him markedly transformed from before. Nangong Chen quickly shook his head in refusal. No, it's fine. The servants can take care of it. To part with his garments would undoubtedly jeopardize his well-being, especially with a jealous figure lurking nearby. As they continued their flirtation, Su Li's exquisite visage darkened, her beautiful eyes dimming as if threatened by a shadow of envy. Fortunately, Nangong Chen, ever observant, sensed the shift in atmosphere and swiftly approached Su Li, clasping her hand tightly in his own. The banquet is about to commence, my lady. You weren't feeling jealous just now, were you? He teased, maintaining a firm grip as they walked together, his gaze playful. Feeling the intimacy of his touch, Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her head away, denying. Who would be jealous of you? Zhou Wanner watched their retreating figures, an unwelcome sense of bitterness swelling within her, her beautiful eyes dimming once more. Yet, Nangong Chen already had a partner. Her mother had never advised her on how to navigate such a situation. Did this mean there was truly no hope for her? Who said that having a partner excluded others? At that moment, Wang Yuxuan interjected, holding a collection of novels. By now, Nangong Chen and Su Li had wandered off, leaving the two of them behind. Are you speaking to me? Zhou Wanner tilted her head, puzzled. Wang Yuxuan shot her a sidelong glance, feigning seriousness. No. I'm merely engrossed in the stories within. What stories? Zhou Wanner inquired, curiosity piqued, as the earlier remark had struck a chord deep within her. Wang Yuxuan's lips curled into a sly smile, internally celebrating her success as she handed the novel collection over. Here, take a look for yourself. Zhou Wanner eagerly flipped through the pages, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, I see. I understand now. After finishing, her face flushed as she implored, Yuxuan, could you lend me this collection? Wang Yuxuan readily agreed. Of course. I have plenty more. Come back for more when you're finished. Her eyes glinted with an inscrutable meaning. You are truly wonderful. Thank you. Zhou Wanner exclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited at the prospect of more. No need for thanks. We are sisters, after all. It is only right. Wang Yuxuan waved her hand dismissively. I've successfully recruited another. Wang Yuxuan mused to herself. If anyone were to glimpse the title of that book, they would surely be taken aback, On the Cultivation of the Minotaur, by an unknown young master. Soon enough, the banquet concluded, and nightfall descended. Nangong Chen returned to his residence alone, for the time ahead would be dedicated to seclusion, striving to break through to the realm of the mighty. Nangong Chen initially extracted the chaotic Dao fruit, yet he refrained from hastily consuming it. Instead, he took a moment to reflect on the fruits of his recent expedition into the Nine Heaven secret realm. Firstly, he considered the treasures obtained from Su Outyen, the Crimson Flame Dragon Bone and the Tianyuan Divine Art. The Crimson Flame Dragon Bone could be utilized for weapon forging, although he had yet to determine what to craft. In the future, it might serve well for the cultivation of a sword technique, as engaging in combat with a sword would indeed align with his aspirations. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Nangong Chen's eyes. Subsequently, he unveiled the Tianyuan Divine Art, his gaze ablaze with fervor. This was a complete inheritance from one of the Tin Fiends, the Qilin, ranking among the most supreme of treasures. Now, in Nangong Chen's possession were two such divine arts, a feat of remarkable fortune. It is important to note that even among the ancient prodigies of the upper realm, only a select few could master the Tin Fiend divine arts. Should they learn of someone in the lower realm possessing two such arts, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The Qilin Steps, Qilin Seal, Qilin Fist, these were merely fragments of its grandeur. As Nangong Chen contemplated, he couldn't help but exclaim. Mastering this art would significantly enhance his power. Truly, he was the favored child of destiny, blessed with unparalleled fortune. However, the most significant acquisition was the Tianyuan Spirit Monument, from which he had astonishingly procured over 9,000 drops of celestial essence. This was an extraordinarily frightening quantity, to put it into perspective. It took ancient Nan merely 1,000 drops of celestial essence to attain sainthood, meaning that the remaining celestial essence was sufficient to forge 9 saints. How terrifying! Yet, such matters are contingent upon the individual. For instance, ancient Nan possessed a third-grade aptitude, requiring relatively fewer resources for cultivation. If it were he or Su Li attempting to forge a saint, they would likely require around 100,000 drops. Of course, the lower one's aptitude, the fewer resources one would naturally need. Thus, Nangong Chen pondered, perhaps utilizing these resources for his own cultivation might not be the most prudent choice. Nevertheless, he did not forget the secondary function of celestial essence, nurturing precious herbs and accelerating their growth. Much like the spiritual sea beneath the Hongming ancient tree, it would serve as nourishment for these precious herbs. With this thought, Nangong Chen directly entered the internal space of the Tianyuan Spirit Monument. Upon entering, he felt a moment of disorientation, and the next instant, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. This space resembled the cosmos, with hundreds of precious herbs floating amidst the void. Below, the celestial essence had coalesced into a spiritual sea, dazzling like a river of stars. The starry river emanated a rich spiritual aura, with luminous threads connecting each precious herb, a spectacle of the extraordinary. These herbs were visibly evolving at a remarkable pace, striving to transform into sacred medicines. Above the sacred medicines lay the divine medicines. For instance, the Hongming Dao fruit required countless drops of celestial essence and an entire epoch to mature. One wondered how many sacred medicines could be produced from these 9,000 drops of celestial essence. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated through the air. 100 drops of celestial essence can transform a precious herb into a sacred medicine. Nangong Chen looked up in astonishment, only to see a ginseng, surprisingly speaking, adorned with 2 white whiskers. Alas, the ginseng has come to life. Such an exuberant vitality. If my grandfather were to consume this, he might very well regain his youth. One must understand that ginseng with the power to extend life is exceedingly rare, and by the aura emanating from this particular root, it is at least of the caliber of a sacred herb. Contemplating this, Nangong Chen's gaze flickered, as if assessing something. Dear boy, it would be wise not to fixate on me. I am merely the spirit of this space, the ginseng remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's expression dimmed slightly. How unfortunate to discover it was merely a spirit. The ginseng twitched its mouth, realizing the boy truly wished to consume it. P.S. Despite battling a fever while writing, the author is feeling quite dizzy. Dear readers, please take care to rest and avoid prolonged exposure to air conditioning. The pace of these 2 chapters shall be moderated. Otherwise, the narrative may become overwhelming. I humbly request your encouragement for further updates and gifts. Chapter 75, A Dual Demon. Can 100 drops of celestial liquid transform into a sacred herb? Nangong Chen mused to himself. Indeed, this implies that your celestial liquid can metamorphose into 93 sacred herbs. The ginseng spoke softly, adding, however, it would likely require 50 years. Why so? Nangong Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. 50 years is indeed quite a lengthy period. The ginseng shot him a glance, retorting with a hint of irritation. It is merely because you have procured too little celestial liquid. The cultivation speed unlocked within the Tianyuan Spirit Tablet is categorized into 5 tiers. The respective quantities of celestial liquid required are 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. Currently, you have only unlocked the first tier of 1,000, hence the necessity for 50 years. Should you unlock the tier of 10,000, it would be reduced to 25 years, followed by 15 years, 5 years, and ultimately 1 year. Upon hearing this explanation, Nangong Chen suddenly grasped the situation. How enlightening. Thus, it follows that he is quite close to the next tier, merely 700 drops of celestial liquid away. Yet, that is no small sum. Acquiring 9,000 drops in the Nine Heavens secret realm was indeed a serendipitous windfall. However, you are quite remarkable as well. You managed to awaken me from my slumber. Suddenly, the ginseng seemed to recall something and spoke up. Oh, you mean to say you had not awoken all this time? Nangong Chen inquired, intrigued. Indeed. I have not stirred for 50,000 years, ever since I fell into your Xintian domain. The ginseng replied, a hint of indignation in its voice. 50,000 years? Nangong Chen's expression conveyed astonishment. This creature has been in slumber for 50 millennia. How long has it truly existed? Then, the ginseng continued, its seemingly featureless face displaying a tinge of nostalgia. It was so impoverished, no one I encountered could awaken me. The most celestial liquid I ever received was merely 1,000 drops. Yet one young man, upon facing some adversity, squandered it all in one go, leaving nothing for me. After that, I never saw him again. Truly, there is no respect for the elderly and the young. I wonder if he abandoned me. The ginseng's tone carried a subtle melancholy. Nangong Chen's pupils constricted, a figure suddenly surfacing in his mind, Director Gunan. You claim you have not awakened? How could you sense this? Nangong Chen asked, puzzled. Alas, I am but a spirit of a vessel. Even in slumber, I possess some awareness. The ginseng replied casually. He did not abandon you. He has passed away. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Chen spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the ginseng's countenance shifted to one of shock, only to quickly transform into acceptance, its two upward curving whiskers drooping. I knew it. The ginseng sighed. Continuing, it is indeed a pity. That young man was always either mumbling about some academy or his daughter, never once considering himself. I truly fail to comprehend why life must be so arduous. Would it not be better to live joyfully for oneself? Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. The ginseng spirit spoke, his gaze somewhat despondent, before vanishing from this realm. Soon, tranquility enveloped the space once more. Nangong Chen found himself in a state of confusion. Reflecting on the words of the ginseng elder, did he not live happily for himself? He shook his head, dispelling the haze from his mind. And his countenance regained its brilliance. As a human, he was born with blood ties, cherished kin, a family, and those who loved him. Thus, it was impossible to live solely for oneself. Such an existence would render him no different from a heartless being. This ginseng was merely a tool spirit. What understanding could it possess? Shaking his head, he cast one final glance at the surroundings before departing. Though 50 years had passed, and this period was indeed swift compared to the half-epoch of normal growth, it still felt excessively slow to him. The continuous supply of celestial essence was essential. Upon regaining consciousness, Nangong Chen sat cross-legged within his residence. He then retrieved the Hongmeng Dao fruit, gazing at the resplendent little orb, which was scarcely larger than half his fist. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. How should he consume it? Should he swallow it whole or savor it slowly? Regardless, he decided to swallow it in one go. As Nangong Chen ingested the Hongmeng Dao fruit, an immensely powerful energy erupted within his body. Boom! In the next instant, this colossal wave of force shattered the residence, and Nangong Chen's aura surged like an abyss, sending the falling debris flying. Soon, the realm was left with only Nangong Chen. Seated in meditation, instinctively channeling the Tao through his mind, runes sparkled around him, and divine radiance enveloped him, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The Tianyuan Mansion was taken aback by such a tremendous vibration, momentarily fearing an enemy attack. In an instant, countless powerful figures surged into the void. Their gazes intense and vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Look over there at the young master. A divine king exclaimed in astonishment. As the crowd turned their eyes, they beheld the scene, their pupils contracting in disbelief. This was indeed an omen of a breakthrough to a formidable being. Soon, formidable figures emerged, namely Nangong Zhan and Nangong Yu. With a step into the void, Nangong Yu's aura surged like an abyss, and he promptly declared, "Activate the protective clan formation to conceal the omen." Nangong Zhan nodded, then formed a hand seal, eyes closed in concentration. In the next moment, a divine radiance erupted around the Tianyuan Mansion, a beam of divine light piercing the heavens, as a crimson barrier rose, enveloping the entire Tianyuan Mansion. This was a sacred-level formation. Few forces in the entire Xianyuan could deploy such a grand scheme. Witnessing this, the crowd was astonished. The protective clan formation, which had not been employed in a millennium, was now called into action. Meanwhile, within the Tianyuan Mansion, another extraordinary phenomenon ascended into the sky, within the void. A true phoenix spiraled and intertwined, one exuding an intense chill, and the other radiating flames that could incinerate the heavens. Even the ethereal presence of the true phoenix is beyond their capacity to withstand, causing the formidable divine kings to retreat, their faces paling. The goddess is also on the verge of a breakthrough. Heavens, what extraordinary beings are these two, each more astonishing than the last. Someone stammered in awe. However, the majority were filled with immense joy. With these two unparalleled prodigies in Tianyuan Mansion, what more could one desire to attain supremacy? Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Waner also emerged. And upon witnessing this spectacle, their beautiful eyes quivered with shock. This couple is indeed more extraordinary than the other. Chapter 76, the 10th of the Heavenly Rankings. Storms approaching with Nangong Chen's illustrious victory in the Nine Heavens secret realm. A tremendous uproar has ensued across all the divine lands. At this moment, outside the Tianyuan Pavilion in central divine land, the streets are teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. Among the throngs are many prodigious youths, including several renowned figures from the esteemed heavenly and earthly rankings. Their singular purpose for gathering today is to witness the updated standings of the dual pupil seer, and to ascertain how high he might ascend within the heavenly rankings. Recently, the performance of the dual pupil seer in the Nine Heavens secret realm has shattered preconceived notions regarding the other prodigies from various divine lands. Furthermore, discussions regarding the forces backing the dual pupil seer have been incessant, with many curious about the nature of the power that could contend with the Sun God Palace. Notably, upon learning of the seer's feats, the Sun God Palace opted for restraint rather than immediate action, which has fundamentally altered public perception. Is this truly the once dominant and formidable Sun God Palace? Such developments have only deepened the intrigue surrounding the origins of the dual pupil seer. Brother Liu, do you believe this newly emerged dual pupil seer can break into the top 10 of the heavenly rankings? In the most esteemed chamber of a nearby tavern, a young man, exuding an air of dominance in his crimson battle attire, surveyed the scene below with keen interest. His countenance was striking, and his eyes flickered with a divine fire. Surrounded by a blaze that suggested immense power, akin to that of a fire deity. Were anyone below to recognize him, they would be taken aback. For he is Jiang Che, the prodigy currently ranked 10th in the heavenly rankings, possessing an extraordinary innate talent. A legendary 9th grade divine body known as the Burning Heaven Battle Body. Opposite him sat another remarkable young man, radiant with celestial light, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Adorned in splendid garments and exuding an equally formidable presence. Upon hearing the question, his gaze flickered thoughtfully as he responded, to enter the top 10 of the heavenly rankings. If the rumors from the Nine Heavens secret realm hold any truth, the dual pupil seer might even breach the top 5. After all, to slay the Blood Demon King, even in a weakened state, is no small feat. I dare say few among us could achieve such a thing. Jiang Che, upon hearing this, exhibited no surprise, merely replying coldly. One must be cautious of mere words. A prodigy at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, even one with rumored extraordinary 9th grade qualifications, cannot possibly slay a Blood Demon King. Who knows? Lu Wuxin replied nonchalantly. Regardless, he is ranked 9th. Even if the dual pupil seer ascends, I shall remain within the top 10. I still find it hard to believe he could slay the Blood Demon King. It seems more likely that these other prodigies are merely boasting, Jiang Che continued, his gaze icy and skeptical. Being ousted from the top 10 would be a profound humiliation for him. Lu Wuxin remained silent, his eyes fixed below. Discussing this further held little merit until the new heavenly rankings were revealed. Soon enough, the updated rankings were unveiled. The crowd's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. Yet, some displayed disdain, considering the dual pupil seer's accomplishments to be exaggerated. After all, who could believe that a pinnacle Purple Mansion cultivator could slay a Blood Demon King? The ranking of those with dual pupils should not exceed 50. As for the top 10 on the heavenly list, it seems utterly fanciful. Soon, they discovered Nangong Chen's position. Upon seeing it, their pupils constricted, mouths agape, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Goodness, the 10th on the heavenly list. A wielder of dual pupils has surged from beyond the 100th place straight into the top 10. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It was evident that Jiang Che, previously holding the 10th position, had been ousted, and Nangong Chen's name had taken its place. In the tavern, Jiang Che witnessed this turn of events, crushing his wine cup in his grip before storming out, coldly declaring, "What a ridiculous ranking! How can a mere peak of the Purple Mansion dare to surpass me? When the Chu family's immortal treasure is revealed, I shall teach him a lesson." Lu Wuxin merely smiled, unfazed, her eyes filled with curiosity. What manner of person could this dual pupil wielder be? It is indeed intriguing. Unbeknownst to many, in a hidden corner, a woman named Su Li had ascended to the 30th position on the heavenly list. In the Xiantian domain, another piece of news sent countless individuals into a frenzy. The Chu family's immortal treasure was soon to be unveiled, and during this event, prodigies from the upper echelons of the heavenly list, as well as ancient anomalies thought to be long lost, would gather to vie for unparalleled opportunities. One must understand, the Chu family's immortal treasure is not merely a contest among the Xiantian domain's elites. It is an event of a small world, where prodigies from other domains will also appear, competing for fortune. This is a chance for the Xiantian domain to shine. If one could sweep aside the elites from other realms within the treasure, that would be true glory, genuine fame. Simultaneously, the Chu family proclaimed that anyone who could secure an item from the treasure would be entitled to marry a Chu family princess. Upon hearing this, the elites of the Xiantian domain were filled with excitement. To wed a Chu family princess would indeed be a meteoric rise. Some who had long pursued Chu Yan, upon learning of this, declared that anyone who dared to compete with them would become their sworn enemy. Chu family. I can't believe it, sister. You were right. Brother-in-law has indeed charged into the top 10 of the heavenly list. Chu Xing exclaimed excitedly. In the courtyard, upon hearing this, Chu Yan's beautiful eyes remained calm. Though a hint of disappointment flickered within, she gently remarked, the heavenly secret pavilion has been conservative. A dual pupil wielder should at least be among the top 5. Also, please refrain from calling him brother-in-law. It's utterly embarrassing. Chu Xing's expression turned bitter, hesitating before he said, Sister, if you release that news and someone truly obtains the token, will you really marry someone else? My friends are clamoring to become my brother-in-law. Chu Yan nodded, then shook her head, softly responding, that token is not easily acquired. Throughout history, no one has succeeded. If someone were to seize it, then what harm would there be in marrying him? All right, Chu Xing said helplessly. Deep down, he still preferred Nangong Chen as his brother-in-law. He was truly formidable, unlike anyone he had ever encountered in his life. The Solar Divine Palace. Unexpectedly, there exists a force in the Eastern Divine Land that is concealed so profoundly. Within the palace, an elderly man spoke, clad in majestic robes. His aura was as deep as an abyss, and his eyes, opening and closing, seemed to contain 2 suns in the sky, radiating an unfathomable terror. He was a sage. Palace Master, shall we still seek vengeance? An elder knelt on the ground, respectfully inquiring. Indeed. The venerable figure before them was none other than the current master of the Sun God Palace, Fendeo. Patience is essential. The information we possess is too scant. Acting recklessly could lead to unimaginable consequences. Furthermore, we cannot ascertain whether that extraordinary being of the Super Saint realm belongs to their faction. If so, it would complicate matters greatly, Fendeo replied slowly. However, the elder below was somewhat discontented and wished to express more. Revenge is, of course, necessary, especially given the significant losses our palace has suffered. Throughout history, we have never endured such humiliation. The Chu family's celestial treasures will surely attract the attention of the reincarnated ones. When the Holy Sun emerges, let us use the reincarnated ones as our first stepping stones. It is essential to remember that the higher one is held, the more painful the fall. Fendeo's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he spoke coldly. P.S. I am still battling a fever today, and my mind is somewhat clouded. I seek encouragement for updates. Gifts are also appreciated. Love you all. Chapter 77. Dual Breakthrough. Family Shocked. Tianyuan Mansion. Days later. It is done. As they gazed at the gradually fading phenomena in the sky, someone spoke up. Su Li opened her beautiful eyes, feeling an endless power coursing through her body, and a divine phoenix mark appeared between her brows, exuding an enchanting allure. Her demeanor growing increasingly regal, akin to a celestial phoenix soaring through the heavens. Is this the realm of the mighty? It is utterly incomparable to the Purple Mansion realm. I have finally completed my breakthrough. I was nearly bored to death these past few days. At that moment, a sultry and languid female voice resonated in her mind. Upon hearing this, Su Li's exquisite visage momentarily froze, but as realization dawned, her eyes sparkled with joy. You have awakened? Indeed, it is the long-slumbering Empress Qi Yao who is now stirred. I awakened the moment you chose to absorb the Phoenix Stone. I owe much to this stone, as it contains a divine soul crucial for my spiritual cultivation. Chia spoke slowly, her tone imbued with satisfaction. That is wonderful. Su Li exhaled in relief, feeling a pang of guilt for Qi Yao's prolonged slumber. However, Your man has yet to achieve his breakthrough, which is quite remarkable. Qi Yao seemed to recall something and spoke in astonishment. Su Li also raised her head. To her astonishment, countless saints emerged in the void, their presence overwhelming. All bowing towards Nangong Chen, a sight so unbelievable that it left onlookers in awe. This is the legendary worship of myriad saints. A phenomenon that could only occur to one of great fortune or extraordinary talent. It seems your husband is quite extraordinary, Qi Yao explained. Her words laced with an inexplicable significance. Indeed, during the secret realm of the 9 heavens, he plucked the primordial Tao fruit. Su Li's tone was cool, yet there was an undercurrent of pride. Upon hearing this, Qi Yao's mature and alluring face momentarily froze. What did you say? He obtained the primordial Tao fruit? Yes. Su Li replied nonchalantly. Qi Yao's expression shifted dramatically. She had wondered why Nangong Chen was so exceptional. And now it was clear that he had consumed the primordial Tao fruit. It is known that even in her past life, such a divine elixir was something one could only dream of. Its appearance in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would attract countless mighty beings vying for it. And this lad, he is using it to build his foundation. What a waste. Qi Yao clenched her silver teeth, feeling an indescribable bitterness. Truly, one is driven to despair when comparing oneself to others. Yet soon, the ethereal images of the saints dissipated, and a divine radiance descended from the heavens. Vast purple energy flowing forth, bathed in splendid light, clearly a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' pupils constricted, their eyes widening in astonishment. It was their first time encountering such a magnificent spectacle. Nangong Chen sat amidst the cosmos, opening his eyes, with the rise and fall of his dual pupils. Celestial phenomena unfolded, stars collapsing, the heavens and earth shaking. His gaze pierced through the void, instilling an awe that rendered all who beheld it speechless. At this moment, he radiated an astonishing aura, exuding a natural regal presence. Even the powerful beings at the Divine King realm present could not help but turn pale upon meeting his gaze. Their hearts involuntarily filled with a sense of reverence. Is this the essence of the formidable realm? Nangong Chen murmured to himself. If he were to confront the Blood Demon King now, he could probably defeat him in an instant. Soon, a crowd gathered around him, with the first to arrive being Nangong Chen and Nangong Yu. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the well-versed Nangong Yu found himself momentarily taken aback. No way. Has he truly broken through to the late stage of the formidable realm? Nangong Chen, equally astonished, soon broke into a jubilant smile, exclaiming, Truly, he is my offspring, embodying indeed a fraction of my grandeur. The others, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief. After thousands of years without a breakthrough to the late stage of the formidable realm, now an 18-year-old junior had achieved it with such ease. This was disheartening, almost enough to make them spit blood. Seeing the crowd, Nangong Chen greeted them politely. They nodded in acknowledgement, their gazes increasingly filled with admiration. Meanwhile, another voice rang out in astonishment. The young matriarch has also broken through to the late stage of the formidable realm. There, the enchanting Su Li was gracefully approaching, her phoenix mark drawing attention, accentuating her breathtaking beauty, leaving onlookers momentarily dazed and unable to meet her gaze. Nangong Chen was taken aback, pleasantly surprised to discover that Su Li had also achieved a breakthrough. However, at this pace, had he not been a transmigrator, he would have surely been outshone by her. Truly, the destined heroine was formidable. How splendid it is that within the Tianyuan house, I have both my son and daughter-in-law. What is there to worry about in terms of prosperity? Nangong Chen beamed, clearly pleased. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Indeed, with such talents as the young master and matriarch, other prodigies would find it hard to compete. A younger clan member remarked excitedly, his eyes alight with fervor. Indeed, it seems that in the future, our Nangong family may witness the emergence of 2 saints. Haha. We must strive to ensure we're not left behind by these 2 youngsters. That would be the ultimate embarrassment. The crowd laughed, filled with admiration. In the hall, Nangong Yu remarked, It appears that during your time in the 9 heavens secret realm, you encountered unexpected opportunities. Gazing at the extraordinarily handsome Nangong Chen, with a calm demeanor, Nangong Chen emanated an increasingly resplendent divine radiance, his ethereal aura reminiscent of a true celestial being, with the foundation of the primordial Tao fruit. It is likely that throughout history, only Nangong Chen has undertaken such a grand endeavor. However, it is merely luck, Nangong Chen replied humbly. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, both satisfied. Possessing talent is not necessarily an unequivocal blessing. Often, it It is a sincere and humble heart that leads to lasting success. Otherwise, one may achieve little while being blind to others' worth. Father, I wish to know more about my mother. At that moment, Nangong Chen suddenly spoke, his expression marked by an earnest gravity. This time, the enigmatic woman with the ghostly visage who rescued me in the northern domain evoked within me a profound sense of kinship, as if we were bound by blood. Who could she possibly be? And what of my mother? I remain utterly ignorant of her fate, whether she lives or has succumbed to death. A look of bewilderment crossed Nangong Chen's eyes as he uttered these words with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, his countenance reflecting surprise and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu sighed softly, fully aware that the inevitable would eventually come to pass. Chapter 78. Ji Rukin, your talent is astonishing, and your growth has been remarkable. It is time I share certain truths with you. Nangong Chen sighed softly, his tone imbued with gravity. He then began to recount the story of how he came to know Nangong Chen's mother. To be precise, I found your mother amidst the chaos of war. Found? Nangong Chen's expression reflected a hint of confusion. Nangong Zhan's visage turned contemplative as he continued, indeed, during the tumult of the northern domain. When the Great Qian dispatched troops to invade us, I, as the Prince of the North, was compelled to engage in battle for the sake of glory. The conflict was arduous, claiming many lives. I shall spare you the grim details. I distinctly remember that after the battle concluded, a divine light descended upon the northern domain, and an astonishing vortex appeared in the sky, as if heralding some great terror. Suddenly, from that swirling maelstrom fell a woman, grievously wounded. She was both powerful and beautiful. Even in her unconscious state, the aura she exuded was enough to slay many. Nangong Chen nodded, a dawning realization flickering in his eyes. Driven by an unexplainable impulse, I rescued that woman, your mother. Upon her awakening, I learned her name was Ji Rukin, a name as exquisite as she herself. Nangong Chen spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of infatuation. He then proceeded to weave an elaborate tale of his romance with Nangong Chen's mother, seemingly lost in the recounting, his words flowing incessantly. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu had quietly slipped away, unwilling to endure the ramblings of the elder. Only Nangong Chen listened with rapt attention, for this was his sole avenue to understand the essence of his mother. After several hours, Nangong Chen finally concluded his narrative. Nangong Chen appeared as though he had endured great tribulation, transitioning from curiosity to resignation at a startling pace. Who would have thought that a mere recounting of a courtship could stretch on for an hour? Nevertheless, having listened to his father's tale, Nangong Chen gained a clearer understanding of his mother. Her identity was of great nobility, hailing from the Ji family of the upper realm, the immortal clan of the Nine Heavens. This was why she had ultimately departed from the Tianyuan domain. So, all those opportunities we have at Tianyuan Mansion each year are bestowed upon us by my mother, Nangong Chen suddenly realized. Otherwise, do you think the opportunities for your cultivation simply drifted down from the heavens? We at Tianyuan Mansion, many of us, including you, rely on your mother as support. Nangong Chen replied with a sense of resignation. Then does that mean you are living off her? Nangong Chen suddenly interjected. Nangong Chen, unperturbed, replied casually. If you are capable, you could also find a woman to support you. Can you manage that? Besides, it is only natural for your mother to offer some compensation after abandoning us. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen felt a flicker of understanding within, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you ought to express your gratitude towards me, for I was the one who discerned your mother's worth and rescued her. Otherwise, you might be wandering the streets now, deprived even of infant formula in your youth, South Palace Shan proclaimed with a sense of pride. Yet, I must admit, your mother has thrived remarkably in the upper realm, lacking neither magical artifacts nor elixirs. Those cultivation crystals have been sent to us in abundance, which is a significant reason our heavenly abyss house has reached its current stature. South Palace Chin couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. Your mother has truly cared for you, filling your storage ring with an array of splendid treasures that would make any father envious, South Palace Shan remarked, as if struck by a sudden thought. But what about my ring? Where is it? South Palace Chun inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. Ah, it has been depleted. This is due to your previous mediocrity, frequently indulging in frivolities at brothels and neglecting your studies, not to mention your mere third-grade aptitude. I even doubted whether you were truly our child. Moreover, had I given it to you back then, it would have provided little assistance. So I opted to utilize it to enhance the strength of our heavenly abyss house instead, South Palace John stated with surprising candor. Upon hearing this, South Palace Chin clenched his fists, feeling exasperated that even his possessions had been pilfered by Old Bai. Hold your horses. Aren't you curious about the formidable prowess our heavenly abyss house now possesses within the Tian domain? South Palace Chan said, attempting to ease the tension. How formidable? South Palace Chan asked, intrigued. Thanks to your contributions, our heavenly abyss house has ascended to the pinnacle of the Tian domain within a mere decade. In the future, should you find yourself embroiled in trouble, there will be those to assist you. Does that not stir your heart? South Palace Chan chuckled. Stir my heart? Spare me, Old Bai. Return my possessions. South Palace Chun retorted, unimpressed by the attempt at levity. Alas, who could have foreseen that you would awaken after marriage? Had I known, I would have refrained from claiming those opportunities. However, rest assured, I shall not covet your rings in the years to come. South Palace Jean vowed earnestly. Upon hearing this, South Palace Chin's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. Yet, the extent of resources pilfered to elevate a minor dynasty to the zenith of the Tian domain is staggering. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. After all, he possesses the Tianyuan spirit tablet and is not lacking in resources. Moreover, in due time, when the heavenly abyss house passes to me, those resources will ultimately find their way back into my hands. I had intended to wait until your 20th birthday to share this with you. But I did not anticipate your rapid ascent. South Palace Sham mused, then shifted the conversation, of course, from the moment of your birth. Our concealed divine sword within the Great Zhou is also due to be unsheathed, allowing the world to witness the depth of our heavenly abyss house. After all, reputation is forged through action. South Palace Chin nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. By the way, the Great Zhou King has sent assassins after me again. Suddenly, South Palace Chin's expression turned cold as he spoke. It is that Zhou Waner, is it not? Nangong Chen seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. This information only came to him after Nangong Chen entered the mysterious realm of Jiutian, but by then, it was already too late. Later, upon witnessing Zhou Waner return alongside Nangong Chen, he surmised a great deal. Nangong Chen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know this?" With a chilling tone, Nangong Chen declared, "If the Great Zhou King is so intent on his demise, then come tomorrow, there shall be no king in Great Zhou." A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered across his resolute features. Chapter 79. Crisis of the Qian Sword Sect. On another side, at the Qian Sword Sect. Upon Lu Rian's return, the God King of the Red Sword was overwhelmed with excitement upon learning of Nangong Chen's remarkable feats within the Nine Heavens secret realm. His gaze burned with fervor. To overpower the prodigies of the central divine continent and slay the legendary Blood Demon King. It is almost unfathomable that such deeds were accomplished by an 18-year-old youth. This serves as undeniable proof of Nangong Chen's unparalleled talent. The Red Sword God King, having lived his life, felt he had made the right choice in supporting him. Rian, from this day forth, you must cling tightly to the young master's leg and serve him diligently. Your beauty rivals that of the other women around him. He is indeed a true dragon destined for greatness, the Red Sword God King earnestly advised. If Lu Rian could win Nangong Chen's affection, it would bring immense benefits to the Qian Sword Sect, and he would have a safeguard for himself as well. In the audience, Lu Rian, clad in a green dress, possessed exquisite features and skin as fair as sheep fat, exuding an elegant aura reminiscent of a beauty who had stepped out from the annals of classical art. I will do my best, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence, her head bowed. In the past, she would have scoffed at such notions. But her experiences in the Nine Heavens secret realm had shifted her perspective slightly. Nevertheless, the thought of serving Nangong Chen like any other woman was something she could not bring herself to do. This was not due to anything else, but rather her intrinsic sense of dignity that had persisted throughout history. Ah, you will understand in time, the Red Sword God King thought to himself, shaking his head at her demeanor. Suddenly, an urgent voice broke through the air. Sect Master, it's bad. The Great Zhou King has arrived with those 3 brigands. A disciple rushed in, panic etched across his face. You should feel honored to guide us. A commanding voice echoed from behind. Ah, a cold light flashed, piercing through the disciple's heart. Witnessing this scene, Lu Rian's face turned pale, a chill seeping into her heart, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The Great Zhou King had brought 3 brigands? Who were they? Why had they intruded upon our sect? Countless questions swirled in her mind. Beside her, the Red Sword God King's eyes widened, his gaze icy and his expression filled with fury. After the disciple's body fell, a figure clad in a dragon robe strode forward, flanked by 3 formidable presences. The imposing middle-aged man at the forefront was none other than the current ruler of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou King, followed by the masters of 3 other sword sects, renowned beyond the 4 sword sects of Great Zhou. Do you not fear retribution for so ruthlessly slaughtering my sect's disciples? The Red Sword God King said coldly, his eyes ablaze with anger. Slaughter? We merely offer you a taste of punishment for your prolonged silence. As for retribution, what retribution could possibly come? Ha ha. The master of the Lingxiao sword sect laughed, revealing himself as the one who had struck. He exuded a formidable aura, rivaling even that of the Crimson Sword God King. Upon hearing this, the other 2 men erupted into hearty laughter, their expressions remaining impassive. Both were leaders of their respective sects, each a God King of unparalleled strength. To demand that I surrender the sword embryo fragment and submit to that young master is nothing short of a delusion. This is utterly inconceivable. The Crimson Sword God King declared coldly, his tone resolute. You have been granted nearly a week to ponder this. Why do you still not acquiesce? Are you intent on forcing our hand? We have extended this considerable grace due to our prior acquaintance. One of the men spoke up, clad in black, his presence concealed. He was the leader of the Shadow Sword sect. At this moment, a smile graced his lips, his tone dripping with disdain, as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. Our Crimson Cloud Sword sect possesses none of your cowardice, willing to bow before the court of another dynasty. How laughable. And you, the king of the Great Zhou, a sovereign of a nation, how disappointing it is to see you allied with them. The Crimson Sword God King scoffed, his heart unwavering. Do you not understand that this Great Zhou still belongs to me? The king of the Great Zhou shook his head, countering that young master hails from the immortal celestial dynasty of the Central Divine Continent. I would rather submit to him than allow those from the Tianyuan Manor to trample upon me daily. Presently, I have the opportunity to uproot the Tianyuan Manor, and I must seize it. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Sword God King was taken aback. It seemed the king of the Great Zhou intended to ally with that young master against the Tianyuan Manor. This is troubling. The young master must be informed. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing these words, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. Is this truly the king of the Great Zhou that she had once revered? How could he utter such words? Indeed, let me ask you, will you surrender the sword embryo fragment and submit to the young master? An elderly woman, who had remained silent until now, spoke coldly, her gaze fixed upon him. She was the leader of the Water Moon Sword sect, also a formidable god king. You must be aware of the consequences of rejecting that young master. The leader of the Lingxiao Sword sect threatened, a fierce glint in his eyes. The Crimson Sword God King did not hesitate, responding coldly, I have already pledged my allegiance to the young master. I shall never submit to them. Upon hearing this declaration, the others exchanged surprised glances, taken aback. The young master, who is that? The king of the Great Zhou questioned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The other 3 fixed their eager gazes upon the Crimson Sword God King, the young master of the Tianyuan Manor, Nangong Chen. The Crimson Sword God King replied slowly. At this revelation, the 4 were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. How could a mere Tianyuan Manor even begin to compare with the immortal celestial dynasty of the Central Divine Continent? You must be losing your wits. Even if you were to present the one with it to the young master, he would surely bow before him. In response to their brazen remarks, the Crimson Sword God King remained remarkably calm, stating softly, the humiliation you inflict upon the Tianyuan Manor and the one with the will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences in the future. The king of the Great Zhou remained silent, a flicker of trepidation evident in his gaze. He had not anticipated that the Tianyuan Mansion would prove to be even more formidable than he had imagined, having swiftly brought the Tianyuan sword sect under its control, a development that took him by surprise. At that moment, a voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of the 3 sect leaders. Given that this was the force of the one with the dual pupils, they would grant him a single day, tomorrow. The heir would personally visit the Tianyuan sword sect to compel their submission. If the one with the dual pupils held any concern, he could confront me directly. I trust he is a man of intelligence. Their eyes flickered, and they were profoundly astonished, never having expected that the heir would grant the one with the dual pupils a full day. Tomorrow promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Chapter 80. The Proud Dragon Heir. To my astonishment, today you have narrowly escaped a perilous fate, the Shadow God King lamented, his gaze rife with murderous intent. It was evident that he harbored a profound enmity towards the Crimson Sword God King. The heir, in a moment of unexpected mercy, decided to spare the dual-eyed ones today, declaring that he would personally come to subdue them on the morrow. Oh, and by the way, you might want to seek the Tianyuan Manor and see if they will protect you. the Lingxiao God King remarked with a mocking tone, as if he could already envision their submission. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Sword God King felt a sigh of relief within, grateful for the reprieve of another day. However, trepidation gripped his heart as he pondered whether the Tianyuan Manor would dare provoke a scion of an immortal celestial dynasty for their sake. The old crone scanned the surroundings, and her eyes brightened upon spotting Lu Ruyan seated on the platform. "You are Lu Ruyan?" she inquired. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing her name mentioned, felt a twinge of fear in her beautiful eyes, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Confounded, she wondered why this old woman was inquiring about her name. "Indeed, the heir has heard of your renown and takes a liking to you. If you strive earnestly, you may yet become his consort. When the heir arrives tomorrow, you must perform well," the old crone said slowly, her gaze appraising Lu Ruyan with evident satisfaction. The moment Lu Ruyan absorbed these words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck her. Her delicate form trembled, and her fair complexion paled. The heir of the immortal celestial dynasty had taken an interest in her. What was she to do, faced with such a formidable entity? How could a mere woman hope to resist? After the assembly concluded their discourse, they prepared to depart. The great Zhou King hesitated, speaking up. "Why must the heir wait until tomorrow to come? Cannot we subdue them today? A day's delay could lead to dire consequences." A sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, compelling him to resolve matters today rather than postpone until the morrow. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. The heir's command is what we shall obey," the Shadow God King retorted dismissively, showing no regard for him. The great Zhou King clenched his fists in silent resentment, his face a mask of indignation. These individuals, who had once shown him the utmost deference, had transformed their demeanor with alarming swiftness upon acquiring a new master. How infuriating! One day, he vowed to make those who looked down upon him pay dearly for their scorn. A shadow of bitterness flickered in his eyes as he fell silent, trailing behind the others as they departed. Once they had left, the Crimson Sword God King dared to speak. "Ruyan, you must set off immediately to inform the Tianyuan Manor. It is imperative that the young master is made aware." His expression was one of urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Ruyan nodded and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. "Our sect's survival tomorrow hinges upon you," the Crimson Sword God King murmured, watching her retreating figure with a heavy heart. In truth, he had previously sent numerous missives to Nangong Chen at Tianyuan Manor, but at that time, Nangong Chen was still within the Nine Heavens secret realm, and he could only hope that they had reached him by now. The Crimson Sword God King pondered anxiously, his thoughts entwined with worry. On the other side, within a luxurious palace, a captivating young maiden was performing a graceful dance. On the bed lay a formidable young man, his gaze imbued with a sinister glint as he surveyed the scene before him. Indeed, how delightful! It seems today this noble heir shall indulge himself, clad in resplendent attire. He was the heir of the Qianlong celestial dynasty, known as the proud dragon heir. His extraordinary talents rendered him a prodigy, bearing the revered proud dragon's sacred body. Ranked 8th on the heavenly list. At the mention of his title, the faces of the songstresses turned ashen, their bodies trembling. They were acutely aware of the heir's notorious cruelty. Any who spent the night in his presence would meet a gruesome fate by dawn, their deaths often harrowing. Rumors circulated that he relished in tormenting others, quick to exact lethal retribution for the slightest discontent, displaying no mercy whatsoever. Truly a monstrous character. "What? Do you all appear frightened of me?" The proud dragon heir leapt from the bed, his form moving like a wraith, swiftly approaching a quaking palace maid. With a resounding thud, he struck her, unleashing a surge of power that instantly extinguished her life. Upon witnessing this atrocity, the other maids erupted in terrified screams, their hearts racing with dread. Such a commotion over the death of a single person. Is it truly necessary? The proud dragon heir furrowed his brow, a tempest of brutality surging within him. His lips curled into a wicked grin, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Since you all enjoy screaming so much, let us commence the game ahead of schedule." At that moment, the vigilant guards outside promptly drew the curtains, and soon, harrowing sounds echoed from within. The white palace drapes became stained with crimson, bathed in the blossoming of countless blood splatters. The guards, witnessing the scene, remained indifferent, clearly desensitized to the horror. After a considerable time, the arrival of the Three-Sword Sect Master prompted the proud dragon heir to cease his malevolent amusement. "Your Highness, we have acted as you commanded. I trust it will not be long before the dual pupil seer becomes aware of this matter," intoned the Shadow God King, kneeling in reverence. "Indeed," the proud dragon heir responded, emerging from the chamber, an aura thick with bloodlust surrounding him. "If the dual pupil seer possesses any wisdom, upon hearing my name, He will likely refrain from appearing tomorrow, however. That would render the affair rather dull. I sincerely hope he chooses to come, for another soul could fall to my hand, and what a delightful experience that would be. The proud dragon heir spoke with an air of satisfaction. The others listened in astonishment. Was this truly the noble heir? His words suggested that many prodigies from the heavenly list had already perished at his hands. The heir is unparalleled. How could a mere dual-pupil seer possibly contend with you? The Shadow God King flattered. Indeed, during the Nine Heavens secret realm, it is said that the dual-pupil seer's strength is considerably exaggerated. Should he dare to show himself tomorrow, he is bound to reveal his true inadequacies, an elderly woman chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing this, the proud young lord displayed a satisfied expression and casually remarked, since one can ascend to the 10th position on the heavenly rankings, they must possess some degree of strength. However, I am not intimidated. In fact, I relish the opportunity to eliminate such talents. I believe the force behind them is known as the Tianyuan Manor. You have accompanied me for some time now, so once I have annihilated them, feel free to divide the spoils of the Tianyuan Manor among yourselves. The others, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of delight. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 81. Emergence and Fury. On the other side, after conversing with Nangong Chen, Nangong Chen returned to contemplate the Qilin treasure technique. After a considerable time, a golden Qilin materialized around him, its two horns entwined with auspicious clouds and crimson flames, while its eyes shone like lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. A spark ignited in Nangong Chen's gaze as he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his fist was monumental, causing the Qilin to roar in response, its oppressive presence terrifyingly regal. Within his corporeal form, golden vitality transformed into a formidable dragon elephant, seemingly intent on shattering the heavens and the earth. This was a testament to his mastery of the divine elephant-subduing prison technique, which had reached a level of minor achievement. Within his body, a billion dragon elephant particles surged forth, coalescing into an immense force. At this moment, with a single fearsome punch, even Jun Wuxuan would face his demise. If he were to further augment his strength with the Taoist immortal cannon, the extent of Nangong Chen's power would be unimaginable. He would not falter even against a divine king-level adversary. This exemplifies the battle prowess of a top-tier prodigy. Though some may possess similar cultivation levels, the explosive power they unleash can be distinctly different. Nangong Chen retracted his might, nodding in satisfaction as he reflected internally. During this seclusion, his divine elephant-subduing prison technique, Taoist immortal cannon, and Heavenly Emperor Fist had all reached minor mastery, and even the legendary secrets had been partially comprehended. Additionally, he had made inroads into the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the Qilin treasure technique. It is noteworthy that for other prodigies to assimilate such a plethora of extraordinary techniques, even entry into divine grade arts would likely demand a century, let alone the treasure techniques, which would take millennia. Yet, due to his innate dual pupils and the unparalleled comprehension they afforded him, combined with the foundation forged by the primordial Tao fruit, Nangong Chen surpassed the understanding of his contemporaries. Outside, Su Li and others awaited Nangong Chen's emergence in silence. Not long after, he pushed the door open. With hair billowing and adorned in immaculate white robes, he radiated an ethereal glow, his elongated physique appearing increasingly celestial, transcending even his previous self, akin to a true immortal descending to the mortal realm. Simultaneously, the aura he emanated was astonishing, leaving those present in awe. Nangong Chen seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Su Li mused inwardly, astonished by his transformation. Nearby, in her ethereal state, Qiyu scrutinized Nangong Chen, her expression growing increasingly grave upon seeing him. Truly remarkable. This youth exudes an aura that rivals those of the Nine Heavens' great sects, perhaps even surpassing them. Clad in a flowing red gown that revealed a hint of her fair skin, she pondered with her arms crossed. Master seems to have grown even more formidable. A sensation beyond words, Wang Yuxuan muttered, momentarily stunned. As a naturally gifted spiritual body, she could perceive the magnitude of Nangong Chen's changes, though the ethereal feeling was difficult to articulate. Zhou Wan'er also observed Nangong Chen, her dark pupils betraying a flicker of fervor. Unnoticed by anyone as a faint blush crept onto her delicate features. Since her mother's coffin had been returned, hope had rekindled within her heart, softening her previously frigid demeanor. Only she herself knows that her current state owes much to the assistance of Nangong Chen. Thus, within Zhou Wan'er's heart, there naturally exists a vague sentiment towards Nangong Chen. Recently, has anything transpired in the Xintian domain? Nangong Chen inquired, casting his gaze upon the others. The recent breakthroughs and periods of seclusion had consumed considerable time, and even after achieving his breakthrough, he was immediately summoned to converse with his father, leaving him with scant knowledge of external affairs. Suli, who has also been engaged in her own breakthrough, appeared somewhat bewildered, turning her gaze towards the other two. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuxuan was poised to speak, yet unexpectedly, Zhou Wan'er interjected first. Young master, not long ago, the heavenly ranking of the central divine continent was refreshed, and you ascended to the 10th position, astonishing many. Furthermore, the esteemed Chu family has announced that in a month's time, they will unveil their celestial treasury. Oh. And the Chu family's saintess has declared that anyone who discovers a token within may become a son-in-law of the Chu family. Zhou Wan'er spoke methodically. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's expression turned contemplative as he nodded, pondering deeply. He had indeed heard of the heavenly ranking, yet he had not anticipated that he would find himself among the top 10. This piqued his curiosity regarding the 9 other prodigies who surpassed him. What extraordinary beings were they? Or perhaps this ranking was capriciously arranged. After all, it was said that the Chu family's saintess was ranked 6th. If that were the case, it seemed rather dubious. As for the Chu family's celestial treasury, he recalled being granted a spot by that woman from the Chu family during his last encounter. It was rumored to be a small world unto itself, and prodigies from other realms were expected to attend, which indeed held some intrigue. Should it open, he might consider attending. However, the notion of seeking a token to become the Chu family's son-in-law did not appeal to him in the slightest. Indeed, you are quite observant, Nangong Chen remarked after his contemplation, offering praise. Zhou Wan'er, upon hearing this, shyly lowered her head, her heart warmed by his words. Wang Yuxuan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pouted and said, Master, I also have a piece of news, though it may be somewhat trivial. Nangong Chen, taken aback, replied calmly, Do share. Li Yuyan came by yesterday and entrusted me with a letter intended for you. She had hoped to deliver it personally, but you were in seclusion at the time. So she instructed me to ensure you read it once you emerged, Wang Yuxuan explained, handing the letter to Nangong Chen. Curiosity piqued. Nangong Chen accepted the letter and perused its contents. To his astonishment, the other 3 Sword sect members were yielding to a son of an immortal dynasty, who sought to annex the Qiyun Sword sect as well. Very well, grant me a day. If only you knew how to write the word death, he mused. The audacity of the Great Zhou King wishing to ally with that individual against the Tianyuan Mansion was indeed a sign of overreaching ambition. After finishing the letter, Nangong Chen's demeanor remained composed, though his eyes held a glacial intensity. What does it say? Suli inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Nangong Chen handed the letter to her before seeking out Nangong Zhan. As soon as Nangong Chen departed, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wan'er approached eagerly, curious to discern the contents of what had been inscribed. Once the few had perused the text, their exquisite eyes glimmered with indignation, and their silver teeth clenched tightly. This insolent scion of the celestial dynasty dares to make such brazen proclamations. How utterly shameless! Wang Yuxuan declared vehemently, her voice laced with fury. Zhou Wan'er mirrored her sentiment, her countenance equally aflame with indignation. Suli remained silent, her enchanting visage radiating an icy demeanor, exuding a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone. Had Nangong Chen been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized her genuine ire. Chapter 82, Suppression of Internal Turmoil and the Slaying of External Enemies. Meanwhile, within the grand palace of the Great Zhou, a black-robed elder spoke. Addressing the sovereign of Great Zhou, I have long warned you that the thorn of Tianyuan Mansion must inevitably be removed. You see, it is now requisite for you to rely on me. Beneath him lay a blood-red formation, eerie in its appearance, surrounded by the corpses of countless children, over 10,000, evoking a harrowing sight that chilled the hearts of onlookers. Silence. What do you understand? Had it not been for the arrival of the proud heir of the Qianlong celestial dynasty in our Great Zhou, I would have likely remained in hiding for some time longer, the Great Zhou King coldly retorted. He continued, this proud heir, accompanied by 4 quasi-saint guardians, is willing to collaborate with us. This presents a tremendous opportunity for me. Oh, no wonder you are so deranged. How could you procure the heart's blood of 100,000 children in such a short span? The black-robed elder remarked with amusement. These are your subjects, who believed the current sovereign was benevolent, allowing them to enter the palace to study. Little did they know this was all part of your scheme. Ha. You are indeed ruthless, Zhou Jinyuan. The elder's laughter echoed, even as he addressed the Great Zhou King by his true name. The king, however, displayed little reaction, merely stating coldly, these are my loyal subjects. To realize my grand ambitions and eradicate Tianyuan Mansion, I am confident they will understand my intentions upon discovering the truth. Besides, They are but mortals. Their demise contributes to my strength, rendering their deaths not in vain. At this moment, having undergone the baptism of the blood sky formation, the great Zhou king's power ascended from the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm to that of a true saint, rendering him immensely formidable. Soon, he departed, bound for the Tianyuan sword sect to convene with him. His strategy was clear. First, eradicate the strength of Tianyuan Mansion, and then slowly consume it from within. Outside the palace, a million-strong army had assembled, fully prepared to embark on the mission to annihilate Tianyuan Mansion. Today, the great Zhou king was resolute in his intent to confront them in battle. Tianyuan Mansion would never anticipate his sudden offensive. With this thought, excitement flickered across his face. He yearned to execute a thorough purge of Tianyuan Mansion, displaying their severed heads outside the palace as a testament to imperial authority. Nangong Chen seeks to rebel and seize the throne. Today, I shall lead the forces to eradicate the traitors, the great Zhou king proclaimed loudly. Within the hall, upon learning of this matter, Nangong Chen seemed to recall something, inquiring, "Do you think that the heir from the celestial dynasty desires their sword embryo fragments?" The letter indicated as much. "Is there a problem?" Nangong Chen replied, his expression tinged with confusion. Nangong Zhan's countenance shifted dramatically as he explained. Rumors suggest that an unparalleled being once divided the Daluo sword embryo into 9 fragments, scattered throughout the Xintian domain. It is said that only the sect master of the sword sect possesses one of these 9 pieces. If one were to gather these 9 fragments of the sword embryo, the legendary Daluo sword embryo could be reconstituted, an artifact of mythic proportions. Rumor has it that this Daluo sword embryo is also the key to unlocking the ancient battlefield of chaos. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's expression turned thoughtful, piquing his interest. So, is this heir intent on collecting all 9 fragments of the sword embryo? The probability is quite high. The Daluo sword embryo harbors great fortune, and he must not be allowed to obtain it. At this moment, a voice echoed through the void, revealing Nangong Yu, who spoke. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Nangong Chen adopted a solemn demeanor and nodded. Ding. Proceed to register at the Tianyuan sword sect. The system prompt chimed in. Surprised by this, Nangong Chen smiled, realizing that the system was once again providing him with something. It seems that a visit to the Tianyuan sword sect is imperative today. Father, what shall we do about the great Zhou king? Nangong Chen inquired further. Nangong Chen replied gravely, where are the 8 great generals of Tianyuan? Present. Soon, 8 formidable figures appeared simultaneously, clad in battle armor, their faces resolute, exuding a powerful aura, their eyes flashing with cold light. At this moment, they all respectfully knelt, their tone filled with utmost reverence. Nangong Chen felt a tightening in his chest, struggling to believe that these were indeed 8 quasi-saints. Where's Qiyun? Nangong Chen continued. Here, a powerful figure emerged from the void, an elderly man bearing a scar on his face, his eyes profoundly deep. He carried a massive golden bow on his back, emanating an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The pressure he radiated caused even the void to tremble. Clearly, he was a saint. Follow the young master and annihilate the enemies. Today, the 300,000 Tianyuan army shall march forth to flatten the great Zhou king. Nangong Chen declared with authority. Nangong Chen's expression grew complex. The thought of these powerful beings being nurtured with his own resources made his heart ache. Perhaps he should complain to his mother when he sees her. I'll make sure to deal with that old fool. At this moment, the battle drums sounded. 300,000 soldiers stepped into the void, each equipped with exquisite armor. Their cold glints revealing their formidable strength, all surpassing the purple mansion realm, with each elite regiment boasting cultivators of great prowess. The regiment leaders were even god kings, numbering over 100. These were assets seldom revealed by the Tianyuan Mansion. We have seen the young master. The 300,000 soldiers proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Chen felt a surge of fervor. Which young man does not harbor dreams? His dual pupils manifested, exuding an astonishing aura, as if he were a born sovereign. He declared loudly, brave warriors. Since the great Zhou king seeks to ally with outsiders to obliterate our Tianyuan Mansion, what should we do? Kill, kill, kill. The crowd roared in unison, their voices deafening, reverberating through the 9 heavens. Such discipline and organization revealed that this was an army tempered through countless battles. At this moment, above the Tianyuan Mansion, an army of 300,000 surged forth, a dark mass of warriors and chariots in motion. These soldiers exuded an air of grandeur, their battle spirits soaring to the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Chen could not help but feel a swell of ambition in his heart. After all, commanding thousands in battle and conquering distant lands is the dream of countless valiant men. Suddenly, a platinum chariot galloped through the void. Drawn by a fearsome beast, a quasi-saint-level red dragon, which came to a halt directly before Nangong Chen. Nangong, you spoke with a smile. This is the adult gift I have prepared for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Thank you, grandfather. Nangong Chen replied, his heart brimming with joy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in shock. This was indeed a red dragon of quasi-saint prowess. Such a grand gesture could only be matched by the most exalted saints of the Tianyuan Mansion. At that moment, even Nangong Chen felt a tinge of envy towards his son. The red dragon, born with an imposing presence, flames emanating from its being, and a hint of draconic majesty, was perfectly suited for drawing the chariot. At this moment, the red dragon willingly bowed its head before Nangong Chen, signifying its submission. Observing this, Nangong Chen proclaimed loudly, "Brave warriors, let us set forth. We shall quell the internal strife and vanquish our external foes. Kill." The army of 300,000 responded in unison, their momentum overwhelming, causing the very void to tremble. Chapter 83. The arrival of the proud dragon's heir. At this moment, the skies above the imperial capital reverberated with the sound of war drums as 300,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan army crossed over. The cold light illuminated the 9 heavens, casting a shadow that overwhelmed the streets below, leaving the populace in a state of profound astonishment. Especially striking was the lead war chariot, drawn by a fearsome beast resembling a crimson dragon, igniting a sea of flames in its wake, causing the crowd to turn pale with alarm. This was the legendary Tianyuan army. What could the Tianyuan Mansion possibly be plotting? Good heavens! It was the first time in years that such a formidable force had been mobilized. Could it be that war had erupted once more in the northern territories? Unthinkable. For merely 2 days prior, my brother at the front lines had assured me of the tranquility in the north. Could it be that the Tianyuan Mansion was contemplating rebellion? At this moment, whether merchants peddling their wares or passers-by on the street, all halted in their tracks, murmuring in hushed tones. They were deeply curious about the identity of the chariot's master, speculating on the extraordinary individual capable of commanding a crimson dragon to pull their vehicle. Envy gleamed in their eyes, for surely only the Tianyuan Mansion could achieve such grandeur within the Great Zhou. On the other side, Su Ming stood outside the Su residence, gazing at the spectacle in the sky, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Behind him, members of the Su family, young and old, gathered as if anticipating a significant event to unfold. Master, what do you think is the purpose of our in-laws dispatching such a vast number of Tianyuan soldiers? An elder of the clan inquired. Since Su Li's marriage into the Tianyuan Mansion, the status of the Su family had risen dramatically, and their treatment had changed significantly, fostering a deep sense of affection for the Tianyuan Mansion. Others, equally curious, turned their gazes towards Su Ming. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. After today, a new order will emerge within the Great Zhou, Su Ming replied, shaking his head without offering a clear explanation, leaving behind a remark laden with significance. He was astute. Only a few days prior, he had learned of the court secretly amassing 100,000 troops, which led him to suspect that the emperor of the Great Zhou intended to take action against the Tianyuan Mansion. Today's military mobilization by Tianyuan served as a corroboration of his suspicions. However, what intrigued him most was the audacity of the Great Zhou emperor to initiate conflict with the Tianyuan Mansion. This thought filled Su Ming with trepidation. For as the saying goes, no egg remains unbroken beneath a collapsing nest. Should the Tianyuan Mansion falter, the Su family would undoubtedly face repercussions. He could only silently pray for the triumph of the Tianyuan. Su Ming's gaze drifted towards the horizon, worry etched upon his features. Meanwhile, at the royal residence, Wang Xiang stared in astonishment at the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Which fool has provoked the Tianyuan Mansion now? He exclaimed. The relatives beside him nodded in agreement. Yet, curiously, they bore no ill will towards their young lady, who had been reclaimed as a maid by Nangong Chen. It turned out that after Wang Yuxuan's return, she had informed them that Nangong Chen had not coerced her into doing anything distasteful. Rather, he had treated her with great care and afforded her freedom. Wang Yuxuan herself acknowledged that she had been deceived by that Su Outyen, and now having finally discovered her destined partner, she intended to cherish this newfound connection. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Wang family were momentarily taken aback. But soon their astonishment transformed into joy as they wholeheartedly supported Wang Yuxuan in her bold pursuit of love. Even the Tianyuan Mansion generously bestowed numerous resources upon them. which sent them into a frenzy of elation, leading to profound gratitude towards Tianyuan Mansion. Consequently, the entire Wang family took immense pride in this development, particularly after Nangong Chen achieved one astonishing feat after another, leaving no member of the Wang family in opposition. In the Tianyuan Sword sect, the divine king of the Red Sword inquired with keen anticipation upon the return of Lu Ruyan. "So, have you informed the young master?" Lu Ruyan trembled slightly at his words and slowly replied, "When I arrived, Nangong Chen was still in seclusion. I waited fruitlessly throughout the night and left a letter for his maid, requesting that it be delivered to him upon his emergence. I do not know if he has seen it." Her tone was heavy, and her beautiful eyes dimmed with uncertainty. The divine king of the Red Sword was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with bitterness. How could he possibly be in seclusion at such a critical time? Alas, it seems that the Tianyuan Sword sect may be facing dire straits today. You should not have returned. He sighed, casting a complex glance at her. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her gaze resolute. "I am nurtured by the Tianyuan Sword sect, and I shall naturally share both trials and tribulations with my sect." The divine king of the Red Sword felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Soon, a luxurious golden carriage materialized in the distant void, trailed by the several divine kings who had arrived the previous day. Beside the carriage stood 4 formidable figures, each exuding an aura as deep as the abyss. Upon sensing this, the divine king of the Red Sword's expression shifted dramatically. These 4 individuals were all at the threshold of becoming saints. What kind of background does this so-called heir possess? An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. How could a mere divine king withstand such power? At that moment, the remaining disciples within the sect gazed up at the figures in the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Inside the carriage, the proud heir of the dragon clan parted the beaded curtain and, upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smirk coldly. "It appears that the so-called wielder of thee is nothing remarkable, lacking even the courage to confront me. How tedious." The divine kings behind him chimed in with flattery. "My lord is the heir of the Qianlong celestial dynasty, of noble status. How could they dare to oppose him? They are truly unaware of their own insignificance. Indeed, this seems to possess some self-awareness, recognizing that they cannot overcome our lord, hence their absence. Perhaps they are now cowering in fear." They laughed, their expressions brimming with sycophancy, which elicited smiles from the several quasi-saints. It seemed that the legendary was indeed not as formidable as rumored. As for the claims of a powerful, boundless figure behind them, they dismissed it as mere gossip. If such a powerful ally truly existed, why would they not make an appearance? Upon hearing the scornful remarks from those individuals, the Crimson Sword Sovereign's expression turned icy, filled with indignation. Had the young master been present, he would undoubtedly have retaliated fiercely against them. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Having had some interaction with Nangong Chen, she was well aware that his character would never allow him to be intimidated by such people. Soon, a formidable army arrived on the scene, as the million-strong forces led by the Great Zhou King gathered before the gates of the Tianyuan Sword sect. "My lord, this is the million-strong army of Great Zhou. Now fully assembled here, the Great Zhou King respectfully addressed young Master Ao Long. Chapter 84. Have you finished speaking?" The proud dragon prince cast a glance downward, uttering with indifference, "Indeed, although these are mostly insignificant minions, they still hold some value. I promise to assist you in annihilating the forces behind the dual pupil practitioner, but you must pledge allegiance to the Qianlong celestial dynasty. And your nation's title must be changed. Do you have any objections?" His tone was cold and condescending, akin to an act of charity. Upon hearing this, the king of the Great Zhou was momentarily taken aback, yet he managed to force a smile, replying, "My lord, you jest. I shall comply with your wishes entirely." Noticing this response, the proud dragon prince's gaze turned curious. "Do you harbor such animosity towards the forces behind the dual pupil practitioner? That entity known as the Tianyuan Mansion, correct?" "My lord, you cannot fathom the extent of their tyranny. The Tianyuan Mansion, relying on its power, has committed heinous acts throughout the Great Zhou, causing widespread panic amongst the populace," the king of the Great Zhou slowly articulated, a smirk forming in his heart as he reveled in tarnishing the reputation of the Tianyuan Mansion. "Now I understand. I must eradicate them. I have heard that the women by his side are extraordinarily beautiful. Alas, they have chosen the wrong companion and should be by my side instead." The proud dragon prince declared with righteous indignation, a flicker of inscrutable thoughts glimmering in his eyes. He then gestured with his hand. At once, the shadow divine king comprehended and turned to the crowd below, loudly declaring, "Surrender the sword embryo fragments and submit to the prince, or today shall witness your annihilation." The Crimson Sword Divine King, upon hearing this, exhibited no inclination to submit, retorting, "You are delusional." Lu Ruyan, too, glared at them with indignation. The expression on the proud dragon prince's face cooled instantly, and he coldly commanded, "Teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, a quasi-saint beside him moved, striking down towards the Crimson Sword Divine King with a powerful palm. Boom! The Crimson Sword Divine King, though a divine king, could not withstand such force and was sent flying, spitting blood and turning pale. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly rushed to support him. This is merely a minor warning. When in the presence of the prince, one ought to speak with respect. The saint remarked disdainfully, Indeed, you possess the qualifications to be my woman." The proud dragon prince remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest upon seeing Lu Ruyan. Then, with a wave of his hand, a dragon claw materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura as it lunged towards Lu Ruyan. Feeling the immense pressure, Lu Ruyan's complexion turned ashen. She felt powerless, unsure of how to resist. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The man before her was of a far superior caliber. This is bad. The Crimson Sword Divine King, witnessing the imminent danger, attempted to shield Lu Ruyan. Unfortunately, his injuries rendered him incapable, leaving him helplessly watching the dragon claw descend. At that moment, a streak of blazing fire descended from the heavens, infused with a draconic might, effortlessly shattering the dragon claw. Who dares? The proud dragon prince's eyes turned icy as he scanned the void, and sensed that someone would dare to thwart his ambitions. In the void, a colossal dragon hovered, its gaze frigid and imposing, trailing behind it a silver-white war chariot. Immediately behind the war chariot loomed a formidable host, the 30,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan army. Their presence overwhelming, radiating an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Such a powerful atmosphere caused the very heavens and earth to change hue. The audience was struck with awe. Prince Aolong was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he seethed with indignation, demanding, "Do you not know who I am? I am the heir of the Tianyuan Celestial Dynasty. You should hasten to submit." He could sense that the individuals before him were unwelcome intruders. Beside him, several quasi-saints exchanged worried glances, whispering, "Your Highness, there is a formidable presence among them." Disregarding their warnings, Prince Aolong believed that anyone should kneel before his noble status. Suddenly, from the silver war chariot emerged a voice, cold and indifferent, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of a celestial sovereign. In the next instant, a golden divine arrow shot forth from thin air, its velocity unparalleled, akin to a flash of lightning, hurtling directly towards Prince Aolong. It was so swift that none could react, not even the quasi-saint standing before him. Bang! The prince's right hand shattered, severing his arm in an instant. Staring in disbelief at his mutilated limb, he struggled to comprehend that they had dared to lay hands on him. "Your Highness." The four quasi-saints quickly encircled him, their eyes filled with incredulity at the audacity of their adversaries, who seemed unperturbed by their status. From within the silver chariot, a figure clad in white emerged slowly. Nangong Chen, draped in exquisite white garments, walked with the grace of a Qilin, traversing the void. His dual pupils, when opened and closed, manifested extraordinary phenomena, emanating an astonishing aura akin to that of a youthful king. The moment Nangong Chen appeared, the entire assembly gasped in horror before the might of those dual eyes. Every individual was overshadowed. Even the divine kings behind Prince Aolong turned pale, and the quasi-saints felt a shiver of trepidation. The oppressive force of those eyes was palpable. For a moment, Prince Aolong forgot his pain, as if his very soul was being devoured by those penetrating dual pupils. Desperately biting his tongue, he regained his senses. "It is you, the one with the dual eyes." At that moment, even his dulled mind could grasp the truth. The individual before him was none other than the legendary wielder of the dual eyes. Instantly, the divine kings behind him were gripped by fear, their hearts racing with unease. The Tianyuan Mansion had indeed dared to come. Meanwhile, the king of the Great Zhou was drenched in sweat, his lips pale. His shock stemmed not from Nangong Chen's arrival, but from the sheer might of the 30,000 soldiers and the overwhelming auras surrounding them. Below, Lu Ruyan, upon catching sight of the ethereal figure, was momentarily transfixed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion, overwhelmed with gratitude. Nangong Chen, he truly has come. The Crimson Sword Divine King, too, was filled with exhilaration, color returning to his previously pale face as he trembled and said, "The young master has not abandoned us." In that moment, he felt a profound sense of wisdom in having pledged his allegiance to Nangong Chen so early on. "Is it you who claim to grant me face?" Nangong Chen remarked with a cold smile. The young master Ao Long's expression was one of distress, oscillating between shadows of uncertainty. He spoke in a grave tone. I am the heir of the Tianyuan Celestial Dynasty. You, a mere wielder of the dual-sided, truly wish to oppose me? Should you choose to withdraw today? We can pretend none of this ever transpired. Yet, should you stand against me, it signifies a declaration of enmity towards the entire Tianyuan Celestial Dynasty. I implore you to weigh your decision carefully. The young master Ao Long was acutely aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent, yet he remained undaunted. In this realm of Tian, who would dare disregard their authority? Have you finished? Nangong Chen inquired, his demeanor remaining unfazed. Young master Ao Long swallowed hard before responding. I have finished. Let us proceed. Chapter 85. The proud dragon heir, let us commence our journey, Nangong Chen remarked with an air of indifference. His tone light as a feather. As he spoke, his dual pupils flared with intensity, unleashing a beam of light that surged towards the proud dragon heir. This radiant gaze was overwhelmingly powerful, as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Upon witnessing this, the proud dragon heir's expression turned grave. Should he confront this force head-on, he risked severe injury to his corporeal form. It became evident that the strength of the dual pupil wielder surpassed his expectations. The four quasi-saint guardians, perceiving the imminent threat, readied themselves to counter this formidable onslaught. At that moment, the 8 battle generals sprang into action, their eyes flashing with lightning as their blood energy erupted, showcasing their formidable prowess as the elite of the Tianyuan Mansion. Your adversaries stand before you. One of the battle generals bellowed, radiating an aura of immense strength. The 4 quasi-saint guardians exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that there were indeed 8 quasi-saints present. At this juncture, a sense of regret blossomed within them for having opposed Nangong Chen. Soon, each quasi-saint found themselves beset by 2 battle generals, facing relentless setbacks and growing increasingly beleaguered. The proud dragon heir appeared pale, his right hand regenerating as a sacred dragon seal coalesced in the void, emanating a golden divine radiance. This was his innate ultimate technique. The sacred dragon seal. The collision between the sacred dragon seal and the radiant gaze unleashed a force potent enough to level mountains, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. All eyes turned, riveted with anticipation to witness the outcome of this clash. As the smoke cleared, the figure of the proud dragon heir emerged, appearing even more weakened than before, blood flowing from his body, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. In contrast, Nangong Chen remained pristine in his white garments, exuding an air of calm composure, a sight that elicited gasps of astonishment from many onlookers. The duel between the dual pupil wielder and the proud dragon heir transpired with astonishing ease, as if Nangong Chen had not even broken a sweat. Below, the god king of the red sword marveled inwardly at the scene. The young master is truly formidable. Even the 8th ranked on the celestial list must concede defeat. Beside him, Lu Rian's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing at the realization that this individual seemed even more powerful than during their time in the 9 Heavens secret realm. The proud dragon heir's pupils constricted as he stood frozen, his complexion pale and his garments tattered, stripped of the pride he once held. He had never anticipated that Nangong Chen would dare to strike against them, nor did he foresee that in a single exchange, his sacred dragon seal would fall into a disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, the battle in the void continued to rage, powerful waves of energy erupting frequently, as runes intertwined and magical forces surged, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. It was not long before onlookers discerned that the 4 quasi-saint guardians of the proud dragon heir were beginning to falter against the momentum of the Tianyuan Mansion. Seeing this, the proud dragon heir's anger ignited, his voice low and simmering. Dual pupil wielder, I never anticipated you would resort to such despicable tactics of overwhelming the few with the many. Despicable? Nangong Chen retorted. Did you ever consider your own actions when oppressing my forces? How laughable. Nangong Chen chuckled coldly, paying no heed to his adversary's thoughts. He then unleashed another powerful fist imprint. Behind the young master of the proud dragon, those divine kings who had allied themselves with him felt a chill in their hearts, their resolve wavering. If this young master had no hidden cards today, it was likely that they would all meet their doom. They had not anticipated that the Heavenly Abyss Mansion would daringly confront the Celestial Dragon Immortal Dynasty with such fearless determination and unwavering confidence. Indeed, the strength displayed by the Heavenly Abyss Mansion was genuinely formidable. As they pondered, among the 30,000 troops, another divine king emerged, intent on seizing them. The young master commanded that anyone who sought refuge with other factions be treated as a traitor. A voice, cold and menacing, emanated from the ranks of divine kings. Filled with murderous intent, the Shadow King, the Water Moon King, and the Lingxiao King exchanged glances and swiftly made their decision, unleashing their powers and fleeing. Yet, the commanders of the Heavenly Abyss army were far from complacent. In the next moment, runes interwove as an overwhelming barrage descended from the heavens, dense and awe-inspiring. Boom! The Lingxiao King was instantly obliterated, his soul extinguished by the onslaught. The Lingxiao King had fallen. It was hard to fathom that a divine king could perish in mere moments. The fleeing divine kings turned pale, a wave of dread washing over them. They even resorted to burning their life force to escape with greater speed. In the distance, the Crimson Sword King could not help but feel exhilarated, his expression one of satisfaction. Good riddance. Meanwhile, Lu Rian did not glance over. In her beautiful eyes, the reflection was always that of the extraordinary figure in white. On the other side, Nangong Chen was enveloped in celestial light, exuding a golden aura that transformed into a dragon-elephant phantom, its might shaking the heavens and threatening to crush the very sky. Within Nangong Chen's body, a billion particles erupted, coalescing into an immense force of dragon-elephant power, resembling a ferocious beast in human form, immensely terrifying. This was merely a preliminary manifestation of the dragon-elephant suppression technique, yet it wielded such tremendous power. He could scarcely imagine the spectacle if it were perfected. As Nangong Chen's fist descended, a white-clad phantom appeared behind him, reminiscent of a celestial emperor, its aura causing all present to change countenance. The wind from his punch roared as a white qilin materialized, engulfing the landscape, exuding an air of sovereignty. The Heavenly Emperor Fist and the qilin treasure technique were executed simultaneously, their powers converging to reach an utterly terrifying level. Should a divine king be struck by this move, they would face certain death or grave injury. This exemplifies why one should never gauge the combat prowess of such prodigies merely by their cultivation level. For one can never truly anticipate the extent of power these prodigies can unleash. Witnessing this, the young master of the proud dragon dared not underestimate him. His sacred body erupted in brilliance, his physical form transforming into a colossal white dragon soaring into the skies. This was his proud dragon's sacred body, undefeated since ancient times. Once activated, his physique would reach an astonishing level, akin to a legendary true dragon cub, utterly indomitable, impervious to harm. Indeed, his strength has witnessed an immense augmentation, allowing him to engage even the mightiest of divine kings in fierce combat. The dragon's majesty instills awe within the heavens as it unleashes a thunderous roar, causing its formidable scales to rise in defiance, glistening with a chilling brilliance, seeking to thwart Nangong Chen's formidable strike. Such an astonishing spectacle naturally captivated the attention of numerous formidable warriors. The 8 great generals, their expressions marked by astonishment, gazed upon Nangong Chen with increasing reverence. Their hearts filled with profound admiration. Truly, he is the son of the Lord. His talents are indeed terrifying. However, upon glimpsing the colossal dragon, they wore expressions of disdain, dismissing it as merely a feeble eel, incapable of obstructing the young master. Meanwhile, the 4 quasi-saints, besieged yet undeterred, exchanged glances of enlightenment. Only they understood the terrifying potential that lay within the awakened serpent dragon holy body. Today, should the wielder of the dual pupils falter against the young master, all disputes shall be effortlessly resolved. Yet, their contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a flurry of fierce assaults. In the next moment, the battle among the quasi-saints erupted once more. Chapter 86. Truly a display of self-aggrandizement. With a thunderous crash, Nangong Chen's fist collided with the massive white dragon, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. The young master of the proud dragon was engulfed in terror, for it was only upon facing that blow that he truly comprehended his own impotence. Yet, it was too late. His colossal dragon form plummeted from the heavens, golden blood gushing forth as he struck the ground with the force of a nuclear bomb, creating a profound crater and shattering the surrounding hills. Transformed back into human form, the proud dragon's heir lay amidst a pool of blood, teetering on the brink of consciousness. His eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, a singular question plagued his mind. How could a dual-eyed individual possess such formidable strength? Confronting Nangong Chen felt akin to facing a monster, even more grotesque than the offspring of a true dragon. Nangong Chen stood poised in the void, his raven hair billowing, clad in resplendent white, exuding an aura of supremacy. His dual eyes radiated an undeniable dominance, vibrant and regal, reminiscent of a youthful sovereign surveying his realm. He planted his foot upon the proud dragon's head and taunted, "Pray tell, what is the source of your arrogance?" Countless onlookers were left agape, astonished by the outcome. They had anticipated an evenly matched contest between the 8th and 10th ranks of the celestial leaderboard, perhaps even favoring the proud dragon heir. Yet, the reality was a crushing defeat for him at the hands of the dual-eyed warrior, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Amidst the void, several quasi-saints from the hidden dragon celestial dynasty bore witness to this spectacle, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, two of the quasi-saints were swiftly vanquished. To engage in battle and allow oneself to be distracted, how reckless. One of the 8 war generals scoffed. The remaining 2 quasi-saints trembled, a deep-seated dread welling within them as they warned, "Your actions will surely invite retribution. The hidden dragon celestial dynasty will not let this go unpunished." The 8 war generals remained unfazed, their eyes cold as they continued their assault. How laughable, now you know fear. The Crimson Sword Divine King, witnessing the humiliation of the proud dragon heir, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Indeed, following the young master was the wisest choice. In the entire Xiantian domain, only the young master would dare to insult the proud dragon heir in such a manner. Lu Rian felt a surge of emotion. Nangong Chen's arrival today had avenged her grievances. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as she beheld the ethereal figure of the young man, her heart stirred by ineffable feelings. In the distance, the king of the Great Zhou gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked. He had not anticipated Nangong Chen's rapid advancement. If this continued, he might soon find himself eclipsed. Contemplating this, the king's expression darkened, a fierce desire to eliminate Nangong Chen igniting within him. No wonder Zhou Wan'er had faltered within the 9 heavens secret realm. The truth was now revealed. In the present day, the ascendance of Nangong Chen cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. A strategy must be devised. The king of the Great Zhou pondered, casting a venomous glare towards the distant figures. An idea sparked in his mind as he turned his gaze towards the divine king of the Crimson Sword. If these 2 were to be eliminated, it is likely that no one would uncover the truths I shared with the young master Ao Long. Thus, I could vindicate my own innocence. However, prior to that, I must first eliminate a few individuals from the Qianlong celestial dynasty to gain trust. All soldiers, heed my command. Slay the traitors and assist the Tianyuan army. The king of the Great Zhou declared to his 1,000,000-strong army. The troops exchanged puzzled glances. "Your Majesty, did we not previously intend to attack the Tianyuan army?" inquired one general, gazing at the throng of soldiers in the void. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flash of white light appeared, and the head of the speaking general was severed, lifeless in an instant. When have I ever uttered such treasonous words? The Tianyuan Prefecture has long been a steadfast ally of our Great Zhou. Now is the time to unite against our common foe. Should I hear such words again, do not blame me for taking lives. The king of the Great Zhou spoke with an air of righteous authority. The soldiers of the Great Zhou shuddered in fear, burying their doubts deep within. None wished to be the next to draw attention. Yes, they responded in unison. The king nodded and then soared into the air, setting his sights on the last remaining quasi-saint of the Qianlong celestial dynasty. With a thunderous crash, a golden small sword, imbued with the essence of imperial authority, swiftly struck, mercilessly slaying the last, barely breathing quasi-saint. Following this, the king of the Great Zhou, wearing a smile, addressed the void, exclaiming, "My beloved generals, your efforts in ridding our Great Zhou of so many rebels are indeed a stroke of fortune for our nation." The 8 great generals, upon witnessing this, exchanged wary glances and immediately distanced themselves from him. "Who on earth are you calling beloved?" Meanwhile, the young master Ao Long found himself humiliated beneath someone's foot. His face flushed with indignation. He had never endured such disgrace throughout his life. "Remove your filthy foot." He grimaced, gritting his teeth. He swore that if he returned to the celestial dynasty, he would annihilate the entire clan of Nangong Chen. "Do you wish to kill me?" Nangong Chen retorted with a cold smile, increasing the pressure, a glimmer of murderous intent stirring within him. He had no desire to leave any future threats. Upon witnessing the demise of his last quasi-saint, Ao Long felt a surge of despair and venomously declared, "I still possess a drop of sacred dragon blood. With it, I can be reborn in the celestial dynasty. Wait for me." Nangong Chen frowned, and with a decisive step, he extinguished Ao Long's life. The methods employed by these noble family disciples were indeed troublesome. However, it mattered little. If he could kill him once, he could do so again. Nangong Chen dismissed further thoughts and collected the storage ring. On the other side, the battle between the gods had come to a close. With the three divine kings having been slain and the quasi-saints of the Qianlong celestial dynasty extinguished. Yet, what puzzled Nangong Chen was that the king of the Great Zhou, leading his million-strong army, had not intervened at all, merely observing from afar, which ignited a fire of frustration within him. Until he witnessed the Great Zhou king taking action to slay of the Tianyuan dynasty, Nangong Chen understood everything. A smile crept across Nangong Chen's lips as he stepped into the air, prompting Chu Yun to closely follow his side. Upon seeing Nangong Chen, the Great Zhou king exhibited a warm demeanor, eager to approach and embrace him, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the son of the mansion lord. Even more talented than your father in his youth." However, Nangong Chen maintained his distance, with the 8 great generals positioning themselves protectively in front of him, their expressions vigilant and denying the Great Zhou king any chance to advance. The Great Zhou king, feeling somewhat embarrassed by this, continued, "Yesterday, I heard of these sects forging alliances with outsiders, and today I specifically dispatched troops to eradicate these foreign foes. I did not anticipate that my esteemed nephew would also arrive. How splendid! I must say, I am utterly astonished by your valor in effortlessly vanquishing the invaders. It has left me momentarily speechless." His words flowed seamlessly, accompanied by a smile that concealed any flaws. At this moment, the expressions of the 8 great generals turned cold, their vigilance intensifying. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Chi Yun also sensed the discord and was about to convey a warning to Nangong Chen to be wary of him when Nangong Chen interjected. "Your reasoning is indeed commendable. But who the hell do you think you are, referring to me as your esteemed nephew? You truly overestimate yourself." Nangong Chen laughed, abruptly shifting his tone to one of cold reproach. Chapter 87. The terrifying nature of the dual pupil. A severe blow to the Great Zhou king. The Great Zhou king's expression shifted, darkening ominously as he unleashed his power, intent on fleeing. At that moment, a vague realization dawned upon him. The mission he had assigned to Su Wanner to assassinate Nangong Chen had been leaked. With this thought, the Great Zhou king's gaze turned venomous, his mind filled with curses directed at Zhou Wanner. "Truly a useless wretch, as ineffectual as your deceased mother. Thinking of escape? It is too late." Nangong Chen sneered, his dual pupils blazing with an eerie luminescence. In the next instant, 8 battle generals emerged in unison, encircling the Great Zhou king. "Surrender now. Your demise is inevitable today, even if you are at the peak of the quasi-saint realm," one of the generals declared coldly. The Great Zhou king's cultivation had always been recognized as that of a quasi-saint peak, a fact well known throughout the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. "A mere few quasi-saints cannot possibly hinder me," the Great Zhou king hissed with a menacing grin, his aura surging dramatically, soon reaching the initial stage of the saint realm. As the crowd perceived this transformation, their eyes widened in astonishment. "You have actually broken through to the saint realm?" someone exclaimed in shock. The 8 battle generals could not help but focus intently, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. It is crucial to understand that the disparity between the saint realm and the quasi-saint realm is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, with their displayed combat prowess being worlds apart. Below, the Crimson Sword Divine King was taken aback, never anticipating that the Great Zhou king had ascended to the saint realm. "This is trouble. The young master is in a precarious situation now that the Great Zhou king has advanced to the saint realm," he remarked gravely. Lu Rian also gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. How would Nangong Chen cope with this? In the void, Nangong Chen remained composed, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, those captivating eyes still brimming with an intimidating aura. Observing this, the Great Zhou king felt a surge of rage, a murderous intent rising within him. "If today, the Tianyuan Mansion only dispatches these individuals, your demise is a certainty. You have brought this upon yourself with your exceptional prowess." At this moment, he abandoned the notion of fleeing and resolved to eliminate Nangong Chen, willing to pay any price to ensure that the Tianyuan Mansion suffered grievously. With that declaration, the Great Zhou king manifested an aura of imperial might, his essence surging like a deep abyss, divine radiance cascading as it transformed into a golden cauldron, crashing down towards Nangong Chen. Strangely, tendrils of black mist emanated from that imperial aura, as if it had been tainted. "This is bad. Protect the young master." The 8 battle generals reacted instantly, positioning themselves in front of Nangong Chen. The pressure emanating from the golden cauldron was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what they could hope to counteract. "Shoot him in the heart, Chi Shu." At this juncture, Nangong Chen's lips moved slightly, uttering a seemingly casual command. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, a white divine arrow sliced through the air, its speed unmatched. carrying an unparalleled force as it shot towards the Great Zhou King. In an instant, the golden cauldron was pierced by this divine arrow, exploding upon impact, yet its velocity remained unabated, penetrating the Great Zhou King's flesh and splattering blood. The Great Zhou King's eyes widened in disbelief. By the time he sought to react, it was already too late, and he could only watch helplessly as the arrow pierced through his heart. However, what astonished him the most was how Nangong Chen knew that his heart was located on the right side, a detail he had disclosed to no one. It was only when the emperor of the Great Zhou beheld the peculiar gaze of Nangong Chen that he comprehended everything. Surely, it was those enigmatic eyes that were responsible. The emperor's visage turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. He sensed his vitality ebbing away and hastily withdrew the divine arrow embedded in his heart. Blood gushing forth in torrents. How does it feel to be pierced through the heart? Nangong Chen spoke coldly, his dual pupils radiating an eerie light. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void, bearing an ancient countenance, wielding a massive bow, and exuding an aura of immense power. This individual was none other than the Bao King of Tianyuan, Qiyun, who had entered the realm of the saints many years prior. Upon witnessing him, the emperor could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with shock. "It is you," he stammered, his voice laced with terror. "The arrow is laced with deadly poison. You shall not survive long. You might as well resign yourself to death." Qiyun disregarded his words, continuing with indifference. As he spoke, he drew back the colossal bow, its ethereal radiance blinding, as a terrifying energy coalesced around the arrow. The emperor felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling drastically. After swallowing a precious herb, he ignited his life force and fled in haste. He sought refuge in the imperial palace, confident that the blood god sect would find a solution. In that moment, in order to survive, he employed every secret he possessed, accelerating his speed to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, the poison began to spread through his veins. "Uncle, 3 inches to the right of the ribcage," Nangong Chen spoke again, his dual pupils intertwining with runes. Resembling a born saint. Boom. The divine arrow was released, its speed so swift that it appeared as merely a flicker of light, utterly terrifying. The arrow seemed to possess its own sentience, relentlessly pursuing the emperor of the Great Zhou, piercing directly through his abdomen, precisely where Nangong Chen had indicated. Struck by the arrow, the emperor lost all ability to move and plummeted from the void, crashing into a nearby forest. The onlookers were left in utter shock at this spectacle. Hiss. It must be noted that in a confrontation of such saintly caliber, being acutely aware of one's adversary's weaknesses could lead to an overwhelming advantage. They marveled in their hearts, astonished by the latent abilities within Nangong Chen's dual pupils. Had it not been for the young master discerning the emperor's vulnerabilities today, a fierce battle would have surely ensued. Nangong Chen remained composed, as if unfazed by the chaos around him, his dual pupils emanating a captivating yet predatory glow that drew the attention of all present. Gazing into those abyss-like eyes, they felt an unsettling tremor within, a wave of trepidation washing over them. Nearly a glance instilled within them a sensation as if their very souls were at risk of being devoured, provoking an involuntary urge to prostrate themselves. "Young master, your eyes are indeed remarkable," Qiyun praised from the depths of his heart, gazing at his dual pupils with profound envy. It was hard to fathom that even before fully maturing, the young master exhibited such extraordinary prowess. One could only imagine the heights these eyes would reach as he continued to grow. It is fortunate that such a prodigy is the son of the lord of the manor. Were he from another faction, he might instill a sense of trepidation in even the boldest of hearts. It is thanks to Uncle Chi's remarkable archery skills that every shot finds its mark, Nangong Chen remarked with a smile, displaying admirable modesty. "Do not be so glib. Without your contributions today, how could we have so effortlessly vanquished a sage?" Uncle Chi responded with a chuckle. "What you have accomplished today, young master, must surely be known to others." Nangong Chen's eyes shimmered, his dual pupils ablaze as he gazed towards the direction of the Great Zhou King, his brow furrowing slightly. Moments ago, he had witnessed the near-defeated Great Zhou King produce a vial of blood, consuming its crimson contents, which seemed to restore a flicker of vitality before he fled. This struck Nangong Chen as peculiar. Was this not the method of dark cultivators? Why would the Great Zhou King resort to such means? However, he did not dwell on it for long, as the direction in which the Great Zhou King had escaped led straight to the imperial palace of Great Zhou. Regardless, today, the demise of the Great Zhou King was inevitable. Chapter 88, The Rebel. With the assassination of the king of the Great Zhou, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The God King of the Red Sword regretted his earlier remarks, realizing that the young master was indeed a divine being among mortals. He had never anticipated that hidden within the void lay a sage from the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. At that moment, the terrifying Heavenly Abyss Mansion seemed to shroud itself in an even greater veil of mystery in the mind of the Red Sword God King. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of relief. Upon seeing Nangong Chen unharmed, her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. The crisis of the day had seemingly been averted. The majesty of the young master. At that moment, a disciple of the Red Cloud Sword sect shouted, leading to a chorus of voices from the remaining disciples on the mountain, their gazes toward Nangong Chen filled with profound admiration. The majesty of the young master. The anxiety of the past few days finally found an outlet as they cheered. Standing in the void, clad in ethereal white, Nangong Chen could not help but smile at the scene. After all, these were his followers, and their unwavering loyalty and admiration were immensely beneficial to him. Red Sword God King, heed my command. Nangong Chen suddenly spoke. Yes. The Red Sword God King trembled, rising to his feet respectfully. I command you to merge the remaining 3 sword sects with the Red Cloud Sword sect. The 3 quasi-saint generals of the Heavenly Abyss Army shall heed your orders. And you shall lead 50,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Army. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Nangong Chen's words were astonishing. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Red Cloud Sword sect erupted with excitement, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. The young master was summoning the other 3 sword sects to strengthen their own. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her petite frame trembling with evident anticipation. Tears of gratitude streamed down the Red Sword God King's face as he responded loudly. I have the confidence to accomplish it. He had not expected such trust from Nangong Chen, not only sending him with 3 quasi-saints but also 50,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Army. Such a luxurious arrangement meant that if he failed to subdue them, he would face dire consequences. If anyone resists, execute them without mercy. Nangong Chen added, his gaze intense. Yes, the Red Sword God King replied dutifully. Without delay, the Red Sword God King set forth with the 3 generals and the 50,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Army. Satisfied, Nangong Chen nodded. He trusted that the Red Sword God King would not disappoint him in this endeavor. Then he turned his attention to the remaining 1,000,000 troops of the Great Zhou, momentarily at a loss for how to handle them. Should he eradicate them all? From what he understood, most of these soldiers were innocent citizens, many of whom were elderly veterans. Had it not been for the despicable king of the Great Zhou summoning them back, they would likely be enjoying their twilight years at home. The true loyal soldiers of the king of the Great Zhou were few, mostly ineffectual and posing no real threat to him. The military power of the entire Great Zhou was effectively controlled by the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. This was why the king of the Great Zhou dared only to secretly summon these old soldiers, fearing to call forth the elite forces, as that required the scrutiny and approval of the Heavenly Abyss Mansion. Nangong Chen gradually descended and approached the 1,000,000-strong army, clearing his throat before inquiring, "What brings you here?" The Tianyuan troops behind him encircled the crowd, their expressions grim, to prevent any potential uprising. "Young master, His Majesty instructed us to come and slay the invading foreign thieves," spoke an elder among the group. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen was taken aback. Indeed, they had been deceived into coming here. "Do you understand why our Tianyuan Prefecture seeks to eliminate the king of the Great Zhou?" Nangong Chen posed another question, his white attire fluttering, exuding an ethereal grace. At this statement, several young voices rose from the crowd, vehemently declaring, "You Tianyuan Prefecture are the true traitors. Your assassination of the Great Zhou King solidifies your treacherous reputation." Others among the younger contingent joined in, their tone aggressive, for the ideology instilled by the Great Zhou King painted Tianyuan Prefecture in such a light. However, a greater number of the older individuals remained silent, possessing a deeper understanding than their youthful counterparts. Nangong Chen frowned slightly. And soon the Tianyuan troops moved to subdue the dissenters, restoring an eerie calm to the surroundings. "Traitors, how absurd. You once possessed some wit, yet here you stand, utterly ignorant. You have greatly disappointed me," Nangong Chen scoffed, delivering his scathing rebuke without mercy. The soldiers of the Great Zhou stared wide-eyed in fury, unable to voice their anger at being derided by a junior. Before long, a striking figure soared through the air, a woman with long, flowing hair and exquisite features, clad in a green dress that radiated an otherworldly aura. This was Lu Ruyan. "Apologies for my tardiness," she said, her tone tinged with regret, as she gracefully produced a projection stone. "No matter. Let these fools witness the true nature of the king of the Great Zhou." Nangong Chen waved dismissively, showing little concern. With a flick of her fingers, Lu Ruyan unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, activating the projection stone. Before the gathered crowd, an image materialized, revealing none other than the Great Zhou King and the proud young Master Aolong. I promise to assist you in annihilating the forces behind the reborn. But you must pledge allegiance to the Qianlong Celestial Dynasty, and your nation's name must change. Do you have any objections? Young Master Aolong's voice was cold and condescending, akin to a patronizing benefactor addressing the king of the Great Zhou. Witnessing this explosive scene, the soldiers of the Great Zhou were left in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their sovereign was so abjectly submissive before this young man, resembling a mere servant. Enraged, the soldiers erupted, demanding, "Who is this man to propose such insolent terms? I trust in his majesty, he would never acquiesce." Indeed, it was ludicrous. To demand their allegiance to the Qianlong Celestial Dynasty was one thing, but to insist on changing their nation's name was utterly unacceptable. "I am confident that your majesty will soon deliver a scathing rebuke to this arrogant young man." The onlookers displayed expressions of disdain, utterly unconvinced that the king of Dezhou would acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. After all, this was tantamount to treason. Nangong Chen observed this scene with a cold smirk, thinking to himself that soon enough, they would not be so dismissive. In the unfolding tableau, the king of Dezhou pondered for a moment before promptly offering his response. The crowd, witnessing this moment, could not help but hold their breath, eager to discern the nature of the king's reply. Chapter 89. The Flame of Legacy. Sign in rewards, my lord. You jest. I shall heed your every command. The king of the Great Zhou, though momentarily hesitant, ultimately responded with a smile. At that moment, the soldiers of the Great Zhou, witnessing this, narrowed their eyes in disbelief. The patriotic and benevolent king they revered was, in truth, such a person. He would go so far as to subjugate the Great Zhou to other powers and endure the humiliation of changing his country's name merely to annihilate the Tianyuan Mansion. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Just moments ago, there had been murmurs of dissent. Now, not a single sound pierced the stillness. Well done. What a pathetic ruler. The young master has acted admirably. An old soldier, with tears welling in his eyes, cried out. Upon hearing this, others swiftly followed suit, their hearts brimming with indignation. How foolish they had been to remain loyal to such a king for so long, only to realize they had served a feckless ruler. He deserves death. Such a person should descend into hell. This wretched emperor has met a fate too lenient. He should be subjected to lingering torture in the depths of the abyss. Their fury was palpable, and if it were not for the young master revealing the truth today, they would have continued to be deceived by this vile emperor. The crowd was seething, their eyes ablaze with rage as they voiced their contempt. Meanwhile, the young individuals who had recently defended the Great Zhou King were now frantically slapping their own faces, repeatedly exclaiming, "I am no human! I am no human! I am truly a fool." The memory of their earlier insults towards Nangong Chen, even labeling him a traitor, filled them with self-loathing. Nangong Chen, witnessing this scene, shook his head in disappointment. Were these young people truly at fault? In truth, they were not. They merely sought to serve the Great Zhou. However, they had lacked critical thinking and discernment, charging in with blind zeal and easily becoming pawns for others. They needed to read more, he mused. Indeed, replied Lu Ruyan. In agreement, her expression reflecting understanding. Had I been in their position, I would not have been so easily deceived. Nangong Chen shot her a bemused glance, questioning her agreement. What do you know? Are you not equally devoid of intellect? Enough, enough. Even if you slap yourselves into fools, I shall not feel a shred of pity for you, he said calmly, turning his gaze toward the young soldiers. Gradually, the soldiers of the Great Zhou began to regain their composure, both veterans and recruits alike. Guilt colored their faces as they recalled the disrespectful words they had directed at Nangong Chen. Yet, the young master seemed not particularly angered, altering their perception of him. Perhaps he was not as bad as they had thought. Do you now understand why I called you foolish? Nangong Chen remarked, his tone indifferent, his gaze lofty. The crowd offered no retort, their heads bowed in shame, willingly accepting their fate. Young master, we acknowledge our mistakes, they chorused, their voices steeped in remorse. Fortunately, you have not caused a grave disaster by turning your blades upon your own. Enough, you may disband now. You are all merely a group of aging individuals. At your advanced age, it would be wise to rest and recuperate at home. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nangong Chen turned and departed. The Tianyuan army, observing this, sheathed their weapons and followed in his wake. Although his words were cold, they were not devoid of a semblance of compassion. The expressions of the old soldiers grew increasingly forlorn, akin to the fading light of a setting sun. Should they commit any grave misdeeds today? they would likely never forgive themselves. Indeed, they had aged. This era no longer belonged to them. As the atmosphere grew heavy with melancholy, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd. "Young master, may we join the Tianyuan army in the future?" A boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, with a slight flush upon his cheeks, dared to speak. It was evident how much courage he mustered to voice this inquiry. Beside him stood a group of peers, their eyes bright with innocence and yearning. However, Nangong Chen had already moved far away, leaving the world enveloped in silence, with no response for a considerable time. The group of youths, witnessing this, clenched their teeth, their expressions filled with disappointment, feeling utterly powerless. The onlookers felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing this scene. It appeared that their actions today had indeed displeased the young master, which was a pity for these eager youths. At that moment, a voice resonated, soft yet clear, penetrating the ears of all present. "Study more. The Tianyuan house cannot accommodate the foolish." Up ahead, Nangong Chen, who had walked a distance, paused and spoke softly. The group of youths, taken aback at first, then broke into radiant smiles upon comprehending his words. The young master had not rejected them. They still had a chance to enter the Tianyuan army. Just then, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the innocent faces of these youths, resembling a slowly rising red sun. The old soldiers, witnessing this, shuddered, their eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Their twilight years did not signify the demise of the Great Zhou. Rather, a thriving dynasty should embody the transfer of legacy and interplay of the old and the new. Just as the brilliant sunset illuminated Nangong Chen's upright figure, the presence of such an exceptional young master among the younger generation promised prosperity for the Great Zhou. The old soldiers, having come to this realization, departed with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed within the confines of Nangong Chen's mind. "Sign in at the heavenly dragon vein, the imperial dragon vein. The divine artifact, the emperor's sword." At that moment, within the grand hall of the Qian sword sect, Nangong Chen, seated upon a golden chair, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the reward for signing in at the Qian sword sect would be the imperial dragon vein and the emperor's sword. His gaze flickered, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The dragon veins were divided into 4 grades: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with heaven being the highest, as far as he knew. The dragon vein of the Great Zhou was merely a short vein, its imperial aura greatly diminished, lacking even the fortune to transform into a flood dragon. Some individuals even claim that the dragon vein of the Great Zhou barely qualifies as yellow rank, even within the Xiantian domain. The mightiest celestial dynasties are merely of Xian-rank dragon veins, yet they can still dominate their realms. In the upper realm of the 9 heavens, it is said that some formidable divine dynasties possess only earth rank. If one were to consider a celestial rank dragon vein, how terrifying would it be? Nangong Chen suppressed the astonishment within his heart and pondered. The dragon vein is of paramount importance to a dynasty, as it determines its strength and vitality. A superior dragon vein not only allows a dynasty to flourish, producing countless prodigies and formidable beings, but also enables the reigning monarch to partake in the dynasty's fortune, cultivating and battling with that very essence, becoming extraordinarily powerful. In summary, the advantages bestowed by an excellent dragon vein are immeasurable, not to mention that of a celestial rank dragon vein. Chapter 90. The arrival of Su Li. Nangong Chen pondered deeply, momentarily at a loss regarding how to handle the imperial dragon vein. Was this not a blatant suggestion for him to ascend to the throne? However, he considered himself a loyal subject. How could he possibly undertake such an act of treason? Subsequently, his thoughts turned to the second reward nestled in his mind, the divine emperor's sword. To his astonishment, the first weapon bestowed upon him was indeed a divine artifact. And even more surprising, it was the legendary emperor's sword. Upon gazing at the magnificent golden sword within his consciousness, Nangong Chen felt a rush of emotions. His eyes filled with awe. This resplendent sword, radiating golden light, was enveloped in an aura of imperial grandeur, with a golden dragon seemingly soaring around its blade. The sword's edge was extraordinary. As he drew nearer, he could sense a formidable sword intent surging skyward. Nangong Chen could vividly envision himself wielding this sword, shimmering in gold, reminiscent of legends from his past life, where a single strike could unleash a torrent of critical hits. Now that was quite the display. However, given his current capabilities, mastering the Emperor's sword would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. As Nangong Chen contemplated, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the grand hall. Hearing this, Lu Ruyin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Moments ago, she had been overwhelmingly anxious, uncertain of how to initiate conversation with Nangong Chen. her ears flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was her first time sharing a room with a man. Strangely, she felt no aversion. Instead, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her. It was a most peculiar feeling, one that was difficult to articulate. Fortunately, the impending arrival meant the end of her awkwardness. She glanced at Nangong Chen, a smile gracing her lips as she thought, being in the presence of such beauty, he must surely be flustered. Perhaps it was he who felt more shy than she did. As this thought crossed her mind, a playful glimmer appeared in Lu Ruyan's enchanting eyes as she regarded Nangong Chen. In the company of those she knew, her true nature would emerge, shedding the aloof facade she presented to the world. However, upon seeing Nangong Chen, she was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would be lost in thought while they were together. Indeed, though his expression was calm, gazing ahead as if in deep contemplation. Had she walked right before him, she would have realized that he was utterly dazed. He remained in the same position, even as she waved her hand before him twice. He showed no sign of acknowledgement. Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of frustration. After blushing for so long, was he just going to daydream? Suddenly, she caught sight of his strikingly handsome face, with lips as sharp as a knife. At this sight, she quickly turned her head away, a rosy hue creeping onto her fair ears. Clearly, her mind had wandered to some inappropriate thoughts. Soon, an impish notion flickered in Lu Ruyan's mind. She inexplicably procured a brush from somewhere and stealthily approached Nangong Chen, a mischievous smile dancing in her eyes. She intended to paint something on Nangong Chen's face. How could he be so dazed with a beauty like her beside him? It was utterly exasperating. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to apply her brush to his face, she suddenly halted, the brush poised perilously close. She realized that if she marred that handsome visage, it would be an unfortunate sight. Contemplating this, Lu Ruyan resolved to withdraw her hand. At that moment, Nangong Chen snapped back to reality, seizing Lu Ruyan's wrist with a cold voice, inquiring, "What are you doing?" They were so close that Lu Ruyan could feel the warmth of his breath. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, three exquisite figures descended. They were Su Li, Wang Yuxian, and Zhou Wan. Su Li's silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, her ethereal beauty captivating anyone who beheld her. With brows like ink and eyes resembling the starry river. Between her brows, an icy phoenix mark adorned her, enhancing her regal and chilling allure. Akin to a fairy from the moon palace. Beneath her flowing gown, her feet were wrapped in white, radiating a crystalline sheen that invoked a desire to admire further. The two women alongside her, though lacking Su Li's commanding presence, were equally remarkable in their own right. Wang Yuxian exuded the charm of a neighborly girl, clad in a pale yellow dress with an innocent visage, especially her bright, large eyes now tinged with a hint of allure that was utterly irresistible. Zhou Wan, as always, donned a luxurious black gown, her shoulders bare, her skin as delicate as fresh snow, and the fitted gown accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Witnessing such a scene would leave anyone enchanted and reluctant to depart, especially considering this was the first meeting of the four beauties of the Great Zhou. Outside, passing disciples found themselves entranced, their faces awash with awe. "Who are these three? They are simply too beautiful," one new disciple exclaimed. "You may not know," explained an older disciple, "but the silver-haired one is the young master's consort, a renowned goddess of the Eastern Divine Continent. The other two are a princess of the Wang family and someone who seems vaguely familiar, but I can't recall her name. So they all share an unspoken connection with the young master?" The young disciple probed. "Is that even a question?" came the incredulous response from those around him. Soon, the crowd's gaze shifted back to the hall, filled with envy. To be surrounded by such enchanting beauties, one could only assume it was the privilege of the young master alone. And these were not mere beauties. Each was a paragon of grace. Sighing, one remarked, "Ah, how disheartening it is to compare ourselves to them." Suddenly, another disciple interjected, "Have you noticed? The beauty in the black gown resembles the seventh princess." "It does seem so," another disciple concurred. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a newfound intensity, as if they had stumbled upon a startling revelation. Su Li stepped gracefully into the grand hall, her beautiful eyes betraying a deep concern. It was evident that she had come for the safety of Nangong Chen. She couldn't help but wonder about her husband's well-being. Just moments ago, she learned that the king of the Great Zhou had secretly ascended to the realm of the saints, a significant turn of events indeed. Contemplating this, Su Li quickened her pace, her snow-white gown billowing around her. Upon witnessing this, Chi Yao, with a resigned expression, exclaimed, "My dear aunt, do slow down. Your jade pendant is bouncing about, making me dizzy. That fellow is surely unscathed." Perhaps he is even flirting with other women at this very moment. Qi Yao continued her chatter unabated. Chapter 91. The Arena of Carnage. News of the Great Zhou King upon entering. Su Li was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Her exquisite features darkened instantly, her beautiful eyes gradually losing their luster, revealing the ominous signs of impending darkness within her. An intense chill radiated from her, swiftly encasing the surroundings of the grand hall in a frozen grip. It was evident to discerning eyes that Su Li was genuinely enraged. Meanwhile, Qi Yao continued her incessant chatter, only to be interrupted by an overwhelming wave of cold that sent shivers through her very soul. Could it be that I have truly struck a nerve? Qi Yao thought instinctively, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, she promptly fell silent. Her eyes widened in shock as she discreetly gave Nangong Chen a thumbs up. To be so audacious before the main palace, clearly, one was courting disaster. Beside them, Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wana stood frozen in disbelief, astonished to discover that Nangong Chen was entangled with Lu Ruyan. This revelation undoubtedly shattered their previous perceptions of the world. On the other side, Nangong Chen maintained an exceedingly intimate posture with Lu Ruyan, appearing to outsiders as a couple deeply enmeshed in affection. When he questioned her, Lu Ruyan remained silent, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she absorbed his presence. Just as Nangong Chen was about to utter a scathing remark, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to meet Su Li's penetrating gaze. Feeling an undercurrent of vengeful intent, Nangong Chen silently cursed his misfortune, hastily pushing Lu Ruyan away and forcing a sheepish smile. I assure you, this was merely an accident. My dear, do you believe me? Lu Ruyan, caught off guard by a sudden push, was momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushed and her eyes reflecting confusion. What are you doing? She pouted. At that moment, the last flicker of light vanished from Su Li's enchanting eyes, her beautiful visage clouded with fury. Her delicate hands clenched tightly as she spoke in a low, ominous tone. I will grant you one final opportunity to explain. Should your explanation fail to satisfy, prepare for the consequences. Drawing her sword, Su Li crossed her arms, coldly scrutinizing the two, embodying the resolve to unleash her wrath should clarity not be provided. Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wana observed with keen interest, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as they awaited the spectacle, already envisioning a feast of gossip. In that moment, Nangong Chen exhaled in relief, grateful for Su Li's semblance of rationality. Had she been the archetypal Yandra from Legends, he feared she might have already taken action. Nevertheless, the situation was far from favorable. At this juncture, Lu Ruyan appeared to regain clarity, scanning the room and realizing the gravity of her predicament. Oh no, I seem to have landed myself in serious trouble. Moments ago, lost in thought, she had not fully grasped the implications of her actions, and now, with her senses restored, she recognized the furtive demeanor of Su Li, leading to the current chaos. Yet, I assure you, nothing transpired between us, Nangong Chen declared sincerely after a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, he turned to Lu Ruyan and inquired, what were you secretly doing with that brush just now? Upon hearing this question, Su Li appeared somewhat satisfied, her expression softening considerably as she shifted her gaze towards Lu Ruyan. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to Lu Ruyan, including Qi Yao, who, in her past life as an empress, was accustomed to combat and conflict, finding this situation far more intriguing. Upon hearing the question, Lu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, her whimsical thought to draw a turtle on Nangong Chen's face stemmed from sheer boredom. Should she confess this? Surely, revealing her intentions would only invite ridicule. What to do? Her ears burned crimson, resembling a ripe red apple, her gaze reflecting uncertainty. The other girls, noticing this, exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight, silently acknowledging that there seemed to be an intriguing story unfolding between the two. Su Li, observing this scene, darkened her expression and pressed, I am speaking to you. Are you mute? The palpable pressure emanating from her royal demeanor caused not just Lu Ruyan, but also Wang Yuxuan and Zhou Wana to tremble slightly. The wrath of a goddess was indeed formidable. Lu Ruyan, taken aback by the sudden intensity, regained her composure only to find her eyes slightly reddened as she timidly replied, I was merely bored and, seeing Nangong Chen lost in thought, I thought to draw a turtle on his face, but he unexpectedly woke up and caught me. Her voice was delicate, her head bowed, exuding a vulnerable charm that evoked sympathy from those present. Nangong Chen, hearing her plaintive tone, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was it wrong for him to awaken? However, Lu Ruyan's idleness was rather astonishing. She had actually contemplated drawing a turtle on his remarkably handsome face, which seemed to suggest jealousy of her own looks. It appeared that in the future, Boys would need to take precautions when venturing out. Is it a crime for me to catch you when you intend to draw a turtle on me? Nangong Chen could not help but remark. But I no longer wish to draw a turtle for you. Lu Rian retorted softly. You are absolutely absurd. Nangong Chen replied, his expression one of incredulity. At this, the other girls could no longer contain their amusement, stifling laughter. Even Qi Yao, the empress, found herself laughing uncontrollably. Her red attire momentarily revealing a glimpse of springtime allure. Although Su Li did not smile outright, her demeanor softened slightly, returning to her usual composure. Very well. Considering your sincerity, I shall not press you further, Su Li declared, embodying the grace of a principal lady. Lu Rian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, goddess. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding today. Su Li merely nodded, her exquisite features regaining their radiance. Observing this exchange, Nangong Chen's gaze flickered, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lu Rian indeed possessed a kind heart, displaying a charming contrast. Externally, she appeared as a sword-wielding fairy, yet internally, she retained the innocence of a child. In recalling the novels of her previous life, she could be considered a commendable Lu Rian. Compared to other incarnations, she evoked no hatred. Uncertain of the purpose of her visit today, Nangong Chen suddenly pondered and inquired, What brings you here, my lady? Upon hearing this, Su Li furrowed her delicate brows and retorted, Am I not allowed to come if I have no business? Could it be that you harbor other women behind my back? Not at all, my lady, Nangong Chen replied with a sheepish smile. I merely worry for your safety. Lu Rian observed this exchange, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, marveling at how the formidable young master of Tianyuan Prefecture could be so apprehensive of his partner. Satisfied by this, Su Li casually remarked, Uncle Nangong mentioned that the king of the Great Zhou has broken through to the saint level. Surely, I came to inform you so that you are not left in the dark. Nangong Chen smiled, fully grasping Su Li's words, and felt a warmth in his heart. He softly replied, We have nearly vanquished the king of Great Zhou. He is likely unsure where to flee now. At this revelation, the expressions of the women were filled with astonishment. Chapter 92. And Su, is it true? Joanna exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Nangong Chen. She harbored a deeper desire than anyone for the demise of the Great Zhou king. Indeed, it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Great Zhou king was struck down by a sage from Tianyuan Prefecture, an arrow piercing his heart, laced with potent venom, leaving him in a most pitiful state. Furthermore, during his panicked escape, he was struck by several more arrows. However, it is important to note that the young master played an indispensable role in this. Lu Rian spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with curiosity. Could it be that Nangong Chen had a significant part to play in this affair? Lu Rian quickly clarified. The young master possesses dual pupils that can discern the weaknesses of the Great Zhou king, greatly assisting the sage from Tianyuan Prefecture. As this revelation sank in, several women appeared enlightened. It all made sense now. But it was merely a minor path. It was not solely my doing that felled the Great Zhou king. Nangong Chen humbly replied, not wishing to claim all the credit for himself. Su Li couldn't help but regard Nangong Chen with newfound admiration, feeling quite pleased. Truly, he is my man, undoubtedly formidable. Wang Yuxuan gazed at Nangong Chen with fervent eyes, her expression brimming with adoration. Zhou Wan'er's fair face was lit with excitement. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. She knew that Nangong Chen had exerted such effort to eliminate the Great Zhou king for her sake. At that moment, Zhou Wan'er silently vowed to heed every word of Nangong Chen in the future, unwavering in her loyalty. It is such a pity. I wish I could have witnessed the Great Zhou king's demise with my own eyes, she lamented, for this was a lifelong grudge for her. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Nangong Chen's mind. Young master, we have located the hiding place of the Great Zhou king. It is within the imperial palace. The speaker was none other than his protector, Elder Mu. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chen's eyes gleamed, and he replied, Excellent, I shall make my way there at once. There is no need for regret. The location of the Great Zhou king's hiding place has been revealed, and he is destined to perish today. Come, I shall lead you. Nangong Chen rose and addressed the women. Zhou Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, her pupils constricting, deeply moved. She never anticipated that Nangong Chen would indeed fulfill her wish, solidifying her resolve to devote everything to the young master in the days to come. Above the imperial capital, a radiant streak of light cut across the sky, a colossal dragon pulling a silver war chariot, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The onlookers were filled with awe at the sight. This is the second time witnessing this today. Who might be the esteemed individual within that chariot from Tianyuan Prefecture? Such a crimson dragon emanates an aura unlike any ordinary beast. It must have reached the quasi-saint level. The crowd buzzed with discussions, each voice tinged with astonishment. At this moment, a riot was unfolding before the gates of the Great Zhou Palace. All you idle onlookers, retreat immediately from this sacred ground, or I shall be compelled to employ force. General Hong is still en route. Before the palace gates, a soldier clad in armor spoke, his countenance grim and laced with impatience. My child, he began, I have sent all 3 of my children to the palace for 5 months now, yet I have received no word. My lord, I do not wish to trouble you, but I simply long to see my children, I beseech you. A middle-aged woman, clutching a cloth bag, pleaded with a rasp in her voice, her coat soiled with dust. Her name was Sue, known to many as Aunt Sue or the Widow Sue. Just a simple farmer from another province. She had traversed mountains and rivers, journeying hundreds of miles to reach the imperial capital for a fleeting glimpse of her offspring. The reason for her arduous trek stemmed from a decree issued 5 months prior by the king of Great Zhou, mandating that all children under the age of 10 must enter the palace for 3 months of study. Refusal would be deemed illegal, resulting in imprisonment. As powerless commoners, they had no choice but to entrust their children to the soldiers and send them into the palace. Now, 3 months had long passed, and it was already 2 months beyond that, with no sign of their children emerging, culminating in the scene before them. With Sue's voice breaking the silence, other parents began to speak up in unison. Indeed, my lord, I have but one child, sent to the palace 5 months ago, with no letters in return. I fear for their safety. I beg for your mercy and understanding. My lord, I possess some silver, if you would not disdain it. Allow me but a moment to see my boy, who's he? I only wish to hear that my child is safe. He has been without parents since birth. And as my days dwindle, I long to see him once before I depart this world. Most of those speaking were middle-aged, though a few elderly individuals, past their 60s, were present as well. Their skin was parched and darkened, their garments caked with mud, clearly having pleaded for a considerable time, even beyond a month. The soldier, witnessing the unrest, shot a glare at Aunt Sue, pondering how their outcry would have transpired had it not been for her. Anger surged within him as he approached her directly, delivering a harsh kick. Aunt Sue was struck with considerable force. Her face paling as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her innards severely injured. As a mere commoner of lowly status, she stood no chance against the might of the soldiers. Without treatment, her life would surely be forfeit. In that moment, Aunt Sue curled upon the ground, softly whimpering, her expression wrought with agony, tightly clutching the burlap sack. For within it lay provisions and clothing intended for her child, items of immense significance to her. Your tongue is foul. The towering soldier barked, disdain evident in his voice, for he harbored a particular loathing for these peasants from distant lands, finding them both vile and repugnant. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts constrict, gazing at Aunt Sue with pity, yet most dared not intervene, fearful of becoming the next target of violence. They all knew that Aunt Sue was a widow, struggling to raise her 2 children, who were the very essence of her life. At this moment, tranquility returned to the palace grounds. Soon, a man clad in armor arrived. He was of imposing stature, his gaze icy and countenance grim, a formidable sword hanging at his waist. Who was causing the disturbance? General Hong inquired as he emerged. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the general, their bodies trembling in fear. Witnessing the scene, Aunt Sue's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Enduring her pain, she slowly crawled towards him, embracing his leg, and implored, My lord, may I please see my children? Disheveled and filthy, with bloodstains on her face, her eyes, though marred, remained remarkably clear and filled with desperation. Chapter 93, Nangong Chen arrives. Aunt Sue is rescued. General Hong's countenance darkened with displeasure as he instinctively sought to cast aside this lowly commoner. Aunt Sue was violently thrust away by an overwhelming force. Collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her face growing increasingly pale. In agony, she curled up, clutching her legs, her body trembling uncontrollably. Had a physician been present, they would have discerned that the tremendous force had utterly shattered her lower limbs. Aunt Sue's expression was one of despair. She could not fathom what transgression she had committed. All she desired was to see her long-missed child. Why was she subjected to such cruelty? The onlookers, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a chill creep into their hearts, their pupils narrowing in shock, rendered speechless. Even those who wished to assist found themselves powerless to intervene. The city guard, upon witnessing the event, wore a look of satisfaction, pointing at Aunt Su and declaring, "Lord Hong, it is she. She caused a commotion before the palace, leading these commoners." "I did not. My lord, I merely wished to see my child. What wrong have I committed?" Aunt Su trembled as she spoke, her gaze resolute despite her plight. General Hong, upon hearing her words, nodded, drawing his broad blade and advancing toward Aunt Su, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Your error lies in inciting chaos before the palace gates. This is a forbidden area, and your insolence cannot be tolerated. I shall execute you as an example to deter others from such defiance." His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions shifting to one of horror. They had not anticipated that the general would resort to murder. The city guard smirked coldly, reveling in the spectacle from his lofty position. Aunt Su, her hair disheveled, felt a surge of terror upon realizing her imminent demise. Yet, with determination, she struggled to crawl forward, her fingers bloodied and raw from the effort. Despite her condition, she clung tightly to the burlap sack, unwilling to yield to death. She longed to see her child one last time and to pass on the sack she held so dearly. At that moment, General Hong stood before her, his gaze devoid of empathy as he raised his blade, slowly bringing it down. The crowd, unable to bear the sight, shut their eyes, unwilling to witness such brutality. Among the parents present, some younger ones discreetly withdrew, unwilling to risk their own safety, still young enough to bear children anew. This was the essence of humanity, starkly revealed in that moment. Aunt Su's face contorted with despair as she beheld the descending blade, powerless to escape her fate. Suddenly, a brilliant scarlet flame descended from the heavens, exuding a terrifying force that shattered the broad blade, sending General Hong hurtling backward. The rapidity of the event left many in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Aunt Su stared wide-eyed at the sky above, where a dragon wreathed in flames gazed down upon them, its eyes filled with an icy ferocity. Behind it trailed an opulent silver chariot. "Who dares?" General Hong asked, his face pale with fury. Daring to act before the imperial palace and shattering his beloved blade, he was determined to discover who it was that had provoked him, vowing that they would not escape unscathed today. At this moment, the city guards stood dumbstruck, their gazes fixed in astonishment towards the heavens. From behind the silver palanquin emerged a figure clad in white, traversing the air with an ethereal grace, radiating divine light, and surrounded by a faint aura of celestial energy, as if a true immortal had descended upon the world. Following him were 4 exquisite maidens, each a vision of unparalleled beauty, rendering the surroundings somewhat dim in comparison. "It is I. What do you intend?" Nangong Chen questioned, his icy gaze unwavering. Although unaware of the circumstances, he had gleaned much from the utterances of those present. Su Li and the others bore expressions of indifference, as if gazing upon the deceased. General Hong was left in shock, unable to fathom that the assailant was none other than the much-talked-about young master of Tianyuan Mansion, Nangong Chen. He was merely a lowly general of the palace. How could his status possibly compare to that of the young master of Tianyuan? In an instant, his complexion paled, cold sweat cascading down his brow, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Please spare me, young master. I did not know it was you." The nearby city guards, witnessing this scene, dared not utter a word, trembling in fear. "Spare you? Who could afford to spare this mother?" Nangong Chen sneered, casting a glance at the crumpled figure of Aunt Su on the ground. The abuse of power and indiscriminate slaughter by these officials and soldiers of the Great Zhou was truly appalling. Boom. In the next moment, a divine radiance descended, dazzling with golden brilliance, reducing General Hong to a mist of blood. The spectators stared blankly at this scene, astonished that the young master of Tianyuan Mansion, known for his arrogance, had actually intervened on their behalf. They were not foolish. From General Hong's utterance of young master, they could deduce his identity. In all of the Great Zhou, it was likely only Nangong Chen who could compel General Hong to kneel in supplication. The trembling city guard had come to a realization. This young master was likely to aid the previously prostrated Aunt Su, and he had just kicked her moments ago. Upon this realization, his face turned pale, wishing he could turn back time and retract that ill-fated kick. Aunt Su, her expression filled with gratitude, was momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My lord, thank you so very much." Nangong Chen glanced at her, his expression grave. This woman had suffered catastrophic internal injuries, her legs' bones shattered, and her vitality waning. Logically, anyone else enduring such excruciating wounds would be writhing in agony, perhaps even fainting from the pain. Yet here she was, exhibiting remarkable fortitude and clarity of thought. Contemplating this, Nangong Chen felt a mix of curiosity and admiration. He produced a medicinal pill, quietly instructing Wang Yuxuan. Upon hearing his words, her pupils constricted, and she swiftly moved to Aunt Su's side, administering the pill into her mouth. Subsequently, a green luminescence emanated from her hands, channeling a surge of life force. With her innate spiritual body, she had acquired considerable medical knowledge in her youth, making the treatment of an ordinary person a rather effortless task. Upon their arrival, the women appeared taken aback and promptly proceeded to assist Wang Yuxuan. "Madam, do you recall who else struck you?" Nangong Chen inquired, for he could discern two distinct energies within her, indicating the presence of another assailant. Upon hearing this, Aunt Su cast a glance at the earlier mentioned city guard, her eyes betraying a flicker of compassion. "It's quite all right. My health is not severely compromised. I truly appreciate your help, young master." Nangong Chen followed her gaze and indeed spotted a visibly anxious city guard standing nearby. At that moment, within the palace, a throng of soldiers surged forth, their expressions grim, wielding weapons as they encircled Nangong Chen and his companions. Chapter 94. The Emergence of the Spring and Autumn Divine King. Bold scoundrel. How dare you commit such a heinous act within the imperial palace? You must be tired of living, thundered a general at the forefront, his face contorted with fury. Just moments ago, their troops had learned of an attack outside the palace, one that resulted in the death of a commander. The commoners, upon witnessing the chaos, lowered their heads in fear. "General Chao, save me," cried the towering soldier as he beheld the approaching figures, desperately seeking refuge behind them. He knew that these generals, each possessing formidable strength, would surely offer him protection. General Chao, brimming with lethal intent and seething anger, demanded, "Who dares?" The soldier quaked in silence, and in the next instant, a flash of lightning erupted, swift and terrifying, devouring the towering soldier whole. Boom! A mist of blood materialized. The soldier who had previously kicked Aunt Su was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The other soldiers were struck with dread, including General Chao, who felt a chilling shiver run down his spine. A master, unquestionably a master. With an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart, he lifted his gaze. There stood Nangong Chen, lightning coiling around his fingertips, his white robes billowing with an imposing aura. General Chao was left in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "Young master, it's you. What are you surprised?" Nangong Chen replied with an indifferent expression, his gaze disdainful. Today, he would breach the palace, none would stand in his way. General Chao dared not respond, trembling uncontrollably. The arrogance that once adorned his face now vanished. He contemplated fleeing, for a being of Nangong Chen's caliber was beyond the discourse of a mere general, especially with his current menacing presence. The soldiers behind him were equally immobilized, unsure of how to react, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Just then, a sharp, sinuous voice pierced the air. "Young master, now that the deed is done and the anger has subsided, should we not take our leave?" From the void emerged a formidable figure, and upon recognition, the onlookers were awestruck. This individual, adorned with a purple official cap and bearing an aged visage, possessed deep-set eyes. The first eunuch of the Great Zhou, known as the Spring and Autumn Divine King. The Spring and Autumn Divine King fixed his gaze upon Nangong Chen and spoke slowly, the undertones of menace unmistakable. The turmoil erupting before the palace had attracted numerous dignitaries, many of whom were prominent families of the Great Zhou, including royal members and first-rate clans, all renowned and powerful within the realm. Not far away, the heads of the Su and Wang families watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. "This old wretch dares to threaten my son-in-law. If I were a divine king, I would surely strip him of his skin," Su Ming exclaimed with indignation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong dismissed the man's words and muttered to himself, "Why hasn't your son-in-law brought anyone along? With just himself, he may face some adversity today, especially considering the Spring and Autumn Divine King has always been at odds with the Heavenly Abyss Manor. Indeed, this child is rather careless. If he had brought some formidable experts from the Heavenly Abyss Manor, the Spring and Autumn Divine King would be of little consequence." Su Ming also displayed a hint of concern, for his daughter was present there as well. On the other side, upon hearing such threatening words, Nangong Chen furrowed his brow and retorted mercilessly, "A mere eunuch dares to command me to leave? You think you are worthy?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, the crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom that Nangong Chen had openly insulted him. The spies watching from the shadows were equally astonished. Su Ming and Wang Xiong were left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Your son-in-law is quite formidable," Wang Xiong remarked in awe. "No, he has always been this way," Su Ming replied, shaking his head in explanation. The soldiers in the city trembled, knowing that the Spring and Autumn Divine King despised being referred to as a eunuch. Nangong Chen's words undoubtedly crossed a line. In the void, the Spring and Autumn Divine King's face darkened ominously. Throughout his life, he had loathed being called a eunuch. This insolent youth shall pay dearly. Are you implying that the young master wishes to spar with me? The Spring and Autumn Divine King ground his teeth, his gaze icy. You flatter yourself. Being able to withstand a single blow from me would be a feat, Nangong Chen replied disdainfully. At that moment, Suli reminded him from behind that Aunt Su was no longer in danger. Nangong Chen nodded inwardly, his eyes glimmering. It seemed they could now enter the imperial palace. This insolent youth is truly sharp-tongued. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Heavenly Abyss Manor. The Spring and Autumn Divine King could no longer contain himself and launched an attack towards Nangong Chen. Young master, do you require my assistance? In the void, old Mu, witnessing this scene, transmitted his voice. No need. This is a perfect opportunity for me to test my strength after breaking through. Nangong Chen confidently declined, exuding an aura of invincibility. Teach me a lesson on behalf of the Heavenly Abyss Manor? You, old eunuch, are hardly worthy. With that, Nangong Chen smirked, his aura surging forth as he unabashedly revealed his formidable prowess at the Great Ability realm. Now that he had mastered such an abundance of divine techniques, coupled with his dual pupils, engaging in cross-border combat was a trivial task for him. The crowd, sensing this overwhelming aura, was left in utter shock. He had actually broken through again. It was noteworthy that he was merely 18 years old and already at the Great Ability level. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, as if he had misperceived it, only to sense it again, subsequently falling into a prolonged silence. He seemed to recall that just months ago, Nangong Chen was still at the Purple Mansion level, yet now he stood at the same cultivation level as himself. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, what a prodigy! Such a rapid pace of cultivation." The Spring and Autumn Divine King appeared momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "What does it matter if you break through to the realm of the Great Power? The chasm between a great power and a divine king is not so easily bridged." His expression was one of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Observers from the neutral factions, concealed in the shadows, shook their heads in agreement. Indeed, the Spring and Autumn Divine King was a seasoned powerhouse. And although the young master had ascended to the realm of great power, it remained a formidable challenge. The divide between a divine king and a great power could be likened to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Provoking him in such a manner could spell disaster for the young master. Below, Aunt Su's eyes revealed her anxiety as she cautiously suggested, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. Perhaps we should allow that esteemed individual to leave." Suli, with her breathtaking beauty, smiled gently, her enchanting gaze fixed on Nangong Chen's figure, confidently asserting, "Aunt, rest assured, he will undoubtedly prevail." Suli understood that Nangong Chen never undertook endeavors without certainty. Indeed, the other young ladies echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, factions traditionally at odds with the Tianyuan Manor sneered at the unfolding scene. What fools! It seems that the so-called wielder of the dual pupils is destined to fall here today. Chapter 95. A single strike to annihilate, leaving the audience in awe. With an air of indifference, Nangong Chen coldly declared, "I, the divine king of the Purple Mansion, have already slain, and you shall be next." Dressed in flowing white garments, he exuded an ethereal presence, his eyes radiating an overwhelming aura of invincibility. Upon hearing these words, the Spring and Autumn Divine King appeared momentarily stunned, only to quickly adopt a dark expression, his body erupting with a chilling malice as he charged directly at Nangong Chen. Boom! The very fabric of heaven and earth shifted dramatically as the Spring and Autumn Divine King summoned a green gourd, emanating a profound glow. Chanting incantations, countless specters surged forth from within. This was the soul-binding gourd, the Divine King's life artifact, imbued with sinister energy. The souls escaping from the depths of a treacherous dungeon had, after millennia of cultivation, transformed into formidable vengeful spirits. In an instant, these anguished souls wailed and howled, their features grotesquely contorted, their resentment soaring to the heavens, their eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light, reverberating throughout the realm. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation, their faces paling. This was the Divine King's unique skill, the 100 Ghost Soul Binding, capable of encircling and annihilating foes. Most terrifying of all, they could rend the very souls of their adversaries. And there had been instances where even Divine Kings had perished to this technique. Such malevolent sorcery was precisely why so few dared to oppose the Spring and Autumn Divine King over the years. Their enemies had been transformed into specters. The spectators inwardly shook their heads, realizing that unless Nangong Chen could summon a powerful weapon, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of these souls in such a brief span of time. Go. The Spring and Autumn Divine King sneered, directing the phantoms to attack Nangong Chen. He was eager to see what this young man would use to counter such a strike. He knew well that even among equals, a divine king must tread carefully. In an instant, a legion of specters blotted out the sky, surging towards Nangong Chen like a swarm of locusts. Below, Su Li and the others could not help but express their concern with worried glances. However, Nangong Chen remained unfazed, his expression unchanged amidst the chaos. Clad in his exquisite white attire, his piercing dual pupils emanated an aura of timeless authority, reminiscent of a youthful sovereign. A cold smile graced his lips as he waved his hand, summoning dark clouds that enveloped the heavens, with lightning flashing as if a vast sea of thunder roiled above, exuding an intense sense of oppression. The thunder tribulation naturally counters all malevolent spirits and entities, obliterating evil, not to mention the thunderous mastery of the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, lightning danced at Nangong Chen's fingertips, his hair billowing as countless arcs of electricity intertwined behind him, embodying the supreme essence of thunder. The sheer might was astonishing, causing the onlookers' pupils to constrict, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What kind of thunderous magic was this, capable of summoning such an awe-inspiring storm? Some gasped in astonishment, their voices tinged with shock. Meanwhile, those factions allied with the Heavenly Abyss Palace were filled with delight upon witnessing this display. The earlier skeptics, who doubted Nangong Chen, felt their pride somewhat tarnished, gritting their teeth and murmuring, "Even if he can summon such a thunder tribulation, the disparity in realms is insurmountable. It is but a futile endeavor." But was it truly so? Boom. In the next moment, the heavens roared with divine thunder. A dazzling white light erupting to form countless thunder dragons, their bodies shimmering with electric brilliance, unleashing an unprecedented might as they descended with ferocity. This spectacle was undeniably terrifying. The spirits, in comparison, seemed like mere novices in the face of such grandeur. This was the manifestation of the nine heavens' calamity light. Nangong Chen spoke coldly, his gaze like flashing lightning, his expression stern. The Spring and Autumn Divine King turned pale, astonishment flooding his eyes. He had not anticipated that a junior of such humble cultivation could wield such earth-shattering lightning techniques. As his words fell, an overwhelming brilliance erupted, illuminating the entire sky in blinding white. The onlookers, caught in the grip of this astonishing radiance, instinctively closed their eyes. The Spring and Autumn Divine King, visibly reluctant, sought to summon back the spirits, only to discover that he had already lost all connection. What awaited him next was the deluge of divine thunder. His eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as a flicker of fear crept into his heart. If he were to endure this strike, death was inevitable. At that moment, the most primal instinct surged within him. Yet, despite his frantic efforts to resist, he found himself powerless, engulfed in the blinding light. After a considerable time, the crowd opened their eyes, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. There lay a charred corpse before the palace, clutching a soul-binding gourd that had likewise turned to ash. In the indistinct features of the charred remains, it was unmistakably the Spring and Autumn Divine King. His very soul had been obliterated in this cataclysmic display of lightning, leaving no hope for survival. Meanwhile, in the void, the figure clad in white stood unyieldingly, a youthful visage that commanded the attention of all present. Some in attendance could not suppress a gulp, their hearts brimming with awe. With a single strike, he had vanquished a seasoned divine king. Was this truly a being of mere high-level prowess? Below, Su Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. This individual had grown stronger still. Even she, under the tutelage of an existence surpassing the immortal king and endowed with a divine body, would not dare to claim the ability to vanquish a divine king in a single blow. Upon witnessing this, Chi Yao's enchanting eyes also revealed a hint of shock. This young man was destined for unimaginable heights, endowed with heavy pupils and the unparalleled foundation forged from chaotic fruits. Few in the nine heavens could attain such a level. In the depths of the void, a graceful figure could not help but smile, her beauty eclipsing all else, casting a shadow over the heavens. Adorning her waist was a bronze ghostly mask, unmistakably the one who had aided Nangong Chen earlier. Such rapid progress from my nephew truly astonishes me. I wonder what expression my sister will wear upon learning of this when he reaches the nine heavens. What a delightful anticipation. Her lips parted slightly, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody from the heavens. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon Qi Yao, her beautiful eyes revealing profound implications, yet she spoke little. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The spectators regarded Nangong Chen as if he were a creature of the extraordinary. Su Ming and Wang Xiong exchanged a glance, swallowing hard, their astonishment unmistakable as they sipped their tea incessantly. It took a considerable time for them to regain their composure. "My son-in-law is truly formidable," Su Ming exclaimed for the first time, his astonishment evident. Beside him, Wang Xiong kept murmuring, "My dear daughter, you must cling tightly to this young master. Our family's future prosperity may entirely hinge upon you." The factions that supported the Tianyuan Mansion, witnessing the spectacle, found their resolve strengthened, vowing to serve the Tianyuan Mansion loyally and without reservation. Those who had previously belittled Nangong Chen now wore expressions of shame and dismay, internally cursing the spring and autumn divine king. What a disgrace, unable to defeat even a being of the great ability realm. They lamented. The most astounded were the common folk. Chapter 96, The Slaying of the Emperor. Upon witnessing the scene before the imperial palace, the commoners could not help but kneel in reverence, bowing their heads fervently. They had never encountered such a spectacle and were left believing that celestial beings had descended upon them. "Oh, Divine One, please assist us. We yearn to know the fate of our children who have been missing for so long within the palace." Their voices echoed with desperation as they trembled, praying that Nangong Chen might hear their pleas. Besides Su Li, Aunt Su, realizing the gravity of the situation, also knelt before Su Li and the others, beseeching, "Oh, celestial being, my child remains within the palace, and their life or death is uncertain. I implore you to guide us forth. I would serve you in any capacity." Aunt Su's lamentations revealed her astonishment at the identity of those who had previously aided her. Upon hearing her, Su Li felt a surge of panic and urged, "Aunt, please rise. We shall take you inside shortly to search for your child." At that moment, Nangong Chen descended gracefully, observing their plight with a heavy heart, and sighed deeply. A wave of ethereal energy enveloped them, lifting them gently. The commoners, feeling such miraculous power, gazed at Nangong Chen with ever-deepening reverence and respect. "My fellow villagers," Nangong Chen addressed them, "today I shall lead you into the palace. Have no fear." From their previous exchanges, he grasped the essence of their plight. The Emperor of the Great Zhou had summoned their children under the pretext of education within the palace for 3 months, yet now 5 months had passed without a single return. Realizing this, a sense of dread washed over him. Was he not aware of the Emperor's true nature? The formidable techniques the Emperor had previously exhibited were likely those of a dark path. It is known that followers of such a path often cultivate their powers through bloodshed and other cruel means. This indicated that the children of these people might very well be dead. Contemplating this grim possibility, Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to convey the harsh reality. Meanwhile, the commoners' faces radiated excitement and joy upon hearing Nangong Chen's promise, their gratitude palpable. And Su, eager to express her thanks, attempted to kneel before Nangong Chen, but was halted by Su Li. Observing this exchange, Nangong Chen hesitated, words caught in his throat, yet remained silent. After all, his thoughts were merely conjectures. Should his fears prove true, the entire populace of the Great Zhou would surely be plunged into despair. Regardless, the immediate concern was to eliminate the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Just then, a dark cloud loomed overhead as the Tianyuan army approached, their banners waving majestically, clad in formidable black armor that exuded an aura of dominance. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight. The arrival of the Tianyuan army signaled that significant events were surely afoot at the Tianyuan Mansion. In no time, 300,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan army stood before Nangong Chen, including those who had previously assisted the God King of the Red Sword. The 8 formidable generals approached Nangong Chen, bowing respectfully as they proclaimed, "The 300,000 troops of the Tianyuan army have arrived. We beseech the young master to issue the command." The collective voice of the army resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the grand halls of the Great Zhou Palace, causing the very eaves to tremble. The city guards, witnessing this spectacle, felt their legs weaken and their bodies tremble with trepidation. These were mere cultivators who had never set foot on a battlefield, having spent their lives within the palace walls, and they had never encountered such a display. "All troops, heed my command. March with me," Nangong Chen declared, his striking dual pupils radiating an eerie luminescence, captivating all who beheld him. "Yes," the Tianyuan army replied in unison, their discipline impeccable. Following this, Nangong Chen led the Grand Assembly directly into the depths of the palace. General Chao, witnessing this, mustered his courage to approach Nangong Chen. Speaking softly, "Young master, without the decree of the Great Zhou King, we cannot enter the palace with the army. However, I can seek permission on your behalf. I believe that with your esteemed status, His Majesty will grant it. By the way, young master, what is the purpose of your visit to the palace?" As obstacles emerged, the soldiers of the Tianyuan army exuded a palpable aura of menace, their cold gazes fixed upon General Chao. In that moment, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Nangong Chen slowly uttered 2 words: "Assassinate the emperor." At this proclamation, General Chao was momentarily stunned, frozen in place, while the other city guards widened their eyes in disbelief. They were not alone in their astonishment. The factions observing Nangong Chen were equally taken aback. Though they had their suspicions, hearing the declaration left them momentarily speechless. The Tianyuan manor was truly intent on slaying the Great Zhou King. In the meantime, countless spies received this information and swiftly departed to relay it to their respective factions, signaling a significant shift in the dynamics of the Great Zhou. They needed to prepare for the impending storm. Elsewhere, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stroked his beard and remarked solemnly, "I never anticipated that the Tianyuan manor would indeed move against the Great Zhou King. After today, the landscape of the Great Zhou will be irrevocably altered. Old Wang, be ready." Wang Xiong chuckled in response. "Oh, there's no need for preparation. All we require is for Yu Xian to cling tightly to the young master's leg. That would be the best preparation." Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt exasperated. This fellow was truly beyond salvation. By the time General Chao regained his composure, the Tianyuan army had already moved far away. Within the palace, the servants and guards, upon seeing Nangong Chen and his entourage approach, instinctively wished to cry out in alarm, their faces pale with fear. However, they were swiftly subdued by the Tianyuan army and rendered unconscious. Before long, under the guidance of Zhou Wan'er, they arrived at a resplendent palace adorned with gold and jade. "Is this the place of the 7th princess?" Nangong Chen inquired. Zhou Wan'er nodded, her gaze fixed upon the palace, revealing a flicker of hatred in her eyes. She would never forget the hiding place of the Great Zhou King. Nangong Chen acknowledged her with a nod before signaling to the Tianyuan army beside him. Boom! The Grand Gate was swiftly obliterated. In an instant, a putrid stench of decay emanated from within. The civilians who had accompanied the advance were left momentarily paralyzed by the scene before them. Chapter 97. The Conspiracy of the Man in Black. Meanwhile, in a dungeon within the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, a frail figure leaned against the wall, slowly approaching. His dragon robe was stained with blood, and a ghastly wound on his chest continuously dripped crimson. This individual was none other than the King of Great Zhou. At this moment, he was afflicted by a potent poison that was spreading throughout his body. If left untreated, he would soon meet his demise. From the depths of the shadows, a figure draped in black appeared. Upon witnessing the king's dire condition, he was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not achieve the status of a sage? How could you sustain such grievous injuries? Moreover, were you not allied with the prince of that celestial dynasty?" The man in black remarked incredulously. He could hardly believe that the king of Great Zhou had returned not with good news, but in such a wretched state. The king's expression was grim as he responded, spitting blood in a fit of rage, "That prince is nothing but a fool, a colossal imbecile, utterly useless. The 4 quasi-sages he brought with him were all slain by Nangong Chen and his men. I had shown him such deference, and if his corpse were here, I would not hesitate to desecrate it." Upon hearing this, the man in black's face twitched beneath the shadows, momentarily at a loss for words. To fail in what seemed like an assured victory was truly remarkable. "And what of you? As a sage, who could possibly harm you?" he asked with curiosity after a lengthy pause. A flicker of fear crossed the king's face as he slowly replied. "We were deceived by the FAAD of the Tianyuan Mansion. They dispatched 8 quasi-sages for this operation, and even a sage." "Ah, that explains your disastrous return," the man in black said, realization dawning upon him. "Yet, it appears that the Tianyuan Mansion is indeed shrouded in secrecy, capable of mobilizing 8 quasi-sages, rivaling the top powers of the Central Divine Continent." After a moment of contemplation, the man in black continued, "I was struck by that sage, and that accursed Nangong Chen. They all deserve death, all of them." The king's face contorted with venomous rage as he gritted his teeth. Observing the king's helplessness, the man in black sighed. "Your injury is quite severe, indeed. To be shot in such a critical area, it seems you have suffered a significant loss. Who would have imagined that the king of Great Zhou would fall to such a fate? I dare say the outside must be crawling with Tianyuan Mansion's men today. Escape is not in your cards." With that, the man in black shook his head, looking at him with pity. enough with the idle chatter. Regarding that blood sacrifice formation you mentioned earlier, I will comply, but the spoils must be shared equally. The king retorted curtly. Ha! I knew you would say as much. However, the blood sacrifice formation will require the entire Great Zhou to be refined. You truly are ruthless. What would your subjects think if they knew? The man in black laughed heartily. A flicker of shadow passed through the eyes of the Great Zhou king, though he skillfully concealed it as he spoke. What does it matter whether I know or not? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the Tianyuan Mansion, for they have forced my hand. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but let us revise the terms. 9 for me, 1 for you. The figure clad in black robes bore a grim countenance as he began to respond. The Great Zhou king, upon hearing this, was taken aback and retorted. Did we not previously agree to a 50-50 split? How can it now be 9-1? This is unacceptable. I refuse to agree. You are well aware of the past, yet do you truly believe you possess the standing to impose demands upon me in your current state? The black-robed figure sneered. His aura no longer concealed as the might of a sage erupted forth. You. The Great Zhou king's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. The black-clad individual was indeed a sage. All along, he had assumed him to be merely of quasi-saintly caliber, so deeply had he concealed his true power. Are you contemplating my demise? I have already bestowed upon you a generous offer. Were it not for your residual worth, I would not even grant you that. Present the imperial seal, and do not compel me to act against you, for in your current condition, you cannot hope to thwart me. The black-robed man spoke coldly, a flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The Great Zhou king, caught in a tempest of emotions, clenched his fists tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately produced the seal. Upon sighting it, the black-robed figure's eyes sparkled with fervor as he snatched it eagerly. Excellent. My efforts have not been in vain, ha 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 ha. At last, it is mine. The black-robed figure gazed at the lifelike seal, his demeanor frenzied as he laughed maniacally. Do not rejoice too soon. Should your blood sacrifice formation falter and be breached by the Tianyuan Mansion, your fate may very well mirror mine. The Great Zhou king replied with a chilling smile. Do you presume I am as foolish as you? I have been inscribing the blood sacrifice formation since over a decade ago, with the very purpose of this day in mind. Now that the imperial seal is in my grasp, only the final step remains, to consume the dragon vein, and the blood sacrifice formation shall be activated. This is the essence of a nation's vitality. Once successful, the blood god shall awaken swiftly, and my status within the blood god sect will soar. The black-robed man revealed his grotesque visage, speaking in a frenzy. The Great Zhou king, upon hearing this, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual had been scheming for so long. With this thought, he voiced his concern. You wouldn't intend to refine me as well, would you? Upon his words, the black-robed figure displayed a knowing smile. Fear not. Our camaraderie is not such that I would commit such an act against you. I shall allow you to witness firsthand the expressions of those from the Tianyuan Mansion as they are refined. It is a delightful experience. With that, he extended his tongue, licking his lips with a malevolent glint in his eyes. The Great Zhou king could not help but feel a chill of fear creep over him. Meanwhile, on another front, Nangong Chen and his companions were left astounded by the sight of the palace before them, a wave of nausea rising within their hearts. Even the seasoned soldiers of the Tianyuan army, who had endured countless battles, found themselves unable to bear the scene laid out before them. Before me lay a palace filled with a harrowing sight of countless corpses, an overwhelming number of lifeless children scattered throughout. The manner of their demise was ghastly, with gaping wounds carved into their chests, brutally hollowing out their hearts. A putrid stench permeated the air, and some of these bodies, left to decay for what seemed an eternity, were being feasted upon by maggots, creating a scene that would haunt the most ordinary of souls, rendering them sleepless for nights on end. My children. At that moment, Aunt Sue suddenly surged forth from the crowd, rushing to the side of two lifeless forms, weeping uncontrollably. The two children, one boy and one girl, bore sweet and innocent faces, yet their bodies were marred with numerous bruises, suggesting they had endured unspeakable torment within the palace walls. Soon, more individuals from the crowd rushed forward, recognizing those tender, innocent visages as their long-lost children. Chapter 98. The blood sacrifice array. Some parents, in a state of shock, clutched the lifeless body, murmuring in despair, their gazes devoid of hope. Please don't be disobedient. Come home with mother, will you? Your siblings are waiting for you. We've prepared your favorite beast meat. From now on, we shall feast daily, ensuring you never go hungry. As they gazed upon the familiar visage, tears streamed down their faces, lost in fantasies of their child's vitality. Others, unable to bear the grim reality before them, fled in terror, unwilling to accept that their once vibrant child, full of life just months ago, now lay cold and still. At that moment, Aunt Sue's tattered bag, which she had never relinquished, lay scattered on the ground, spilling forth small silver fragments for sets of new clothes for children, and some spiritual fruits. The new garments gleamed brightly, in stark contrast to her own attire, which bore the marks of countless repairs. Her coat faded from relentless washing. Nangong Chen stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her, before he let out a deep sigh. It was evident that even in the face of death, she had never loosened her grip on the bag. Even when brutally beaten by 2 guards, her legs broken, she remained silent, her sole desire to reunite with her child. Upon hearing of the possibility of entering the palace, Aunt Sue must have begun to dream of a joyful reunion, eager to share the tales of her arduous journey. According to others, Aunt Sue was a widow who had raised her children alone for many years. It is difficult to fathom the sacrifices a mother makes, saving every coin, traversing mountains and rivers, all to reach the imperial capital to bring her child home, only to confront such a devastating outcome. The carriages of the Great Zhou were not particularly expensive. Nangong Chen surmised she had saved money for the journey home. Lost in contemplation, Nangong Chen stepped outside the palace, an overwhelming aura of vengeance radiating from him. Though he felt powerless, the one thing he could do was avenge them, ensuring the king of Zhou experienced a fraction of this anguish. At this moment, the other women nearby had reddened eyes, clearly affected by the heartbreaking scene. Suli could scarcely imagine the pain her parents would endure if she were treated in such a manner. Clenching her fists, she longed to see the king of Zhou suffer 1,000 deaths. Wang Yuxuan shared similar sentiments, her eyes glistening with tears, sobbing quietly. Zhou, despite her earlier suspicions, could not suppress her contempt upon witnessing the scene. King of Zhou, you are truly the embodiment of evil. A wretched beast. Lu Ruyan's expression was equally somber, her eyes brimming with rage, yearning to slay the king of Zhou with her sword. In that moment, they all followed Nangong Chen in silence, their spirits heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, he halted and declared, Ladies, remember this day. The pain you have endured shall be repaid to the king of Zhou tenfold. His voice resonated like thunder throughout the palace. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the gravity of his words, yet by the time they comprehended, Nangong Chen and his companions had already distanced themselves. Soon, those who had been observing from the outside, upon witnessing the departure of the Tianyuan army, surged forward, eager to behold the so-called imperial palace. However, as they entered with excitement, the scene before them rendered them speechless. After a prolonged silence, their eyes filled with indignation, and they could not help but voice their outrage. They were taken aback to discover that the king of Zhou was such a person, capable of such cruelty, acts they had believed only those of the demonic path could perpetrate. How shocking it was that an emperor of a grand dynasty could commit such atrocities. Despicable! You are truly inhumane, king of Zhou, to have slaughtered so many innocent children. They cried. Oh heavens! We have all been deceived by the king's facade. Now that the young master seeks to eliminate him, I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. These individuals hailed from various realms, merchants, court politicians, all of whom were parents themselves. And the sight before them ignited genuine fury within their hearts. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen's fiery gaze fixated on the subterranean palace. And with a piercing glance that seemed to rend the heavens, he commanded, King of Zhou, come forth. In an instant, the underground palace was cleaved asunder, revealing 2 figures emerging from within. Nangong brat, I never expected you to pursue me here. You are truly a thorn in my side. The king of Zhou spat, his eyes ablaze with rage. The desire to eliminate Nangong Chen surged to its zenith. Before Nangong Chen could utter a word, the 8 formidable generals unleashed an overwhelming assault, their divine radiance illuminating the skies with formidable power. In the void, an arrow, moving with astonishing speed, transformed into Azure Dragon, its might seemingly capable of tearing the very sky apart. Should this onslaught continue, if it fell solely upon the king of Zhou, he would surely perish in an instant. At that moment, the figure clad in black robes, standing alongside the king of Zhou, made his move. With a mere wave of his hand, a shroud of dark mist enveloped the area, conjuring a black barrier that engulfed both men, instantly devouring the incoming attacks, leaving not a trace behind. Once he executed this maneuver, the black-robed man appeared immensely pallid, revealing the tremendous strain it took to withstand such a formidable assault. Seeing this unfold, Nangong Chen was taken aback. Who was this enigmatic figure? Within the barrier, the king of Dezhou exclaimed, "Incredible! I never anticipated you possessed such strength." "Fool! Silence!" the black-robed man retorted, his complexion growing ever paler. The sheer volume of attacks from their adversaries was overwhelming, and should he exhaust his remaining vitality, he would surely meet his demise. Subsequently, the black-robed man produced the imperial seal, elevating it into the air while muttering incantations. Dense black mist emanated from him, infiltrating the seal. The imperial aura of the seal diminished significantly, its remaining fortune consumed by the encroaching darkness, with sinister energy surging forth. This was the imperial seal. They sought to devour the fortune of Dezhou, even threatening to corrupt the entire Dezhou dragon vein. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Wan'er could not help but exclaim. The crowd, upon hearing her voice, displayed expressions of bewilderment. "You wretched being, you are still alive." The great Zhou king, recognizing the familiar tone, was taken aback and angrily rebuked her. At that moment, he comprehended the reason for Zhou Wan'er's survival. It was evident that the cursed insects he had unleashed had been dealt with. A soulless beast, yet it relishes in calling out to others. Nangong Chen spoke, his tone frigid, his gaze disdainful. Zhou Wan'er, moved by his words, gazed in a daze at the profile of Nangong Chen. "What a silver-tongued child you are, today. You shall all perish here. Our blood sacrifice formation is nearly complete." The great Zhou King's eyes brimmed with malice as he gritted his teeth. Nangong Chen remained composed, his white attire billowing softly, his expression unchanged, even curling his lips into a cold smile. The blood sacrifice formation? The Emperor's sword can easily shatter it. Chapter 99. The Wrath of the Masses. At this moment, a tide of demonic energy surged forth, shrouding the entire sky of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With a black pillar of light piercing the heavens at its center, the imperial capital. The scene was utterly terrifying, even in the midst of the midday sun. Darkness enveloped the land in an instant. Observers from various regions of the Great Zhou, upon witnessing this spectacle, were left in stunned disbelief, their pupils constricted. How could night fall so abruptly? Was some calamity about to befall them? Heavenly skies, could those ominous black mists be the essence of demonic energy? If so, did it imply that someone intended to plunge the entire Great Zhou into chaos? At this moment, various cultivators speculated in astonishment. Yet, more onlookers abandoned their tasks, casting anxious glances toward the sky. The sudden transition to night surely heralded impending doom. In the heart of the imperial capital, a figure cloaked in black laughed maniacally, his expression frenzied, as he held a demonic orb in his hand, its dark essence relentlessly eroding the imperial seal. Within the seal, a small golden dragon was visible, its body partially transformed by malevolence, struggling in agony. Countless individuals on the streets of the capital bore witness to this scene, perplexed by its meaning. What were they witnessing? From a distance, they observed two factions opposing one another, one led by Nangong Chen, the other by the Great Zhou King. Upon seeing the grievous wounds upon the Great Zhou King, astonishment swept through the crowd. Could this be the doing of the Tianyuan Manor? Why would they seek the king's demise? Who was the enigmatic figure at the king's side? Was he responsible for this nightmarish spectacle? Confusion filled the hearts of the onlookers. However, it was not long before more individuals emerged from the palace, revealing the horrifying news that the Great Zhou King had orchestrated the massacre of 100,000 innocent children. Initially met with disbelief, those who entered the palace returned convinced of the grim reality. The king's actions, undoubtedly deserving of universal ire, ignited the pent-up frustrations of the populace in an instant. Great Zhou King, you are beyond redemption. You summoned 100,000 children into the palace, only to slaughter them all. 100,000, potentially 100,000 grieving families. I had always believed you to be a benevolent ruler, but who could have imagined such a heart of stone? Deceiving even your own people, we trusted you. Handing our children into your care, only to be met with such betrayal. I cannot fathom the despair that must fill those parents' hearts. You are a monster. May you suffer in the depths of hell. Anger burned in the eyes of the masses as they clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. In the streets, countless individuals discarded images and statues of the Great Zhou King, as if they had encountered a bad omen. Even passing dogs trampled upon them disdainfully. I supported the Tianyuan Manor's decision to deal with the Great Zhou King, and I had previously believed the king's words, thinking the Tianyuan Manor was irredeemable. Yet, reflecting upon it now, every word spoken by the Great Zhou King was as hollow as a lie. A burly man at the butcher's stall exclaimed with indignation. Soon, amidst the crowd, a voice resonated. Support the Tianyuan Manor in overthrowing the emperor. Support the young master in slaying that beast. The people echoed in unison. Their eyes filled with rage as they gazed towards the figure of the Great Zhou King in the sky. Seeing the relentless assault, the barrier remained unaffected. And the Great Zhou King could not help but burst into laughter. "Come and kill me. No matter how hard you try, you cannot touch me," he taunted. Nangong Chen, with his blazing dual pupils, discerned the demonic orb held by the figure in black robes, his expression momentarily bewildered. Is this barrier the work of that orb? Despite the black-robed figure's adept concealment, it was no match for Nangong Chen's piercing sight. A sly smile crept upon Nangong Chen's lips as he remarked, "Laugh while you can. Cherish these fleeting moments of your life." The malevolent energy contained within the orb was steadily depleting, indicating that it would vanish after the burning of a single incense stick. When that time comes, it would be their turn to lament. "All right, warriors, stand down and take a breather. There is no rush," Nangong Chen commanded. Although the crowd was puzzled, they complied. The Great Zhou King, upon hearing Nangong Chen's words, felt a sense of bewilderment, his expression fluctuating without uttering a word. Soon, a cacophony of curses erupted from the crowd, overwhelming and deafening. The members of Tianyuan Manor exchanged smirks, gazing disdainfully at the Great Zhou King. In the void, the Great Zhou King, witnessing this spectacle, merely scoffed and remarked with disdain, "What's wrong with sacrificing a few of my subjects for my sake?" At his words, countless glares filled with murderous intent were directed at him. What a beast! How did such a person come to rule the Great Zhou? Suli gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes glistening with frost. Beside her, Qiyao yawned, choosing not to elaborate further. To her, such occurrences were not uncommon. After all, there were formidable demonic powers in the nine heavens that previously refined an entire realm of cultivators. Compared to that, this was rather mild. However, this did not imply her endorsement of his actions. In her past life, she had dealt with one killer at a time. The other women also looked at the Great Zhou King with indignation. Even the Tianyuan army behind them was vociferous in their curses, with several quasi-saint warriors joining in the denunciation of the Great Zhou King. Nangong Chen remained silent, his dual pupils ablaze as he meticulously examined the dark barrier, searching for an opportune moment to breach it. He had heard the Great Zhou King's words clearly, but chose not to comment. Such a beast would only feel a twinge of remorse at the brink of death. Below, the crowd's eyes widened, their faces flushed with fury. At that moment, any remaining trust they held in the Great Zhou King had evaporated. Some supporters of the Great Zhou King even fantasized that this was all a misunderstanding. But the moment the king spoke, that illusion shattered. They had never imagined that the Great Zhou King's true feelings towards them were so callous, so utterly dismissive of human life. In the void, the figure cloaked in black burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene before him. He declared, "It is indeed a rarity for your Great Zhou to possess a monarch such as this. However, before your demise, allow me to impart a piece of news. Your Great Zhou King is so willing to sacrifice the entirety of your realm for a meager fraction of your vitality. Do you see this object? It is your imperial jade seal. Once the golden dragon within is thoroughly refined and the blood sacrifice formation is activated, all of you in Great Zhou shall become mere sustenance. I am a member of the Blood God sect, and you should be aware that once this blood sacrifice formation is established, the outcome is irrevocably sealed. There will be no chance for escape." Upon hearing this, the Great Zhou King furrowed his brow, his tone laced with discontent. What purpose does this serve? His dissatisfaction stemmed from the revelation of such a trivial matter, which he felt undermined his dignity. Even in this dire moment, he harbored no remorse. As he spoke, the crowd on the streets wore expressions of shock, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If the man in black was indeed from the Blood God sect, did that imply that the Great Zhou King had colluded with them? This beast seeks to obliterate us for a mere fraction of our blood. Good heavens, he is beyond inhuman. What are we to do? The blood sacrifice formation is nearing completion, and with the distance to the Great Zhou borders spanning millions of kilometers, escape seems a mere fantasy. In the void, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. This is disastrous. It is indeed the blood sacrifice formation. Once formed, there is no means of countering it. Qiyun's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke. Not only he, but the 8 generals behind him also turned pale, their faces reflecting utter despair. Chapter 100. Countdown. It is well known throughout the Xiantian domain that the Blood God cult commands tremendous renown, its name echoing in every corner. For a long time, this enigmatic cult has remained shrouded in mystery. No one knows its stronghold. Not even when the Blood God cult incited the wrath of numerous top-tier forces in the Xiantian domain, turning the realm upside down, could anyone uncover its hidden lair. This is a testament to its secrecy, but its methods are equally fearsome and brutal. Anyone emerging from the blood god cult has the capacity to wreak havoc, leaving no trace behind. Their cultivation techniques are sinister, allowing them to extract vital blood essence through murder for their own ascension, truly a manifestation of unparalleled savagery. However, this comes with its own drawbacks. Those who practice such bizarre arts often find their minds twisted into malevolence, developing a bloodthirsty disposition, rendering them incapable of distinguishing friend from foe, even turning against their own kin. Now, a formidable figure from the blood god cult has appeared, one of saintly rank, suggesting a high status within the organization. The ominous mention of the heavenly sacrifice formation sends shivers down the spines of many. Even Qi-Yun, a being of saintly caliber, could not help but show astonishment upon hearing this. This formation, passed down through the blood god cult, has previously caused numerous minor dynasties and families to vanish overnight. Relying on the power of this blood sacrifice array, once enacted, the blood sacrifice formation is impenetrable, rendering even the mightiest of beings powerless against it. Not even 10 saints could breach its defenses. Its malevolence lies in the fact that it lacks a core, continuously devouring living beings within its confines, slowly siphoning their blood essence until they are utterly drained. In the void, many, including Nangong Chen, were left bewildered by the mention of the blood sacrifice formation. Yet, upon hearing Qi-Yun's elucidation, their expression shifted to one of dawning horror. This blood sacrifice formation is indeed insidious. Does this mean there is no way to break the heavenly sacrifice formation? Nangong Chen couldn't help but inquire. If possible, he wished to avoid deploying the human emperor's sword too soon. Previously, it was mentioned that the human emperor's sword could shatter formations due to its miraculous ability to bypass them entirely. It is also said that another legendary sword, the extermination sword, possesses a similar capability. There is none, unless one can interrupt the formation's creator. Only by disrupting their arrangement can one hope to succeed, Qi-Yun replied, shaking his head. Seeing this, Nangong Chen's gaze dimmed with disappointment, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Suddenly, the figure in the black robe gazed at them from afar, a playful smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What do you think? Are you all feeling despair now? Hee. In just a few moments, the blood sacrifice formation will be complete, and you shall witness your own demise firsthand. It will be quite a delightful experience. The Great Zhou King interjected, his demeanor one of satisfaction. Today, I shall finally see the people of Tianyuan Prefecture meet their end. It has been worth the wait. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a swell of indignation, casting furious glances in his direction. They could hardly believe that in the end, they had fallen into the trap laid by the Great Zhou King. Suli clenched her teeth, her heart filled with questions. Qi Yao, is there any way to resolve this blood sacrifice formation? If even this reincarnated powerhouse cannot find a solution, then we are truly at an impasse. I never imagined that the blood god sect would have a presence in the lower realm. Qi Yao did not respond immediately. Instead, she sighed, reflecting on the past. In the upper realm, the blood god sect was equally despised by all. Hey, I'm talking to you. Suli, sensing her indifference, urged anxiously. Let me think. It seems there really is no way out. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yao replied with a pained expression. She then began to explain slowly. This blood sacrifice formation did not originate from the lower realm. I heard of it in my time, within the 9 heavens. Once established, it spells inevitable doom for you. If I were to regain my former cultivation, I could dispel this formation with but a thought. Alas, I am now but a remnant soul. Upon hearing this, Su Li's face fell, her beautiful eyes dimming. So, does that mean we are all destined to perish here today? I haven't even seen the world outside with Nangong Chen yet. I do not wish to die so soon. Don't be so hasty. There is still a glimmer of hope. If the legendary god-slaying stone were here, it could certainly shatter the formation, or perhaps one of the famed divine swords, like the Emperor's sword. Chiyo quickly offered words of comfort. That is hardly helpful. Who here possesses such items? Su Li rolled her eyes, her tone sharp, before sinking into despondence. At this, Qi Yao fell silent, realizing that it meant she too might share the same fate. Wait, she is a soul. How could she die? Perhaps. If your spirit were to leave your body, you might escape death, but then you would need to find a new vessel. Or you could exist as I do. Suddenly, Qi Yao's eyes sparkled with a notion. However, the only downside might be that your physical essence could be lost, she added cautiously. Su Li remained silent. If it came to that, she might consider it. Meanwhile, the reactions of the other women echoed her sentiments. Zhou Wanner's dark pupils revealed a flicker of despair. She had not anticipated that revenge would elude her grasp. Her gaze fell upon Nangong Chen, whose silhouette resembled a steadfast pine, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. It seemed she had encountered a second person who treated her with such kindness, and perhaps, in light of this, there was no regret after all. With this realization, Zhou Wanner's expression softened. Wang Yuxuan felt similarly, though initially sorrowful. The thought of dying alongside her master illuminated her eyes. So, does that mean I would become a fugitive lover with my master? That doesn't sound too bad. Lu Ruyan, adorned in an elegant gown, gazed at Nangong Chen, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. Below, the lamentations of the people echoed, their eyes filled with despair. I do not wish to die. I have yet to truly live. They cried out. Cursed be the tyrant of the Great Zhou, may he suffer a fate most wretched. Should I descend into the abyss, I vow to return as a vengeful spirit to exact my wrath upon the sovereign of the Great Zhou. In the distance, the king of the Great Zhou reveled in the despondency of these souls, savoring their anguish with palpable delight. Beside him, the figure in black robes shared in this morbid enjoyment, their gaze fixed upon the suffering. However, they soon noticed an anomaly. Nangong Chen remained eerily composed, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him. Why do you not fear, dual-sided one? The figure in black inquired, their voice dripping with coldness. Fear? Why should I be afraid? It is you who ought to tremble. Nangong Chen replied, his eyes deep and enigmatic. Within, he counted down the final moments, anticipating the imminent disappearance of this protective shell.